Dominate beasts in an unscientific way. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 576, Go and Invite the 11 Great Gods. The news that the 177th Army, the overlord of the universe, had descended on King Kai's city to conduct a trial for new recruits and invite contestants for this conferred god battle quickly spread on the internet. 11 defeated Khan, Red Eyes killed the son of the demon emperor, and the starry sky storm crushed Hades. These news stories came and went quickly. On the central star of the cosmic sea, no topic could always occupy the absolute mainstream. King Kai's city, Epic Square, a huge fleet of super battleships surrounded Epic Square. At this time, it had become the trial site for new recruits of the 177th Army. On the sky throne, a terrifying skeleton god sat in the sky. Next to it, there were two people sitting. One was the captain of the Zygian Special Forces, whose status in the army was comparable to that of a super god, because of his special professional identity. Although he was only a god-level beastmaster, his archaeological talent made him a leader of the Zygian Special Forces. The other one is the chairman of the Kai King Planet Conferred God War Committee, Sachi. Although Chairman Sachi is also a god level, his pets are several top perfect gods. He has a record of hunting down alien super gods head-on with his pets on the battlefield, which is more powerful than Lin Feng and Kong Di. Lin Feng and Kong Di each cooperated with 20 pets to hunt down a super god who was weak after a battle with other super gods. He, on the other hand, fought head-on with several pets to kill a super god in his prime, and is also a legendary figure on Kai King Planet. Although it is said that Chairman Sachi was also seriously injured after that battle, and only one of his pets died, paying a huge price, no one dares to underestimate this old man. Now that he has retired and taken over the idle position of the Conferred God War Committee, no one would think that he is not qualified to sit with the super gods. Chairman Sachi, this Khan is quite powerful. The deep voice of the skeleton super god Rust came out, saying, Captain Zygian, what do you think? Yak, Zygian said perfunctorily. She came here to ask Rust for the super godstone, even if it was a trade, but who knew that Rust would use this thing as a prize for the challenge? However, Rust also said that as long as no one could take the super godstone at the end of the recruit trial, then it would be fine to give it to Captain Zygian at that time. The premise is that Captain Zygian would give it a face and visit the recruit trial with it, and help their 177th Army to crack a super god relic. Zygian agreed because he wanted the super godstone, and Chairman Sachi came to supervise Rust. If there was no big man in charge on King Kai's planet, he believed that the Universe Overlord Legion would dare to poach people on the spot, and with him in charge here, Rust would undoubtedly be much more restrained. At this time, the Epic Square was surrounded by soldiers from the 177th Army of the Universe Overlord Corps and personnel from various forces in the Kwang City. With permission, major media outlets passionately broadcast the situation here. Because of this incident, the attention paid to the Conferred God War has dropped a lot, and countless people who eat melons are watching the communication here. Outside the Epic Square, Shiyu, Lin Feng, and Kong Di finally arrived at the scene. After entering, they found an audience seat surrounding the center of the square and sat down. After learning that Shiyu wanted to come and get the wool of the Universe Overlord Corps, the 5 super gods of Blue Star immediately drooped their faces. They did not doubt Shiyu's ability, but it was because Shiyu had this ability that they had stomach aches. I always feel that Shiyu is a little dangerous, not stable and cautious enough, and too extravagant. However, Kong Di and Lin Feng laughed and thought it was not a big problem. This 177th Army is really rich and powerful, Lin Feng said while looking at the arena. That's right, Kong Di nodded and said, why didn't I encounter such a good thing before? This time, the recruit trial of the Universe Overlord Corps is in the form of a ring. The elite recruits of the Universe Overlord Corps will defend the ring, and all the 9th level newcomers of King Kai can challenge. If you win a game, you can get amazing rewards. If you succeed in consecutive challenges, the rewards will be upgraded. At present, the announced prize is that if you defeat a recruit of the 177th Army, you can get 20 god-level cosmic crystals. The first level reward alone makes many demigods and even gods jealous. You know, the value of cosmic crystals is much higher than the same god-level resources, and the Universe Overlord Corps will give out 20 at a time. It can probably support Shiyu to travel between Blue Star and King Kai 10 times. And this is just the beginning. If you defeat 2 recruits in a row, in addition to 20 cosmic crystals, you can also get 3 meditation jades. If 20 cosmic crystals are nothing for a second-level world master like Kangdi, then meditation jades are starting to be good things. Shiyu, these 3 meditation jades should allow you to reach the 3rd level of the god level in a short period of time, Kangdi said. Try to get it back, you are still a long way from the god level. Yeah, Shiyu was also very excited. Meditation jade is a kind of cultivation resource for human beast masters. The effect is actually no different from those low-level cultivation resources, that is, it can accelerate the efficiency of meditation, thereby improving the level of beast control. Although the effect is simple, it can't stand its improvement. It is said that a new beast master of the 9th level with normal talent can break through to the god level within 1 year as long as he uses a piece of meditation jade to assist in cultivation. And Shiyu, with a bonus of cultivation fruit, planetary blessing, etc., if he gets another meditation jade, he will definitely be able to break through to the god level immediately after the conferred god war. Moreover, both beast control spaces have reached the god level. As for the extra 2 pieces, they can allow Shiyu to go further at the god level. For a beast master, after reaching the god level, there are 10 stages. Just entering the god level is the first level of the god level. If there is another breakthrough, it is the second level of the god level. This means that every time a breakthrough is made, the beast control space will undergo earth-shaking changes. It will have a greater effect on the growth rate of the pet and the attributes of the beast master himself. In addition, this level change also determines the bonus effect of the beast master's beast control talent and the strength of the beast control space. A beast master at the peak of the god level can basically use ordinary enhanced talents to increase the combat power of a primary god to a high-level god, and can also turn the beast control space into a space weapon to suppress weak gods. A beast master at the peak of the god level, even if he does not have additional combat power such as pets, can force the primary gods to sign a master-servant's contract with the pressure of the beast control space, and control them tightly with a beast control space. Kangdi and Linfeng are currently at the 10th level of the god level, the peak state of the god level, and their levels are very fierce. However, it is precisely because the two have invested all the focus of their cultivation and resources on themselves that their pets do not have a perfect god yet. With these 3 meditation jades, plus the feedback from the breakthrough of the pets, Kangdi predicts that Shiyu can cultivate to the 3rd level of the god level within a few months, which is already an amazing speed of progress. This kind of resource is not available even in the suspended realm, and it is more precious than the god level universe crystal. Kangdi and Linfeng are even reluctant to use this resource for their own son, which is too wasteful. The speed is increased, but it costs money. Basically, only the geniuses who are focused on training by the super god forces have the confidence to use it. Even among the resources that can be exchanged by the Environmental Protection Association, there is no such thing, and it is estimated that it has been divided up internally. As for defeating the 3 recruits of the Universe Overlord Legion in succession, in addition to the above 2 resources, it comes to the highlight, which can obtain Super God Stone and A-level mission token. Although the mechanism of the Super God Stone is a bit tricky, its value and rarity are indeed above ordinary Super God level resources. Unopened stones can be exchanged for many other Super God resources, which are also high-value resources. This is also Shiyu's goal. The A-level mission token allows the 177th Army to perform an A-level mission for free for the user. The nature of the Universe Overlord Legion is similar to mercenaries. As long as they are paid enough, they can do almost anything. The mission tokens issued by the Universe Overlord Legion can be used for free labor. 3 consecutive wins are the highest reward. There is no prize for 4 consecutive wins and beyond. It seems that the Universe Overlord Legion does not think that anyone can defeat their 4 recruits in a row. This is not arrogance, but the Universe Overlord Legion really has this strength. The recruits they can send out are not just nominal recruits. They are all the kings of recruits carefully selected from countless demigods in the universe, from various races. Roar, for example, the new recruit fighting Khan is a giant dragon of the Meteor Clan, a very powerful dragon of the Meteor Clan. Under the roar of the dragon of the Meteor Clan, Khan is in a very bad state and looks exhausted. Countless media are following the situation of this battle. So far, no one has been able to defeat the giant dragon of the Meteor Clan guard in the 1st level. The opponent's terrifying strength is close to the top 5 in the conferred God War. People originally thought so, but with Khan's participation in the battle, the opponent's strength is more than just the top 5. Even Khan seems to be at a disadvantage. On the Dark Land, the power of pollution is spreading and constantly eroding Khan. Khan also constantly uses time to slow down to prevent the radiation of the meteor clang from worsening on his body, and uses time to go back to purify the pollution on his body. This unstoppable, strong radiation pollution caused Khan to consume a lot of energy. Even its 5 series defense combination skills could not resist it. Although its 5 series attack combination skills could hit the meteoric dragon hard again and again, it was not easy to completely destroy this meteoric dragon as an elemental life. At this moment, President Sachi had a calm expression, but he was extremely anxious. He could see that Khan couldn't let go at all. If there were still 2 time marks, this meteoric dragon would definitely not be Khan's opponent. But it was a pity that Khan's time marks were all knocked out by 11. If it wanted to condense the time mark that recorded the current realm again, even if it used a lot of time resources, it would take a year. This Khan is in a very disadvantageous situation at this time, Kang Di said. Well, although the pollution power of that meteoric dragon is not as good as Yae's full combat power, it is not bad, and its physique is also stronger than Yae, Shi Yu also said quite solemnly. The Universe Overlord Army really accepts everyone who comes. As expected of a neutral force in the universe, it probably has many races that are not popular on Kinkai, and maybe even cosmic monsters. If the new recruits of the Universe Overlord Army are all of this level, it is not easy to win 3 games in a row, even for the first place in the conferred God battle, Khan and Hades. It's a pity that the meteor ink of the Universe Overlord Army has recovered again. Although it has shrunk to more than 2 meters in height after recovery this time, Khan's condition is also extremely poor. After being contaminated this time, Khan did not choose to go back in time, nor did he slow down the spread of radiation on his body. Is he out of strength? A reporter watched the battle on the spot and was extremely nervous. Khan, in a hospital, Hades, who was recovering from his injuries, was lying on the bed, looking at the live broadcast on the wall screen, frowning. Damn, what happened this year? Thinking back to the past, he and Khan were so high-spirited. But now, how can anyone come and step on him? Crow, I advise you to admit defeat. Otherwise, when the radiation penetrates into the origin of life, it will not be so easy for you to be purified. Yunmo laughed and mocked Khan. First place in the conferred God War, that's it? Before it could laugh again, Yunmo's expression suddenly stopped. Khan on the opposite side disappeared instantly. At the same time, a huge hole appeared in Yunmo's belly. Yunmo's elemental core was directly pinched in the hands of Khan, who reappeared in the distance. You are very long-winded. If I were not in my prime now, you would have been unable to speak, Khan said, and cracked the elemental core, leaving a crack, and then looked up. Captain Zijian said in surprise, this Khan is really cruel to himself. He ignored the pollution and used his last bit of strength to accelerate his own time. He grasped the timing well. It was the time when the meteorite ink was the weakest. Rust was also quite surprised. Time deceleration and time reversal are indeed good skills to deal with the meteorite tribe, but time acceleration is undoubtedly a self-harm skill. When time is accelerated, the pollution speed will also increase. This Khan actually chose this trick to win. God Khan won. As Khan threw the element core on the ground, the meteorite dragon on the field fell down. The reporters and the audience were overjoyed, but the next moment, Khan himself, his whole body turned black and trembled and half knelt down, reaching the end of his strength. Damn it, Khan was unwilling in his heart. If it weren't for that 11. It forcibly closed its mind, fainted with blurred consciousness, and handed over its purification task to the conferred God War Committee. The scene was silent again. Seeing that Khan and Yunmo both fell, everyone looked towards the rostrum for a moment. At this time, the Super God Rust said, although both sides have lost their combat capability, let's say Khan wins, Yunmo, who is ranked 3rd among our 177th Army recruits, has good strength and deserves commendation. Under the training of our army, Yunmo eats pollution sources containing top-level divine power as food every day, and has successfully refined a wisp of super god-level pollution source. It is not easy for Khan to fight to this point under pressure. Hearing Rust's words, President Sachi next to him said unkindly, Khan was seriously consumed in the conferred God War, otherwise, it would not have fallen down to deal with you, Yunmo. Really? Rust laughed and said, then, are there any players stronger than him? Our recruits are still waiting. Rust's words stumped President Sachi. Except for Khan, the conferred God War Committee did not notify other people in order not to affect other participating players. It's okay, we can wait, Rust said. Next, until the end of the conferred God War, our army will conduct a trial for new recruits here. We also welcome this contestant Khan. After he recovers, he can come and challenge again. After Rust finished speaking, the conferred God War contestants and spectators from various realms gritted their teeth. Whether it is the Meteor Clan or the Universe Overlord Legion, most people on King Kai's planet are naturally xenophobic. However, everyone also understands that the Universe Overlord Legion is extremely terrifying. Just a new recruit of the 177th Army is so strong. Although Khan does not have 2 time marks, he can tie with Khan. This meteor dragon is definitely in the top 3 of the conferred God War, and his limit is close to Khan and Hades. As a result, in Rust's mouth, this Meteor Inc. is only the 3rd-ranked recruit among the new recruits of the 177th Army of the Universe Overlord Legion? What a joke. This is normal. After all, it is the Meteor Clan. I don't know who is stronger between it and that pure world demon duck. There are also Beastmasters who have been on the battlefield, and their scalps are numb. The meteorites, Car, Abyss, Flame, Evil and other dozen or so polluted races are all the core races under the Dark King. Their racial strength is not necessarily worse than the top-ranked large races in the Starry Sky 10,000 races. Although they have no chance to participate in the 10,000 races ranking war held by King Kai because of their different factions, they can rely on more than a dozen races to fight against the Starry Sky 10,000 races of King Kai. These races under the Dark King are not likely to be fuel-saving lamps. The meteorites, Zerg, and cosmic giant beasts. Although these races are unknown among the Starry Sky 10,000 races, no one dares to say that they are weak. Where are the 11 great gods? At this time, the audience watching the Universe Overlord Legion's recruit trial thought of the 11 who defeated Khan. At this time, only the 11 great gods can win the arena set up by the Universe Overlord Legion. Go and invite the 11th god. Opponents of the conferred god battle who are matched with the 11th god, you should be sensible and admit defeat, so that the 11th god can spare time to challenge this arena, and the great god Lin, you can also invite him. The conferred god battle players and the audience were noisy. Some people also thought that 11 was in trouble. After all, 11 was able to beat Khan by self-harming. It's okay to win a game in this state, but it's probably difficult to win 3 games in a row. On the other hand, in the Epic Square, Khan was defeated and carried away. No one dared to challenge him again. It's not that they don't have the courage, but they know that they can't win if they go up. Next, it will continue to defend the arena. At this time, Rust Super God raised the bone finger under the wizard's robe and pointed at the meteorite ink on the arena, where the elemental core was crushed. The next moment, Yunmo's elemental core recovered, and the body that was broken apart also gathered again on the elemental core. In just a few seconds, this giant dragon of the meteorite tribe regained its peak posture of 5 or 6 meters when it just appeared, and its status was instantly restored. Thank you, Lord Rust. It knelt and saluted to the super god Rust, and then stood up and looked at the various players of the conferred god war hidden in the audience. That guy is quite capable, but I can only rank 3rd among the new recruits of the 177th Army. Beating me doesn't mean anything. Who else? The giant dragon of the meteorite tribe shouted. He was quite dissatisfied with Khan's behavior of forcibly defeating him at the cost of his body being polluted. I'll do it. At this moment, a laugh came from somewhere in the audience. Shiyu looked at the epic plaza ring with a smile on his face. Under the attention of the crowd, Shiyu flew to the ring with telekinesis and looked at the meteorite dragon opposite. I'm Shiyu. Shiyu appeared on the stage, and in an instant, all the cameras locked on him, and then the audience was confused. Who is this? Few people knew Shiyu. It's him. However, some people, such as Captain Zijin and Chairman Sachi on the rostrum, were stunned and looked incredulous. 11. Beast Tamer. In a certain realm, the purple-skinned caveman of the Refining Star clan was one of the few players who knew that the 11 gods had beast tamers and contractors. However, it did not reveal the information about its friend. At this time, seeing the beast tamer of 11 appear, the purple-skinned caveman knew that this meteorite dragon was doomed. You all know him. Rust saw that Chairman Sachi and Captain Zijian were quite surprised by the appearance of Shiyu, and immediately asked curiously. This Captain Zijian didn't even know Khan, who was said to be the first in the conferred God War, but he knew this human. Moreover, President Sachi seemed to be surprised. However, Rust could feel that most people at the scene were not very familiar with Shiyu, and seemed very unfamiliar with him. Of course. I know him. A good archaeologist. Zijian gritted her teeth. What did it mean that Shiyu showed up here? Did this guy Shiyu want to take the super god stone by himself? Zijian had a bad expression. If Shiyu wanted to take the super god stone, what could she use to trade with Shiyu? But, she soon breathed a sigh of relief. This Shiyu was a young and fearless man. The recruits of the 177th Army were among the best among the recruits of the major legions of the Universe Overlord Legion. Shiyu could not possibly beat them. If he wanted to get it for free, no way. Well, his pet performed well in the conferred god battle, and it can be regarded as a potential newcomer this year, President Sachi also said vaguely. I see. Super God Rust continued to look at the arena quietly. At this time, Shiyu, under the gaze of Yunmo, smiled and summoned his pets. In the beast control space, pets raised their hands frantically to sign up. There is naturally no need to go up with this kind of opponent. A one-on-one fight can win, not to mention Shiyu's amplification, which makes it even more stable. At this time, Shiyu didn't bring all his pets. He only brought a few that had no competition for the time being, such as 11 and Susu, who were all out. Otherwise, the opponents of the Yun clan, 11 and Susu, would definitely rush to play. The former would definitely want to taste the other party and see how he compares with Yunmo, and the latter would definitely want to purify this unclean dragon. Duck, in the beast control space, Yaya signed up hard, saying that she would take over the task of big sister Susu, and she also has rich experience in fighting dragons. Roar, Xiaoji also signed up hard, saying that she has rich experience in anti-pollution, and asked big brother Chong Chong to teach Yaya a lesson. Okay, let's go with Xiaoji. Yeah, you have a game in the afternoon. Xiaoji finished playing in the morning. Let it come. Shiyu thought about it and pulled out Xiaoji. The summoning diagram suddenly emanated a terrifying dragon power, accompanied by materialized deterrence, and a roar resounded throughout the venue. Roar, a domineering and extremely powerful world-destroying dragon ascended the field, looking at the dragon's gaze that looked down on the world, and looked at a meteorite dragon. At this moment, the two dragons appeared on the stage, and the whole audience was shocked. Fuck, isn't this the world-destroying dragon ranked 10th on the strongest newcomer list? I remember that when the box god was taking inventory, he said that the world-destroying dragon was a mechanical life, so there must be a mechanic. This person is the mechanic of the world-destroying dragon. Wait, isn't it 9th? Why is it 10th? Master Lin must be able to enter the top 10. I kicked Bian Shuang, the son of the demon emperor, out, and the status of the world-destroying dragon automatically declined. SHH, be careful of Bian Shuang coming to chop you down. However, the newcomer ranked 10th, can it do it? Even if it ranks ahead of Bian Shuang, this giant dragon of the Meteorite clan is obviously at the level of the top 3 in the conferred god war. No, I don't know. The state of the world-destroying dragon counted by the great god box should not be enhanced by the mechanic. Now fighting with the mechanic, maybe it can be stronger. Originally, those who didn't know who Shiyu was, at this moment, seeing Xiaoji being summoned, instantly gave Shiyu an identity. The mechanic of the world-destroying dragon. It turns out that he is not an unknown person. Come on. However, the giant dragon of the Meteorite clan didn't care who the opponent was. Its dark pupils stared at Xiaoji. In an instant, the arena was filled with black radiation waves again, spreading to the surroundings. Faced with this situation, Shiyu floated up, and it seemed that he had no intention of intervening in the battle. The next moment, Xiaoji walked towards the giant dragon of the Meteorite clan step by step. When the Meteorite dragon saw this scolding dragon ignoring the contaminated radiation and walking straight towards it, its eyes couldn't help but become stern, and it intensified the intensity of the contaminated radiation, spreading it crazily. Boom! The sky was full of black light, covering the world-destroying dragon's Xiaoji. Seeing this, the conferred god war contestants who were watching the battle were startled. Wait, why is this world-destroying dragon just standing there, not hiding or blocking? Even Khan was so careful that he didn't dare to touch the contaminated radiation. After touching it, he immediately used moves to prevent his own pollution from worsening and used skills to purify it. How come this world-destroying dragon just stepped on it directly? Roar. A large amount of polluted radiation attacked, and Zyagi did not dodge or block it. The main reason was that he was slow in movement and the venue was so small that he could not hide even if he wanted to. The reason why he was so confident was that when he was fighting with Ya, he had already figured out a way to restrain pollution. Buzz! The pollution source attacked, and in an instant, Zyagi's whole body was corroded, black arcs appeared on his body, the color of his skin began to change, and his pupils gradually became irritable. This scene shocked the audience. They didn't know what Zyagi was thinking. After being polluted, the problem became big. First, he would lose his mind, not recognize his relatives, and even attack the Beastmaster. Then, according to the contract, the Beastmaster would also be infected by the spirit, until both parties were assimilated and polluted into the Meteor clan and controlled by the enemy. It can be said that it is a very difficult force. But the next moment, Zyagi's roar made all the audience, including Rust, the super god, a little unable to hold it. Roar, as long as I don't have intelligence and reason, I won't be affected by the pollution source. Zyagi endured the pollution, his eyes turned red, and he entered the state of reverse-scale rampage. The power of destruction rushed to his brain, and he entered a state of not recognizing his relatives in exchange for an increase in strength. He sacrificed his intelligence one step ahead of time and used the method he was more familiar with to resist the radiation power of the Meteorite clan. Fighting poison with poison is the way he deals with Ya. In addition, Roar, such a weak pollution force, even the antivirus system that the mechanic loaded for me can't break it. Zyagi roared, and the next moment, some of the radiation that entered his body was instantly discharged, which surprised the audience. This Yunmo feeds on top-level pollution sources, and even swallowed super god pollution sources. What antivirus system can block this kind of pollution? They looked at Shiyu. Could it be that this is a mechanic who specializes in detecting and killing viruses? Shiyu pondered and felt a gaze, but this mechanic was not him, but Lin, ashamed. At this time, Yunmo just couldn't believe that there was a life that could withstand his own pollution and rush towards him without any impact. You know, even Khan before couldn't do it. I am the overlord of the earth. Zyagi rushed towards it under Yunmo's stunned expression, and condensed a solar meteorite sword filled with solar magma in his hand. With a bang, he struck the body of this Yunmo, splitting his body into two. Roar! Yunmo screamed, and his body recovered quickly, increasing the intensity of pollution, but the world-destroying dragon on the opposite side seemed to be still unaffected, which affected Yunmo's mentality. Impossible, it smashed Zyagi with its dragon claws, and Zyagi slashed at it with a sword, and Yunmo was instantly smashed away again. How could it be compared with the brute force of Zyagi, a madman who is out of control? This does not mean that Zyagi is stronger than Khan. It is purely that he encountered restraint again and encountered Zyagi, who has rich experience in anti-pollution. The opponent is unlucky. In a blink of an eye, the audience saw a crazy dragon chasing another poisonous dragon. For a moment, the audience fell into deep thought. Why does it feel that this world-destroying dragon is more powerful than Khan? Zijian, Rust, Chairman Sachi and others all had their eyelids twitching. 10 minutes later, Zyagi was still mad and panting. He had no chance to show his ability in the conferred god battle, but this time, he directly chopped the genius of the Yun clan to pieces. On the opposite side, that the body of a meteorite was broken, and the elemental core was directly knocked out, and cracks appeared again. Throughout the whole process, Shiyu floated on the opposite side, wearing a protective suit, hugging his chest, and watching the battle quietly. At this moment, Captain Zijian was dumbfounded. Chairman Sachi also fell into deep thought. He knew that Shiyu was a mysterious guy, very fierce, and had connections with 11 and the others, but this battle was completely beyond his expectations. Is this world-destroying dragon so fierce? In a ward, Minggu and Khan, who was sent in, also looked at the battle scene on the screen on the wall in a daze. Khan, is the pollution power of that guy really strong? Why do I feel that this world-destroying dragon is not afraid at all, and why were you so cowardly at that time? Minggu looked at Khan. Why do I feel that if it were my turn this year, I could beat you? Do you think your record is so good? Khan, who had just been purified, looked at the ceiling and didn't want to think about anything. He felt that this conferred god war was targeting him everywhere. In a blink of an eye, how come a 10th newcomer had a better record than him? Immortality. I can reincarnate in the heavens. Author, Blackheart Master. The following is a brief introduction to the work. After traveling through time and space, he finally passed the imperial examination and became an official after going through hardships. But was unexpectedly framed by his superiors and thrown into prison. Unexpectedly, after the bridal chamber, he awakened the Kunlun mirror and reincarnated to cultivate immortality. He can use Tao fruit to solidify his fate and prove it forever. He uses the copy world as a way to avoid disasters and calamities, and the real world avoids disasters and prolongs happiness. The first life, he became a disciple of the Shianda who took Antiquing as his important task, and condensed the red fate, ye thief, doing righteous things. Just like a mantis with arms raised, he was favored by great fortune. Facing the threat of the court, he has a chance to avoid disasters. He became a disciple of the Taoist priest of Longman School, learned the method of corpse resolving immortals, and condensed the Emperor's purple fate. Underground Lord, the third-class scattered ghosts of the underworld are the beginning of the corpse reincarnation immortals. Second life, tentative. Chapter 577, a world where only Zijian was hurt. Thank you, the meteorite dragon fell, and the world-destroying dragon won. Shiyu did not increase his strength or intervene in the whole process. Yunmo, a new recruit of the Universe Overlord Corps, was suppressed by the world-destroying dragon and was unable to breathe. He was either breaking or recovering. This guy was indeed very strong and very difficult to fight. Even the ferocious Zioji fought for a long time. Roar, on the field, Zioji gradually regained his clarity and roared to crush the ground. The audience looked at the world-destroying dragon in fear. Its ferocity just now made the audience, like the meteorite dragon, unable to breathe. They could only concentrate on its brutal attack. This mechanical phantom beast is not simple. It can ignore the radiation and will of the meteorite tribe for such a long time. Shiyu is really daring. Several times I thought that the world-destroying dragon was going to turn around and beat him, Lin Feng said. He is at the end of Shiyu's team. I thought he was so weak. How can he be so powerful even if he is ranked 10th? Kong Di said, it can be simple to successfully integrate the dark side of the ancestor dragon in the demigod realm. As the saying goes, the mechanical department is the crystallization of all the wisdom of the mechanic. There are so many monsters in Shiyu's team, and this world-destroying dragon can't be weak as long as it inherits a little talent from each teammate. Moreover, Shiyu is not daring. He should have enough confidence to deal with the runaway Zioji. Lin Feng laughed and said, that's right. His main talent is telepathy, and his connection with pets is deeper than that of ordinary beastmasters. Maybe he can wake up his pets at any time. Even if he can't wake them up, Shiyu still has a bunch of powerful pets. Even if he fights, he should be able to wake up this runaway world-destroying dragon. He can play this tactic casually, and he doesn't have to worry about the backlash of his pets. Su is a matter of purification. The two of them looked at the super god skeleton Rust, wanting to see the expression of this super god level strongman now. At this time, the super god Rust was very surprised. He didn't expect that Yunmo would lose so badly. He spent a lot of effort to snatch this genius of the Yun clan from other legions. His own recruits were defeated again, and Rust didn't say anything. From the perspective of King Kai, President Sachi wanted to defeat the 177th Army with force and let them leave in disgrace. But from Rust's perspective, it doesn't matter whether the three recruits win or lose. A big win will show the strength of the Universe Overlord Army, thereby attracting more geniuses. A loss will also show that there are more evil geniuses on King Kai. At that time, through the A-level mission token, the two sides will establish contact, and there will be many opportunities to recruit in the future. If they can successfully recruit, the 177th Army will still not lose. Therefore, this exchange is an open conspiracy, and they will not lose anyway. You are not bad, Rust said, but can it still fight? Do you want to continue to challenge? At this time, Rust asked directly. Seeing that Shiyu did not make a move throughout the whole process, it did not know whether Shiyu had the means to restore the small machine state. Continue to challenge, Shiyu said. When Shiyu finished speaking, the scene was instantly in an uproar. Countless players and audiences in the conferred god battle only felt that this Shiyu who suddenly appeared was so fierce and awesome. Moreover, the 10th ranked world-destroying dragon was so awesome, which was completely unexpected. So, The top 10 rookies on the list have the strength to kill Khan? Xiaoji, come back. Just when the audience thought that Shiyu was going to use some beast-controlling talent to restore Xiaoji's status, Shiyu made another move. He actually took back Xiaoji, who was roaring on the ring, and took it back to the beast-controlling space, and seemed to summon a brand new pet. The next opponent is up to you. This time, it was a short-legged cat that looked like a white munchkin cat that appeared on the field. As soon as the short-legged cat appeared, it looked around fiercely and watched the people from the Universe Overlord Legion drag the meteorite dragon away. Xiaoji, Yaye and others are pets in the team with poor sustained combat capabilities. After Xiaoji finished a fight, Shiyu judged that it might be a bit unrealistic for it to fight two opponents of this level in a row unless he assisted it, so he recalled it to the purification lake in the beast-controlling space to take a bath. However, because Xiaoji's full-strength fighting style was too reckless and his body was dirty now, Shiyu didn't really want to assist it. Instead, he recalled the short-legged cat that was also eager to try for the next round of battle. The strength of the short-legged cat is okay. Without the power of faith, it is not as good as Xiaoji and Ye. However, in the Krypton Gold state of the Four Saints Relic's epical faith power amplification, Xiaoji and Ye will definitely not be able to beat it. When the newcomers counted, Beihu and Xuanwu were directly ranked in the top 5, which basically shows how terrible the short-legged cats are who can mobilize the power of epical faith without pressure. Miao Shiyu summoned the short-legged cat. This small move was nothing in Shiyu's eyes, but it fell into the eyes of most people who were paying attention to this recruit trial, which made them drop their jaws. Everyone looked at the summoned short-legged cat and fell into deep thought. At the scene, someone raised his arm tremblingly, pointed at the short-legged cat, and said, This guy, how can he look so much like the Time Master ranked 5th among the top 10 supernovas? This is not alike, it's clearly the same one. Someone compared it and exclaimed. Wait, the Lord of Time. Shiyu. Shizhi. Damn, it's definitely correct. Its name is related to this Shiyu. Wait a minute, the 10th supernova, the world-destroying dragon, and the 5th Lord of Time, are both Shiyu's pets. What is the origin of this Shiyu, and who is he? Does anyone know? His pet is so strong, and it's not a one-on-one, he actually contracted 2 super pets. Why didn't he summon them together just now, but summon them individually? Could it be that he gave himself some strange rules of the gods contract, where he can only summon 1 pet at a time, but the strength of the pet present is enhanced? Otherwise, why let the pets sign up separately? I still don't understand. Isn't Shiyu a mechanic? But I remember that the Lord of Time majored in the power of faith, right? Isn't this the training system? When the crowd was talking, a nobleman passed by and almost couldn't control his surging emotions. This was Yuan Shuang, the son of the Demon Emperor. He wanted to leave the King Kai city, but when he heard about the arrival of the Universe Overlord Legion, he planned to stay for a few more days. Unexpectedly, he was completely expelled from the top 10 supernovas today. He was originally ranked 10th, but with the rise of Lin, he was directly squeezed out in the eyes of passers-by. Who is this person? Is he also the son of a super god? But I have never heard of the super god surnamed Shi. Tian Shang looked at Shiyu and the short-legged cat, and was also very incredible. After Khan was defeated just now, he gave up the idea of challenging the Universe Overlord army, but he did not expect that this Shiyu who suddenly appeared was so strong and easily did what he thought was impossible. Rust heard the exclamations of the audience, and he said, "Do Zhe, you come." As Rust's voice fell, a fiery red ant-man came out from the soldiers of the 177th Army. In addition to the human-like body, it has the characteristics of an ant all over its body. The shell is like a red armor. Compared with the meteorite ink just now, it looks very ordinary. However, after careful observation, some old-fashioned gods suddenly felt terrified. Crimson ants. It's actually crimson ants. In addition to the Meteor Clan, the Universe Overlord Legion also did not spare the star insects. After seeing this ant-man, countless gods could not sit still. Senior, what are crimson ants? An inexperienced newcomer asked the old gods, and those old gods who knew about the star insects said solemnly, there are a total of 13 alien species in the supergroup of star alien insects. These 13 alien species are not like those ordinary alien insects that swallow everything. They only devour specific lives. These specific lives are more in line with their evolutionary needs and can make them stronger. For star alien insects, Sometimes it does not mean that the more and higher level the food they eat, the more powerful they will evolve. The evolutionary diet that suits them is the most important. The ancestors of these 13 alien species have reached the peak of the super god level and left behind the best evolutionary diet. Therefore, they can be said to be the nobles among the star alien insects. The red ant is one of the 13 alien insect nobles. By the way, I forgot to tell you that the diet of the red ant is human beastmasters, and human beastmasters who have signed a contract with themselves. A red ant basically has to eat 10 god-level beastmasters who have signed a contract with itself, or 1000 level 9 beastmasters, before it can break through to the god level. Once it breaks through, the weakest is also a high-level god combat power, the old senior said to the younger generation. This is a race that likes to eat people. Moreover, they are very strong. In addition to their native race skills, they also master 2 top-level rules and magical skills, the rules of power and control. The top-level power and defense rules almost temper their bodies to the extreme, close to the cosmic beasts, and are the strongest warriors of the Zerg. It's strange to say that taking humans as a diet actually increases strength and defense, not wisdom. This diet is really strange. In a short moment, the horror of the red ants that eat contractors spread all over the internet. At the scene, President Sachi naturally recognized the red ants and couldn't help but say, "Captain Rust, your 177th Legion, you didn't go to the filthy land and the Zerg mother nest before returning to King Kai? Don't tell me that your last recruit is a cosmic beast." The filthy land and the Zerg mother nest are the names of the territories of the Universe Emperor, the Dark King, and the Universe Emperor, the Queen of the alien insects on King Kai. It means the same as the Universe Sea. We, the 177th Legion, can't afford to support the cosmic beasts, Captain Rust said calmly, which was considered a denial. Is this little ant the second strongest recruit among the new recruits of the 177th Army this time? President Sachi asked with narrowed eyes. Yes, it depends on whether you can defeat it again, Rust said. As Rust finished speaking, the red ant Uzhe walked towards the short cat in front of him step by step. Its mouth moved, and it felt that Shiyu's breath behind the dwarf cat was very fragrant. It wanted to sign a contract with Shiyu very much, but before that, it had to deal with this cat first. Wait a minute, the look in this red ant's eyes. It doesn't want to eat Shiyu, does it? I think so. Damn, how come the new recruits of the 177th Army are more terrifying than each other, and they are all as scary as monsters, but it should be okay. The Lord of Time ranks before the world-destroying dragon. Even if this red ant is strong, the Lord of Time must be stronger. When the audience was paying attention to the battle, they found that the eyes of the red ant were getting more and more terrifying. It was the eyes that could not be controlled to look at the prey. This look alone transcended the live broadcast and made a group of humans, and even the newly promoted god-level beastmasters, feel palpitations. Meow, but suddenly, a voice quickly attracted people's attention from the red ant. The short time master stood on the ring, staring at the red ant with greedy eyes, with infinite murderous intent. His white hair had exploded, and the murderous aura that had materialized turned into waves and permeated the dwarf cat. And, you are looking for death. After feeling that the red ant had strong evil thoughts towards Shiyu, the dwarf cat felt so bad that the murderous aura could not help but spread out. The hostility of the opponent who regarded Shiyu as food had exceeded the limit that the dwarf cat could accept. On the opposite side, the red ant also instantly felt the murderous intention of the dwarf cat, and couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. The momentum is good, but, no buts, little ant, you made my cat angry, and the consequences are serious. Shiyu felt the anger of the dwarf cat and couldn't help but smile slightly. He once again crossed his arms around his chest and looked at the venue with interest. Because the dwarf cat's mental fluctuations were too strong, Shiyu's mental fluctuations also resonated with it. Boom. There was also a terrifying killing intent, blooming from Shiyu. Shiyu's pupils almost suddenly turned into the tyrannical pupils of a wild beast, emitting a terrifying momentum, which shocked the red ant's heart. The next moment, the white and gold aura permeated the venue, and a strong power of faith burst out from the body of the dwarf cat. A huge metal statue directly materialized outside the body of the dwarf cat. This was a humanoid statue wearing armor, which was extremely majestic. It can be seen that Shiyu's appearance was outlined. This was the peak of the skill that the dwarf cat could show by combining its own faith, as well as the skills of gold control, white tiger armor, and punishment of white tiger. It was also a move that responded to its spiritual appeal. Under the gaze of the red ant, the palms of this huge Shiyu statue directly slapped the red ant like slapping a mosquito, as if it wanted to hold it in its palm with compassion. The red ant's heart trembled again, and its legs burst with power, trying to dodge this move, but the punishment power that exploded in its heart and detonated its evil thoughts directly caused the red ant to suffer severe mental pain, missing the best opportunity to escape. Boom! With a sound, the statue crushed the red ant in its palm, and a violent sound like a planet exploding suddenly spread from the inside of its palm, spreading to all directions. "It's okay, it just dared to think about it, and spare its life," Shiyu said. Meow! With a cat's cry, the statue's palms separated, and an ant-man who was flattened, his body was deformed, and bleeding from all 7 orifices fell from the sky with empty eyes. Bang! And fell to the ground. Shiyu sighed slightly. Cats, they are getting more and more fierce. Shiyu instantly regretted summoning cats. It and the turtles are really a waste of money. Compared with the value of the burned faith power and the prize, Shiyu couldn't judge for a moment. Well, the opponent's prize should be more expensive, but in the next game, he couldn't use the cat. He came to make money, not to lose money. Crack! The metal statue collapsed, and the figure of the short-legged cat appeared again. He looked at the flattened ant-man and ran back to rub Shiyu's trouser legs. Meow! Dare to be hostile to Shiyu, die? This guy dares to be so arrogant even though he is not even 11 in attack and defense. Another battle ended. It ended so quickly that almost everyone at the scene was stunned. What just now? Is it a talent for controlling beasts? Everyone found that Shiyu and the short-legged cat had entered a special state, which greatly increased the strength of the short-legged cat. Just now, when Zaichi fought a bloody battle with Yunmo, Shiyu didn't make a move. People were curious about Shiyu's ability to control beasts, and now, Shiyu seemed to have increased a little bit. Just a little bit, directly made countless viewers stay in front of the screen. Minggu, what was that just now? In the ward, Joe Yakon was still looking forward to the battle, but when he saw the red ant being killed in an instant, he was stunned. What a joke! Isn't the strength of this Shiyu a bit outrageous? It's okay that his pet is so strong, but the strength that bursts out after he amplifies his pet is also so terrifying? It should be a variant of telepathy talent. This Shiyu has a very high degree of development of telepathy talent, Minggu said. The increase is almost several times that of the enhanced talents of the same level. He was also extremely shocked. Damn, what's going on with this year's conferred god battle? Originally, he thought that he, Minggu, 11, Chitong and others were the strongest competitors for the championship. Later, he thought it was Lin. As a result, now, where did this Shiyu come from? He actually contracted 2 of the 10 supernovas and he himself is so powerful. At the recruit trial, the crushing defeat of the Crimson Ants made a mixed-blooded human beast master in the army jump his eyelids. He was the first recruit of the 177th Army. However, although his strength was stronger than Yunmo and Du Zhichi, it was not so outrageous that he could kill them instantly. He relied on the cooperation between himself and his pets. But what happened to Shiyu? He felt that even if he went up, he would be crushed by Shiyu. On the rostrum, Chairman Sachi's mouth twitched. Just now, he was also shocked. When he reacted, the Crimson Ants were gone. Shiyu. This Shiyu did a great job. Chairman Sachi was delighted. Now, the Universe Overlord Army should admit defeat. Next to him, Captain Zijian has not come back to his senses yet. Wait? What's going on? Shiyu defeated 2 opponents? Only 1 step away from the Super God Stone? Something is wrong. Why is this Shiyu so strong? She originally thought that Shiyu could not defeat the new recruits of the 177th Army, and she was a little panicked. Such a pure power of epic faith? Is this the White Tiger Evolver? Rust was also surprised. He remembered that Shiyu was an archaeologist praised by even Zijian. If the mechanical department is benchmarked against mechanics, then the epic faith department is naturally benchmarked against archaeologists. This Shiyu is actually a double genius. You won again, Rust said super godly, and his words made the audience twitch their mouths. This Shiyu, what a monster. Yes, I will continue to challenge. Next, it should be the strongest recruit, Shiyu said. There is no need for that, Rust said. He is not your opponent, Shiyu, right? You are very good. You can take all 3 rewards for breaking through the ring. Shiyu was shocked and looked at this kind-looking big skeleton. Is it true? The Universe Overlord Corps is really rich. After dealing with the Blue Star issue, he really wants to join them to have some fun. For Shiyu, he is not familiar with King Kai, so he will naturally go with whoever gives more benefits, hoping to work part-time. Shiyu, is a part-time emperor. Chairman Sachi was also startled, and suddenly realized that Rust had already begun to show his favor to Shiyu. Next to him, Zijian was dumbfounded. What? It's given to Shiyu now? Wait, you are the first recruit, are you so bad? Go and try it. How can you just give it to him? This is against the rules, Zijian said. Shiyu, they deserve this treatment, Rust Super God said calmly, and suddenly remembered that Shiyu was an archaeologist praised by Zijian. Their 177th army was in need of excellent archaeologists. Isn't this ready-made? If Shiyu is really that good, with Shiyu, they don't have to care about Zijian anymore. Zijian? At this moment, the whole audience was shocked. Unexpectedly, the super god of the Universe Overlord Corps directly admitted defeat and admitted that their recruits were not as good as Shiyu. Among the recruits of the 177th Army, the human Beastmaster didn't know what to say, because he admitted that he could never bear the attack of Shiyu and the dwarf cat just now. Why? The strongest recruit gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that there would be such a monster on King Kai's planet. Then we should obey your orders. There's indeed no one below the god realm who can match me. Shiyu smiled and didn't feel that he was wrong. How? Rust looked at the arrogant Shiyu and said with a smile. He just liked such geniuses. The trial ends here. Rust stood up and left without paying attention to Chairman Sachi and Captain Zijian. He was very satisfied to find a genius of Shiyu's level. He felt that the trip was worthwhile and it was not a loss. As for whether he could dig up Shiyu, Rust did not think he would fail. Their Space Overlord Corps had never failed in what they wanted to do. Chairman Sachi also stood up. No matter what, Shiyu had one face for King Kai. Although Shiyu entered the side of the 177th Army, the other party would definitely try to poach him, but this wave was not a loss. Next, they just had to ensure that Shiyu would not be poached by the Space Overlord Corps. Shiyu, this Shiyu is so strong. I think that 11, Rin, and Akame, can't defeat the two new stars of the contract, and Shiyu is so strong that he can explode. Maybe he will be the champion of this conferred god battle. Some spectators trembled as they watched Shiyu defeat a powerful fleet of the Universe Overlord Legion, and they became Shiyu's supporters and fans. Rust was happy, Sachi was happy, the audience was happy to see the Universe Overlord Legion being driven away, and Shiyu was about to get a lot of resources, and they were also happy. Only Captain Zijian, who was still sitting on the rostrum, looked at Shiyu below, fell into deep thought, and clenched his fists. What the hell? Where is my super godstone? Where is my cultivation fruit? Chapter 578 The Gaze of the Four Holy Gods. Mr. Shiyu, this is your reward for breaking through the ring. In the hall of the 177th Legion fleet, Shiyu took over a space equipment from a tall undead whose strength was unknown. The most valuable reward here is the A-level mission token, which can specify our 177th fleet to serve you a mission that does not exceed the difficulty of A-level. What is the standard of this A-level? Shiyu asked. The tall undead smiled kindly and said, the standard of A-level mission can be regarded as influencing the direction of a war without super god-level combat power, or, Mr. Shiyu, you want to become the lord of a mid-level planet. Our 177th fleet can help Mr. Shiyu conquer this planet. The life on the planet will become your slaves, everything on the planet will become your treasure, and you will be the master of this planet. Of course, the premise is that it does not involve the existence of super gods. I understand. Shiyu suddenly realized that the gold content of this A-level mission token, although it sounds lame, is quite terrible. For example, Blue Star. Blue Star is a mid-level planet. With this token, Shiyu can completely ask the 177th Army to capture the Blue Star of the mythology era. After all, there were no super gods on the Blue Star of the mythology era. Of course, Shiyu analyzed that the 177th Army should not be able to take this task. After the investigation, they should refuse, thinking that this exceeds the difficulty of Class A. Although Blue Star is also an intermediate planet, it is a quasi-advanced planet in the eyes of the people of Kangdi and others, and cannot be generalized with other intermediate planets. Just like Kangdi's Zuinkong star, it is also an intermediate planet, but Zuinkong star has not bred even a top-level native god so far. However, There are many top gods bred on Blue Star, even the first dragon and phoenix of Blue Star, such as Zulong and Yuanfeng, who are at their peak strength. They should have perfect god combat power and are the best among the top gods, with the strength to compete with super gods for a short time. Otherwise, if there is no such strength, how could Blue Star win when the 3 super gods invaded Blue Star? Although the 3 super gods also fought and consumed each other, if the peak combat power of Blue Star was just ordinary top gods, it would definitely not last that long. At least there should be 5 perfect gods. The 3 super gods were all lost on Blue Star. It is hard to say whether the 177th Army and the super god fleet can take down Blue Star. When it is useful, I will ask for help from the 177th fleet. However, Shiyu still felt that this token should be of great use in the future. Okay, the tall undead said. There was no wooing or poaching as Shiyu imagined. After the 177th fleet gave him the resources as a reward, it directly let Shiyu leave on his own, which gave Shiyu a very good feeling. However, when Shiyu came out, Zijian stood directly outside the hall, looking at Shiyu with a faint gaze. Ahem. Captain Zijian, Shiyu said, you are here too. What a coincidence. Shiyu put away his space equipment and said with a smile, I will take this super god stone myself, so I won't bother Captain Zijian. By the way, it doesn't matter if you don't have the super god stone now. I can prepare the fruits of cultivation for you first, and you can pay me later. Huh? Zijian was stunned and said, are you sure? Of course. Shiyu said, I still trust Captain Zijian. Okay. Captain Zijian's mood instantly became much happier. He looked at Shiyu more favorably and said, I will find you a few super god stones as soon as possible. In addition, if that big skeleton wants you to join the 177th Army, don't go. I can give double what they can give. You might as well come to me. Although the Zijian Special Forces does not have super gods, its treatment is equivalent to the regular super god fleet, and there are fewer people and more resources to be allocated. You know what I mean. Zijian is very confident in this regard. Understood. Shiyu wanted Captain Zijian to keep his voice down, as this was someone else's territory. Then I'll wait for your cultivation fruit, Captain Zijian said with a smile, and then turned and left. Shiyu wanted to leave Epic Square, but found that people were waiting for him one after another. Chairman Sachi also blocked Shiyu's way out. Chairman Sachi, Shiyu said. Yohi. Chairman Sachi stroked his beard and smiled. Young man, you did a good job. The 177th Fleet is the elite fleet of the Universe Overlord Corps. The new recruits they recruit are all elites recruited from all over the universe. I didn't expect that there was a little monster like you hidden in the conferred God War. You almost hid it from me, an old man, Chairman Sachi said, pretending to know Shiyu for the first time. Shiyu smiled awkwardly. It just happened. We restrained the other party, Chairman Sachi muttered in his heart. Why didn't he believe it? 177 Fleet, did they say anything to you? No, they just gave me the promised reward, Chairman Sachi said. Well, then do you know the purpose of their trip to Kinkai? Shiyu said. Let's have a friendly exchange and discussion. Chairman Sachi smiled and said, if the Universe Overlord Army recruits you, what will you choose? Shiyu's heart twitched. This old man is quite nosy. What else can he choose? Ask about salary. Without waiting for Shiyu to answer, Chairman Sachi laughed and said, forget it, how to choose is your business. Just remember, no matter where you go, don't become the enemy of Kinkai. There are too many powerful people from Kinkai who join the Universe Overlord Army, and it is impossible to manage them. For this kind of thing, Kinkai only needs to ensure that those who walk out of Kinkai will not point their swords at Kinkai itself in the end. Although the Universe Overlord Corps is a troublemaker in interstellar wars, Kinkai will also be happy if it is the polluted land or the Zerg hive. As long as you don't become the enemy of Kinkai in the interstellar battlefield, there will be no problem. There are many factions in the Universe Overlord Corps. Some are close to Kinkai, some are close to the Dark King Corps, and some are close to the Zerg. There are also open and secret struggles within. If the Universe Overlord Corps is really a complete enemy of Kinkai, Kinkai will not let the other party enter and leave the planet freely. Of course, this does not mean that the official forces of Kinkai are willing to see the geniuses of this planet defect to other forces. It's just that from the perspective of Chairman Sachi, he is just an old man who has retired to an idle position. What about Shiyu? He doesn't need to spend that effort. As far as he knows, the purifying star spirit Susu is also Shiyu's pet. and is the focus of the Environmental Protection Association. The storm battleship Lin is also Shiyu's pet, and is the focus of the Space Disaster Research Institute. These forces will definitely find a way to keep Shiyu on King Kai and offer him sufficiently superior conditions. As an irrelevant old man, he will not get involved. King Kai is my second home, and I will naturally not become the enemy of King Kai, Shiyu smiled. Among the 5 major forces in the universe, the only ones you can rely on are King Kai and the Universe Overlord Core. The 3 parties, the polluted land, the Zerg Nest, and the Giant Beast Empire, have invaded Blue Star and are the mortal enemies of Blue Star. Naturally, he cannot rely on these 3 forces. This is also the reason why the Blue Star gods, the Sky Emperor, and Lin Feng who entered the universe chose to join King Kai. The environment here on King Kai is the most suitable for sustainable development. Okay, I look forward to your performance in the conferred god battle. The old man will wait for the day when you challenge for the championship. Chairman Sachi also left and directly determined that Shiyu would definitely win the first place. Outside the Epic Square. When Shiyu came out, Kongdi and Lin Feng escorted Shiyu back home. At Shiyu's residence, the 5 super gods of Blue Star had been waiting for a long time. They were quite silent. They had an understanding of Shiyu's ability to harvest resources and make trouble. At the same time, it also made the 5 of them realize how precious Shiyu was. The geniuses recruited from all over the starry sky by the elite fleet under the command of the Universe Overlord were not Shiyu's enemies at all. Although they were not even close, seeing that the genius who came out of the mother planet had such strength, the 5 super gods were actually a little proud in their hearts, as if they saw their high-spirited appearance when they were not afraid at the beginning. 5 seniors, after Shiyu came back, he looked at the 5 super gods with hope. Can you help me open a stone again? Cough. Kongdi and Lin Feng coughed dryly. It turned out that the 5 super gods of Blue Star came here to be the gods of stone opening tools, right? If the beasts of the 5 major gods knew that their ancestors were commanded by a quasi-god, their eyes would probably pop out. It can be opened, the Kirin tribe super god said after a silence. Thank you, seniors. But you may have to wait a while. We have arrived at King Kai City. A beautiful figure appeared at the teleportation point of King Kai City. It was the Jewel Cat teacher who came from Sky City. She was too eager to open the first super god stone and forgot to stack the buffs. Before planning to grab the super god stone this time, Shiyu specially invited the Jewel Cat to come. If she and Lin had stacked the buffs together, maybe the previous life that was opened could have a piece of clothing. Outside the teleportation point, the 11 who had finished the conferred god battle game, like big stars, fully disguised themselves to welcome the cat teacher. After the 2 sides met, they came to Shiyu's residence together. Are we waiting for her? The 5 super gods waited for the Jewel Cat girl for a long time. When the Jewel Cat girl arrived, she instantly received the attention of the 5 super gods. Gem Cat cursed Shiyu in her heart. Did Shiyu say that there were many fun and delicious things in King Kai City, so she came here? Why is it that now, the situation seems to be completely wrong? Hello, seniors. After Shiyu introduced the 5 super gods of Blue Star to Gem Cat's face became darker. This is the thing. Teacher Ying is the inheritor of the Kaixing clan. I want to open this super god stone with the power of her wish and the power of Lin's blessing, so that's it. The power of the Wind Killen clan's luck, plus the power of the Kaixing clan's wish, is a nearly perfect combination, the Killen clan super god said. However, the things inside this stone have long been a fait accompli, and they didn't appear randomly. Is it useful, just for comfort? Shiyu said with a smile. Anyway, it wasn't him who is working hard. I'm so stupid, really. Gem Cat now understood that she was called by Shiyu to work. Next, just like last time, the 5 super gods worked together to help Shiyu open the stone. 5 super god powers flowed to the super god stone. The next moment, dense cracks appeared on the outside of the super god stone. Then, everything collapsed. Shiyu took a deep breath and watched carefully. Compared with Shiyu's nervous mood, the 5 super gods were much calmer. At their level, they could remain calm no matter what the super god stone opened. After all, even the weakest super gods were not as wealthy as the peak god level people like Kongdi. What's more, the 5 great gods have been operating on King Kai for hundreds of millions of years. The wealth accumulated from generation to generation is huge. This is also the reason why Kangdi and Lin Feng have to rely on the 5 great gods to develop their mother planet. But after a moment, the super god stone was completely broken. This time, it was not a corpse, but a genuine super god level resource. Huh? This is a prismatic transparent crystal. When the super god stone is broken, the rich time power on it will be directly emitted. This, Kangdi was beside him and was immediately surprised. Time crystal, it's actually a time resource? Moreover, it's a quasi-level 12 time resource. The 5 super gods were stunned and looked at Lin and the gym cat. Could it be that wishing and luck really work? The previous super god stone opened a useless corpse. But this time, they made a fortune. 90% of the super god stones open super god level resources, so it is normal to open a level 11 energy crystal. But if it is an ordinary level 11 energy crystal, the value is just so-so, and it is the lowest value among the level 11 super god resources. However, the time crystal is different. There is a characteristic of high-level time resources, that is, the longer the time is left, the better the effect. At present, the time rule power contained in this time crystal gives everyone the feeling that it is close to the extreme quality and level of level 11 resources, and it can be said to be a quasi-level 12 resource. And the level 12 resource, also known as the universe's treasure, is a super treasure that can only be born naturally in the universe and cannot be manufactured later. For example, the source of transcendence is the universe's treasure. Therefore, when the rare 11th level time-related resources were opened, everyone instantly realized how lucky Shiyu was this time. The 5 super gods were fine, but Kangdi and Lin Feng almost drooled. They were so poor. Dividends, dividends. Mao Mao was also happy in her heart. Isn't it the best? Isn't it the best? At the same time, Qi and Shiyu's body was also quite touched. She felt that if she could absorb this time crystal, her level should be able to easily recover to the heyday. Maybe she even has the opportunity to reach the level of a perfect god. This resource, Shiyu said, it's from the time system, it's still a little useful, but it's a pity that it's not what I want most. It's better to get another epic creature corpse for me to study. It's not easy to mess with his own body, but if he gets a corpse of another epic creature, he can dissect and study it. Super gods? Is there something wrong with you, kid? However, soon, Shiyu also figured it out and was satisfied. He didn't know how difficult it would be to add points after he broke through the god level and his pet broke through the god level. The points added to the god skills would probably consume more terrifyingly. And if he had this time crystal, Shiyu estimated that he would give it to Qi instead of selling it for resources. With this, Qi should be able to quickly surpass his peak strength. At his peak, the time and space shuttle level was the mastery level of the god skills. If it can be upgraded to the perfect level, the ability to escape will definitely be stronger. At that time, the perfect god level time spirit will probably be able to slap the super god level in the face and make the opponent unable to catch it. This ability is very useful for Shiyu, whose name will spread throughout the Kai King Star. It can give Shiyu enough stable development space. Thinking of this, it is not a loss to open the time crystal. After all, the strong men of Blue Star cannot protect him anytime and anywhere, and he cannot always shrink in one place. The ability to escape when encountering danger should be there. Thank you, seniors. At this time, Shiyu looked at the time crystal and said with a smile, I will trouble you again next time when I have the super god stone. The 5 super gods. The matter of the universe overlord army has come to an end. In the next period of time, Shiyu, who got the meditation jade, began to practice in sleep. Meditation jade is a cultivation resource that can only trigger the effect during meditation. It originally requires the user to concentrate on meditation without distraction to use it. However, when the meditation jade touched the cultivation fruit, it was as if a bug was born. Shiyu took the meditation jade, ate the cultivation fruit, and began to sleep. The effects of the 2 cultivation resources were directly activated at the same time and complemented each other, allowing Shiyu's meditation speed to increase like a rocket. This feeling of rising levels while sleeping is actually no different from cheating. For ordinary people, they still have insomnia and excessive energy that make it impossible to fall asleep, but for Shiyu, Chong Chong hypnotizes him and Shen Bao Bao gives him a sleeping fruit, so that Shiyu can sleep for hundreds of years without any problem. Moreover, Shiyu, who has the talent of controlling his body, can also guarantee that he can perfectly control his mind to fall asleep, so as to have the best practice experience. The so-called good practice experience is that when you close your eyes and open them, you feel nothing, which is equivalent to the hard practice of others for several years. Shiyu feels that there is almost nothing better than this. This makes Shiyu have the idea of spending a lot of money to get more meditation jade, and then sleep to the peak of the god level after the game. During the time when Shiyu fell asleep to practice, the conferred god war was still going on in an orderly manner. Among them, each of the top 10 newcomers is like a monster, and they will kill in one blow in every game, no matter what opponent they meet. After a while, the top 16 came out. They are 11, the Insect of Imagination, Emperor Kanshin, Red Eye, Susu, Rin, World-Destroying Dragon, World-Purifying Demon Duck, Time Master, Super Holy Beast, and 6 other players. The other 6 players were all in the top 20 of the last conferred god war, but this time, no one thought they could survive a single move in front of the top 10 newcomers, and they had no sense of existence at all. After all, you have to know that the last of the top 10 newcomers, the World-Destroying Dragon, has the strength comparable to Khan, and this is when his mechanic Shiyu did not increase his power. It can be said that the emergence of the top 10 newcomers made the old audience of the conferred god war feel that this year's conferred god war is the darkest and most turbulent conferred god war in history. It is hard to see through and guess. But it is already imaginable how brutal the top 10 newcomers will be when they fight each other. The new duel list will be released soon. Guess. This time, the top 10 supernovas may finally meet each other. Let's guess who will win first place this year. Now, in all major realms, a bunch of dark casinos have bets on this conferred god battle, and batches of gamblers are betting with red eyes. The 11 gods must be first. Red Eyes is the best in the world. I guess the leader of time is first. His name must be the trump card of the great god Shiyu. The great god Shiyu has contracted 2 great pets, and has such strong confidence that he lets them sign up separately, and he himself does not play to assist. He must have a sure win. While people were guessing excitedly, the new duel list was released. Is the list out? The team competition was about to begin, and Shiyu, who had been immersed in cultivation for a long time, also opened his eyes comfortably. Now, both of his 2 beast-controlling spaces have been cultivated to the peak state of level 9, and they can break through to the god level at any time. When the championship challenge is over, it will be the day when Shiyu breaks through to the god level. However, before that, Shiyu wants to see which pet can get the first place in this conferred god war. The first place in the conferred god war will get the opportunity to challenge the champion and have the opportunity to get a permanent teleportation array. The 2nd to 10th place in the conferred god war can all get a teleportation keystone and different numbers of god level cosmic crystals. If Shiyu takes the top 10, at least 9 teleportation keystones, plus a bunch of god level cosmic crystals, he will become rich overnight. Ordinary 2nd level realm masters may not be so generous. No wonder some geniuses are willing to keep participating in the conferred god war at a certain level. For example, Minggu, who has been the second for 79 consecutive sessions, has obtained nearly 100 teleportation keystones. Even if he can't use them himself, he can sell them to other realms, and he doesn't have to worry about resources after breaking through to the god level. The teleportation keystones of Kongdi and others are actually bought from this channel. Of course, the most precious thing is definitely the permanent teleportation array, which is a super treasure that cannot be exchanged for any number of ordinary teleportation keystones. If the permanent teleportation array can only be used once, and if Shiyu did not think that they would benefit more after breaking through the god level than being stuck at the demigod level, and could earn more resources, he would even want to stay at the demigod level for hundreds of years. Let me see. Shiyu looked at the newly released battle list and fell into deep thought. 11. Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao, Chitong, Su Su, and Lin met 6 other passers-by. Xiaoji, Ya Yang, and the short-legged cats. They were unlucky enough to run into each other. The world-destroying dragon versus the world-purifying demon duck. The Lord of Time versus the super holy beast. This wave. Team 2 will kill each other first. Great. The list was released, and at this time, the expressions of these 6 old players were also quite gloomy. Among them, Tian Yu, the genius of the King Long family who luckily entered the top 16, looked at the player Lin he matched with, and was a little collapsed. You are the only one left in our 4 sacred family. Can you defeat this Lin and enter the top 10 again? Said Bai Wangdao of the White Tiger family. It is the only one left in the 4 sacred family, But there are more than one four sacred evolvers in the top 16. This Time Master and this super sacred beast are all four sacred evolvers. This time, we were completely crushed. The family will probably be very angry, said Ming Wudao of the Black Tortoise family. After so long, the dwarf cat and the turtle have also entered the side of the four sacred family. The reason is very simple. They mainly practice the power of the four sacred faith and are not members of the four sacred family. Moreover, the fighting style of this dwarf cat and the super sacred beast are too similar to the gatekeeper sacred beast that appeared before the four sacred ruins. Even their appearance is somewhat similar. After their investigation, the most important key point lies in the beast master of the Time Master, Shi Yu. Shi Yu, who also appeared in the Four Saints relics, was an archaeologist praised by Zijian, and the Lord of Time was his pet. Therefore, the geniuses of the Four Saints family had a bold guess. This Shi Yu obtained unknown benefits in the Four Saints relics. For example, the Lord of Time obtained the inheritance of the gatekeeper holy beast of the Four Saints relics. They even suspected that the super holy beast was also Shi Yu's pet. The limit they could think of was that Shi Yu obtained the benefits of the Four Saints relics without being known. As for the fact that the Four Saints relics were controlled by Shi Yu at that time, they dared not even think about it because it was too bizarre. After all, Zijian couldn't crack the Four Saints relics, so how could Shi Yu, a person who had never heard of before, be so virtuous and capable? In response to this matter, the Four Saints family has also begun to investigate. One of the Four Saints family, the Zuanwu family. In the Zuanwu family, there is an old turtle of the time system who is proficient in divination and has reached the realm of perfect god. Recently, it was asked by the clan to divine one thing, that is, to divine the origin of the super sacred beast of the tortoise snake Zuanwu evolver in the conferred god war, and whether there is hope to be pulled into the Zuanwu family. After a long period of effort, it finally divined a clue, but this look made the old turtle explode its shell, and it found the head of the Zuanwu family, a super god-level Zuanwu evolver, with a panicked look. Ancestor, something bad is going to happen. The old turtle came to the super mysterious realm where the head of the family was, and greeted him. What's the matter? The super mysterious realm opened, and an old voice came out. Ancestor, excuse me, recently, the clan asked me to divine the situation of a potential new star, a Zuanwu evolver. Yes, Zuanwu super god nodded. As a result, I predicted something very scary. I saw a picture of the future. A human beast master will take a blue dragon, a white tiger, a red bird, and a black tortoise to move the Four Saints era ruins. What? The missing black tortoise super god made an incredible sound. You mean, the Four Saints era ruins will be cracked and taken away one day in the future, and the person who takes it away is related to the super sacred beast you predicted? That's right. The rule of my divination skills is that either the divination fails and nothing can be predicted, or the divination picture will be 100% fulfilled, so the result I predicted may be true. The Four Saints era ruins are about to be cracked, I know. Black Tortoise super god nodded and said, don't make this public for now, you can go down. Yes, the divination old turtle left. After the divination old turtle left, Black Tortoise super god pondered for a long time. It can actually use the tortoise shell turn for the future good and bad fortune. After a while, it took out a turtle shell. On the turtle shell, the words Da Shang appeared. This made the pupils of Zuanwu Chaoshan shrink. After a long time, it thought carefully, put away the turtle shell, and took out 3 tokens. When the tokens were sacrificed, 3 figures automatically appeared in front of it. A dragon-shaped shadow, a bird-shaped shadow, and a tiger-shaped shadow. Old turtle, what are you summoning us for? The dragon-shaped shadow said. 3 old friends, Zuanwu Chaoshan said kindly, I wonder if you still remember the Four Saints relics. Qinglong Chaoshan, Ziyuk Chaoshan, and Behu Chaoshan were startled and said, that epic ruins, they naturally remembered it, but unfortunately, they couldn't crack this epic ruins, nor could they ignore the rules and take away the power of faith that made them jealous. However, although they couldn't take it away, it wouldn't affect them without this little power of faith. As super gods, they had already established their own kingdom of God, and the power of faith was still enough. Over time, the Four Saints super gods handed the ruins over to the family to cooperate with the Archaeological Association to manage it, to cultivate family strength and believers. As for them, they were too lazy to waste time studying and cracking the rules and mechanisms of the Four Saints relics. The efficiency was too low, and it was better to practice on their own. Yes, just now, I got an accurate divination. In the future, this Four Saints relic will be cracked and taken away by a human beastmaster with the Four Saints pets, Xuanwu Super God said slowly. Of course, the Four Saints relics are ownerless. Who has the ability to take it away is its ability, but, Xuanwu Super God said in a deep voice, you also know how huge and pure the power of epic faith is contained in the Four Saints relics. Although it is useless to us, it is just icing on the cake, but with this relic, it is still possible to cultivate several invincible four sacred beasts that are expected to enter the Super God level. Having said this, I think everyone understands what this means. The other three Four Saints Super Gods, of course, know what this old turtle means. In fact, they don't care whether the power of faith in the Four Saints relics is theirs or not. They don't care if it is evenly distributed among all the Four Saints evolvers. However, if the power of faith is obtained by one person, then there will be a big problem. Each of the Four Saints evolvers is essentially a competitor. The reason why the four Super God level Four Saints established a family is actually to keep each of the Four Saints evolvers under their noses and monitor them, so that their growth can be controlled, so as not to threaten their own status and compete with them for the largest power of faith. Even if the Four Saints relics have more power of faith, as long as it is evenly distributed among a group of Four Saints evolvers, that group of Four Saints evolvers will not pose a threat to them. But if it all falls into the hands of one person, as Xuanwu Super God said, the other party will have the potential to grow to the Super God level. At that time, there will be one Kai King planet, two Super God level Azure Dragons, and two Super God level Suzaku. Then the problem will be very serious. Suzaku Super God said, Old Turtle, are you sure? If it is true, the other party must not be allowed to take away the Four Saints relics smoothly. The best solution is to take the other party into the Suzaku family and let the other party work for the Suzaku family. It can be basically confirmed, Xuanwu Super God said. After it finished speaking, a trace of murderous intent flashed across the eyes of King Long Super God. It would never allow other King Long evolvers to challenge its position. Do you know who the other party is? There are some clues. Seeing that the other three Super Gods and the Four Saints were so concerned, Xuanwu Super God knew that it didn't need to come forward to solve this matter, which was a good thing. Originally, it wanted the Xuanwu family to contact the guy who might take away the Four Saints relics. However, the result of the contact it divined was a great disaster. This made Xuanwu Super God cautious and decided to let the other three Super Gods try. After all, there are not many existences that can make it, a Super God who has transcended several times, show a great omen of disaster. Chapter 579 Shiyu overturned. The day gradually dawned, and the light blue sky was studded with countless stars. As the conferred gods' war was about to end, a large number of players were eliminated. The Kai King city not only did not slowly decrease the flow of people like in previous years, but became more and more lively. The emergence of the top 10 new stars and the resignation of the old-era players were considered to be another turning point in the conferred gods' war and the key to opening a new chapter. Just like 180 years ago, Hades defeated the then number 1, just like 80 years ago, Khan defeated Hades. This year is also a moment to witness history. Fast forward. Rin's battle has begun. It was the Starry Sky battlefield again. Rin looked at the Azure Dragon in front of him, his mood was calm, and he directly smashed a Starry Sky storm over. The King Long family's genius was immediately in a state of panic. Azure Dragon creates the world. With its roar, a new world was formed, but it was soon destroyed by the Starry Sky storm. In less than a minute, the symbol of Rin's victory appeared in the live broadcast room. It hurts so much, haha, Dr. Rin is awesome. The audience knew this was the result. Wherever the Starry Sky storm passed, even a galaxy was raised for you. The power of creation mastered by the genius of the King Long family is at most the power of creation mastered by a low-level planet, and is not yet a match for the cosmic disaster. Outside, the first geniuses of the White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise families sighed. On the other side, 11 knocked down his opponent with one punch, Chong Chong killed his opponent with a dragon's might, Chi Tong knocked down his opponent with a sword, Su Su froze his opponent with a frost, and Shen Bao Bao was even more brutal. After entering the time state, a flying leaf tore the opponent's body apart like a sharp knife. The battle of the 6 of the top 10 newcomers was exactly as expected by the audience, and was completely overwhelming. Their figures were also worshipped by countless players like peerless villains. However, the audience hoped that these 10 newcomers could meet each other. Let's see if it will be the same overwhelming battle process at that time. Until Zyagi and Yea faced each other. Now, after the analysis of many gods, only the top 10 newcomers, as well as Joya and Hades, these 12 players are considered to be in a unique class and the first echelon of players. Only they can pose a little threat to each other. Unfortunately, Joyakan and Hades were eliminated early and were not so lucky to get here. But the world-destroying dragon versus the world-purifying demon duck is also quite interesting, and the audience is very excited. Who do you think will win? In the live broadcast room that is about to start, not only are countless players of the conferred God War watching the battle, but Shiyu and the Gem Cat are also in the room, holding potato chips, drinking soda, wearing immersion glasses, waiting to watch the battle. The Gem Cat asked while watching the show and eating. Normally, they fight the most in the team. In 10 fights, Zyagi can win 3 times, Yea can win 3 times, and both sides can tie and fall at the same time 4 times. It's completely 50-50, but that's the winning rate when they are both in a fair fighting environment. The conferred God War has a special mechanism, that is, the battlefield is random. If they are assigned to the arid land, if they are assigned to the abyss field, it will have a great impact on their winning rate. Shiyu also ate potato chips. This game can also be seen as a duel between Lin and Susu. After all, Zyagi and Yale were trained by them separately. From this point of view, Zyagi is likely to inherit Lin's good luck and be assigned to the arid field, and win a big victory over Yea. Teacher Ying analyzed. As they discussed, the field was slowly generated. The potato chips of both sides slowly stopped at their mouths. It was an endless, bottomless sea field. On the field, there was only a large stone ring. This was the battle side of the duel between Zyagi and Yea. Roar, yeah. After Zyagi and Yea appeared on the stage, Zyagi's body paused, and Yea's eyes under the bandage showed ecstasy. Ocean venue. Yea was ecstatic. Zyagi was shocked. He thought he could inherit Lin's good luck and be assigned to the arid land. What's wrong with this venue? Could it be that Lin's luck power really has to follow the law of conservation of luck? When someone's luck gets better, someone else's luck gets worse. As the closest Zyagi to Lin, he was the first to suffer the backlash. Roar, damn it, should it be backlash to the Killing clan? Zyagi thought darkly. It's an ocean venue, and the Abyss clan belongs to water. Will the world-destroying dragon be at a disadvantage? Although it is a dragon, I can't see its wings. The audience suddenly talked about it. It's already this time, and Master Shiyu hasn't appeared yet. Are you still planning to let the world-destroying dragon fight on its own? The opponent is the world-purifying demon duck that ranks in front of it. It should be no problem. After all, you have seen how fierce the world-destroying dragon was when fighting the meteorite dragon. It is not afraid of pollution at all. This battle must be under the control of Master Shiyu. The battle started soon, and countless people were nervous. Seeing that it was really an ocean venue, Zyagi decided to fight. With a roar, the earth control was activated. With itself as the center, countless oceans began to turn into the earth, and red magma rose. At the same time, a dazzling sun was suspended in the sky, making the seawater boiling and boiling. I am the overlord of the earth. Zyagi was mighty, and the power of destruction shook the sky and the earth, causing the space to vibrate. This is Zyagi's first time using the earth control skill. What about the sea area? Wherever it steps, it is the earth. Fuck, countless viewers saw that the mechanical dragon that had fought with this sort of destruction of the sun could actually change the terrain, and instantly realized that Zyagi had not used his full strength even when fighting against a meteorite dragon of the Universe Overlord Legion. The world-destroying dragon is stable. It has the power to overcome pollution, and it also hides the power to change the world. The world-purifying demon Yahweh is worthy of being the pet cultivated by the great god Shiyu. That's it, I am the overlord of the ocean. However, just when the audience thought that the world-destroying dragon was stable, Yu spoke disdainfully. A vortex containing death waves swept through the ocean, shattering the earth, and the sky instantly darkened. Under the raging storm, countless black wave raindrops destroyed the world like a meteorite, sinking the land. It was the dark sky wave rain. The scorching sun also lost most of its brilliance under the cover of the dark sky wave rain. Zyagi's face darkened, and the audience was stunned, because Ye's 2 moves did not contain any power of the abyss or the power of purification. They were pure and pure, Two catastrophic skills that showed the harshness of the ocean environment to the fullest. Death Vortex. Dark Sky Wave Rain. This purifying demon duck also hides some of its strength. In addition to the power of the abyss and purification, it also has other powers. Its control over the sea is also extremely strong, and the field advantage has become more obvious. The audience's hearts are pounding, feeling the excitement of this battle. Roar. The next moment, Zyagi sacrificed his sanity and entered a rampage state. The earth was generated faster, and the scorching sun was also trying to pierce the dark clouds. It itself, holding the sword of the sun, chopped at Yea. Stinky duck, die? Yeah. Yea's eye patch was blown off by the storm. It opened its evil god's eyes, condensed a Vajra demon subduing pestle in its hand, opened its wave vision, and the heart of the abyss and the power of the abyss all burst out, shaking the heavens and the earth, colliding with the might of the dragon of destruction. It also fought at full strength, and its figure disappeared in an instant, colliding with a small machine. The moment it moved, under the influence of the power of the abyss, the boundless ocean directly turned into the sea of the abyss, and its power was terrifying. Fleet 177 had not left yet. The super god Rust continued to pay attention to the conferred god war. After watching Shiyu's subsequent performance and seeing Yea, he couldn't help but say, its pollution power is stronger than meteorite ink, and it has been restrained by other powers, so that it can reach a state where it can burst out without regard for the consequences. Is this the so-called top 10 newcomers that have been making a lot of noise recently? This guy is also very worthy of recruitment, but the Environmental Protection Association, boom. The Sunfall Sword and the Vajra subduing demon pestle, wrapped with the power of the abyss, collided with each other. In an instant, the ring under their feet completely exploded, and Zyagi was forced to fall into the sea. However, the land it touched was the earth, and the sea surface instantly formed a new venue. Yea's strength was indeed slightly inferior, and she was smashed out, and then was pulled back by Zyagi with horizontal gravity. During the crazy reverse flight of Yea, Zyagi swung the giant sword, wanting to make a perfect attack. Gravity control. The audience saw Zyagi use a new magic skill again. However, in an instant, Yea's body, which was pulled back, also directly burst out with powerful gravity, and turned into a black hole in the abyss, sucking Zyagi in. Dark control. The audience was shocked. Zyagi and Yea's eyes contained terrible artistic conception. One was the will of destruction, and the other was the will of the abyss. With a boom, the fearless collision of the two sides was wrapped in the abyss black hole, causing a strong explosion. In just a moment, a huge hole appeared in the sky and the sea, and a cylindrical aftermath that reached the sky connected the sky and the sea. Roar. Duck. In the wave, the two players withdrew from each other with injuries, and after pulling away for a distance, they attacked each other again. Gurgle. One by one, the players of the conferred god war were shocked when they saw this brutal battle. Are these two guys monsters? They actually have a lot of trump cards, which are stronger than they thought at the beginning. This newcomer, Minggu and Khan, who had not left the Kawang city, watched the battle between Zyagi and Yea in silence, feeling unparalleled pressure. This time, no one knows who will take the first place. But no matter who takes the first place, there are so many new monsters. In the next few dozen or hundreds of years, these monsters will probably be active in the conferred god war. They have worked so hard for so long, but their ranking has actually regressed. Khan and Minggu were upset. Next, the hearts of the audience were also mobilized by the world-destroying dragon and the world-purifying demon duck. They watched their crazy collision, the chaotic interweaving of the earth and the ocean, and the violent impact of destruction in the abyss. In less than 2 minutes, this small world was shattered, as if it had encountered countless natural disasters. I don't know how long it took. When the hearts of the audience were about to jump out, Zyagi stood on the infinite earth, and opposite it, Yea also stood on the opposite side panting and stopped attacking. You lost, Yea said. As Yea finished speaking, the audience's heart shuddered. Lost? They looked at the terrain. It was obviously the world-destroying dragon that completely rewrote the ocean area into the earth area. It seemed to be in the upper hand. How could it lose? I am the overlord of the earth. Facing Yea's words, Zyagi's violent eyes gradually regained clarity, and he inserted the Sunfall Sword into the earth, and then slowly closed his eyes unwillingly, but his body stood on the earth and never fell. Obviously, he had completely lost his physical strength to fight. At this point, The audience realized that the world-destroying dragon seemed to have run out of steam. If it weren't for the advantage of the field, it would not be so easy for me to beat you, but even if you lose, you must stand on the earth. I recognize you, the overlord of the earth. Yaya tied her eye straps casually and said very weakly. After winning the battle, Yaya did not destroy the land again, allowing it to stand steadily on the earth, leaving enough face for Zyagi, and turned around calmly. The purifying light on her body shone in all directions, purifying the polluted field and Zyagi. The audience was shocked and had not yet reacted. Wait? What's wrong with these two guys? One is about to lose, but still wants to create the earth and stand on the earth to lose. One won the battle, but he is extremely weak and wants to purify the field and the opponent. Two weird guys. What kind of fight is this between gods? Why can't they understand these two players? The winner has been decided. The world-destroying dragon has lost consciousness and his stamina has been exhausted, so the winner is the world-purifying demon duck. The battle elf quickly announced the result. The next moment, the outside world was in turmoil. Su followed Lin and was extremely happy, while Lin looked at it speechlessly. It was just that Duck was lucky enough to draw the ocean venue. At the same time, Zyagi logged into the venue of the second world. As the unconscious Zyagi was teleported out, many players in the venue looked at it still standing, and the medical staff were ready. Make way, make way. At this time, a smile came from the crowd, and Shiyu walked out of the crowd and said, I'll take the pet, I'll take it back for treatment, so I won't bother you. Shiyu didn't know when he came here from his residence, and under the gaze of the players, he took the small machine back to the space. The pet lost. Why is Shiyu so happy? The players saw that Shiyu still had a faint smile, and they were very confused. He just lost one, but he still has the Lord of Time. Perhaps this is the calmness of the strong, the world-destroying dragon versus the world-purifying demon duck. Shiyu's war pet lost the game, which immediately made the people who supported Shiyu extremely upset, but they had to admit that the world-destroying dragon had performed very well. It was just unlucky to encounter the Kanghei venue, so if they wanted to fight smoothly, they had to consume more than the opponent. I hope the Lord of Time can win the final first place, and then the great god Shiyu will resummon the world-destroying dragon to win the final honor during the championship challenge. In people's expectations, the battle between the Lord of Time and the Super Holy Beast also started soon. In this game, there was no ocean venue, and Shiyu's supporters couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, the Gold-type White Tiger Evolver versus the Water-type Basalt Evolver would not be able to fight at all. However, on the grassland field, the Dwarf Cat was not very happy, and looked at the Super Holy Beast on the opposite side solemnly. To be honest, the Dwarf Cat can clearly judge that he can't beat the combination of Turtle and Zyabing. 1 against 2, the opponent is simply playing dirty. In addition, because they are teammates, Turtle and Zyabing are very familiar with the skills of the short-legged cat, so when the short-legged cat faces these two teammates, it feels very desperate. Although it is about to fight, Turtle and Zyabing have not had the slightest hostility or negative emotions towards it. Master of emotional control. Directly destroy its punishment, White Tiger. Meow. The short-legged cat is desperate to the extreme at this time, and feels that its road to becoming a god has ended. However, it still chooses to give it a final fight. Because if it does not perform well, when the comprehensive performance of the conferred God War system automatically ranks it, it is very likely that 9th to 16th place will be ranked outside the top 10. The short-legged cat feels that it must be ranked 9th to 10th, and it cannot fall out of the top 10. Roar. In an instant, the short-legged cat turned into a huge armored white tiger and attacked the four-headed turtle snake tiger standing opposite. Platinum Tiger Claws. The short-legged cat tore towards the opponent. Boom. But on the other side, the Super Holy Beast combination composed of Turtle and Little Ice just stood there waiting for the attack of the Dwarf Cat, with a calm face. After the violent noise, the audience who had seen the powerful Lord of Time were shocked. You know, the Lord of Time can even kill the red ants in seconds. However, at this time, as the smoke dissipated, the audience saw an incomprehensible scene. The super strong blow of the Lord of Time directly hit the Super Holy Beast, but the Super Holy Beast stood there, but did not move at all, without any damage. Directly, hard to withstand the blow. You are not our opponent, admit defeat. Turtle and Little Ice's four voices sounded, and they all looked at the Dwarf Cat gently. We have only goodwill towards you, don't waste your physical strength and faith. Roar! The dwarf cat was furious and launched a fierce offensive. The tiger's palm slapped again, and his own king's treasure house was also opened. In the sky, countless swords, guns, axes and swords fell towards the super holy beast. But Turtle and Little Ice, who had mastered the fighting style of the dwarf cat, always calmly chose the unmovable tactics of sacred black tortoise body and shield of the North Sea, and watched the dwarf cat unable to break through the defense. Boom! The dwarf cat attacked fiercely like a tiger, but after seeing the results, what a joke, the audience saw the giant tiger, which had grown to hundreds of meters, slap the standing four-headed turtle snake to the ground and kept crushing it, but the opponent was still unscathed and was directly stagnant. Before, this super holy beast basically used the magic skills such as water control and ice control to solve the enemy, and ended the battle. It was the first time that people knew that this guy's defense was so terrifying, several times more terrifying than the red ants who mastered the top defense magic skills. I'm afraid that even Khan's combination magic skills that can hurt 11 people can't break the defense of the super holy beast. No wonder. No wonder the box god ranked the super holy beast third among the top 10 newcomers, and the 5th-ranked Time Master really couldn't beat this super holy beast at all. The gap between the two sides seems to be even bigger than that between the 10th-ranked world-destroying dragon and the 6th-ranked world-purifying demon duck. So why didn't Master Shiyu send his pet to assist again? This situation is too dangerous. This super holy beast has such a strong defense. As people were puzzled, the super holy beast seized the gap between the attacks of the Lord of Time and launched its first attack, choosing Absolute Zero, which instantly froze the huge white tiger in place. Kakashi. The huge white tiger quickly broke free, but what was waiting for it was a powerful Zuan-Wu fist from the super holy beast. Bang! This punch instantly blasted the dwarf cat away, shattering its armor, and blasting its huge body thousands of meters away, with great power. The dwarf cat was blasted away and lay there, a little desperate. Although it could immediately revive with full blood and fight again by mobilizing the power of faith, it didn't plan to get up. Shiyu had very strict rules for the internal battles of the team, limiting the amount of faith power that each faith beast could mobilize. This is also for the sake of fairness. After all, the power of the Era Faith is an external force obtained by Shiyu. If it is used without restriction, it would be a waste. This kind of power should not be wasted too much in team battles. Just use a little bit. Therefore, the short-legged cat gave up struggling after he guessed that he couldn't beat the turtles. With such performance, he shouldn't be out of the top 10, right? The Lord of Time lost. And he was suppressed the whole time. This scene made countless viewers and the spectators of the Universe Overlord Corps sluggish. What a joke. That Lord of Time. That Lord of Time who could smash the red ants like slapping ants. Even if there was no Beastmaster to assist this time, he couldn't even break the opponent's defense? Wait, the world-destroying dragon lost, the Lord of Time lost. Master Shiyu was eliminated just like that? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Countless Shiyu supporters couldn't believe that Shiyu's pet, who swept the Universe Overlord Corps, was defeated like this, and couldn't accept that Shiyu was eliminated without even playing. The outside world, the participating babies who were paying attention to the battle, saw the way the turtles defeated the short-legged cats, and felt that the child was teachable. In a team match, you should come up with a targeted approach based on your opponent's skills in advance. This is the way intelligent creatures fight. As long as you control yourself from being hostile to the dwarf cat, you can directly destroy the dwarf cat's punishment white tiger, weakening its attack ability by 30%. With the defense of the super holy beast, the dwarf cat can't break the defense at all. Of course, it's not easy to achieve this level. The reason why Zaya Elbing and Giga can do it is because they are teammates with a contractual connection. This relationship is more solid than blood ties. If it is replaced by other pets other than Shiyu, it is impossible to do it. Yi, Shen Bao looked at the next match list and adjusted his glasses. Susung vs Ya. It's Shen Bao vs Giga and others. 11 vs Chitin. Chong vs Lin. Shiyu's two pets were eliminated, which directly caused an uproar in the major realms. Most of the people who were not aware of this result were very unacceptable. A small number of people who knew about it were already numb. For example, Phoenix Man, Zulan, and others who had been to Blue Star were a little shocked when they saw the remaining pets of Shiyu on the list of the Confer Gods battle. If they hadn't said anything without Shiyu's permission, they would have wanted to spoil the situation for these ignorant viewers. The two who were just eliminated, the two powerful pets that swept the geniuses of the Overlord Legion, were just the second team of Shiyu's second team. This conferred gods battle is about to be ruined by Shiyu. This quarterfinals match directly became an intra-team match. In the end, has it finally come to this? Kongdi and Lin Feng and others were also quite silent when they looked at the battle list. This time, the suspended realm was going to win. This Shiyu is really a strange man. The 5 super gods of Blue Star were also together, paying attention to Shiyu's promotion progress throughout the whole process. At this time, seeing that the top 10 had been completely swept by Shiyu, they felt very complicated. Duangsuan Realm and Xianmo Realm, if they want to cultivate a genius who can enter the top 10 or top 100, they have to wait for many years. This Shiyu is good, all his contracted pets have taken the top 10. Maybe our mother planet really has some great fortune. The Phoenix Clan super god said, I am looking forward to returning to the mother planet more and more. As the race is bred by Blue Star, the 5 great gods have left Blue Star for a long time, but as long as they return to Blue Star, they can still quickly establish a blood connection with Blue Star again. At that time, when Blue Star is promoted, they can get a lot of benefits. On the contrary, if they support other planets and other planets are promoted, the benefits they get will be much less than that of Blue Star's promotion, which is equivalent to the difference between a biological mother and a stepmother. Dear seniors, the championship is imminent. There is something I want to discuss with you, about Shiyu. Someone may want to harm Shiyu. At this time, approaching the final battle, Kongdi and Lin Feng also reapproached the 5 super gods of Blue Star. Who, at that moment, the 5 super gods of Blue Star regarded Shiyu as closer than their own people. Anyone who dared to touch Shiyu at this time would undoubtedly provoke them. Who, the angel goddess, who was full of holy light, had a somewhat cold tone. The 4 holy super gods of the 4 holy families, Lin Feng said. After he finished speaking, the expressions of the 5 super gods of Blue Star paused. Why would they harm Shiyu? The Kilin clan super gods could not understand. The super god level, the realm is divided into Transcendence 1 to Transcendence 9. The 5 of them are all super gods who have transcended ones, belonging to the weakest super gods, while the 4 holy super gods of the 4 holy families are all powerful super gods above Transcendence 4. Let alone 5 versus 4, even if it is 5 versus 3, it is still a question whether they can win. Seniors, don't panic first. Nonsense, why would we panic? Let alone the 4 holy super gods, even if the Universe Overlord army wants to harm Shiyu, they have to get through us first. So, what is going on? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 580, Current Situation of Team Competition. Lin Feng smiled and said, it's not a big deal, after watching the game for so long, and all of you seniors are familiar with Shiyu's pet information, I believe you have also noticed it. Shiyu's 4 saints pets were all cultivated very strongly by Shiyu. The path of faith evolution is the cruelest, with countless lives struggling to survive. The birth of 2 gods of the same faith means that the strength of the other one will be weakened by half. Now that Shiyu's 4 saints pets have shown their potential, they do not belong to the 4 saints family, and will inevitably become a thorn in the eyes of the 4 saints super gods. Although I heard that the 4 old guys do value their status, they won't be so eager to be born as soon as a potential 4 saints evolver appears. The 5 super gods didn't understand. Of course it's more than that, Lin Feng said. In fact, Shiyu also cracked the 4 saints relics in the Xianling realm, and possessed the power of countless epics of faith. This almost shows that each of Shiyu's 4 saints pets can evolve to the extreme and have the potential to become a super god. The 5 super gods of Blue Star were stunned, and then said in disbelief, Shiyu cracked the 4 saints relics. Yes, Lin Feng smiled and said, however, he hasn't had time to take the relics, but once he takes the relics, he will inevitably become a thorn in the eyes of the 4 saints family. Moreover, even if the procedure is legal, it is estimated that he will not be able to take the relics so smoothly. So, we discussed it, 5 seniors, when the time comes, when the relics are taken away, can you be the guardian of Shiyu and clear all enemies that block his way for him? The hearts of the 5 super gods of Blue Star kept changing. They didn't expect that Shiyu actually cracked the Four Saints' epic relics. That is the fat meat in the hands of the Four Saints family, and it is fat meat that others will eat, which will make them hungry. At this time, the 5 super gods of Blue Star, who originally thought that they had overestimated Shiyu, heard that Shiyu had become the master of the Four Saints relics, and immediately felt the horror of Shiyu. This kid has countless times more potential than Kangdi and Lin Feng. Not to mention the super gods of the Four Saints family, even they, at this moment, are a little worried that when Shiyu grows up, he will become a new super god of Blue Star and compete with them for the resources of Blue Star. But fortunately, Shiyu is not even at the god level now. When Shiyu becomes a super god, the majority of the resources of Blue Star will have been divided up by them, and considering that Shiyu brought back the permanent teleportation array, even if some of them were given to Shiyu, the 5 super gods could bear it. Thinking of this, the 5 super gods sighed at their own kindness. Although the 4 saints are stronger than them, their moral level is not as high as theirs. Can we take the 4 saints' relics later? The Dragon Clan super god said. After Blue Star is promoted to a high-level planet, our Blue Star lineage will definitely not be afraid of the Four Saints family, the Sky Emperor said. How long will it take? Moreover, not taking it away in advance does not mean that the Four Saints family will not pay attention to Shiyu. With his super god level ability, Shiyu will not hide the fact that he cracked the Four Saints relics for long. For example, it is better to be active than passive. Can't our Blue Star lineage protect the younger generation? Who said that? The Demon Clan super god said. I will be the guardian, I will be one too, the Angel super god said. Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, Killing Clan? The Angel Clan and Demon Clan super gods were worried that they were not closely related to Shiyu. At this time, they analyzed the benefits of this matter and immediately expressed their opinions. Although there is a risk of becoming enemies with the Four Saints family, the Four Saints super gods will not openly launch a super god war because of this matter. The Four Saints family cannot ignore public opinion. If a potential genius appears, they will suppress him openly, which will make the Four Saints notorious, and a large number of Four Saints evolvers in the civilian world will also regard the Four Saints family as an enemy. Therefore, the Four Saints family will at most make some small moves. Because of this, the Angel God and the Demon Clan agreed very happily. Moreover, Shiyu's Lin and Susu are both pets with special identities. They are from the Space Disaster Research Institute and the Environmental Protection Association. The Four Saints family will definitely be more cautious at that time. In addition, Shiyu is favored by the Universe Overlord Legion. In this regard, the Four Saints family still has to be cautious. In this way, after thinking carefully, they feel that this matter is not so unsolvable. Under this pile of pressure, even the Four Saints family has to give in. Okay, it's just the Four Saints family. After thinking clearly, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Kirin super gods also said with stomachache. Do it. The 5 of them have been silent for so long, and now they have decided to make a comeback. They can't be timid like before. Now they have the advantage. The Four Saints family is just provoked. Moreover, the 4 holy families may not be as united as the 5 of them. Thank you, seniors, Kangdi smiled. He didn't expect the 5 super gods to be so straightforward this time. He said, Shiyu said that he would also go to the Environmental Protection Association, the Space Disaster Research Institute, and the Space Overlord Corps to seek some support before taking action. In addition, he has just become the champion of the conferred God War and will be the focus of the entire King Kai Star, so taking away the ruins should not cause too much waves. Considering the pressure of public opinion, the 4 holy families dare not be too blatant. King Kai Star is not the only one that dominates. Soon, the Blue Star lineage finished the discussion. After the conferred God War was over, they would go with Shiyu to take away the 4 holy relics. Although they were worried at first, when they thought that they might have to confront the 4 holy families, the 5 super gods of Blue Star, who had been low-key for a long time, felt a sense of anticipation in their hearts, and felt very excited. They were timid, but when they were young, they dared to form a team of 5 to explore the epic ruins together, so how could they not have a deep desire to die? Back to the conferred God's War, the defeat of the world-destroying dragon and the Lord of Time was completely unexpected. The strength of the purifying duck and the Super Saint Beast was also unexpected. Even Rust Super God suddenly felt that Shiyu was not so attractive. Perhaps, the other 8 newcomers are more freakish? What happened to King Kai this year? Fleet 177 was confused. The audience was silent for a moment, and then turned their attention to the showdown of the top 8. Do you think that the purifying star spirits will fall from the altar this time? In the ranking of the top 10 newcomers, the purifying duck ranked ahead of the purifying star spirits. I was very puzzled at first, but now I finally understand why. The purifying duck, which controls the powerful power of the abyss, purification, ocean, and darkness, is a freak. Even if it is placed in the abyss, it should be one of the ones with the potential to become a super god, right? Even if the Abyss clan, which was carefully transformed by the super god of the abyss, can be as powerful as this duck, it is still a question. Susu versus purifying duck. This battle attracted the attention of the Abyss clan's undercover, the Environmental Protection Association, and all the major forces. When the battle room was generated, an ordinary venue appeared, and the purifying demon duck and the purifying star spirit Susu also appeared. The audience held their breath, wanting to see this fateful battle. However, the next moment, as the battle began, everyone couldn't hold it anymore. The purifying demon duck took off the white eye band he was wearing today, held it in his hand, looked at his opponent with clear eyes, waved a white cloth, and surrendered. Duck, I surrender. You wanted to cry but had no tears. Luck is indeed conserved. He was lucky to meet Zioji, but he met Big Sister Susu in the next game. Does it dare to fight? It doesn't dare to fight at all. Even if it meets 11, Chong Chong, or Shen Bao Bao, it will ask for advice. However, facing Big Sister Susu, who has been blood-blocked from beginning to end, Yor understands that it can be killed in just a moment. After all, Susu's strongest purification power is a powerful means that can even crush the intermediate Abyss Zerg. The purifying demon duck admits defeat. If it wasn't for not embarrassing Big Sister Susu, it wouldn't have wanted to come, and wouldn't have stood Big Sister Susu up. All the players watching this battle were stunned for a moment. Huh? You can fight? Susu frowned. It didn't want to win without a fight. I can't beat Duck. I haven't beaten Big Sister you, Duck cried. Forget it. Susu was silent, and said, Duck, if you don't want to fight, don't fight. Woo woo. Duck raised the white flag and shouted to the fighting elves to admit defeat. The audience fell into deep thought. They, no? The purifying demon duck, who calls the purifying star spirit Susu Big Sister? Wait a minute. That's right, such a powerful Abyss clan must have an ID card to participate in the conferred God War. And the only one who is qualified to issue ID cards to the Abyss clan is the Environmental Protection Association. Since Susu is a genius of the Environmental Protection Association, it is natural for both parties to know each other. Then the action of the Pure World Demon Duck, who had never won and surrendered immediately, has a basis. The audience, who were still speculating that the Pure World Demon Duck might win the Purification Star Spirit, saw that the Pure World Demon Duck did not even have the courage to fight, and immediately fell into deep thought. Looking at Susu with incomprehensible eyes, it can be said that the direction of this battle once again made all the audience feel outrageous and incredible. Another venue. With the end of the battle between Susu and Yuya, the battle between Shen Bao Bao and Zhao Shen Beast is about to begin. This battle has also received the same level of attention. The audience can't forget the strength of the Zhao Shen Beast crushing the Lord of Time. In comparison, although the Emperor of Heaven, who controls the power of time, can have a god-level combat power for a short time and is not weak himself, it doesn't look like he can beat the Super Shen Beast. In the ranking of newcomers, the Super Shen Beast, who ranks third, is also far ahead of the Emperor of Heaven. The Sky venue is not the home court of either Shen Bao Bao or Zhao Shen Beast. After they appeared, they looked at each other. The Super Saint Beast had a solemn face. Shen Bao Bao had a calm face. The expressions of both sides, to be honest, made the audience very confused. Because in people's judgment, the strength of the Super Saint Beast was completely overwhelming for Shen Bao Bao. Why was it that the Super Saint Beast had a solemn and serious face? You performed well in the previous battle, Shen Bao Bao said after entering the battlefield, like a teacher teaching and educating people, giving instructions. But, you are still a little immature. Giga and Xiaobing looked bitter. They knew what Shen Bao Bao meant. The trend of studying skills against teammates in the team competition was still brought up by Shen Bao Bao. Their tricks were definitely a show of skill in front of Teacher Shen. Even their birth was due to Teacher Shen. Although they felt that their strength was not inferior to Teacher Shen, and even if Teacher Shen exploded, they had the confidence to defend with the power of faith, but facing the calm Shen Bao Bao, Xiaobing and Giga still felt pressure. Then, the battle begins. Shen Baobao snapped his fingers, and a sapling grew behind Gui and Xiaobing. On the sapling, a fruit appeared. This fruit exuded an amazing fragrance. Gui and Xiaobing were shocked and realized that this was their favorite taste. But the next moment, the fruit instantly filled with light, making Gui and Xiaobing feel like they were facing a formidable enemy and defending with all their strength. Energy explosion fruit? When they were defending, their expressions suddenly changed. They saw that this fruit did not cause any damage at all. When it exploded, it did not produce any power at all. It was just a strong force of time that spread and gently touched them. Roar! The next moment, under the shocked expressions of the audience, the super holy beast wailed, and white light filled its body. The whole body was actually split into two. Buzz! As Shen Baobao used the fruit of reincarnation as the core and studied the principle of the fusion technique of Zuanwu, the explosion of the anti-turtle and Xiaobing fruit created by Shen Baobao, the super holy beast combination instantly split into two, turning into a standing turtle and a three-headed snake. Before Gigi and Xiaobing could react, they found in despair that they were strangled by a wooden stick, and they could not use any strength. Gigi and Xiaobing were shocked, and they did not understand why Shen Baobao could make them degenerate. Could it be that Shen Baobao obtained the Zuanwu fusion technique from Xiao and studied it? At this time, the audience watching the battle were dumbfounded when they saw the Super Saint Beast being blown in half by a bomb from Emperor Shanshan. Outside, Xiaoji and the dwarf cats who were watching the battle were also swallowing their saliva. It turned out that Senior Shen Baobao was studying these things before the conferred god battle. The dwarf cat was horrified. Fortunately, he did not meet Senior Shen Baobao, otherwise, who knows what anti-dwarf cat energy fruit Senior Shen Baobao prepared for him. The dwarf cat thought that with the power of faith, they could compete with a team of seniors, but now, seeing Gigi and Xiaobing unable to survive a round in front of Senior Shen Baobao, it instantly knew that it was wrong. They were all nurtured by Shiyu and a team of seniors. Their growth trajectory was witnessed all the way. How could they possibly defeat them? Gigi and Xiaobing were controlled and panicked. They wanted to admit defeat, but they were directly pierced by wooden thorns. They were no longer able to defend themselves at this moment, not to mention that Shen Baobao used poison. The poison entered their bodies, and Gigi and Xiaobing fainted instantly and fell to the ground. This poison is called dizziness for 20 seconds, Shen Baobao said, turned around gracefully, and his research suit fluttered. Dizziness for 20 seconds means that the poisoned person will faint for 20 seconds, but there are no other side effects. It is just suitable for dealing with its loved ones. Winner, Shen Xiandi. The big words came out. The audience was stunned and found that it was another completely incomprehensible and unscientific battle process. Damn, the powerful player who just defeated the world-destroying dragon and the Lord of Time, just like this, one admitted defeat and the other was blown apart. Lost? However, they clearly didn't see how terrifying Susu and Emperor Kanshin showed their abilities. What happened? How strong are these two guys? Who can tell them? Nearly 60,000 votes a day. I underestimated everyone. I have to make it clear that I don't have any drafts saved, so all the extra updates are in real time. Don't worry. During this period and next month, unless there are special circumstances, I will maintain 2 updates a day, 1 chapter as a minimum, and the rest will be updated. I will strive to make 10,000 a day, sustainable development, and pay it off within October. Otherwise, I will be exhausted after working hard for 20,000 a day for 2 days. In addition, the update time will not be around 10 o'clock, because it is not easy to control the number of chapters if it takes a long time to write. I need to adjust it. Don't wait for the update at 10 o'clock. Chapter 581 The One Who Sees the Truth. The audience found that this conferred god battle was the most difficult to predict. Shiyu led the world-destroying dragon and the Time Master to sweep the elite recruits of the Universe Overlord Corps. Just when people thought Shiyu would be a strong candidate for the championship, the world-destroying dragon was crushed by the world-purifying demon duck, and the Time Master was crushed by the super holy beast. Just when people were impressed by the strength of the world-purifying demon duck and the super holy beast, the world-purifying demon duck surrendered directly when it met its opponent, and the super holy beast was even defeated in seconds. It gave people a feeling of a fight between gods with twists and turns everywhere, and one beast was stronger than another. This Emperor Kanshin is simply unbelievable. I understand now. The Super Holy Beast is an evolver of the Black Tortoise, a turtle snake type of Black Tortoise, which is evolved from the fusion of two lives. However, the special move that Emperor Kenshin used just now is like going back in time, and it turned the Super Holy Beasts back to before their evolution, splitting them into two, thus greatly reducing their combat power. It seems that Emperor Kenshin did not show any powerful means of attack, but this is clearly more terrifying than Khan. The audience was horrified. They had completely underestimated Emperor Kenshin before. How could he have such a terrifying skill? The next game. 11 vs Chitin. Who do you think will win? So far, 11's best record is defeating Khan, but it was not an easy win, and Chitin's best record is killing the Demon Emperor's son with one sword. The two of them were ranked first and second by Godbox as newcomers. Of course, from now on, Godbox's ranking is not accurate. It may be just because 11 and Chitin showed more strength before the ranking, so they were ranked first and second. Those who were ranked lower, such as Emperor Kenshin, have terrifying hidden means, but it is undeniable that 11 and Chitin are still very strong. 11 should have played all his cards against Khan, but Chitin looked very calm when he fought the Demon Emperor's son. Maybe Chitin still has a trump card. I bet Chitin will win. As long as Chitin's trump card is strong enough, he may be able to defeat 11. The audience kept analyzing the upcoming battle between 11 and Chitin. Among them, 11, who defeated Khan, was very strong in everyone's eyes, but he had no secrets. However, the sword of the contestant Chitong that killed the son of the Demon Emperor in 1 second was not clear, and it was not known whether it was his strongest power. Therefore, it was still unclear whether the first and second newcomers would win or lose. However, considering the reversal of the previous battles, most of the audience felt that Chitong had a greater chance of winning. The reason was that Chitong was more mysterious and more beautiful, giving people a feeling that she could win to the end. Regarding this battle, the sons of the Demon Emperor, Tian Shuang, Minggu, Khan and others also paid close attention to it. Soon, the battle site was opened. This was a forest site with a large open space in the center and surrounded by a forest with rich natural energy. This randomly matched site did not seem to have any bonus for both sides. As Lin said, luck is also part of strength. The mechanism of the conferred God War also recognizes this point. In the duel between 11 and Chitong, it was obvious that neither side had the upper hand in terms of luck. 11 and Chitong slowly appeared on both sides of the flat ground and looked at each other. Chitong in the Sword Princess form smiled first. Since the first battle, the Death Sword Princess Chitong has always been very cold and dead. This is the first time people have seen her smile. Incredible. Since the opponent is you, I won't be polite. After smiling, Chitong came up and chose the strongest trick. Her ultimate secret. The sword formation of the immortal executioner. The 11 on the opposite side was furious. Damn Chitong. It was very frustrating to meet Chitong so early. Because Chitong is absolutely very strong. Although Chitong won the first place in the last session because of Shiyu's assistance, but now, Chitong's combination of moves can be said to be the most perfect in the whole team. 11 felt that if he wanted to defeat Chitong, he would have to pay a great price. What is she going to do? As Chitong changed her previous spirit, the audience was quite surprised. They saw that Chitong on the opposite side of 11 directly let go of the fire pattern black sword in his hand, sacrificed it, flew into the sky and disappeared. I've never seen such a move before. The opponents who had been killed instantly by Chitong looked stern. The next moment, with a sound of sword chanting, everyone also found something wrong and looked at the sky shock. At some point, 4 huge sword shadows suddenly hung in the sky, each of which was 1,000 meters long. They were shadows at first, but with the sword chanting, they gradually gained divine aura. One of them had a silver-white sword body with purple light inside. It seemed to have traveled through the boundless time and space and reflected the infinite mystery of space. Then, in front of people's eyes, they were instantly covered by the sky full of red light, which was as dazzling as the sun. The sword chanting like a bird's cry sounded, and a red fairy sword was born, like a world-destroying magic weapon. The advent of the third fairy sword was accompanied by a vast death aura, sweeping across the black clouds that stretched for thousands of meters. The black sword body was filled with the fluctuations of death and extinction. The fourth sword, as soon as it descended, the unstoppable golden sword energy seemed to pierce through the sky and space, slashing and collapsing everything, and formed a sky-high sword formation with the other 3 immortal swords, with a shocking sword pressure, sealing the entire small world in the sword formation. Impossible. As the sword formation appeared, countless audiences spoke in shock. Because the pressure given to people by each of these immortal swords was no less than the sword that Qi used to kill the son of the demon emperor in seconds, and now there are 4 of them. They seem to be combined into sword formation, perfectly and harmoniously becoming the ultimate mystery. The son of the demon emperor, Tian Shuang, used a knife, and the sword and the knife were inseparable. He was shocked to perceive the power of this sword formation and felt it was incredible. The sword formation of the immortal sword was formed by the combination of 4 attributes: space, fire, death, and gold. At first, it was just a high-level divine skill. However, the current Zeuxin sword formation does not look like a high-level divine skill. The space sword contains the power of the space mastery divine skill that Qi has mastered. The fire sword contains part of the world-destroying flame power of the Suzaku clone. The death sword contains the power of the death mastery divine skill that Qi has mastered. The gold sword is the power of gold mastery. After these 4 forces were given to the Zeuxin sword formation by Qi, it used the 2 major divine skills of the interlaced sword and the 10,000 swords returning to one as a guide to completely perfect the ultimate Zeuxin sword formation, and perfectly integrated them. One secret technique integrates all the divine skills that Qi has mastered now. It can be said that this move is the strongest secret technique in Shiyu's team now. At this time, even the intermediate gods were secretly shocked when they sensed this sword. "This sword can kill me instantly, and I have no way to resist," Khan said with difficulty. If his opponent was Qi, it would have no chance of survival under the sword formation. It is impossible for a living being to be so strong. The son of the demon emperor could not accept it after discovering the real gap between himself and Qi. Sure enough, I knew that this Qi must have a trump card, and it is a very terrifying trump card. With this move, no matter how strong 11's physique is, there is absolutely no possibility of resistance. The exquisite Zeuxin sword formation, like art, intoxicated countless audiences. People could not imagine that under the realm of God, there was any means to block this move. "Go!" Qi gave an order, the air vibrated and the void was pierced. A series of extremely terrifying mixed sword intents broke through the air from the 4 immortal swords, and the Zeuxin sword formation directly trapped and killed 11. Qi eyes were burning. This move, in theory, she could never bear it, but fortunately, it had a scapegoat. Suzaku clone. With the Suzaku clone blessed by the power of faith as a scapegoat, she could mobilize the power of this ultimate mystery to the maximum extent. Facing this Zeuxin sword formation, 11 did not dare to be arrogant, and his face was solemn. It knew that Qi would use this move, but if Qi thought that it could defeat it in this way, it would be a big mistake. The audience looked at 11. Khan, who had fought with 11, and Minggu, who had indirectly fought with 11 using the crystal given by Khan, did not think that 11 could withstand this move. Even if 11 burst into the strongest state, it is estimated that he can only barely compete, but it cannot last. Judging from the calm state of Qi now, 11 is in danger. However, just when everyone judged that this move was invincible, 11 stood there and let thousands of sword lights fall, without any intention of resisting or avoiding. Although it seems that he can't avoid it, is he just indifferent? No. Just when people thought that 11 was going to give up resistance, 11's eyes burst into fighting spirit, and 8 figures appeared from all directions. Dao Dao Bear, save me. The 8 trigrams clones that control the power of the rules of heaven, earth, thunder, wind, water, fire, mountain, and marsh appeared with a bang. 8 iron-eating beasts wearing armors of different colors and styles appeared, which stunned the audience. The next moment, these clones guarded 11 in all directions and formed a Tai Chi Bagua formation. Buzz! Countless sword lights descended, and under 11's feet, a yin-yang Tai Chi diagram appeared. A hemispherical Bagua rule shield directly enveloped the 9 iron-eating beasts. The sword light fell on it, like a stone sinking into the sea, without causing any ripples. Ying 11 stood in the center of the Bagua formation, with his arms around his chest, looking directly at the god's red eye. Come on. Hurt each other. It's like no one has a trump card. Damn it, in the sky, Qi couldn't help but say. Bagua clones. The reason why 11 has the confidence to fight against Qi ultimate move is because of the Bagua clones. Now the Bagua clones that have been maxed out have many functions. If they are combined into defensive legion skill, There is no problem at all. Before the conferred god battle, 11 had already, like pinching Dao Dao Bear, condensed 8 peak state Bagua clones, waiting for the strong enemy. However, 11 felt wronged. The Bagua clones were like the time mark of Shen Bao Bao. It took a lot of time to condense. Although it could condense in advance, if it was destroyed in the battle, it could condense the second batch of Bagua clones in a short period of time, but it was definitely not as strong as the current batch of Bagua clones. The strength of each of the current batch of Bagua clones was several times that of it, and each of them had been strengthened for this battle for a long time. But the newly condensed ones were not good enough. Therefore, if this batch of clones was consumed, it would also be like Shen Bao Bao and Khan, who lost the time mark, and its combat power would be greatly reduced. However, now that he encountered Qitong, he could not hide this trick. Tai Chi Bagua formation versus Zuxian sword formation. The two peerless formations collided. Boom. The space was distorted and the world was broken. Every audience member stared at 11 and Qitong in a daze, especially Khan, who was trembling as he watched 11 controlling the Bagua clones. This move. A top-level clone army skill. When fighting me, it didn't use its full strength at all. Khan was distraught and looked at the battle scene in disbelief. It originally thought that it had pushed 11 to the limit and to its strongest state. But the opponent actually had such a trump card. The audience found that they had misjudged again. Not only did Qitong hide a peerless trump card, but so did 11. The trump card was also quite shocking and extremely powerful. The 8 armored iron-eating beasts, whose auras were not much inferior to 11, gave everyone the same terrifying feeling. Every clone seemed to be able to take down the top 10 of the conferred gods. Boom 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 boom. Under the constant collision of the two great divine formations, the audience only felt that the whole world had collapsed. After the sky and the earth turned dark, the audience didn't know how long it had been. When people came to their senses, the Bagua formation had disappeared, and all the Bagua clones were half kneeling on the ground, as if they had no vitality. In the sky, the Death Sword Princess Qitong had an unwilling expression, and the 4 immortal swords shattered. It was obvious that the Suzaku clone in itself had exceeded the load and reached the limit. She looked at 11, who was standing on the Tai Chi diagram. His condition was not much better than the Dao Dao Bears, but much better than her. His eyes were still full of fighting spirit. She closed her eyes slightly and fell from the sky reluctantly. You won. Before landing, Qitong was directly teleported out of the world. Seeing Qitong admit defeat, as the Bagua clone disappeared, 11 roared excitedly. Roar, I am the Panda King. It was Zioji and Yu who were possessed. But soon, 11's face turned bitter. Although he defeated Qitong, the Bagua clone was gone. I hope that Shen Bao Bao and the others can also use up their trump cards. Otherwise, its championship position is really in danger. The game is over. 11 wins. Although some people guessed this result, the process was completely shocking to everyone. No one guessed it. This match once again explained to everyone what a fight between gods is. I don't understand. It's terrible, too terrible. Akaji's move was so terrifying, but he lost. What a monster this 11 is. Is this the strength of the first and second rookies? People were puzzled. It felt more and more difficult to understand the game. Outside the battle venue, Akaji was teleported out, sighed slightly, and a sharp sword intent was still lingering on her body. When the surrounding players looked at her in shock, she also looked weakly at the battle screen hanging on the wall. Next battle. Soon, people turned their attention to the last battle of the top 8, Rin versus the Fantasy Bug. As for Rin's strength, people had no doubt. Rin, who controlled the Starstorm, must be the super boss of the Space Disaster Research Institute. Maybe it didn't have any human mechanics at all. After all, after thinking carefully, the audience couldn't think of which level 9 mechanic could cultivate the Starstorm machine. Maybe, Rin is a quasi-god machine without a contract made by a super god mechanic or super god mechanical life. As for Rin's opponent, people don't really feel anything. First of all, the newcomer introduction of Chong Chong is too similar to the Lord of Time and the Super Holy Beast, and it has always been in the body of a bug, so it is really hard to see where it is strong. Of course, it is not strong, but it is ranked 4th compared to other newcomers, so it must be not weak. However, Chong Chong has not yet shown its true strength, which makes people unable to see through it. This Rin is really lucky. It's the Starry Sky venue again. After the battle between Chong Chong and Rin started, the audience found that they were matched to the Starry Sky venue again. This is a huge bonus for Rin, who has mastered the Starry Sky Storm. However, on the Starry Sky venue, Rin looked at the opposite Chong Chong, but there was no joy at all. King Long is the Starry Sky god and the cosmic god of the last era, and the Starry Sky is also its home. This time, its good luck did not work. Or it can be said that Chong Chong's ability is too comprehensive and almost omnipotent. In the face of absolute strength, luck seems a bit redundant. I bet on the Dreaming Bug to win. All the previous battles were reversed, and this one must be reversed as well. It must be the Dreaming Bug that has not shown its strength before and is not optimistic about it that will win, this time. A gambler learned to be smart and bet on the winning rate. The villa is by the sea. Although Lin's Starry Sky Storm is very strong and her luck is against the sky, according to the rules of the previous few games, it must be the side that looks weaker and has a greater chance of winning. A bunch of people are smart on their own. The power displayed by the Starry Sky Storm can definitely be ranked in the top 3 among the tricks that have appeared in this conferred god battle, Minggu said secretly. Only the trick of the 11th and the red pupil may be more powerful than the Starry Sky Storm. At the beginning of the battle, Lin did not say a word and directly condensed the Starry Sky Storm, intending to trap the bug, and then kept retreating and retreating, pulling away from the bug. Such actions directly stunned the audience. Although Lin had also started the Starry Sky Storm before, he had always been calm, but this time, why did he suddenly retreat immediately as if facing a great enemy? On the Starry Sky field, Chong Chong stared at Lin Mei. Gee, sorry, for the sake of honor, in this battle, it will eliminate Lin. Although Lin's Starry Sky Storm is powerful, it is only for mediocre people. Will the 4 Cosmic Emperors, the Cosmic Overlord, be afraid of the Starry Sky Storm? Chong Chong, who is more ambitious than the universe-level strong man, has watched the powerful Chong Chong of the Starry Sky Storm many times, so it is naturally impossible to allow the team to have skills that it cannot match. It has already prepared a response strategy. Prove the truth with force. Are you going to transform? Lin continued to retreat. In the face of the difficult Rin, Chong Chong did not dare to be careless and directly fought with full strength. Roar! When the huge Starry Sky Storm condensed and surrounded Chong Chong, under the gaze of the audience, the so-called fantasy bug directly transformed, accompanied by a dragon roar and dragon power. A 10,000-meter blue dragon directly hovered on the Starry Sky arena and made a shocking appearance. At this time, although Chong Chong has become a blue dragon, in fact, his image has changed from the previous form. The level of the evolutionary skill, the fantasy dragon, has been upgraded to the quasi-divine skill stage. With the huge power of Azure Dragon's faith, Chong Chong has reached the 2.5 stage of Azure Dragon's evolution. When the fantasy dragon reaches the divine skill stage, Chong Chong will definitely be one step closer to Azure Dragon, and even awaken a new skill. At this time, Chong Chong is perched under the Starry Sky, with golden dragon horns and green scales. These have not changed. What has changed is that the golden fire of faith that originally burned on its body has been completely restrained. Its body has become a perfect body of faith, and no longer needs other faith materials to prove its identity. Instead, some of the green dragon feathers on its head and body have turned into white dragon feathers, like a layer of clouds stretching for thousands of miles, falling on Chong Chong, making it look ancient and noble. Chong Chong likes these white dragon feathers very much, and feels that they are very warm, just like the previous insect silk. In addition, Chong Chong is holding a small star-like dragon ball in his claws at this time. At this time, the Starry Sky Storm swept in, and the dragon ball held by Chong Chong burned with a golden flame of faith, and it seemed that a world was generated inside. Chong Chong suddenly activated his strongest secret. Creation Domain plus Refining Star plus Dragon Star Group. The Dragon Star Group is a weapon, and Refining Star is the skill of using weapons, allowing the Dragon Ball to absorb the power of the surrounding stars. The Creation Domain is to open up a world inside the Dragon Ball, giving this star-like Dragon Ball the real world power. The Refining Star clan can only use non-living stars as weapons, but the Dragon Ball stars that have integrated the power of creation are like living stars, and their power has become stronger. This kind of use is the highest secret that the previous King Long family genius could not reach, and it is also a combination that the Refining Star clan cannot touch. Roar! With a roar of the bug, it smashed the Dragon Ball directly towards the Starry Sky Storm. The Dragon Ball flew like a golden laser. Under the surprised eyes of Rin and the audience in the distance, the starry sky storm was violently smashed into a big hole. The bug followed the trajectory of the Dragon Ball and seemed to turn into blue-gold light, breaking out of the starry sky storm in an instant. The audience was shocked. Impossible. Minggu was shocked when he saw the starry sky storm being violently smashed open. The next moment, the Dragon Ball was suspended above the warship, containing a strong sense of oppression. The bug came in front of Rin and grabbed Rin, who wanted to move in space and escape by light, in the huge dragon claw. Rin's special control was copied from it, and it was a show-off. "Don't even think about escaping," the bug said. "Is it that serious?" Rin said. "Give up," the bug said. With Rin's skill configuration, it is impossible to win against it at King Krypton Faith Power. Okay. I give up." Lin raised his hands helplessly and surrendered. He said that he was not interested in the championship. To be honest, he had predicted this result before the battle began. Refining Star plus Dragon Star Group plus Creation Field is a perfect combination. Its power under the star field is not much inferior to Zhuk's and sword formation. It is indeed a bit difficult to deal with. If the opponent is a dwarf cat or a turtle, Lin can still find their weaknesses and fight them like a baby ginseng, but Chong Chong has too few weaknesses. Its attributes are more comprehensive than 11, so Lin has no way to deal with it. "Thank you." Chong Chong released his dragon claws. Lin was teleported out directly. The gamblers who bet on Chong Chong to win were dumbfounded at this time. Although they were expecting Chong Chong to reverse the battle, they never expected that the powerful cosmic disaster would be violently smashed into a hole and cracked by this method. "What is this guy?" Azure Dragon, after realizing the true form of Chong Chong, the Xianjiao of the four sacred families looked at it in disbelief. It was the first time they saw the true form of the imagination bug. This guy, as Azure Dragon, why did he stay in the form of a bug before? What is it thinking? But the most important thing is, what's wrong with this guy's strength? Oh my! At this time, Shiyu and the gym cat, who had been watching the game, sighed with emotion when they saw that the game was over. Why did Lin admit defeat? The gem cat said dissatisfiedly. She was looking forward to this battle in the starry sky. Who knew that after Chong Chong broke the starry sky storm, Lin directly admitted defeat? Because Lin analyzed that its winning rate is not high, and now it has learned to predict the future, it can basically judge its winning rate before the battle. Gem cat, oh. I know, but it's okay to fight anyway. What if I'm lucky and something happens to Bugs? Shiyu smiled and said, Rin is not interested in the team competition. The initial program I set for her is to assist a Beastmaster and teammates to become stronger. She will be happier when she sees her teammates become strong one by one. However, when she has the strength to win the championship, I think Lin will not give up the first place in the team. She is still waiting for the moment when she rises. If it were Zyagi, I guess he wouldn't analyze the winning rate, he just gave his IQ and did it. Only after being defeated, Zyagi would know that the person in front of him is not to be messed with. Shiyu, see the first hot search. When Shiyu was communicating with the Gemcat, suddenly, a voice transmission came into Shiyu's ears. Shiyu heard it and it was Senior Kongdi. Conferred God War Committee. Chairman Sachi frowned and asked, is it the information leaked from our side? No, we have very strict information management here. Besides, some of the information is not even available here, said an assistant with a camera on his face. The other party is the king of whistleblower. It is not impossible for him to get this information. It's not our fault, that's impossible. Somewhere in King Kai's city, players such as Minggu, Khan, and the son of the demon emperor looked at the leaked video in front of them with shock. Logically speaking, 11 defeated Akame and Chong Chong defeated Rin, which should have occupied the top 2 hot searches. However, because of the sudden appearance of a video, people who were paying attention to the Battle of the Gods were attracted. Just because the producer of the video was the king of whistleblower. The king of whistleblower has appeared again? He dares to post a video? What rumors are he making this time? Speaking of the king of whistleblower, almost everyone on King Kai's planet knows him. His fame is greater than that of a super god-level strongman. But it is said that he is only a god level. The reason why the king of whistleblowers is so famous is that he dares to say anything. As long as it is a topic that is big enough, he dares to investigate it. Even if it is a super god-level realm master who seduces other people's wives and the children are not his own, as long as he knows it and it is a topic, he dares to expose it. It can be said that he is the most unpopular guy on King Kai's planet. He does not belong to any force and often posts videos with a fox mask. People don't know his identity, so they have always called him the King of Whistleblowers. The King of Whistleblowers became active 800 years ago and revealed information of all sizes. His greatest achievement is to achieve the good results of 7 first-level realms wanted and 141 second-level realms wanted. There are many super god-level strongmen who want him dead, and there are countless god-level ones, but over the years, he is still safe and sound, and it seems that he has great magical powers to escape the pursuit. As for the revelations of the Whistleblower King, a guy who hides his true identity, the parties involved naturally do not admit it. Although some of the revelations are known to everyone to be true, some of the revelations cannot be confirmed. So people do not know the content of this guy's revelations, whether it is true or false every time, but it is undeniable that every time the Whistleblower King appears, he can bring big news to people. What did the Whistleblower King say this time? The Starry Sky tribes of King Kai were very curious. Hey, hello everyone, we meet again. In the video with a black background, a figure wearing a fox mask said, "This time I bring you an interesting revelation. I want to introduce to you the most brutal newcomer in the King Kai Star Conferred God War in the past 100,000 years. After that, 10 photos were posted in the video, which were the top 10 new stars counted by the Conferred God War Committee from 11 to Zyagi. I think everyone knows about these Conferred Gods battle contestants. Moreover, it seems that many people are investigating their information. Next, I will reveal all the information to everyone." The fox-masked man chuckled again and took out 2 photos separately, which were the world-destroying dragon and the Lord of Time. The mechanical beast, the world-destroying dragon, the white tiger evolver, and the Lord of Time. Everyone should know that they are the pets of a human beast master named Shiyu. After saying that, the whistleblower pasted Shiyu's photo next to the world-destroying dragon and the Lord of Time, and said, "But what you must not know is, the Abyss Beast and the Purifying Demon Duck are also Shiyu's pets. The Black Tortoise Evolver, the Super Saint Beast, is also Shiyu's pet. The Purifying Star Spirit Su, the Vice President of the Kanglin Environmental Protection Association, is also Shiyu's pet. Lin, the Deputy Director of the Kanglin Cosmic Disaster Research Institute, the Emperor of Heaven, the Vice President of the Kanghei Botanical Association, and the Fantasy Bug, Chitong, and the 11 who have been revealed to be from the Suspended Realm, they are all Shiyu's pet. Yes, the top 10 new monsters that appeared in this year's Conferred God Battle are all the pets of this beast master named Shiyu. They all come from the second-level realm, the Suspended Realm. And who is this Shiyu, who can actually contract so many monster pets? He is actually a newcomer to King Kai who has just arrived on King Kai's planet for less than a year from a border galaxy. Haha, are you surprised? As usual, I just reveal the news, and you can explore the truth yourself. The king of breaking news looked at the camera with a smile, and his figure slowly disappeared, leaving only countless viewers staring blankly in front of the screen. Bullshit. Soon, some viewers couldn't help but swear. Stop insulting their IQ. How could such a thing be possible? Did this king of breaking news get drunk again this time? I vaguely remember that I seem to have really seen the top 10 newcomers gathered together. Someone commented. What does that mean? If the top 10 newcomers are all Shiyu's pets, I will twist my head off and let people kick it like a ball. Someone else commented. The audience who followed the Conferred God War was in an uproar. Sure enough, this whistleblower came to show off his presence again. For example, among the top 10 newcomers, there are geniuses from the Plant Association, the Environmental Protection Association, and the Cosmic Disaster Research Institute. Their abilities cover all fields and aspects. Their races are completely different, and their breeding models have nothing in common. You say they are the pets of the same person? Nonsense. Most people immediately regarded the comeback of the whistleblower as a joke. Next to Emperor Kong, Lin Feng looked at this irritating fox-masked man and was even angrier than Shiyu. When he and Emperor Kong assassinated the super god, they were also rumored. Calm down, Emperor Kong said. This guy spread rumors that I have an abnormal relationship with my pets. Although I bred beautiful pets, it was just for the sake of pleasing the eyes. We are innocent. Old Wang, you know it. Lin Feng was furious. He is innocent. This guy really has the attribute of spreading rumors. Chapter 582 Who is the King of the Gods? What is the origin of this king of whistleblowers? In the room, Shiyu asked the seniors Kongdi and Lin Feng who had arrived. The reputation seems to be very bad. Although the information he just revealed is all true, it seems that no one believes it. I believe it, said the gem cat who was scrolling through the comments. You are not a human, Shiyu said. Gem cat, angry. Although it was the truth, why did she feel that Shiyu was scolding her? Lin Feng said, this time he was just a blind cat that met a dead mouse. Most of the previous revelations were rumors. Senior Kongdi and I have been rumored by this old guy. Gem cat felt that someone was scolding her again. Kongdi said, it should be some unknown special race. I would rather offend the super god level than reveal some big news. It's just like the skill of predicting the future. After the predicted things are verified, you can get feedback. Maybe he also has the ability to become stronger by revealing unknown secrets. The universe is so big that there are all kinds of wonders. Many people have such speculations about the situation of the king of whistleblowers. If this is true, this ability is not bad, Gem Cat said. Suitable for people with strong curiosity, but easy to get beaten. Forget it, don't worry about this guy. If you let me know who he is, I will beat him to death, Lin Feng said. Forget about beating him to death. It's better to exchange the bounty, so that our Zuinkong realm will have money, Kongdi said. After all, it is a bounty offered by multiple super gods and hundreds of realms, really, although Shiyu didn't care much about the king of whistleblowers' revelations about him. After all, it would not be a secret in 2 days. However, when he heard that he had spread rumors about Kongdi and senior Lin Feng, Shiyu, who respected his elders, couldn't stand it. In addition to being valuable, this guy's skills should be very interesting, right? Meow, the gem cat next to Shiyu also looked angry. She hated rumor-mongers the most in her life. This guy must be caught. It was decided that when Shiyu became stronger, he would ask Owl to catch the king of whistleblowers together. It's true, but it's really hard to catch him. Even the super god level can't catch him, so forget it. Next, let's focus on the semifinals. Lin Feng and Kongdi looked at Shiyu with a slightly twitching expression. They watched today's game. 11 versus Chitong, Chong versus Lin. What a fight between gods. How can they feel that they don't need 10 to go together? Just pick a few to go together, and they can beat the intermediate god. Yet, let me see. Shiyu looked at the schedule. Semifinals. Su versus 11. Chong versus Shen Bao. Not bad. There are exciting fights to watch again. In fact, even Shiyu himself enjoyed watching this team match very much, because he didn't know what cards the pets had prepared for their teammates. For example, Shen Bao versus Gui and Xiaobing. Shiyu thought it would be a fierce battle, but Shen Bao directly blew the opponent in half and developed the anti-Zuanwu energy fruit, which almost made Shiyu faint. Shen Bao is really a talent. He felt that, to some extent, Shen Bao was more talented than Lin. No, or rather, the two of them were at an extreme. Lin's talent was how to make his teammates stronger. He could come up with many plans to make his teammates stronger. But Shen Bao could always come up with ways to weaken his teammates, and come up with many means to defeat his teammates. Shiyu, tell me quickly, who will win? Lin Feng said. I don't know who will win either. Mainly, for the sake of fun, I didn't go into their cards, Shiyu said. Lin Feng and Kongdi were silent. You really treat a conferred god battle as an entertainment. I can only tell you, don't analyze their winning rate based on conventional strength, just like Shen Bao dealt with a Super Saint Beast before. They prepared many targeted restraining cards for each other. Everyone wait and see. Well, they are back. After Shiyu finished speaking, Shen Bao, Chong and the others returned home, but the opponents they encountered, such as Shi and Su, Chong and Shen Bao, were no longer as harmonious as before, and were full of gunpowder. This is the secret of why every pet in Shiyu's team is very strong, said the gem cat lady. This made Kongdi and Lin Feng fall into deep thought about the training ideas. Could it be that competing in the team is a great way to improve strength? Maybe. Kongdi felt that he could also learn from Shiyu's team competition mode. I just love watching women fight. After thinking about it, Lin Feng decided to have a team competition in the future, so that the pets can fight each other and become stronger. The next day, the semifinals began. 11 versus Su. The audience felt that there was no suspense in this battle. Although they had to admit that Su was also very strong, 11 under the Bagua formation seemed to be one step stronger than when he fought Khan. It gave people a feeling of being invincible in the world. In comparison, Su's ability to get to where she is now gave people the feeling that she was lucky. Although the Purification Star Spirit clan is strong, it ranks only 77th among all races. It is a race that is not good at civil wars and is only suitable for dealing with foreign enemies, such as the Abyss clan. Their special move, Star Sea Contract, is not suitable for use in normal battles. Therefore, Susu is able to dominate all the way to the present with her time-based and ice-based quasi-magic skills, Frost Cold Air, and even made the Purifying Demon Duck admit defeat. Even the top executives of the Environmental Protection Association felt that Susu had already been very brilliant and had not lost the face of the Purifying Star Spirits. As for a higher ranking, considering the monster performances of 11 and Chong Chong, there is really little hope. If nothing unexpected happens, the champion of this conferred god battle will be this 11, Kan, Minggu and others thought silently. The eliminated Chitong, Rin, Zioji, Yaye and others also looked carefully at the final direction of the team competition. One is Susu, who has been at the bottom for several consecutive sessions, and the other is 11, who is always the strongest candidate to win the championship. They feel that Rin has reached the end. Yeah, Yoyo clasped her palms together devoutly. It is not unfair for Susu, the big sister, to lose to 11. It is a great progress to get to this point today. Let's work harder next time. Yeah. Kongdi, Lin Feng, and Jim Cat all entered the live broadcast room at the first time, wanting to see how cruel Shiyu's team competition was. Ying, in the sky venue. 11 quietly looked at the starry sky slime on the opposite side. Give up, however. What everyone did not expect was that Susu confidently spoke up and asked the other party to give up as soon as she appeared on the battlefield. The audience was stunned. What you see in front of you is the terrible guy who defeated Kan and Shitong. 11 was dissatisfied. How could that be possible? Could it be that Susu wanted to purify all his fighting spirit with a fluctuation of the origin? Then let's see whether Susu's purification is faster or its fighting spirit explodes faster. The deterrents of both sides erupted at the same time. At this time, the Environmental Protection Association, and even the Great Bingling, were watching the battle in secret, paying attention to this newborn little Purification Star Spirit. However, even this Super God Beast Master shook his head about this battle. Susu is indeed strong and has mastered the top purification skills, but unfortunately, relying on this skill alone, he is not the opponent of 11 who has multiple top skills. Unless, the Star Sea Contract is used to strengthen the origin fluctuations, but this undoubtedly violates the rules and restrictions of the Star Sea Contract, which will cause Susu to backfire severely and even lose the ability to purify the Star Spirits. Wait a minute? Is it crazy? Just when the Ice Spirit God thought that this battle might end with Susu's defeat, she found that Susu was suddenly surrounded by starlight. It turned out that she had activated the Star Sea Contract and strengthened her origin fluctuations. The Purifying Star Spirit used the Star Sea Contract. Isn't it afraid of backlash? Countless viewers were also surprised to find that Susu directly used the forbidden technique, the Star Sea Contract. This is a special trick for purifying the Star Spirit that can only be safely activated with a responsibility of protecting the starry sky environment. If the opponent is the Abyss clan, Susu will have no problem launching it, but its opponent will never be related to polluting the starry sky environment. Could it be that this Susu, in order to win, doesn't care even if she encounters the backlash of the Star Sea Contract? As Susu activated the Star Sea Contract, 11 was also startled. The next moment, 11's face changed as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Susu sent a voice message to 11. You have devoured the fragments of the meteorite, and evolved by devouring the polluting power of the dark demon of the meteorite clan. I think there is a potential risk of polluting the starry sky environment in you, so I want to purify your demon power. After Susu finished speaking, the origin fluctuations bloomed directly from her body. All the audience could clearly see that as the purification fluctuations as vast as the sea of stars came out of Susu's body, 11 seemed to be frightened. The ring under his feet was instantly broken, and he turned around and wanted to escape at the speed of light. What's going on? Seeing that someone as strong as 11 was actually frightened by Susu in one round, the audience was dumbfounded. But soon, they knew why 11 wanted to escape. 11 was not faster than the origin fluctuations added by the Star Sea Contract. In an instant, the purification fluctuations enveloped 11. 11 was dumbfounded and felt the demon power in his body disappear rapidly. Ying, all the spectators could hear 11's heart-wrenching voice. as if a child had his lollipop taken away. Very desperate. All the spectators could feel that 11's condition was declining rapidly, and the power in his body was being drained away. The audience was shocked, looking at 11 who was enveloped by the purification wave. Could it be that the purification star spirit purified 11's power? What a joke, purification skills can reach this level. Khan and others couldn't believe it. Fortunately, the power of the demon god did not disappear completely, but just disappeared completely. But even so, 11 was stagnant in place, because the more energy in its body, the stronger its physique, and the thought of the gods and demons also needed the power of the demon god to activate. Now that the power of the demon god is gone, it is equivalent to having half of its combat power wasted. Ning. At this time, Susu moved. This time, Susu was also reluctant to purify, and it suffered more or less backlash, but by taking advantage of the relationship between 11 eating polluted garbage, and not completely removing 11's demon god power, Susu successfully restricted 11 at the lowest cost. Influenced by the ginseng baby, it was also thinking about how to target teammates. 11 had been unhappy for a long time because she ate polluted garbage. Now, she could finally purify it openly. It directly launched the time-based frost cold air and froze the surrounding time. Facing this move, 11 could have easily countered it perfectly through the god and demon thought, but now it only had half of its power and could not activate the perfect god and demon thought, which greatly reduced its reaction speed. It could only watch Susu throw a ball of purification waves at its face again. Purification water cannon, Susu spoke, and the high-speed high-pressure water cannon directly smashed 11 away. Boom. Under the incredible expressions of the people, they saw that the invincible 11, who was like a god of war before, was directly smashed away. Fighting will purify. Energy, purify. Susu purified 11's fighting will. If it was at the beginning, she would never be able to purify successfully, because at that time, 11 did not think that he would lose at all, and the purification effect would be very poor. But now, 11, who felt that he was in a bad state, began to panic, which directly gave Susu an opportunity to take advantage of. Even if Susu withdrew the enhancement of the Star Sea contract at this time, the origin fluctuations could still pose a great threat to 11. 11, who was smashed and flew away, was like a confused child. Susu, you have changed. You were not like this before. You have learned bad things. At this time, the jewel cats who were watching the game saw Susu suppressing 11, and they all looked dazed. So that's it, using the relationship between 11 and the meteorite as an entry point, Lin said. Susu has put a lot of effort in, the whole team has been led astray by the baby. Susu can also lie with open eyes. At this time, Shiyu knew that facing 11, Susu could not be unprepared. On the contrary, 11 was not as sinister as his teammates. In order to win, such a pure Susu's heart was the first to turn black. Isn't this unfair to 11? With the whole team having fun, 11 was tragically killed and eliminated by Susu in a short while, and the occurrence of this moment meant that the major realms of King Kai's planet were once again shaken to varying degrees. Khan opened his mouth wide, not understanding why this battle unfolded like this. No. It couldn't accept that 11 lost like this. What's wrong with this purifying star spirit? How could it be so outrageous? Purifying star spirit Susu seems to have used some means to purify half of 11's power, causing it to be unable to exert its full strength. Hiss. Damn, it actually defeated 11, no wonder the purifying demon duck surrendered when it met it. It actually defeated 11, not to mention outsiders, even the top leaders of the Environmental Protection Association were slightly distracted. They didn't expect that Susu would beat 11. Before this, 11 was the most powerful candidate to win the championship. At this time, Kongdi, Lin Feng and others also understood why Shiyu said that the direction of the team competition could not be predicted based on the surface combat power. Another unexpected duel directly drove the gamblers crazy. Shen Bao and Chong Chong, who were preparing for the battle, were also shocked by the result of this battle. Unexpectedly, Susu defeated 11 in the end. Roar, after a moment of shock, Chong Chong was ecstatic. In his opinion, Susu was much easier to beat than 11. Susu's methods against 11 were useless to it. It always likes to be clean, not like 11, who eats the fragments of meteorites randomly. Shenbao also clenched his fists. It didn't matter. It had a countermeasure for whoever won between 11 and Susu. But before that, he had to defeat Chong Chong. Abababa, the battle between Susu and 11 was reversed again, which made some gamblers who didn't remember long feel extremely disappointed. Unexpectedly, there were so many reversals in this conferred god battle, and the results could not be judged by the surface strength. But next, Emperor Shenshin versus the illusion bug. At present, people already know that the illusion bug is a blue dragon evolver, and it is very strong. A Dragon Ball can directly smash the Starry Sky Storm. Although it is not a real Starry Sky Storm, but it is Aster Quasi-God skill simulated by a mechanical pet, its power is also extraordinary. The ending of Mingu and others is the best example. However, this level of Starry Sky Storm is useless to the illusion bug. This undoubtedly shows that the illusion bug is a monster of the same level as 11 and Shidong. Every audience member racked their brains, but they couldn't figure out what means this baby ginseng in a research suit could use to defeat such a terrifying 10,000-meter-long blue dragon. Although the ginseng baby is strong, the blue dragon is also a wood god, and it's a perfect match. Don't tell me that this game will be reversed, and this monster blue dragon will lose. I don't believe it. Mingu watched the battle with red eyes. Just like Khan couldn't accept that the guy who defeated him, 11, was defeated, he couldn't accept that the guy who defeated him, Lin, was defeated again. However, there were many things that the audience couldn't think of. On the battlefield of the earth, the ginseng baby looked at the little bug on the opposite side and smiled kindly. Unexpectedly, it was 11 who lost. Its means against 11 used the time mark. However, the means against Susu did not require the time mark. In other words, it can give both time marks to its dear friend, Chong Chong. The little green cotton worm also felt threatened by the ginseng baby on the opposite side. Chong Chong also knew that there were 2 time marks on the ginseng baby at this time, and he couldn't help but feel a headache. However, Shen Bao had never used the sun and moon to self-destruct. As he did not know the power of the self-destruction, Chong Chong felt that he might not be unable to fight. Chong Chong directly restored his appearance as a white-feathered blue dragon. The huge blue dragon, holding the Dragon Ball, looked down at Shen Bao on the ground. He actually used all his strength right from the start. The fantasy bug attaches great importance to Shen Xiandi. Smash the Dragon Ball directly, more than attaching importance. Under the audience's sight, the blue dragon almost ferociously used the Dragon Claw to smash the Dragon Ball. The amazing murderous aura lingered on his body, as if he would not stop until Shen Bao was smashed to death. Is it okay? The audience exclaimed. Chong Chong's Dragon Ball can even smash a big hole in the Starry Sky Storm. The lethality is huge. Shen Bao's small body really doesn't look like it can withstand it. Hey, in the Zijian Special Forces, Zijian watched Shen Bao's battle and frowned. Because she knew that Shen Bao was Shiyu's pet, she had believed the king of whistleblowers' revelations, but now seeing Chong Chong's ruthlessness, is this something that a contracted beast with the same master can do? These 2 people, I'm afraid they have a grudge against each other for killing their father. Emperor Shen Yan, danger. Shen Bao's supporters were also extremely nervous. However, what no one expected was that facing this attack that directly wanted to kill Shen Bao himself also showed an expression of fearlessness. Bang! Shen Bao's mouth shape changed, an onomatopoeia was uttered. He was first raised to the god level by the power of time, and then the sun and moon fire seeds rotating in his body were directly ignited. The energy on his body began to expand and explode. This familiar energy waveform change is very familiar to any living being present. Self-destruction. Emperor Shen Yan actually started to self-destruct. What? Zijian was so scared that he stood up from his seat with a look of shock on his face. Wait a minute. All the audience who were watching this battle were dumbfounded. Damn it. You really have a life and death feud? One of them used his strongest killing move without holding back, and the other saw the other's killing move and blew himself up, vowing to die together. How much hatred and resentment must this have? The sun and the moon shine together, explode for me. With the voice of Shen Bao, Shen Bao fell like the sun and the moon, and endless strong light bloomed from it. Chong Chong roared heartbreakingly, and the attack continued, allowing the audience to witness the most brutal battle. Both sides are fighting for their lives. Bang! The whole small world was shaken, and the screen was directly covered by strong light. The whole sky darkened first, and a loud bang created a world belonging to the night. changing the entire celestial phenomenon. The dark sky and the bright night moon made everything silent. Then, a dazzling sun slowly rose, lingering with a bright moon in the night. Under the alternation of the sun and the moon. Boom! The explosion wave was transmitted for the second time, and people could only vaguely see the status of both sides. Shen Baobao was undoubtedly killed instantly, and the terrifying energy wave it released shook the sky and the earth, just like the sun and the moon exploding at the same time. Even if the fantasy bug held a star world in its hand, facing this level of self-explosion, the Dragon Ball of the bug was instantly sublimated. Including the dragon claws of the bug, the body of the bug was instantly swallowed by the strong light. Roar! With the screams of the bug, the audience and the fighting elves all looked at the death of Shen Baobao, and the 10,000-meter blue dragon was also burned to death by the strong light, leaving only the huge charred dragon bones, which were blown away by the terrifying aftermath and lost the life wave. Such a terrifying confrontation made hundreds of millions of viewers' hearts pounding, cold sweats, and trembling all over. No way, are they worth it? Why? A large number of players who had encountered Shen Baobao looked pale, and suddenly felt a little fortunate that they were not strong enough and not worth Shen Baobao's self-explosion, and they were very scared. As the audience looked on with pale faces, suddenly, in a small world that was already in ruins, golden flames were burning on the charred dragon bones. In just a few seconds, the power of faith recast the body of the insect. It roared and was reborn from the fire, flying into the sky again, with a domineering and shocking posture. Resurrected, the audience looked at King Long in a daze, but before they could be shocked that the insect had come back to life, they followed the insect's gaze and looked at the dark earth. Under the swaying light pollution, a ghost-like ginseng baby grew up on the earth like a new bud, looking at King Long with burning eyes. The Emperor of Heaven was also resurrected after self-destruction. Moreover, it was in the form of a ghost. When the audience was confused, the ginseng baby stretched out his hand and pinched the fantasy worm. The next moment, a strong soul-burst wave bloomed from the ginseng baby. The successive resurrection of both sides is undoubtedly a huge reversal. When people's thoughts can't keep up, Shen Baobao explodes again. Fuck, it's coming again. People were shocked to find that after the resurrection of Emperor Shen Yan, he chose to explode twice. Shen Baobao is not afraid of blowing up the bugs. The bugs with the power of faith and the immortal body of the Azure Dragon are immortal. In other words, as long as it consumes the power of faith stipulated by Shiyu, it will win. And the resources it can use are 2 time marks, and now, one is still unused, just using the sun and moon fire and soul fruit to fight the enemy. Now, Shen Baobao's combat power is fully opened. Death Quartet. The second movement, Shen Baobao's voice came out under the brilliance of the soul explosion, making the bugs in the sky roar. The hateful radish is so cruel. The bugs thought that they could resist Shen Baobao's self-explosion, but unexpectedly, they couldn't resist it at all, not even with the creation Dragon Ball. The self-explosion of the sun and the moon is definitely a move that can severely damage the intermediate god. It was directly blown up by the ginseng baby, leaving only the dragon bones. If it hadn't had the power of faith that could make it immortal, it would have died now. However, the power of faith consumed for a resurrection is also extremely huge. The power of faith stipulated by Shiyu is not enough for it to be resurrected continuously. While Chang Chong was calculating the consumption, the terrifying soul explosion impact came again. Although this explosion was not as strong as the previous one, it also made Chang Chong feel a great crisis, and the spirit was frantically warned. The explosion range, the entire venue, it has nowhere to escape. Roar! Chang Chong opened the creation field, but the field was directly shattered at the moment of contact with the soul explosion. The soul storm blasted Chang Chong away again. This time, it didn't look injured, but the soul of the Azure Dragon suffered an unparalleled impact, as if it was about to be shattered. Roar! Under Chang Chong's painful roar, the power of faith quickly repaired the soul, allowing Chang Chong to withstand this attack, but then, a desperate scene happened. The time mark was activated. Under the gathering of the power of time, with Khan, Hades, and all the audience members of the conferred god battle stunned, a seemingly unharmed Kang Shanti with a hexagram of time flowing in its eyes, gathered in the sky again. Don't you admit defeat yet? Its petals were burning with a rich fire of life, and it was in excellent condition, with its pupils filled with invincibility. I, who master the mark of time, will self-destruct continuously. You can't bear it. The self-destruction just now was just a warning. The next time I self-destruct, I will mix in toxins. King Bao looked at Chong Chong and threatened. Let the incense be poisonous. Because I haven't tried it, I can't guarantee that you can be resurrected smoothly. At this moment, the audience, who were originally shocked, almost stared out of their eyes. Cons, time mark. Does it have two ways of resurrection? One is to change the resurrection of the race, and the other is time resurrection. Damn it, no wonder it dares to self-destruct. First it resurrected as a dead spirit, and then resurrected as a time mark. In other words, if its time mark attainments are the same as cons, even if it self-destructs twice, it can still be resurrected. Wait, what kind of monster is this? The most important thing is that its self-destruction move actually contains the rules of the sun and the moon. Just like the explosion of the sun and the moon, even the Dragon Ball that blasted away the starry sky storm was instantly sublimated. Self-destruction plus resurrection. Khan also thought about this combination skill, but because it couldn't find a suitable self-destruction move, the power of the self-destruction was not as good as the 5 series combination skill, so it finally gave up. Now, seeing someone use this set of tactics so perfectly, Khan collapsed again. What's going on with this conferred god war? It gritted its teeth and said, the first quasi-god of King Kai, now feels so miserable. Roar, facing the confident Shen Bao, the insects on the opposite side were baring their teeth and claws, and their hearts were extremely upset. Not only them, at this moment. No matter who it was hard to imagine the confrontation between Emperor Shen Bian and Qing Long just now. The confrontation between the two sides at the cost of their lives, when they were extremely nervous, was actually like a game in the eyes of the two sides. One side can be resurrected by the power of faith. The other side can be resurrected by the means of undead in time. What a joke. This is a battle that a quasi-god can fight. At this time, people heard Emperor Shen Bian's threat to the fantasy worm, and they were also numb. Even some gods were a little creepy. This Emperor Shen Bian was too scary. People all looked at Qing Long, and the fantasy worm at this time also kept flickering. In the end, he roared unwillingly, as if admitting that he was not as skilled as others and chose to admit defeat. Incense faith is poisonous? Shen Bao has also developed such a countermeasure? The bug was really scared. Even if the incense was non-toxic, according to its calculation just now, the power of faith within the prescribed range would definitely not allow it to defeat the baby ginseng. Although it felt very sorry, in order to keep a trump card against the intermediate god on the end, it chose not to fight with a baby ginseng, so that the baby ginseng could keep a time mark to increase insurance. Roar, wait, next time, you win this time. King Long chose to admit defeat directly, but every audience member felt that King Long's admission of defeat was nothing, because the Emperor Ginseng, who was underestimated by them before, was not as simple as he seemed. If the dream bug insisted on fighting, he might really die. Who said that these 10 monster newcomers are all Shiyu's pets? Who should I kill? They are all pets of the same person, so why do they fight so hard? Shiyu himself didn't dare to say a word. I finally understand why so many realms want the whistleblower king. He is really unreliable. At this moment, the bug was teleported out of the realm, and the baby ginseng stood on the field, enjoying countless eyes, and exhaled. Sister Susu, don't be afraid. The anti-Susu energy fruit I prepared for you is so gentle. Shen Bao turned around and let the outside world pay attention to the fighting Susu, and his heart trembled. Who will be the king of the gods? It depends on Susu versus Emperor Shenshin next. Chapter 583 Championship Moment. Hello, is this President Feng? In the luxurious manner, the gem cat girl wore sunglasses and leaned on a summer bench, looking at the screen in front of her like a rich woman. On the screen in front of her was an old woman wearing a grass skirt and looking excited. Ms. Ying, the president of the Kanglan Plant Association, did not expect that Ms. Ying, who was in the same group with Emperor Kangshan, would contact him at this time. Shiyu had never taken care of Shen Bao's affairs in the Kanglan Plant Association, and it was all done by the Gemcat. Speaking of Shen Bao, the vice president, the Kanglan Plant Association would be speechless. Although they finally won Emperor Kangshan to become the vice president of the Kanglan Association, Shen Bao had no sense of existence except selling things, and did not participate in any activities. Even if he sold things, it was Ms. Ying who came forward. Not long ago, he disappeared for a long time. What the Kanglan Plant Association did not expect was that when they came to their senses, Emperor Kangshan had already killed all the enemies in the conferred god battle. Now, he has entered the finals and become one of the candidates for the championship. President Feng, you watched the conferred god battle, the gem cat said. I've seen it, and President Kenshiandi is really amazing. He is the pride of our plant association, President Feng said. Gem cat said, that's right, doesn't the outside world want to know how Kenshiandi became so strong? What exactly is your plant association doing? If we don't advertise now, when will we? The same cultivation fruit of Kenshiandi, I want its name to spread all over King Kai within 2 days. The slogan is, do you want to become stronger? Then eat one. Do you want to be a genius that everyone pays attention to? Then eat one. Do you want to be the champion of the conferred god war? Then eat one. The same cultivation fruit of Kenshiandi will send you to the top 10 of the conferred god. The plant association is giving it with love. The best cultivation resource of the year. The story behind Kenshiandi. No matter who suffers, the children can't suffer. Gemcat took off her sunglasses and looked serious. I believe that those great gods who want their children to be successful will definitely hype up this kind of resource to a sky-high price. After all, we can't let our children lose at the starting line. President Feng was stunned. It's all arranged. The jewel cat returned to the hall and said to Shiyu, the finals are coming soon. Why don't you care at all? As soon as the jewel cat came in, she saw Shiyu, Akame, 11, and Chong Chong playing mahjong. Why don't you bring Rin to play with you? As soon as she asked, the jewel cat felt that her question was a bit redundant. The finals are coming soon, it feels so fast. Shiyu stretched his waist and understood very well that after this, his life on King Kai's planet would really begin. Before the conferred god war, he was a newbie who had just arrived on King Kai's planet and was developing everywhere. After the conferred god war, he will inevitably come into the side of major forces and will play games with many forces, including the 5 major gods of Blue Star and the 4 holy families. At that time, it is estimated that he will not be so idle. Finally, the finals are here. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder who will win between Susu and Emperor Kenshin. It's time for the audience to get excited again. It can be said that before the semifinals, no one had thought that the finalists would be the purifying star spirits Susu and Emperor Kangtian. This final duel once again added a fantasy color to the outrageous conferred god war. This year's conferred god war ratings are already the highest in 100,000 years. After all, people know without watching the previous sessions that Khan is probably the first again. But this year, Khan was eliminated in the first round, which directly made the popularity of the conferred god war unprecedentedly high. Subsequently, the top 10 monster newcomers who appeared one after another also became the focus of the audience's attention. This year's champion will be decided between 2 newcomers. One is the genius secretly cultivated by the Plant Association, Emperor Kangyan. The other is the genius secretly cultivated by the Environmental Protection Association, Susu. This is not only the peak duel of the conferred god war, but also the competition between 2 major forces. Did these institutions agree to release the hidden secret geniuses together? Is something big going to happen next? Compared with the rumors spread by the whistleblower, people are more willing to believe that these newcomers were secretly cultivated by some major forces and then suddenly released. The Crow clan has been so powerful for so long. Are they going to be collectively sniped by all the major organizations? The number of people entering the only live broadcast room has been soaring. Before the battle even started, the heat has already exceeded any other game. Soon, the 2 finalists appeared one by one. This is an ordinary venue, and neither of them has an advantage. After Susu and Shen Baobao appeared on both sides, the 2 sides did not start fighting immediately under the gaze of countless eyes. Instead, they looked at each other with extremely serious expressions. I didn't expect that the final opponent would be you. Neither Shen Baobao nor Susu expected that the final opponent would be the other party. They thought that the final opponent would be 11, Chong Chong or Chitong, who had won the team championship. As a result, one side was the 3 brothers of Neiwan, the only Shen Baobao who had never won the championship. On the other side, it was Susu, who is always at the bottom of the team. Not to mention the 2 of them were surprised, even 11 and the others were quite surprised. This damn competition system. Ning, Yi, after staring at each other for a moment, Susu and Shen Baobao burst out with power. Their eyes were full of determination. As teammates, they also had a spiritual connection. That means, no matter who loses the game, there should be no complaints. Susu was at the bottom every time, which was miserable, and Shenbeo was banned from self-destructing every time, which was also miserable. This was their only counterattack, and both sides had a huge desire for the first place. Such a strong fighting spirit, the audience instantly sensed the violent fighting spirit of Susu and Shen Xiandi, and the amazing fighting spirit seemed to be able to break through the shackles of space. Ning. Susu moved first and directly launched the origin fluctuation. This move again. The audience was already familiar with Susu's move. This purification skill was too strong. Under the amplification of the Star Sea contract, it directly purified half of the power of the God of War 11. Even if 11 used the light control to escape at the speed of light and showed extreme speed, he could not escape. It was the first time that people knew that purification methods could be so powerful. However, this time, Susu did not seem to activate the Star Sea contract amplification again. People did not know whether the purification fluctuations without amplification could have a huge impact on Shenbeo. However, soon, not only the audience was stunned, but even Shenbeo was stunned. Because the object of Susu's purification was not the enemy, but herself. Ning, I think my bottleneck, pain, body load damage, are all impurities. Susu's eyes contained amazing fighting spirit, and she chose to purify herself. Shenbeo's strength was very strong. Although she could also purify Shenbeo's time mark and other skills, if there was no Star Sea contract enhancement, it would be too time consuming, and Shenbeo could not resist. In comparison, purifying oneself can be completed in an instant. After purifying herself temporarily, Susu directly activated the countless powers accumulated in the infinite devouring space and exploded. Susu also started preparing for the conferred God War a long time ago. 11 can save Dao Bear, Shenbeo can save time marks, can save sun and moon energy in the sun and moon fire, and it can also save water power. Filling the infinite space with energy, although not as much as the infinite energy on Blue Star, can definitely give Susu a huge backup energy. This energy, in theory, is nothing. No matter how huge it is, Susu can't use it all at once and burst it out. She can only mobilize it slowly under the limit of her body's load. However, when Susu used the origin fluctuations to break these restrictions, a great demon king who surpassed the limit was born. Judging from the explosive fluctuations displayed by Susu at this time, it is even better than the Shenbeo who broke the limit with the time fruit. Such a powerful fluctuation, the audience exclaimed. Susu is really not a vegetarian, the gem cat girl who was watching the game also said to Shiyu next to her. On the field, Shenbeo's eyes were also stern. So that's it. Is this your trump card? Although it is very strong, it's a pity. I'm more prepared. Then, it also activated the nature of the time fruit, briefly breaking through the limit and stepping into a higher realm. The two huge momentum fluctuations collided with a bang. Shenbeo stretched out his palm, and countless giant trees suddenly grew beside Susu. The giant trees were full of fruits. Then, the fruits were filled with light and exploded. Clear. Susu emitted the original fluctuations, looked around, and cleared the fluctuations of the fruit explosions. The energy of the fruit explosions turned into nothingness in an instant when it approached it. I feel that this Shenbeo is in danger. While watching the battle, the gem cat said, although it holds the trump card of self-destruction, it should not dare to use it. Now, only self-destruction can pose a threat to Susu, but if it dares to self-destruct, Susu will dare to purify its time mark at the cost of her own death. So that the time mark will be incomplete and unable to revive. Both sides are in a state of taboo weapon deterrence, because it is not a life and death battle. They must be unwilling to go to the last step and dare not gamble. What the gem cat said, Shiyu, Susu, and Shenbeo all understood, but the direction of the battle still could not develop as everyone expected. Shenbeo may not have thought of this layer, Shiyu said. Seeing that the ordinary energy fruit he made could not threaten Susu, Shenbeo took a deep breath and condensed 90% of his energy into a wood-life clone version of the anti-Susu energy fruit, which grew on a giant tree close to Susu. Boom! The strongest anti-Susu energy fruit exploded, and Susu, who was purifying the damage, was shocked and felt a huge threat. Clear. Susu purified this extreme anti-Susu energy fruit. However, because the power contained in this anti-Susu energy fruit was too huge, Susu only purified a part of it, and the energy aftermath still quickly swept Susu's body. Purify. Susu felt the severe damage first, but she was not afraid. She had purified her pain, damage and other negative states, and broke through the limit. This power might not threaten her. However, Susu still felt a vague sense of uneasiness in her heart. She glanced at Shen Baobao opposite her. Checkmate. After Shen Baobao finished speaking, Susu was stunned, her eyes suddenly became empty, and the explosion caused damage. In addition to the damage, a force of reincarnation in the fluctuations burst out. This is a special fruit for Susu's race. Susu felt as if she was instantly pulled into void space with endless white and black light. Countless memories began to surge into Susu's mind. The numerous memories made Susu fall into a sluggish state. This was the memory of Susu, the sea elf, who had reincarnated for hundreds of millions of years, and was being constantly activated by the fruit of reincarnation. Although it was impossible to really activate so many memories of hundreds of millions of years, it was also extremely huge. Information kept pouring in. Susu wanted to forcefully stop this state and purify the numerous junk information, but she felt that her mind was out of control, and she even lost the ability to activate the origin fluctuations. However, under Susu's strong obsession, the origin fluctuations still automatically began to purify the junk information, but Susu's reincarnation information was too huge, and the purification time required was huge. So from the outside, it looked like the purifying star spirit, which had just been in an advantageous position, was fixed in place in an instant, and was constantly purifying itself as if it had lost its mind. The weak ginseng baby walked towards Susu step by step, and countless tender shoots appeared around Susu and pierced into her body. During the time when Susu could not react, the huge energy that she could provide as a water element life was instantly absorbed by the ginseng baby as a plant life. The originally weak ginseng baby began to recover, while the strong Susu began to weaken. As the ginseng baby roared, the sea of trees in the sky grew wildly with Susu's energy, and the huge energy that Susu burst out was madly extracted. Under the dazed eyes of the audience, after Susu purified a bunch of garbage memory information and finally regained control of her body, her expression froze again, and she only felt that her body had lost most of its strength. Opposite her, the ginseng baby with his back against the infinite sea of trees looked at Susu and directly threw a dizzy 20s fruit. His research suit fluttered, and he turned around gracefully. Boom. Ning. Susu fainted under the explosion. Knowledge is power. Shen Baobao wrapped his arms around her, unable to bear to see Susu being eliminated by him. Susu, forgive me, although I know you want to take first place, I haven't taken first place yet. Winner, Emperor Shen Gan. Fuck. As soon as the battle ended, the audience stood up in confusion, although they didn't understand what happened. At this time, the battle elf gradually analyzed the process just now, and explained in surprise. Contestant Shen Xiandi used unknown means to make contestant Susu enter a special state where she lost the ability to think, and thus found an opportunity to reverse the situation. It's the incredible fruit effect again. Contestant Shen Xiandi's attack methods seem to emerge in an endless stream, and it is impossible for the opponent to guess its fighting purpose. This is undoubtedly a decisive battle that is not won by absolute strength, but by skills. The champion has appeared. As the battle elf shouted, Shi Yu and his team all stood up, and 11, Chong Chong, and Shi Tuang also took a deep breath. Shen Baobao. This guy, during this period of time, has really developed the energy fruit that can counter all teammates. After researching the energy fruit that can counter teammates for so long, Shen Baobao seems to have finally achieved great results and reached the top. Damn, Jewel Cat murmured. The champion is born. The champion of this team competition is Shen Baobao? Shi Yu smiled. You guys should work hard next time. Maybe the reward for the next team competition champion will be the source of transcendence, the second opportunity for the team to enter the super god level. Shi Yu smiled. Roll. The pets were immediately full of fighting spirit. As expected, the team competition was more exciting. No one knew what trump cards the teammates had. It was much more interesting than fighting against a genius of King Kai's planet. The champion of the conferred god battle was finally announced, and all major realms were shaken. Khan, Minggu and other players stood on the ground, looking up at the sky, and I don't know what they were thinking. Maybe they couldn't believe that this conferred god battle would be so tortuous, and the champion would finally fall to a white radish who was mediocre at the beginning. This is the power of the plant system. With the victory of the ginseng baby, a bunch of plant lives were extremely excited. How long has it been since plant lives won the championship? Compared with the star life of other races, plant lives have always been in a weak position. Among them, 50% of plant lives are in the position of food and supplements, and are hunted. If this ginseng emperor did not look so powerful, everyone thought that its appearance was actually quite like a supplement. In short, no matter what, this ginseng emperor directly made the plant lives proud and felt that they were good again. The suffix of the emperor, ginseng emperor, has also become a title sought after by some plant races. I want to be a flower emperor when I grow up. I am a grass emperor. The garlic emperor. Am invincible. Fans of ginseng baby appeared in all major realms, and at this time, the Plant Association also began to advertise according to the requirements of the GymCat. Now that ginseng baby has won the championship, the advertising effect is expected to be even more explosive. Ha ha ha, it won the championship. Shiyu's pet won the championship. On the Blue Star side, the 5 super gods were overjoyed when they saw Shenbao won the championship. What is there to be happy about? The top 8 pets are all Shiyu's. Doesn't it mean that the winner must be his pet? Said Kong Di. The 5 super gods were speechless for a while. The most important thing next is the championship challenge. Only after passing the championship challenge can you be eligible to obtain the permanent teleportation array. No problem, the 5 super gods are now full of confidence. How can they lose with 11 against 1, with the end of the finals? The conferred God War Committee also began to prepare. Chairman Sachi, is Gemin still the examiner this year? Yes, it's still him. Facing the assistant's inquiry, Chairman Sachi stroked his beard and said, send him the video of this year's conferred God battle. Well, considering the special situation, don't just send him the video of the finals, send all the top 16. If I remember correctly, this is his last time as an examiner. After this time, the transformation points will be accumulated to meet the standard and he will be released from prison. Yes, the assistant with a human appearance and a camera on his head said. This is obviously a cyborg, otherwise it is unscientific for a human to have a camera on his head. Qingkai City Central Prison. This is the second largest prison on Qingkai, where a group of extremely vicious criminals are imprisoned. However, compared to the largest prison, Universe C Prison, this prison seems a bit docile. In the Universe C Prison, even super god-level criminals are imprisoned, while in the Qingkai City Central Prison, only some god-level criminals are imprisoned. In addition, the Qingkai Central Prison has another notable feature, that is, there are more children from large families here. Some descendants of big families who have committed crimes and are difficult to deal with will be sent here for reform and do all kinds of hard work. When the reform is completed, there is still a possibility of being released from prison. The examiners of the conferred gods battle champions of all generations are actually criminals here. Serving as examiners of the conferred gods battle is one of their reform tasks. After Chairman Sachi's assistant entered the first prison, he came to a cell under the guidance of the jailer. In the cell, there was a big black bull, lying on the ground board. Gemin, Chairman Sachi's assistant said, this year's conferred gods tournament is over. It's over. Big Black Bull looked at the camera assistant and said, is the champion still the crow? No, there is another candidate for the championship this year. What? Someone defeated that crow. Big Black Bull was incredible. He felt that the crow was still not weak. Forget it, it doesn't matter. As long as I can be the examiner for the last time, I can be liberated, right? Big Black Bull said, 99 consecutive wins, our record is still good, and it will be 100 consecutive wins soon. 100 years, 100 years, it's so hard for me. Big Black Bull suddenly became hot. Chairman Sachi asked me to tell you that when you get out, don't go against your grandfather. In addition, this year's conferred gods tournament champion is very strong, Big Black Bull Gemin, whose grandfather is a super god level strongman and the overlord of Qingkai. And the reason why it was in prison was also the intention of the family. It's all because Gemin is uneducated, extremely dissolute, and wants to run away from home. He idolizes the Universe Overlord, wants to be a space pirate, and join the Universe Overlord army. If it weren't for these, he wouldn't have been sent here to reflect. Now, Gemin has been locked up for 100 years, and he probably has lost interest in being a space pirate. I know, Gemin said. After a while, Chairman Sachi's assistant left, leaving behind the video of the top 16 battle. Gemin didn't plan to watch it. After all, it was a mid-level god, and it didn't think it couldn't beat a quasi-god champion. However, Considering that Khan was defeated, it still took a sneak peek. This look. What's going on? How come Khan didn't even make it to the top 16 this time? Who defeated him? Where's Minggu? Well, there are indeed many powerful new faces this time. No wonder, this black and white bear is so fierce, and this one with a sword is also so fierce, this azure dragon, this machine, fuck, there's something. After reading it, Big Black Bull fell into deep thought. The new faces this time are indeed quite strong. This champion Emperor Kanshin can also use the time mark. Self-explosion plus time mark, and so many strange fruits, no wonder he can break through a group of monsters. Each of these monsters is as powerful as Khan. What's going on this year? Fortunately, one mark was knocked off. Otherwise, I can't handle continuous self-explosion. However, with this level alone, it's wishful thinking to want to defeat your Grandpa Niu. Before midnight, there is still one more update today. I'm going to eat first, and I'll add more when I come back. Chapter 584, This Battle Becomes a God. Shiyu Manor. The internal competition finally ended, and Shiyu's pets restored a peaceful and friendly relationship and played happily together. Next, they must be united to fight against the intermediate gods, and they must not hurt their tacit understanding because of the internal competition. Although Shen Xiandi won the championship, he also knew that it was impossible to beat the intermediate god examiner by himself, and he still had to rely on his teammates. Ying, 11 said, Shen Bao, leave the championship challenge to us, and don't think about self-destruction. Be a good auxiliary. You have won the first place, so don't think about showing off in the championship challenge. Shen Bao made a bitter face, but was retorted by his teammates. However, Shen Bao also knew that self-destruction cannot be played casually. There are so many teammates around, and self-destruction is also uncontrollable. In addition to bombing the opponent, it may also bomb teammates, which is not good. Don't explode until it is necessary. Yeah, in the distance, comforted Su. Second place is already great. Yeah, let's wait until the champion challenge becomes more popular. At that time, I will pollute the intermediate god and give it a breath of the abyss. Big sister, you can activate the Star Sea contract and purify it to kill it instantly. Ning, Su glared at Yang. If there are too many bugs, it will be counterattacked. Come on, I have summarized the examiner's combat moves and combat weaknesses. Let's take a look. I will analyze it for you. At this time, Lin called everyone. The examiner of the last 99 sessions is the same bull. It's called Jimin. The whole team cast a sharp look. Damn it. After this battle, go home. The next day, the conferred God Champion Challenge opened. In the silver brazier, the sunfire representing the power of the stars burned as the sacred fire of the event. The audience seats were already full. The entire conferred God battle was held in the online second world, but the Champion Challenge was different. This was an additional challenge held in the offline realm King City, between the conferred God battle champion and the intermediate god examiner selected by the competition. If you can successfully challenge 2 levels, you will receive the highest honor and be recognized as having the qualifications to become a super god as long as you don't die. You can also obtain the quasi-cosmic treasure that even super god level life desires, the permanent teleportation array of King Kai. At the scene, more than 1 million spectators were here, all of whom were high-quality spectators selected from the conferred God War. In addition, the players who performed well in the conferred God War and major media are also eligible to enter the conferred God Arena. In the center of the arena is a stone arena. It looks only 100 meters long and wide, but the arena contains the space rules rewritten by super god level strongmen. Ordinary people cannot walk from one end to the other end in their lifetime. It is much larger than what can be seen with the naked eye. You are here. When the competition time was approaching, Shen Bao and Shiyu rushed from home. When they wanted to enter the venue through the player channel, they found that there were no other staff here, but an old man was waiting for them. Emperor Shanshan. Shiyu, Chairman Sachi said with a smile. This conferred god battle has really turned the world upside down for you. Until now, most of the audience are still kept in the dark. My family is too poor, so I have to resort to this last resort. Shiyu smiled and said. The rewards for conferred god battle 2 to 10 are ready. You can go and claim them when the conferred god battle is completely over. As for whether you can claim the first place championship reward, it depends on today's duel. Go quickly, it won't be long before the game starts. I have already greeted the host. He will introduce you. With the blessing of Chairman Sachi, Shiyu and Shen Bao entered the contestant channel and entered the contestant room to wait. At the venue, the audience was extremely enthusiastic. The host, wearing a black suit and black sunglasses, walked onto the field and said, "Hello, audience friends, the long-awaited championship challenge is about to begin. First, Chairman Sachi said that he still doesn't want to speak this year, so let's fast forward to the competition." Good. The audience's enthusiasm was even higher. This year's championship challenge is different from previous years. In the previous 79 sessions, it was Khan who won the championship and got the opportunity to challenge. But this year, a newcomer came out strongly and became the biggest dark horse. He won the championship when no one expected it. It is Emperor Shenshin. The domineering photo of Shen Bao wearing a research suit appeared on the battle screens in all directions above the audience. Emperor Shenshin. Emperor Shenshin. Emperor Shenshin. As countless audiences shouted, somewhere in the audience, Khan exhaled and felt a little stuffy in his chest. Next to him, Mingu smiled and patted him. Next, do you still want to participate in the competition? Your time mark has been honed to very high level through the conferred god battle, right? Otherwise, forget it and break through to the god level. There will be those monsters for who knows how many sessions in the future. It's boring. You want me to give up the competition so that you have one less competitor? Khan said. How is that possible? If you give up the competition, I will give up too. I don't think I can beat these guys at all. The two looked at each other and sighed in their hearts. On the field, the host continued, and the examiner that Emperor Kanshin is going to challenge next is our old acquaintance, Jamin. Since Jamin served as the examiner of the conferred God Battle Champion Challenge, he has successfully defended his title for 99 times, and has experienced the period when Mingu and Khan successively dominated the conferred God Battle, and now, with a special number, Examiner Jamin has ushered in his third opponent. I don't know if Examiner Jamin, who has successfully repelled 99 challengers, can defeat the new challenger this time. Next, let's invite Examiner Jamin to the stage first. An examiner channel connected to the arena. An ordinary big black bull walked out calmly. Although it looks ordinary, many people know that this Jamin's identity is not simple. From the 181st of the Starry Sky 10,000 clan, the Collapse God Bull clan, control the top rules, Collapse. It is at the same level as the rules of Annihilation and Destruction. Compared with the other two rules, the characteristic is that the Collapse rule is continuous. The damage is continuous, not just a moment of attack. But as time goes by, the things that are broken will continue to break. Therefore, the intermediate god examiner in the conferred god war is not a weak intermediate god, but a top-level god. This is also the reason why evildoers such as Khan and Hades have never been able to defeat the examiner. If it were an ordinary race examiner who only mastered ordinary divine skills, they might have taken away the permanent teleportation array long ago. Of course, this does not mean that Jamin is the first echelon of intermediate gods. Many people who know the inside story know that Jamin is a famous unlearned and dandy boy. His level is basically piled up with resources, and his combat power is far behind that of geniuses of the same origin. This characteristic of the opponent also gives some challengers a very small chance of winning. I heard the whistleblower say that Jamin was thrown here by his tribe to be an examiner because he ran away from home and wanted to join the Universe Overlord Corps. It seems that it is because the Universe Overlord is also a cattle tribe. I don't know about this. The name of the Universe Overlord is a taboo. Not many people know it. Its race is even less known. The speculation about the race of the Universe Overlord is also derived from the symbol similar to the bull's head and horns on the battleship of the Universe Overlord Corps. Don't say it, don't say it. I don't know if Emperor Kanshin can defeat it. When the audience whispered, the host said, Examiner Jamin has appeared. Then, let's invite the contestant Kanshin to appear. In another contestant channel, Emperor Kanshin, wearing a research suit, walked out of the dark channel step by step and walked onto the stage. The big black bull Jamin looked at it and smiled. It was a pity that he couldn't take a bite of the white and tender radish. If it exploded in the stomach, it might not be able to stand it. Emperor Kanshin appeared and attracted everyone's attention. When Emperor Kanshin came on stage amid cheers, the host continued, before the battle begins, please allow me to update an information. Although Emperor Kanshin won the championship alone, he actually has a contract partner. In this conferred God Battle Champion Challenge, his contract partner will also fight side by side with him. After the host finished speaking, the whole audience was in an uproar. What? Emperor Kenshin has a contract partner, damn, why didn't I see his contract partner appear during the conferred god battle? Are you stupid? With Emperor Kenshin's self-destruction method, would his contract partner dare to appear? He obviously has a contract partner, but he won the first place in the conferred god battle alone. This is too inspiring. The audience of the Starry Sky 10,000 clan looked at Emperor Kenshin on the stage in surprise. Originally thought that this was a boss who would make decisions for eternity, who knew that he actually had a contract partner. Emperor Kenshin was worried that he was not strong enough to fight against Examiner Jimin, so he decided to let the contract partner assist him. Opposite Emperor Kenshin, Jimin was also stunned. What? This guy has a contractor? There is no such thing in the video. It's all fighting alone. Jimin's expression suddenly became serious. It doesn't care about a Kenshin Emperor. However, if this Kenshin Emperor has a contractor, it might be a bit tricky. Then, next, let's invite the contractor of Kenshin Emperor to come on stage. After the host finished speaking, another figure walked out of the dark contestant channel. Examiner Jimin looked past Kenshin Emperor and looked at the contractor of Kenshin Emperor. He also wanted to see who was qualified to be contracted by such a powerful Kenshin Emperor. Soon, a handsome young man wearing a dark red archaeological suit and short black hair walked towards the venue with a smile. The moment this young man appeared, time seemed to stand still, and the originally boiling venue was silent. Through the live camera, countless viewers who were watching this championship challenge saw the appearance of the contractor of Kenshin Emperor and were also stunned and rubbed their eyes hard. When Jimin saw the ordinary Shiyu appear, he didn't think Shiyu was special. He felt that he was as weak as a mortal. This was because Shiyu had a talent for controlling his body and controlled his own breath very well. What puzzled Jimin the most was why the whole venue suddenly became silent when this human appeared. Shiyu, what? Shiyu? How is it possible? Why is he here? The contractor of Emperor Kenshin is Shiyu. Wait a minute, is there something wrong? When Shiyu walked onto the stage, the silent venue instantly boiled again, and the shocking sound wave swept like a storm. Shiyu? Very famous. Examiner Jimin was stunned. Why did he feel that the voice of this human was higher than that of Emperor Kenshin? On the field, the host was also upset. When he learned about today's events from the inside of the conferred god battle, he was far more shocked than these people. At this time, in the 177th fleet of the Universe Overlord Corps, Rust Super God sat on the throne and took a deep breath. Sure enough, he is actually the contractor of Emperor Kenshin. When the whistleblower broke the news that the top 10 newcomers were all Shiyu's pets, Rust Super God naturally got the news. He immediately sent his men to investigate and confirm it. At the same time, he also asked Zijian, who seemed to know Shiyu, to verify it. The answer Rust Super God got from Zijian was, I can't be sure, but what I can be sure of is that at least Emperor Kenshin is Shiyu's pet. Just getting this news was enough to surprise Rust. Unexpectedly, Shiyu had contracted plant pets in addition to mechanical beasts and faith beasts. And with Emperor Kenshin winning the championship, Rust's mood became even more settled after he learned about the research results of Shinbeo, the cultivation fruit and the reincarnation fruit. This means that Shiyu is at least proficient in 3 subjects, botany, mechanics, and archaeology. This makes Rust love and desire Shiyu even more. At this moment, seeing Shiyu openly revealing his relationship with Emperor Kangbian in public, Rust seemed to feel the shock of the audience and couldn't help but say, this Shiyu, at all costs, must be won over. In addition to Rust Super God, the geniuses who knew Kang Xianbeo in the Kanglan Realm Plant Association were also shocked at this time. They couldn't believe that the Emperor Kangbian, who created the fruit of cultivation and caused a frenzy of internal circulation in the Kanglan Realm, actually had a contractor, and this contractor was the great god Shiyu who swept the Universe Overlord Corps. This is simply outrageous to the extreme. The scene of the championship challenge. Amidst the boiling sound, Shiyu has already stood beside Emperor Kangbian, and the host said, okay, now Emperor Kangbian's contract partner, Shiyu, has also appeared. Next, I will count down, and the game will officially begin. 10, 9, when the host counted down, the audience had not yet reacted from the shock, and they all observed Shiyu and Emperor Kangtian. At this moment, Shiyu, who was next to Emperor Kangbian, made a move that made all the audience swallow their saliva. Summon pets. According to the rules of the conferred god war, As long as there is a contract connection, it is considered as a whole. Therefore, even if Shiyu summons new pets at this time, these pets and Shiyu can also be regarded as dependents of the champion Emperor Kanshin. However, the audience knew clearly that what Shiyu summoned next was not the pendant equipment of Emperor Kanshin. What he wanted to summon was clearly the world-destroying dragon, whose strength was not inferior to that of Emperor Kanshin. The Master of Time. What? There are still pendants. On the opposite side, the uninformed examiner Ji-Meng was slightly stunned when he saw that Shiyu continued to summon combat pendants during the countdown. This Emperor Kanshin was greedy. It was not enough to have only one pendant. He also asked the pendant to contract a few more pendants to assist him. Ji-Meng's expression became more solemn. However, soon, its solemn expression could not be held back. Roar! A huge summoning diagram appeared not far behind Shiyu, accompanied by a dragon roar, and the world-destroying dragon Zyagi made a shocking appearance. When he saw Zyagi, Jamin was dumbfounded. Wasn't this guy the destroyer dragon who lost to the pure world demon duck in the top 16? How could it be? How could it be? Before it could react, the second summoning array also appeared. Behind Shiyu, a dwarf white tiger walked out of the summoning array and roared like a king. Roar! The dwarf cat looked at Jamin with fighting intent. Jamin was stunned again. Damn, isn't this the Time Master who lost to the super holy beast Zuanwu in the top 16? Wait, why is it also? While Jamin was thinking, the next scene that made not only him but also all the audience stunned appeared. Shiyu's summoning array continued to appear. 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 9 summoning arrays appeared. Counting the Emperor of Heaven, that's 10. This Shiyu is obviously a 9th level Beastmaster, and the color displayed by the array is also 9th level, but he actually contracted 10 pets. Of course, this is not something difficult to achieve on King Kai's planet. The God's contract and special transformation methods can allow the Beastmaster to have more contract positions. However, the more pets contracted, the more space resources will be divided, and the greater the burden on oneself. Few Beastmasters do this. However, Shiyu did it, and these are not the most important. The most important thing is that the audience feels very familiar with the pets summoned by Shiyu. Examiner Jamin looked at the pets summoned by Shiyu one by one in shock. Duck, the pure world demon duck with black eye bands fluttered in the breeze, with an evil aura. Turtle, so many people, the main body of the super holy beast Zuanwu said with emotion after appearing. The three-headed snake behind it had cold eyes and stared at the enemy. The weather is good, after Lin appeared. He nodded after feeling the weather. It was suitable for performing the starry sky storm and would not be affected. Ning, Susu's eyes were full of fighting spirit. She decided to find her place here and become the MVP of this battle to alleviate the regret of not winning the championship. Chituang did not speak, silently drew out his sword, locked his breath on his opponent, and killed him mercilessly. Roar! After Chong Chong appeared, he immediately changed from a bug form that saved energy to blue dragon form, flying behind Shiyu, and his dragon power bloomed. Ying, Panda 11 stood in the middle of a group of pets, colliding his left and right palms and fists, indicating that he was ready for battle. In the end, Shen Baobao retreated from the position beside Shiyu to behind Shiyu, indicating the primary and secondary identities. In terms of the contractual relationship, Shiyu was the primary and it was the secondary, so Shen Baobao directly stood in the position of other pets in the team, leaving the core position to Shiyu. At this time, the top 10 new stars all appeared on the stage, and the audience was already trembling and standing up. The tone of many media reporters speaking to the live camera was completely different from before. Impossible, absolutely impossible, I don't believe it. Kill me, it must be me, I'm still dreaming, haha, the championship challenge will not start until tomorrow, I'm still sleeping now. Amid the shouting of the audience, Khan, Hades, the son of the demon emperor and other players can clearly judge that this is not a dream. Their pupils are full of shock, and their mouths are wide open, shocked beyond words. Maybe, there is no need to retire, not to mention them, even some of the already famous top gods, even some super god level strongmen who are secretly paying attention to this battle, are also surprised at this time. The king of whistleblower, are you talking, seriously, what a joke. Although there are some guesses in the battleship of the Zijian Special Forces, when seeing this scene, Captain Zijian, who is trading with Shiyu, still takes a deep breath, as if he has encountered the most difficult thing to understand since his birth. She thought that she was already talented enough, but when she saw the lineup around Shiyu, her body still slumped slightly, and she shook her head in disbelief. No wonder, you are protected by the 5 super gods. What a monster. If such a person falls, it is estimated that it will be the biggest loss of King Kai. What kind of place is Blue Star? Bingling, vice president of the Environmental Protection Association, walked to the window, looked up at the sky, and then looked in the direction of the conferred god arena. Fleet 177, Rust Super God, stood up directly after being dazed. It's true, it emphasized, the king of breaking news, this time the news is true. But how is this possible? It can be said that even the super god-level strongmen are unwilling or unable to believe that the 10 new stars who have shown amazing strength are all one person's contracted pets. The champion Kanshin Emperor took a step back and integrated into the team, and it seemed that Shiyu was the main figure. I don't know how many viewers who support Kanshin Emperor were greatly shocked. Now, even if you think with your butt, you can also figure it out that Shiyu is not a pendant of Kanshin Emperor at all. Rather, Emperor Kanshin was just one of Shiyu's pets. At this moment, there was finally an explanation for why Shiyu did not come forward to assist the Time Master and the world-destroying dragon. The top 10 contestants were all his pets, and he could not favor one over the other and assist a certain pet. So, the final of the conferred God War is just equivalent to this Shiyu's team competition. From the moment the top 8 were born, the championship was already determined. Each pet signed up individually, which means that they are sure to win individually. This is an entertainment match. They didn't think the conferred God War would be difficult at all. In fact, it is true. The top 10 of the conferred God War, unexpectedly, unprecedentedly, were all taken by a force, no, by an individual, the most intense and huge shock since the conferred God War occurred on King Kai's planet. Countless viewers could not believe what was happening. The visitors from Blue Star, such as Jewelcat and Dragon God, kept shaking their heads. Unexpectedly, Shiyu was like this when he arrived at King Kai's planet. It really was. Of course, the one who could not believe it the most at this moment was the examiner, the Honkai Godbull, Jamin. It was just dumbfounded. Huh? It made a cute sound. At this moment, even it felt that it was still in a dream, and it was not time to test the champion yet. The strongest 10 newcomers among the top 16, the 10 guys who would undoubtedly be ranked in the top 10 in the final ranking, how come they all appeared here? What's going on? Its eyes widened. Suddenly, it remembered what the camera assistant said. This year's champion is very strong. This is the video of the battle between the top 16. In previous years, the conferred God War Committee only gave it the video of the finals, but this year, it gave it the video of the top 16. Thinking of this, the Honkai Godbull, who connected everything together, suddenly had a myocardial infarction. Damn it. Wait a minute. Chairman Sachi, this old man, why didn't he just say it? Damn it. Just because he showed his dandy temper when he first met him? Is that necessary? It looked at the 10 battle pets behind Shiyu, a little confused. The combination of a Beastmaster plus Emperor Kanshin was enough to give it a headache. Now, there are 9 opponents with the same strength as Emperor Kanshin. What's going on? Moo, the collapsed Godbull made a cry, wanting to ask, is there something wrong with the rules of your conferred God War? How can the top 10 be counted as one individual? How can they be counted as one individual? How can the examiner play with this? This is unfair to the examiner. At this moment, although the audience and the examiner felt that a century had passed. However, the whole process was within the 10-second countdown of the host. When the collapsed Godbull made a puzzled sound of moo, the countdown had returned to 0. Battle, begin. Shiyu took a deep breath. This collapsed Godbull doesn't seem to be as strong as that abyss insect. It makes sense. Although the alien insect is timid, it has the advantages of the 3 major invading races. It has 3 top talents. It is far beyond the ability of ordinary intermediate gods. Roar. After Shiyu finished speaking, the 10 pets rushed out one after another and attacked the collapsed Godbull. The spectacular scene is almost the most exaggerated in the history of the conferred God War. When seeing this scene, the collapsed Godbull's eyes were just exploding, and it didn't know how to respond. It only analyzed the ability of Emperor Kanshin, and subconsciously skipped the other 9 strong ones. You, don't come over, Jamin roared in his heart, feeling that this 100th assessment was very wrong. Excuse me, Can this assessment not be fought? Countless audiences saw the intention of retreating and the movement of swallowing saliva from the examiner's expression. But they can understand. Each of the 10 newcomers is ridiculously strong. Each of them has the qualifications to be the first in the conferred God War. And the 10 of them gathered together, no doubt, an all-star lineup. Now, tell them that these pets were all cultivated by one person. Then, how terrifying is this Beastmaster? With the addition of this Beastmaster, what kind of power can the 10 pets exert? After endless stagnation, thousands of words were gathered. Even Mingu and Khan, who had been beaten many times by Jamin, couldn't help but cast a sympathetic look at it. This guy named Shiyu. He is not a human, countless audiences thought, and no one thought that Examiner Jamin would win. I just think, this cow is so miserable. In his career, he encountered such a monster challenger. I have to say that this is the most brutal championship challenge in history. Moo, old man Sachi, I hate you. Shiyu's 10 pets attacked, accompanied by screams that resounded throughout the king of the world, and a moment later, the highest challenger representing the conferred God War fell, and the whole world was silent. Shiyu's face was imprinted in every audience's eyes. He was like a great devil who ruled everything. A challenge of 2 levels without any suspense. This is how later generations commented on this battle. Beastmaster Shiyu, and his 10 pets. This battle, he was enshrined as a god. Chapter 585, Breakthrough to the God-level Beast Tamer. Shiyu reached the top of the conferred God battle and became famous all over the world. After that, the king of whistleblowers' revelations were dug out again by the audience. Those who left comments below and swore to never believe were targeted. So far, Shiyu's pile of information has been gradually released. The fact that the monster Beastmaster Shiyu and the 10 new stars are from the suspended realm has been completely confirmed. I know the suspended realm. Although it is only a second-level realm, their realm master is said to have a record of assassinating super gods. That's right, the super god on that battlefield personally praised the bravery and strength of the Lord Wenkong, and believed that he has the potential to become a super god in the future. Hiss. Is the realm master of this suspended realm so strong? This realm is full of monsters. Now that Shiyu has obtained a permanent teleportation array, this realm is about to take off. Not to mention becoming a first-level realm, but it can basically be among the top 10 in the second-level realm. The suspended realm was overjoyed. Wang, Lin, Zhao, and Lu were all very excited. They did not expect that the geniuses brought back from the mother planet by the 2 realm masters Wang and Lin would be so powerful. Those forces in the suspended realm, who initially thought that the plan of Kangdi and Lin Feng to find the mother planet was unrealistic, not very meaningful, and the benefits might not be rewarded, fell silent. In the Dongxun realm and the Xianmo realm, some of the top gods who assisted Wenkong and Lin Feng in carrying out the plan to find the mother planet were also down during this conferred god battle. Of course, the most difficult to understand is the genius who came from the blue star like Shiyu and was taken by the angels and demons. The prince of the fallen angels of the demon kingdom and the saint of the light of the Rongguang kingdom, the 2 of them have completely shut down at this moment. They originally thought that when they arrived at Qingkai and were taken back by the gods as geniuses, it would be the beginning of their rise. However, they did not expect that Shiyu, who had suppressed the entire planet's young generation on Blue Star, would reach the top again and become the first quasi-god in the universe just 1 year after arriving at Qingkai. And they, in a year, have just adapted to the Qingkai planet. The gap is so big that it makes people despair. However, the Dongxun realm and the Xianmo realm are allies with the Zhuangkong realm after all. The arrival of the permanent teleportation array will benefit the entire Blue Star lineage, so they are relatively happy here. However, there is joy and sorrow. The powerful family spanning hundreds of realms, the Four Saints family, is very anxious at this time. The ancestors of the 4 major families once again held a remote meeting. At this time, the eyes of the 4 Saints super gods were also full of incredible looks. When the Zuanwu super god said that someone would take the 4 Saints beasts away with the 4 Saints relics in the future, they believed it, but did not take it seriously, thinking that this matter would not be difficult to solve. However, as they paid attention to the conferred god war and the 4 Saints evolvers such as the super saint beasts, they gradually became surprised. It was confirmed that the conferred god Beastmaster Shiyu was the person predicted by the Zuanwu super god. However, the 4 Saints Beastmasters mentioned by the Zuanwu super god were not as simple as the 4 Saints Beastmasters. In his team, There is also the Vice President of the Environmental Protection Association, Purifying Star Spirit, the Vice President of the Plant Association, Emperor Kanshin, and the Deputy Director of the Space Disaster Research Institute. Starry Sky Storm Battleship Ren. In addition, Shiyu has become the strongest Beastmaster who has completed the championship challenge in the new term. The attention he is getting now is enormous. He is almost the focus of the entire King Kai planet, and he is also favored by the Universe Overlord Army. At this time, the four Saints Super Gods couldn't help but feel a little bit of fear for a while, thinking that Shiyu should not be easily moved. At this moment, Zuanwu Super God himself finally understood why the divination result was a great disaster. With the power of the Zuanwu family, it would be extremely difficult to contact and prevent the other party from obtaining the four Saints relics. If, before that person was confirmed, the other party only had the potential to become one of the four Saints Super Gods, then now, combined with the other party's amazing record, the other party has become a certainty of possessing the ability of the four Saints Super God. Suzaku Super God said, "How should we respond? Just sit and wait for the other party to take away the four Saints relics." Beihu Super God said, "Given the other party's identity, it is indeed difficult to deal with. If the other party really comes to take the four Saints relics, we can use other resources to exchange for the four Saints relics and let Shiyu give us a favor. The four Saints relics are now public relics and concern the interests of all the four Saints evolved on King Kai's planet. With this as pressure, he may not dare to take the risk of offending all the four Saints evolved on King Kai's planet and take the four Saints relics away. We can use righteousness and stand on the moral high ground to pressure him, no matter who the other party is. There cannot be a second four Saints Super God on King Kai's planet." King Long Super God said, "I will not allow the birth of a second King Long Super God. As a powerful Super God that has transcended several times, it has the confidence. On King Kai's planet, there are not many people stronger than it. Of course, but this matter is thorny and needs to be considered in the long run." Zyuk Chaoshin said that there was nothing to be afraid of in the Four Saints family. With the union of the four families, there was really no one to be afraid of except King Kai on King Planet, even those special institutions. Many of their Four Saints family members also held important positions in the Plant Association, Environmental Protection Association, and Space Disaster Research Institute. Moreover, their main targets were only Shiyu's Four Saints evolvers. The major institutions would not reach out so far, so they would consider the other party, but if the other party did not give face and did not consider them, then they should not blame them for being rude. After some discussion, the Four Saints Chaoshin agreed that considering Shiyu's complex identity and background, they could give up other interests. But they must not allow anyone to challenge their position, and they must not allow Shiyu's Four Saints pets to have the opportunity to become gods. The Temple of the Gods. Shiyu followed Chairman Sachi into the place. Chairman Sachi personally handed all the rewards to Shiyu, and said with emotion, "Since I became the chairman of the conferred God War Committee, you are the strongest challenger I have ever seen. You have successfully reached the top in one challenge, and in this way. Maybe in hundreds of thousands of years in the future, there will be a record of this battle, and you will be worshipped by countless later generations. Chairman Sachi, you are too kind." Shiyu smiled and took the reward that the other party had prepared, and said, "Is the permanent teleportation array also among them?" "Yes," Chairman Sachi said. "Rational use and operation of the permanent teleportation array will be able to gain long-term huge profit. This is the honor certificate for completing the champion challenge. On King Kai, every permanent teleportation array has its far-reaching significance. Now, it is handed over to you. Of course, if you don't want it, you can transfer it. I believe that countless forces will flock to it. You can get huge benefits at one time. It depends on you how to choose." "Thank you, Chairman Sachi, for reminding me," Shiyu said. Of course, he also understood how much profit he could get by selling it directly, and he didn't even need to do it all at once. He could also choose the dividend model, but he still chose to give it to Blue Star, intending to make Blue Star more prosperous. After Blue Star is upgraded, it will be the same to squeeze Blue Star. It is more convenient to know someone, and there is no need to be afraid of being embarrassed. "Chairman Sachi, I remember that even if you don't complete the champion challenge, there is an extra reward for the first place in the conferred god battle, right?" Shiyu said. Chairman Sachi was stunned and said, "Are you interested in becoming a realm master? The first place in the conferred god war does have an additional reward?" That is, there is a fast track to apply to become a realm master, obtain a fief, and become the ruler of a third-level realm, and the chance of passing is very high. However, this reward is undoubtedly useless for those who are capable of getting the first place in the conferred God War. There are more ways to become a third-level realm master. For example, if you have a contract with a low-level planet, or if you have made military achievements, you have the opportunity to become a third-level realm master, so this reward is not special. The main reason is that the benefits of becoming a third-level realm master are not high. Developing a territory is time-consuming and laborious, and there is not enough money, so any ambitious person will at least aim to become a second-level realm master. Developing a third-level realm is equivalent to developing a remote and impoverished village. Although there are some resources inside, there are also a large number of ferocious beasts and dangers, which need to be developed by oneself. In addition to having an official identity and some advantages in doing things, it is only suitable for those who come from grassroots backgrounds to fight and be promoted from low to high. People like Khan and Shiyu who have extraordinary backgrounds and are not short of resources do not need it at all. I just want to have the identity of a realm master, Shiyu said. With the identity of a realm master, you can legally take away the epic ruins unearthed from King Kai's planet, which is very important for archaeologist Shiyu. As for whether it is a third-level realm or a second-level realm, Shiyu doesn't care. When the time comes, just leave it to the gem cat to take care of it. Anyway, she is idle. If Shiyu wants a second-level realm, it is not difficult. After Xiao Zi breaks through to the intermediate planet, he will be eligible to apply. Okay, old man, I will apply for you personally, Chairman Sachi laughed. I don't know the name of the realm, what do you want to call it? What are your considerations for the arrangement of the fiefdom? Shiyu said. The name of the realm, let's call it Donghuang Realm. The location is preferably between Zhuangkong, Dongsun, and Xianmo realms, preferably an empty wasteland. Is that so? Chairman Sachi was stunned. Most people who become the master of a third-level realm still hope to take over some third-level realms that have been developed after the accidental death of the realm master. For a realm master like Shiyu, who doesn't care about wasteland, it is probably just for the identity of a realm master. It will be done for you in a week at the fastest and half a month at the slowest, Chairman Sachi said. When the time comes, someone will send someone to deliver the realm master token to your residence. Thank you, Chairman Sachi, you're welcome. I'll look forward to you stirring up more storms on King Kai in the future, Chairman Sachi said happily. Now that he is in a semi-retired and semi-retired state, he likes to watch fun and hopes that Shiyu will make King Kai more lively. After the conferred God War, Shiyu returned to his residence and waited for the arrival of the Realm Master token. At this time, Kongdi, Lin Feng, and the 5 super gods of Blue Star were already impatient. After Shiyu returned, the 5 super gods of Blue Star immediately asked, Shiyu, where's the teleportation array? It's already here, seniors. By the way, taking away the 4 saints' relics may take a while, and my identity as a realm master is already in the process of processing, Shiyu said. In the meantime, I will return to Blue Star and connect the permanent teleportation array. Okay, hearing what Shiyu said, Kongdi agreed. There is no time to lose. Why don't we return to the suspended realm now? Now, Lin Feng and the others are also very anxious, and they are excited when they think that they can return to Blue Star immediately. Blue Star is easy to say. The key is, on the K1 star side, the location of the teleportation array. In which realm is it placed? At this time, after finally confirming that the permanent teleportation array was in hand, the 5 super gods began to worry about it again. The 3 tribes of Dragon, Phoenix and Unicorn naturally hope to be settled in the Dongsun realm. And the 2 tribes of Angels and Demons must hope to be settled in the Xianmo realm. The permanent teleportation array is divided into 2 sets, one for Shiyu to take to Blue Star, and the other one, where to put it? 5 seniors, are you thinking about this too? Lin Feng said dissatisfiedly. This teleportation array was fought for by Shiyu. Why not put it in his realm? Everyone, don't fight for it. Anyway, his realm is also built between the Zhuangkong, Xianmo, and Dongsun realms, so it won't be too much trouble for any of us. That's right, Kongdi nodded. Anyway, it is impossible to build it in the Dongsun and Xianmo realms. Seeing this, the 5 super gods of Blue Star didn't know what to say. Okay, it's fair. Then it's decided. Shiyu will go to Blue Star to fix the teleportation array first, and when the realm location is determined, We will fix the teleportation array here, the Kilin clan super god said. During this period, let Shiyu's secretary keep the other teleportation array, who, Lin Feng said. When did Shiyu have a secretary? Isn't it that cat girl? That's Shiyu's teacher. Although, she is not the kind of teacher who teaches Shiyu how to improve his strength. She is just a teacher in the Mother Star School, the 5 super gods. But we see that Gaio always helps Shiyu with work. Kongdi and Lin Feng didn't know how to argue. Just leave it to Teacher Ying. Shiyu smiled slightly. In this way, Teacher Jewel Cat should be very happy. In the future, she will control the teleportation array. Just collecting the teleportation fee will probably make her very happy. On that day, everyone had no nostalgia for King Kai City and returned to the suspended realm. Shiyu actually recorded the names and skills of many outstanding players in the conferred God War, but now is not the time to slowly copy them. He plans to return to Blue Star first and break through the God level. At that time, it will not be too late to visit them one by one. With his own strength, he will have more confidence to explore the starry sky 10,000 races. Now for Shiyu, breaking through the God level is the most important thing. In addition to being stronger in combat power, it will be safer to take the 4 Saints relics at that time. Of course, the most important thing is that after breaking through the God level, Shiyu can finally explore a relic on Blue Star that he has not yet explored. After he won the World Championship, the World Tree told him that the god Nuwa who brought humans from the starry sky to Blue Star left a relic. This relic can only be entered by humans at the God level. At that time, Shiyu was considered by the World Tree to be the most likely human to enter the God level first. The two parties agreed that after Shiyu reached the God level, Shiyu would explore the relic. However, due to the intervention of the Sky Emperor and Lin Feng, Blue Star revived one step ahead of schedule, and many humans entered the God level. But even so, the World Tree still kept its promise and waited for Shiyu to reach the God level before letting Shiyu go. It knew that Shiyu was an archaeologist and must be very eager to explore this relic. Now that Shiyu had finished the conferred God War, he could finally break through to the God level, and he could go back and fulfill the agreement with the World Tree. Nuwa. This top god is extremely mysterious. Although she is a native god of Blue Star, the will of Blue Star does not know her details. After many gods of Blue Star went to the starry sky and could not return, only Nuwa returned with the great magical powers and brought back the seeds of hope for humans. From this, we can see that she is extraordinary and even more powerful than the original ancestors of the 5 major gods. World Tree speculated that Nuwa might have risen up in the early years because of opportunities from the starry sky, just like the gem cat. It is also possible that she rose up because of the benefits of the epic ruins, just like Shidi and Shiyu. Anyway, it is impossible that she grew up through the inherent resources on Blue Star. And what Nuwa left behind, Shiyu might know after entering the Nuwa ruins in Inadara, one day later. The starry sky outside Blue Star. A figure appeared here directly. Shiyu looked at the blue planet below, exhaled, and smiled. He is finally back. Pipilong, let's go, Shiyu shouted, and a green dragon emerged from the golden summoning diagram next to him. Shiyu rode on the green dragon and rushed directly to Blue Star. Boom! A ray of green light flashed across, and the powerful might awakened the World Tree of Inadara, the Blue Star, and it transformed into a clone and looked up at the sky. Shiyu, feeling the familiar fluctuations, the World Tree clone was stunned. Shiyu is back. Does that mean that the conferred God War is over? The World Tree naturally knew about the conferred God War. In its view, Shiyu's return this time was to report the results. No matter what place you ranked, you will gain huge resources. Roar! After a moment, the Azure Dragon landed on Inadara, and Shiyu was moved by the insect in an instant and placed on the ground. Shiyu turned and looked at the green Tabularian on a giant tree. Ant World Tree, look! Shiyu threw out something similar to a teleportation anchor from the space equipment and said, "This is the permanent teleportation array of King Kai. You can install it in Inadara. It requires at least a god level to install it. It is said to consume a lot of divine power. I'll leave it to you. I'll go and break through first. You can do it slowly. After the site is fixed, it will probably take some time for that side. After that site is fixed, the teleportation of the 2 planets can be connected." Shiyu left one of the permanent teleportation arrays. Wait! World Tree was startled and looked at the teleportation anchor, saying, You won the championship of the conferred God War and completed the championship challenge. What's so difficult about this? I even killed the abyss insect. This guy is also a leader among the intermediate gods. The conferred God War is naturally a random kill for us. Shiyu smiled slightly and gave a thumbs up. It's just the baby cup. World Tree was also speechless for a while, and the green little Tibularian was stunned, looking at the teleportation array left by Shiyu in front of him. Ant World Tree, is it okay? I'm going to break through. I'm so anxious. After I break through, I'll come back to the ruins of the goddess. Why you shouldn't have let anyone in yet? No, that's good. I'll go first. World Tree stared blankly at Chong Chong, taking Shiyu away. It never thought that the permanent teleportation array that Zilan, the disciple of the Sky Emperor, said that the super god level was jealous of was really brought back by Shiyu. But after thinking about it carefully, with Shiyu's evil strength, it seemed reasonable. Now World Tree really wanted to see what the process of the conferred God War on King Kai was like, and how Shiyu won the championship. It looked at the teleportation array. After building this, it should be able to know, at this time. After throwing the teleportation array to World Tree, Shiyu directly asked Chong Chong to build an island nearby. He did not choose to break through in Anatara, fearing that it would affect the World Tree's construction of the teleportation array. On the island, after Shiyu landed, he exhaled and meditated on the spot without saying a word. At the same time, Shiyu's pets, including Ki and Ziozi, also came out of the beast control space. They all looked at Shiyu expectantly. When Shiyu breaks through to the god level, they can also break through to the god level. Here they come. Shiyu was originally in the King of the Realm City, and had cultivated to the extreme of the double 9th level, on the verge of a breakthrough at any time. At this time, Shiyu entered the state of meditation again, impacting the shackles and strengthening the double beast control space. His beast control space with a golden barrier shook violently. This breakthrough was very special, and it was somewhat different from any previous time. Under Shiyu's gaze, his two beast control spaces were like walls with peeling paint. The gold began to fade and slowly changed to colorless, returning to the state of the first beast control space. There was a feeling of returning to nature. There was nothing unexpected about this Shiyu. The 10th level beast control space itself was restored to colorless barrier. He had known this for a long time. What surprised Shiyu was that the first beast control space and the second beast control space, the two beast control spaces, seemed to collide with each other at this time, squeezing each other. With a boom, along with the transformation of Shiyu's two spaces, they actually merged together and became a larger beast control space. Boom. At this moment, Shiyu's physical, soul, and spiritual power transformed again. It made him look like a human-shaped beast, emitting an aura that could crush a demigod. At this time, Shiyu had a feeling that at this time, he could even fight for a place in the top 10 of the conferred God War. But these were not the focus of the pets. After Yu and the others sensed that their home had merged with the home of a team of seniors, Zioji and Yu looked at each other with ecstatic expressions. Is this considered an alternative promotion to the first team? Ning, of course. Susu didn't seem to welcome Yu and the others. When she thought that Zioji and Yu would be in the same beast control space with him, she felt a headache, because Zioji and Yu's ADHD was known to the whole team. Although it has merged, the contract's rules have not changed. 20 contract positions are stable. Shiyu sensed it again and confirmed that the two spaces had become more solid and the environment had become better after the fusion, and there seemed to be no harm. Not only is there no harm, but there are benefits. With the fusion of the two beast-controlling spaces, Shiyu discovered that the sky of the beast-controlling space had 2 layers of heaven. These 2 layers of sky contained a huge amount of the original power of the beast-controlling space, which was a pleasant surprise. The second layer of the god-level heaven, Shiyu said. He didn't expect that once he broke through, he would reach the realm of the second layer of the god-level heaven. There are 10 layers of the god-level heaven. The 2 beast-controlling spaces broke through at the same time, which was 1 level more than the newly promoted god-level heaven. It seemed to be the benefit of the accumulation of the foundation of the 2 spaces. At this time, the biggest benefit brought to Shiyu by the original power of these 2 layers of heaven, in addition to making him reborn, enhancing all aspects of his attributes, and improving his vitality, is that after the original power merged with his first and second beast-controlling spaces' own telepathy and body-control talents, these 2 talents also began to upgrade. Telepathy, promoted to the god level, contains the rules of the mind. At this time, Shiyu can even use telepathy to affect the emotions and thoughts of other lives. Body control, promotion to god level, gave Shiyu incredible body control, and he had the ability to regenerate limbs, leave his soul, and create a spiritual clone without the help of pets. What was upgraded at this time was the companion talent of the beast control space. Talents such as space, time, and fusion were not upgraded, and Shiyu still had to practice on his own. The same was true for the spiritual field derived from telepathy. However, these were not the main points. Fuck, as Shiyu was startled, every pet felt Shiyu's shock. What's wrong? This is. Every pet looked at Shiyu expectantly. What good news is there? This is making me a non-human. Shiyu looked at the skill illustrations. Sure enough, as he broke through the god level, the skill illustrations also changed, upgraded, and added a new function, name, origin plunder, introduction. The user can materialize this book. When a super god level life dies in front of the user, by activating the origin plundering ability, the probability of extracting the other party's transcendental source can be increased. Today's next chapter update time. 23:59, starting from tomorrow, all daily, all updates, will be updated a few minutes before 0000 hours. It is recommended that you read the previous day's update the next day. From Xingyuan, author Shen Fei Hong, while people were intoxicated by the smoke of plasma guns and cannons, Liz had already torn the battleship apart with gravity. Similar to Super God Mechanic, you can take a look if you are interested. Vera, I came across this book by chance. Chapter 071 is very interesting, I recommend it. Chapter 586, all members break through to the god level. Shiyu sighed deeply as he looked at the origin plundering ability. To be honest, he just wanted to be an honest man and a conscientious archaeologist. In the future, when he lacks the source of transcendence required for promotion, Shiyu has already thought about it. He will let the foreseeing owl cooperate with the dwarf cat and the gem cat, and the three cats will combine to go treasure hunting together. With the blessing of Lin's luck, he will be able to pick up a few sources of transcendence, right? In this way, there will be no buying and selling, and no killing. Shiyu doesn't really want to hunt other super gods for the source of transcendence. But this function is very pitfall. It gives Shiyu a feeling that if he doesn't use it, he will lose a function, and it gives Shiyu a feeling that this god level has been upgraded in vain. So, should he use it or not? The explosion rate of the source of transcendence is actually quite low. To be precise, the weaker the super god, the less likely it is to explode the source of transcendence. But this function may really increase the explosion rate of the source of transcendence? Shiyu touched his chin. Sure enough, he still wanted to verify the explosion rate. Hey, broken function. Shiyu found that the pets were looking at him hopefully, so he sighed and shared the new function with them. This sharing shocked all the pets. Wow. They looked at each other. Ying, YAA, originally, they were still thinking about how to go on the road to Super God after being promoted to God level. But now, a bright road appeared in front of every teammate. As long as they smashed 14 Super Gods, everyone could be promoted. There is such a good thing? Can you calm down? Lin looked at the chattering teammates and felt a headache. We haven't reached the God level yet. Can we not think so far and so dangerous? At least we have to wait until we break through before thinking about it, Shiyu? Okay, don't worry about this for now. Even if we break through, we can't beat the Super God level so quickly, Shiyu said. I have completed the breakthrough. Next, it's your turn. Shiyu exhaled and felt his own strength. It was really cool. God level. Shiyu clenched his fist, then spread his palm, and a seal mark filled with special power appeared in Shiyu's hand. Shiyu pinched it and pinched the seal mark into card shape, then into guard shape, and finally into Pokeball shape. This is the embodiment of Shiyu's embodiment of the contract seal ability of the beast taming space. It can be said that with this, he can directly suppress a weaker demigod and force the other party to contract as a slave. Not bad. Shiyu looked at the 11 and said, who'll go first? I'll go first, Lin said. I will break through the god level first, so that I can better detect the status of the master in them after the breakthrough. Okay, Shiyu smiled slightly and said, then Lin will go first. 11 and the others had no objection. Well, Lin looked at the pets one by one and said, after we break through, you can get huge feedback from the master. Our own attributes and the level of the beast space will be improved, based on our comprehensive attributes. This improvement will not be small, I know, I'm looking forward to it too, Shiyu smiled. There are many benefits to having many contracted pets. Can other Beastmasters feel so good when they break through the god level? Can they have 12 pets upgraded to give feedback? Of course, Shiyu's 12 pets are all top-level gods. Even if ordinary Beastmasters have so many contracts, they can't have the same feedback. Shiyu looked at the flying magic cube Lin. Lin now has 10 perfect quasi-god skills. As long as one quasi-god skill is added to the god skill, it can be promoted. At that time, it will be a primary god. After breaking through the god level, the difficulty of adding points to quasi-god skills has decreased a lot. Shiyu looked at the skill illustration and found that the success rate of adding points to wind control was extremely high. He knew that even without the assistance of Shen Bao, he could easily add points to Lin. Of course, this is also related to the low quality of wind control. If it is replaced by Lin's Starry Sky Storm, the success rate of adding points will be reduced. Come on, even if it is easy, Shen Bao, you have to feed me, Shiyu said. Yi, feed, Shen Bao calmly. As the first in the team, this little bit of work is a piece of cake. First, add the mechanical spirit, Shiyu said. Next, Lin fell into Shiyu's hands. Shiyu directly activated the skill illustration to add points. A white halo appeared on his palm. The light of the added points entered the body, and Lin entered an unprecedented comfortable state. As the mechanical spirit changed from a quasi-divine skill, Mastery plus 11, to divine skill, entry level, state, an invisible divine heart was directly condensed in Lin's body with the origin of life as the prototype. This is the symbol of the god level. The divine heart is invisible and is the place where divine power is stored. Except for the person himself and the contractor, outsiders cannot perceive or touch it, and it will completely disappear with the death of the god level life. At this moment, because Lin mastered the first divine skill, a ray of divine power was automatically born in Lin's divine heart. With the birth of this ray of divine power, Lin's divine heart began to beat, allowing the energy in Lin's body to flow rapidly, pour into the divine heart, and transform into divine power. Immediately afterwards, the divine power radiated divine power fluctuations, subtly transforming Rin's body, transforming its body into a divine machine. It has been strengthened beyond any previous time. Boom! The divine Rin is born. The next moment, the powerful divine power fluctuations on Rin's body were released and diffused, causing Igato, Susu and others to point and comment. Why is it not as strong as that Honkai divine bull? Rin? That's because the improvement of divine power, in addition to resource enhancement, mainly depends on the level and number of divine skills. I just got a quasi-divine skill promoted, because I have accumulated a lot before the god level. My current divine power level is already very high among the primary gods, at least I won't lose to the Taurus ancient god. Master, continue to add points, add all my remaining quasi-divine skills to divine skills, and show them my limit. After Rin finished speaking, he looked at Shiyu. Add, Shiyu smiled. After the mechanical spirit, is the control of the wind. After the control of the wind, is the blessing of the wind. In this way, Shiyu slowly added points to Lin. After Lin's turning danger into fortune, wind control, wind spirit pearl, and wind blessing were all added from quasi-divine skills to divine skills. Lin's divine power was indeed horrible. A large amount of divine power emerged in the heart of God. Soon, Lin seemed to have reached a bottleneck, and then broke through. Under the surprised expressions of 11 and the others, Lin broke through the primary god and reached the intermediate god realm. Compared with the bottleneck just now, the divine power has doubled. Boom! Lin's powerful divine power directly made 11 and the others' hearts pounding, and they felt that Lin could easily kill them in seconds. How is it? Lin said. Shiyu was very excited. It was worthy of being his pet. The aptitude was good. All the divine skills were just upgraded, and the divine power reached the level of intermediate gods. This is because the quality of these divine skills is not low, Lin said. There are 3 ways to improve divine power. First, improve the proficiency level of divine skills. The higher the quality of the divine skills, the more divine power you will get after the level is upgraded. Of course, it is more difficult to upgrade the level of such divine skills. Second, cultivate a large number of divine skills. Every time you cultivate a divine skill, you can get some divine power. The higher the quality of the new divine skill, the more divine power you will get, including non-racial divine skills. Third, continue to use resources to strengthen yourself, and then let the heart of God automatically convert energy into divine power. The extent of the 3 ways to improve divine power is that the level of divine skills is greater than the number of divine skills and greater than the resource enhancement. The same relationship applies to combat power. Now, Lin's level is improved by the second method. There are more. You continue to add points: space control, light control, predict the future, starry sky storm, 9-color divine light. One after another, you added points to the divine skill stage. These teaching skills are of even higher quality. Lin's divine power fluctuations are still rapidly improving. Soon, he is close to the peak of the intermediate god, giving the 11 a feeling that at this time, Lin alone can fight against the starry sky alien insect. After all the points were added, Lin's level finally stopped at the intermediate god level. It was a pity that he failed to break through to the advanced god level in one fell swoop. However, at this time, Shiyu's brain was booming, and he felt that the beast control space was improved under Lin's feedback. His realm of the second heaven of the god level was directly promoted to the third heaven of the god level. So fierce, Shiyu couldn't help but say, "Thank you, Master." After Lin's breakthrough, he was overjoyed and felt that he would be able to be promoted to the advanced god soon in the future. At this time, it can fully feel how amazing and incredible the changes in its skills have been with the combination of divine power and divine skills. It now has completely possessed the star-destroying combat power. By the way, Master, is the difficulty of adding points to the divine skills high? Lin asked a very concerned question. If it is not high, then they can be promoted to perfect gods in seconds. Of course it's high. What are you thinking about? Shiyu smiled. Even the control of wind has a very low success rate. And the success rate of blessing wind and starstorm is now 0, which makes it very difficult to upgrade. But don't worry, as long as there are skills that can be added, it's easy to say, your level will not be slow, and when my level goes up, I believe these skills that can't be added will also return to normal. Okay, Lin was relieved. At this time, seeing how fierce Lin was after the breakthrough, the 11 couldn't wait. They said they wanted to be the next to break through. Shiyu was also in a state of excitement at this time, feeling that after the whole team upgraded, his combat power would definitely change qualitatively. Even if he couldn't compare with Lin Feng, Kong Di and others, he should be considered a good player among the god-level players. Chong Chong comes first, Shiyu said. After Chong Chong's fantasy dragon was upgraded to the divine skill stage, it could be allowed to evolve again and learn new skills. Shiyu really wanted to know how Chong Chong's strength would change after evolving into King Long 3.0. Roar! Chong Chong immediately flew over excitedly and hovered in the sky. Shiyu directly opened the Azure Dragon domain and added points to it. Compared to Lin, although this time it was only promoted to the god level, because it involved evolution, Chong Chong's breakthrough made a huge noise. But fortunately, this island is all in Chong Chong's creation domain, which is harmless and cannot affect the outside world. Roar! A moment later, in the clouds, a huge dragon hovered in the sky, making a shocking roar, and was extremely excited. Chi-Tong, the short-legged cat, the turtle and Xiao Bing looked at it in a daze. I understand why it is so excited. With the promotion of the fantasy dragon to the divine skill, Chong Chong directly evolved into Azure Dragon 3.0. Although the appearance has not changed, new skills have indeed been born. Rather than a new skill, it is better to say that one of its old skills has undergone a transformation and promotion under this evolution. Creation domain was directly promoted to Creation God domain. The effect is still the same, but it is essentially different from the creation domain. Before, Chong Chong consumed the power of faith to mobilize the rules of creation. This undoubtedly shows that Chong Chong is a false Azure Dragon, because the real Azure Dragon god of creation is believed in because of its own strength, not because of being believed in, so it is powerful. Skills that can only play normal power with the help of faith are incomplete, and now, the creation god realm can mobilize the rules of creation even without the help of faith. With the help of faith, the creation god realm will be stronger. This undoubtedly shows that Chong Chong has completely mastered this top-level divine skill and has reached an extremely perfect level in the Azure Dragon evolution route. This evolution is its own evolution, an evolution that is out of faith and beyond faith. Roar! At this time, Chong Chong looked at Shen Bao very excitedly. It means that the incense is poisonous, but now it is very powerful even without the power of faith. It is not certain who will be the first in the team next time. Huh? Shen Baobao pouted, waiting, the god-level version of the anti-teammate energy fruit, the first one to arrange you. Call you arrogant. Next, Shi Yu continued to add points to Chong Chong. And also added points to its quasi-god skills to the god skill stage. In the end, Chong Chong was undoubtedly promoted to an intermediate god, not far from the advanced god. Unfortunately, this time, in addition to Shi Yu's own attributes, the beast control space did not get feedback and upgrade again. Perhaps it was too difficult to upgrade from the 3rd level of the god level to the 4th level of the god level. However, although it did not upgrade, Shi Yu could clearly feel that Chong Chong's breakthrough still saved him countless hard training. Everyone, come one by one, continue. Next, Shi Yu continued to add points to the pets as if he was going berserk. 11. Intermediate God. Shen Baobao, Intermediate God. Chi Tong, Intermediate God. Su Su, Intermediate God. Xiaoji, Ya Yang, Dwarf Cat, Combined Black Tortoise, all intermediate gods. Ha 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 ha. On the island, Shi Yu's unruly laughter came. And, the laughter from all races one after another. Shi Yu didn't know how long it had been, but now, his beast control space level has been fed back to the peak of the 4th level of the god level. He just broke through, and is about to reach the 5th level of the god level. This upgrade speed is unparalleled. Kong Di and others originally judged that Shi Yu would need to use the meditation jade to reach this level, but they still underestimated the breakthrough feedback of Shi Yu's pets. They could only say that Shi Yu's pets were too strong. At this time, Shi Yu's pets were also quite excited. At this time, each of them has obtained the strength of the intermediate god. At this time, each of them has the confidence to kill themselves and teammates in one move. Among these pets, the breakthrough of Shen Baobao is the most satisfying to Shi Yu. Because the number of god-level time marks has been directly increased to 3. How many times does it have to explode? Unfortunately, it still cannot be used by others. But time marks cannot be used, but resources such as cultivation fruits, reincarnation fruits, and world tree fruits are completely fine. Shi Yu hadn't tried it yet, but he was already looking forward to the effect of the cultivation fruit. He was waiting to improve his talents in time, space, and fusion through the cultivation fruit. Fortunately, the cultivation fruit could add points. The continuous addition of points and breakthroughs made Shi Yu's entire team very excited. Soon, it was Qi's turn to add points. Qi, the unlucky elf, became the first to break through, but she was still only a primary god. The reason was simple. She had too few skills, only time and space shuttle and star refining. Although these 2 skills were also very strong, others had 7, 8, or 9 divine skills, and she was still a little short of these 2. Qi was depressed. It was not because she was the weakest after the breakthrough, but because after finally returning to the god level, her body became smaller. She had completely become a mascot figure that was not even the size of a mineral water bottle. Don't be sad. Xiaozi will definitely not reach the intermediate god level later. Although you are a primary god, you have many attributes to report. I have broken through to the 5th level of the god level again, Xiaozi. And, this is for you. Shi Yu handed the quasi-level 12 time crystal that the super god stone opened before to Qi. Qi's eyes lit up instantly. I love you, Shi Yu. She cheered and took the time crystal. She was very happy. With this, plus the magical skills of Shen Baobao's reincarnation fruit, she was confident that she could return to the peak combat power of her previous life in a short time, that is, the realm of high-level gods. Even, complete the breakthrough, surpass the previous life, and reach the strength of the top god, or even the perfect god. By then, she will be the strongest combat power in the team. Hey. She was unable to participate in the team competition this time, but next time, Qi will kill everyone. Go quickly. Shi Yu smiled slightly, looking forward to Qi's return to the peak. By then, she can go anywhere in the universe. It's your turn next. At the very end, Shi Yu looked at Xiaozi, who also floated over expectantly and landed in Shi Yu's hand. It only has 3 skills, namely the power of the world, the blessing of the world, and the inner world. Shi Yu helped it upgrade all of them to the stage of divine skills. So far, Xiaozi has finally reached a god level, of course, only a primary god. It means that at most, the life of the primary god level can be bred in its body. However, according to the planetary standards, it is now considered an intermediate planet, the same level as the blue planet. although the gap is 1 day and 1 Earth. With the promotion of Ziozi, Shiyu's beast control space level has completed the final upgrade, and it has been strengthened again on the standard of the 5th heaven of the god level. At this point, Shiyu's pets have been strengthened. Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief and was very satisfied. I'm so tired, Shen Bao Bao, give me a cultivation fruit. I want to sleep before exploring the ruins. You go to the beast control space to build a new home by yourselves, and call me in a week. By then, the teleportation array should be almost built. Shiyu finished speaking and took a cultivation fruit handed over by Shen Bao Bao. That? After the cultivation fruit reaches the divine skill level, it seems to contain the rule of Stinky. I don't know what's going on, Shen Bao Bao said. Shiyu? The rule of Stinky? There is also this rule? Are you sure you are not kidding me? For a moment, Shiyu, who was holding the cultivation fruit, didn't know whether to take it. 5 days later, Shiyu got a breakthrough in his sleep, not the level of his beast control talent. Instead, he, who was originally at the 5th level of the god level, broke through the beast control space level again. It was not because of the cultivation fruit. This time the feedback came from the spirit of time, Qi. As expected, just as Shiyu and Qi expected, with a reincarnation fruit that activated the power of the previous life, plus the quasi 12th level time crystal, Qi's growth level increased at a speed that was like a cheat. It took only 1 day for her to recover to the level of divine power of the high-level god in her previous life, and the level of her time and space shuttle divine skill was also restored to the mastery level. In addition to refining the time crystal, her time-space shuttle level has steadily advanced towards the perfect level. Although it has not yet reached the perfect level, the enhancement brought by the top-level divine skills directly allows Qi to break through and become the first top-level god in Shiyu's team. This breakthrough brought a huge feedback to the beast control space, which directly allowed Shiyu to reach the 6th level of the god level, close to the 7th level of the god level. The upgrade speed was incredible, and he was only 4 stages away from the peak of the god level. Qi stinks. Shiyu was happy and excited in his sleep. Qi? A week later. After Shiyu woke up, he first vomited for 3 minutes, then wiped his saliva and stood up, revealing an invincible look in his eyes. Pipilong, let's go again. At Shiyu's call, the intermediate god King Long appeared, and took Shiyu to fly into the sky with a woohoo and headed to Anatola. Don't learn from the little white dragon. Under Shiyu's order, Chong Chong immediately obediently roared. After a while, Shiyu returned to Anatola. At this time, sensing the arrival of outsiders, one of the World Tree clones, the Green Worm, immediately appeared. Completed the breakthrough? Wait a minute. What's wrong with your level? The World Tree clone sensed the level of Shiyu and Chong Chong and was stunned. At this moment, Shiyu and Chong Chong did not hide their aura at all. Feeling Shiyu's special state that was close to the 7th level of the god level and Chong Chong's divine power level at the peak of the intermediate god level, the World Tree clone was dumbfounded. Something is wrong, something is wrong. Did you guys not reach the god level a week ago? Just breaking through, shouldn't you all be newly promoted to the god level? The peak of the 6th level of the god level and the peak of the intermediate god level. What's the matter with the 6th level of the god level and the peak of the intermediate god level? People on King Kai's planet break through like this, and there are even people who go directly from quasi-god to super-god. Don't worry about it, Shiyu perfunctorily said. Ant World Tree, is the teleportation array built? Otherwise, I will go to the ruins of the goddess Nuwa first. The World Tree clone was stunned. People on King Kai's planet break through like this? You are kidding. Do you really think it knows nothing? It had already made up for it with the information about King Kai brought by Zilan. Shiyu's breakthrough progress was definitely not normal. Absolutely. Okay, I know the breakthrough speed is a bit unscientific, but who made us lay a solid foundation? Shiyu smiled and said, unfortunately, now at most we can only hunt down a top god. Hunting down a perfect god or a super god is still a bit difficult. But I feel that it won't take long. Give me another 2 years, I should be able to beat the current super god ancestors of the 5 major gods of Blue Star. The World Tree clone had a stomachache, and only felt that the 5 super gods were in danger. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 587, The Relics of Nuwa. Forget it, the World Tree clone slowly calmed down, and the green worm's eyes regained their calmness. Anyway, Shiyu's outrageous behavior has not been a matter of 1 or 2 days. It understands what Shiyu means. Isn't it just to tell it that Shiyu's fist is the biggest? The good things will be left to Shiyu, and the scraps will be left to the 5 super gods of Blue Star who are coming. Otherwise, when Shiyu becomes powerful, it is possible to snatch things from them. The green worm twitched at the corner of its mouth, and then nodded, as if reaching a consensus. The 5 super gods of Blue Star in the distant Kai King planet vaguely felt a chill on their backs at this moment. Are we going to the ruins of the goddess of Wa now? Said the World Tree clone. Well, let's go now. I can't wait, haha. Shiyu was eager to try. Okay, I'll take you there, said the World Tree clone. Next, Shiyu was once again led by the World Tree clone into the World Tree secret realm. This time, in addition to seeing the World Tree itself, a tall and magnificent giant tree, Shiyu was also brought to a stone platform. On the stone platform, there was a colorful divine stone. This divine stone is the relic left by Lord Wa. It is said that only those with a specific bloodline above the god level can enter, that is, the human race, the World Tree said. Although it was left by Lord Wa, I don't know what the situation is inside the relic. Are you sure you want to be the first to enter? It doesn't matter. Since it was left by Wa, there shouldn't be any danger. Then I'll go, Shiyu greeted the World Tree. After the World Tree nodded, Shiyu looked forward to touching the colorful divine stone like touching the relic equipment. The next moment, Shiyu in the secret realm of the World Tree first entered the relic of Wa in the colorful divine stone with his mind, and then his body also entered the relic of Wa. In front of the World Tree, Shiyu disappeared directly. The World Tree sensed it and found that it could not sense Shiyu. It looked at the colorful stone quietly and waited. Wa Shen. This god also left a great military exploit in the War of the Mythological Era. If it were not for her to repair the rules of the world and repair the damaged world, the World Tree was sure that Blue Star would have become a dead star long ago. Unfortunately, the super god-level cosmic beast was too fierce and later devoured Blue Star to such a ruin that Wa Shen was powerless and could not repair it. However, Wa Shen had done enough. Thanks to her, Blue Star could retain a glimmer of life. In the end, the top god Wa Shen also left Blue Star with other gods. Later, Wa Shen was the only god who successfully returned among the departed gods. Her clone brought back the method of creating humans and the seeds of humans, and indicated that humans were the hope for the rise of Blue Star. More, Wa Shen did not say anything more. She only left the remains of Wa Shen and the instructions for cultivating the human race, and the clone dissipated directly. Shiyu, I hope you can explore more things from the ruins of the goddess of Wa. In the expectation of the World Tree, Shiyu stood on the barren land in the ruins of the goddess of Wa, and was stunned. He walked on the barren land without any life, and fell into deep thought. This is the World Tree, this is what the goddess of Wa said, another world? There is nothing. Not to mention extraordinary life. There are not even ordinary flowers and plants, it is a dead place. Shiyu, this is, the ruins of the era, in the beast control space. He looked at the outside world through Shiyu and said. I know, anyway, let's fly around first. Shiyu floated up, intending to observe more places first. After a while, Shiyu and his team confirmed that this was a spherical world, similar to a star, but they were isolated by space when they wanted to leave this star, which means that the size of this place is what they saw. After walking around, except for the barrenness, Shiyu and his team found nothing. Master, this relic world has a surface area of about 510 million square kilometers and a diameter of about 12,742 kilometers. Other data are as follows. Lin told Shiyu the data after the test. Shiyu listened and suddenly felt something was wrong. But before Shiyu could think about it, the relic they had visited finally had some changes. Rumble. In the east, the earth shook, and a building that looked like a temple slowly rose up. Let's go. After sensing it, Shiyu and his friends were overjoyed, and Shiyu quickly flew towards the temple. After a while, Shiyu arrived outside the temple and looked at this not-so-tall temple. There were many traces carved on it. After careful identification, it can be seen that there is an image of a human body with a snake tail, occupying the absolute protagonist position. Wa Shen, seeing this picture through Shiyu, The pets in Shiyu's beast control space judged the identity of the other party. According to the descriptions of those resurrected gods and the world tree, Washen also looks like a human body with a snake tail. Did Wa leave it behind? Shiyu walked directly into the temple. As soon as he entered, he found that there was only a table inside the empty temple. On the table, there were 3 bottles and a map. Before Shiyu had time to approach the table to see what those things were, he heard the faint sound of musical instruments in his ears, or in his heart. With the sound of musical instruments, Shiyu seemed to be pulled into another world, and he felt like he was listening to the sound of history. In the distant era, the blue planet's past and present lives, with the sound of a voice full of charm, Shiyu seemed to have crossed time and space and saw a god with a human body and a snake tail, standing on the temple, looking at the 4 items he left behind. Although it was only a back view, it looked very beautiful. The person who came later, I know you have many doubts. Next, I will solve them for you one by one. Washen turned her back to Shiyu. Shiyu couldn't see her face clearly. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it, as if his whole body was fixed. Your arrival demonstrates the will of Blue Star and fulfills the promise made to me to cultivate and strengthen the human race. Listen carefully to what I say next. I was originally an ordinary snake demon on Blue Star. By chance, I strayed into the ruins of the ancient era and inherited the legacy of a great goddess named Nuwa. After leaving Blue Star, I continued to explore the ruins of the era, looking for the traces of the great goddess Nuwa, and discovered something very interesting. Similar individuals will emerge between different cosmic eras. Blue Star, our home planet, was very likely a cosmic star in the last cosmic era, reflecting the starry sky. And the life master on it is the human race, and the great goddess Nuwa also has a very close relationship with the Blue Star and the human race of the last era. The ruins you are in now are very likely a fragment of that star. Of course, I can't be sure of this, but I'm already exploring. During the exploration, I also found a very interesting epic ruins, which should be related to the Blue Star of the last era, because it requires at least 5 human races born from the Blue Star and fused with a source of transcendence to open it, which is also what I brought with me. Return to the starry sky humans and hand them over to the will of Blue Star to breed humans. To solve the mystery of the epic ruins, your appearance shows that god-level humans have been born on Blue Star, but this is not enough. I left 4 things. 1 is a star map, which records the coordinates of that epic ruins in the universe. There are also 3 divine objects, called creation soil, which is the crystallization of my power. You hand it over to the will of Blue Star. With this object as a medium, it can resurrect 3 people from the long river of history of about 2,000 years. I hope these 3 people can have the qualifications to merge the source of transcendence. These 2000 years, the 3 most talented people, add some hope for the birth of 5 human strongmen on Blue Star. As a suspected isotope of a cosmic star, the life bred by Blue Star has real potential and contains great luck, but lacks opportunities. I am sure of this. When Blue Star gathers 5 human races that have integrated the source of transcendence, I hope you can inherit my wish and unlock the secrets of Blue Star's past and present lives. Because of special reasons, I will wait for you at that epic ruins. When you arrive, we will meet. Goodbye, latecomer. The picture broke. Shiyu regained clarity. Then, he was in a daze. Wait a minute, Goddess Wa, give me a chance to communicate. Shiyu looked at the 4 things on the table and walked forward quickly. Master, at this time, Lin and the others also murmured, obviously hearing and seeing the voice and picture just now. Earth is the Blue Star of the last era, there is no escape, Shiyu thought to himself. Even the goddess Nuwa has come out, it's outrageous, the epic ruins that can only be opened by the 5 super god level Blue Star people. Shiyu felt that the mystery of his time travel might be solved here. Because he traveled from Earth to Blue Star. The body of the last era was excavated from the super godstone, which indeed shows that he came from the last era. This wave, there are finally more clues, but Shiyu picked up the star map and said he couldn't understand it at all. Master, the location shown here is not on the cosmic sea, Lin said quickly, but I can't be sure where it is exactly. King Kai only has relatively detailed records about the cosmic sea. Maybe, the cosmic overlord army has a more comprehensive understanding of the cosmic starry sky. We can go to Captain Zijian to ask for star maps of other cosmic emperors' spheres of influence. Okay, don't worry. Shiyu turned to look at the 3 bottles of creation soil. Then, he swallowed his saliva. Planetary life actually has the ability to revive the life it breeds. For example, if a native of Blue Star just died in front of the World Tree, or died only a few days ago, Blue Star is fully capable of spending a huge price and consuming its own original power to resurrect him, as long as the other party's death does not exceed the scope of Blue Star's understanding. However, although it can be resurrected, it is limited to the life that died recently. If the death time is too long, then Blue Star can't do anything. But according to what Nuwa said, the creation's oil she left behind can allow Blue Star to resurrect more ancient human strongmen. The timeline has been extended to 2000. Then, Emperor Wu, Empress, Dragon Emperor, these three dead Donghuang emperors, can they be resurrected? Shiyu looked at the 3 bottles of creation's oil and asked in his heart. If it is said that 5 Blue Star human super gods are needed, Shiyu thought about it. In addition to himself, there may be only the 5 emperors of Donghuang, Lin Feng, and the 7 people of Shenun legend who have the greatest hope of reaching super gods. The 7 of them basically represent the 7 people with the strongest talent and potential in the Donghuang lineage. Of course, if we put the perspective on other countries, there may be many such people, but Shiyu is not familiar with the ancient legends of other countries. However, there are only 2,000 years and only 3 soils. Shiyu thought of Muhuai and Yunu, and felt a pity. The resurrection of the dead is the reason why many strong people leave their mother planet and return to support their mother planet. Shiyu shook his head. Therefore, the relationship between the natives of the planet and the planet itself is extraordinary. For example, the gods of the mythological era of Blue Star also relied on the help of Blue Star to sleep for hundreds of millions of years. If they were in other places instead of their mother planet, they would have died long ago. This is also the reason why the gods who left Blue Star but failed to achieve a breakthrough died so quickly. Of course, there are also those who died in their mother planet, such as the Earth Dragon. But this is purely due to natural disasters. The 5 super gods of Blue Star hope to develop Blue Star because they are also the descendants of the race bred by Blue Star from the root. Although they have intermarried and evolved later, they have traces of other places, but the imprint of Blue Star is still deeply rooted. If they return to Blue Star and use it as their home ground, they can have the home advantage in fighting against the alien super gods and receive the strong blessing of the planet. For example, Su Su, the sea elf, is treated differently on Blue Star and King Kai's planet. Shiyu stayed in the Nuwa temple for a long time and fell into long thought. I don't know how long it took. Shiyu looked at the 7-color divine stone in his hand. Let's go back. Shiyu put away the map and the oil of creation and said. In this way, he has basically completed the exploration of the mythological relics on Blue Star, but now he has a more important goal. The suspected epical relics related to the Earth mentioned by Nuwa. Although Shiyu feels that the world under his feet is not much different from the Earth in his impression. But since this place is called the Fragments of the Earth by Nuwa, then the Earth may not be as simple as he knows. On Earth, he is an archaeologist and mythologist who studies myths. Maybe his Earth at that time was also the end of the Law. Otherwise, how to explain Nuwa, King Long and so on. Also, how to explain his previous life, which reached the super god level. These are what Shiyu wanted to find out. While the world tree was waiting, Shiyu's figure slowly appeared. Shiyu, after finding Shiyu coming out, the world tree was extremely happy and said, "What's going on inside?" Shiyu said, "Nothing, I went in and walked around, and came out without finding anything." The world tree? Just kidding, I got a little gain. Shiyu saw that the world tree was confused, and smiled. The world tree was upset and changed. Shiyu had changed. He was no longer the boy who respected her after the world championship. He had become more powerful. This was the nth time Shiyu had joked with her. Next, tell me what you found. At this time, the world tree hadn't said anything, and a blue figure slowly emerged. She had light blue hair and eyes, and wore simple clothes like white pajamas. Her expression was calm, and her temperament was as clear and ethereal as ice and snow. There was a faint halo on her body. Although she looked like a human, she didn't look like a human, but like other life forms incarnated as humans. Her appearance surprised the world tree slightly. Shiyu was also stunned and looked at her unexpectedly. "Mother," the world tree spoke. "Blue Star will." Shiyu also spoke. This was the first time he saw the Blue Star will appear. The world tree is known as the incarnation of the Blue Star will. But those who know the inside story know that the world tree was only created by the blue star will, and it supervised the blue star's clone creation during its recovery and sleep. The relationship between the two is like that of mother and daughter. The blue star will is a powerful planetary life that can fight against the super god. It is the mother goddess of all life on blue star and cannot be represented by a world tree. At this time, the myth revived, and the blue star will itself finally woke up slowly. Shiyu looked at the blue star will and felt her power. She was not comparable to the world tree at all. This was the true master of one star. Thank you for the blue star matter, Shiyu. The world tree is me, but I am not the world tree. I know all your experiences after I woke up, Blue Star said. Did you find anything in the ruins of the goddess Nuwa? Well, Blue Star Mother, this is really a great discovery. Shiyu smiled slightly. World tree? Why did I lower my generation again? You and Shenbao called me mom before, shouldn't you call her grandma now? Senior Nuwa left information in the ruins. According to her archaeological discoveries in the universe, Blue Star may have been a cosmic level star in the last era, similar to King Kai, or even stronger than King Kai. I don't know if this counts as reincarnation, or the same individual in different eras. After Shiyu finished speaking, Blue Star's expression remained calm, but World Tree was very surprised and asked, what? And the blue star in the last era? I'll call it Earth here. On Earth, humans are the dominant species, and humans seem to be the powerful dominant race in the last era. This is why Senior Nuwa searched the starry sky for the human race and handed them over to Blue Star for cultivation and nurturing. It may be the hope that Blue Star can use the power of humans to return to its peak. In addition to this, there is another reason. That is, Nuwa discovered an era relic related to the Earth and the universe. This era, the epic ruins, need 5 super god level humans born from a specific star, Blue Star, to open them. This is also the reason why Senior Nuwa wants the world tree to cultivate humans. I hope that when the 5 super god level humans are born, the mystery of the Earth and Blue Star can be solved, and she herself seems to be waiting for us in the epic ruins. The world tree, regardless of the fact that it was downgraded again, was still surprised and said, Nuwa is still alive, so that's it. At that time, she was more mysterious than the gods such as Zulong and Yuanfan. Now it seems that she, like you, has been in contact with the epic ruins, Blue Star said. Earth. Since it is her wish, then I will help her complete it. Without Nuwa's repair of the rules back then, there would be no Blue Star now, so after Blue Star learned of Nuwa's intentions, he decided to cooperate with her to the fullest. Now she has finally recovered. Washen meant that Blue Star should cultivate 5 super gods. Blue Star looked at Shiyu. That's it. Plus Sky Emperor and Lin Feng from King Kai, and Time Emperor trapped in the epic ruins, so there's still one missing. 5 super gods, World Tree murmured in his heart. It seems that the resources of the 5 major gods of Blue Star are completely gone. The resources of Blue Star must be used to cultivate the human race. Sure enough, the 5 super gods of Blue Star. Danger. By the way, Senior Washen left behind the coordinates of the ruins. In addition, there are these things. Shiyu took out the creation soil. This is the creation soil. There are still some residues. When the world tree saw the soil, it immediately recognized what it was and said, when Nuwa and I used the human seeds from the starry sky to create the humans on Blue Star, we used these things. Did Nuwa want us to use these 3 balls of soil as a medium to resurrect the 3 most talented humans on Blue Star in the past 2,000 years? In this way, the probability of having 5 human super gods in the same frame will be greater. I see, the world tree said. It takes a lot of strength to resurrect the dead, but if you use this oil of creation, you can resurrect them more easily. After all, the essence of the human race on Blue Star is the combination of the human seeds of the starry sky, the soil of creation, and the power of Blue Star. 2,000 years? Shiyu, do you have any suitable candidates? Blue Star looked at Shiyu. Shiyu said, if I were to choose, it would definitely be the 2nd generation legendary emperor of Donghuang, Wu Emperor Wudong, the 3rd generation emperor of Donghuang, the female emperor Huangxi, and the 4th generation emperor Long Qingyan. Shi Emperor has now entered the super god, and Senior Kong Emperor has also hunted super gods. The legends of our Donghuang lineage all have the qualifications to become super gods. It's just that due to the restrictions of the Dharma ending age, they can't fully exert their qualifications. Okay, Lanzing nodded and said, then resurrect these 3 people. The ruined star map will be handed over to you for safekeeping. After these three people are resurrected, you will lead them to integrate into the current blue star, okay? She nodded and handed 3 portions of creation's oil to Lanzing next. 3 portions of creation's oil floated in front of Lanzing. Lanzing closed his eyes slightly, and first his consciousness descended to Donghuang, looking for the relics of the 3 ancient legends, and then, with these as a guide, he looked for traces of Emperor Wudong, Empress Wangzai, and Dragon Emperor Long Qingyuan from the long river of history. Lanzing's perspective crossed countless spaces and times, and soon he saw traces of history on a certain isolated island, and saw a male beast master covered in blood. He was wearing a dragon robe, with a resolute expression, controlling 9 dragons, and fighting against the remnant soul of the ancestor dragon. Brothers and sisters, I said at the end of chapter 584 that the update time would be changed. Why are there still people asking or 2? It's only been a day. I won't forget it. I'll check it out again if I forget. Don't urge me, don't urge me. Chapter 588, Legend of the Emperor's Resurrection. This is the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor sealed the remnant soul of the ancestral dragon in a gem at the cost of his life, and then died. In the last days of the law, he sealed the remnant soul of the ancestral dragon with a body of level 9. This person is extraordinary. Lanzing gave a high evaluation to the Dragon Emperor, and used the power of this oil of creation to collect the traces of the Dragon Emperor's existence and poured them into the soil. Then, it was the era of the Empress. On Phoenix Island, Lanzing saw a female beastmaster. Her skin was as white as cream, her eyes were like stars, her white clothes were fluttering, and her white and gray long skirt embroidered with the language of phoenix flowers was scattered. Her every move exuded the unique spirit of a mixed-blood legend. She controlled 9 phoenixes and fought a battle with a Suzaku faith god in a deeper relic space. Under the suppression of the Empress, the Suzaku phoenix retreated step by step, but at the most critical moment, the ruins collapsed, and the space-time rift involved both parties. Lanzing's consciousness entered the space-time rift and found that both parties had perished together under the swallowing of the space-time turbulence. He couldn't help but feel a pity. This woman is a mixed-blood human, perfectly combining the strengths of humans and the Phoenix clan, and is also extremely extraordinary. She also captured the traces of the Empress' existence and integrated it into the soil of creation. In the end, the Blue Star consciousness traced back to the era of the Martial Emperor and saw the combined Martial Emperor fighting a great battle with the demigod of the Meteor clan, suppressing the opponent and making him retreat step by step, but because he himself could not remove the radiation of the Meteor clan, he could only choose to die together. We defeated the Star clan head-on, but unfortunately we could not deal with the radiation of the opponent. I hope you can all break through the limits in the new era and achieve the position of super god in another life. After she finished speaking, she threw out 3 pieces of soil of creation. Under the white light, the soil slowly took on human form and turned into the appearance of the Martial Emperor, the Empress, and the Dragon Emperor, turning into their last appearance before their fall. The burly Martial Emperor, wearing a broken battle armor, had the radiation of the Meteor clan purified. The white-clothed Empress still had an extraordinary temperament, and her eyes shook slightly on her delicate face. The Dragon Emperor, wearing a dragon robe, exuded majesty. The 3 floated in the air for a moment and slowly landed. Not only the appearance, but also the clothes on their bodies were perfectly reproduced. In addition, in the beast control space, the pets that had a contractual connection with them also began to be reborn. Except for Chongsun, who had already left here, they directly restored their full strength under the power of the creation soil and Blue Star and returned to the peak state. A moment. The 3 emperors, the Martial Emperor, the Female Emperor, and the Dragon Emperor, opened their eyes at the same time. I am feeling such a perfect state. The Martial Emperor was incredible. Didn't he die together with a meteorite? Not only did he seem to be resurrected, but even the radiation injury and the wish curse had disappeared. I'm not dead. The Female Emperor also looked confused. She clearly remembered that she had mistakenly entered the crack of time and space and was swallowed to death by the turbulence of time and space. I should have died to seal the remnant soul of the ancestral dragon. The Dragon Emperor Long Qingyuan was equally shocked. They all raised their heads and looked at the Blue Star Will, Shiyu, and the World Tree behind them. The tall and glorious World Tree exuded amazing divine power, which made the 3 emperors feel extremely oppressed. They could not see through the mysterious and sacred will of Blue Star at all, and they felt that they could not resist, as if they were facing a high god. Until they saw Shiyu smiling at them, the three ancient legends were slightly startled. In addition to the memories they already had, the next moment, they had another headache, and a memory that did not belong to them began to emerge. Emperor Wudong saw himself fighting with a young man, and saw himself, with the help of the other party, both sides work together to destroy the meteorite. This was clearly not his experience. Empress Wang's eye saw a young man appear in her mansion, and she mistakenly thought that the other party was here to propose marriage, and then the two sides happily formed the Hunter Mom group, but this was not her experience. Dragon Emperor Long Qingyuan saw a young man who crushed the remnant soul of Zulong in front of him, but Zulong was sealed by him, so how could he be killed by others in Dragon Palace City? The chaotic memories made the three ancients fall into contemplation, but they recognized the person in front of them. It's you, the martial emperor, the female emperor, and the dragon emperor, each with different complex emotions, looked at Shiyu and spoke. World Tree? Why do these people who died thousands of years ago know Shiyu? Huh? Not to mention the World Tree, even Shiyu himself was startled. Wait, is there something wrong? Only Blue Star Will saw the abnormality of the three legends, and then looked at Shiyu again. Is it time and space entangled? She observed Shiyu seriously and said, that little guy, stay with you, this may be the side effect of you playing with time. Hey, Blue Star sighed. Unexpectedly, the time spirit was mixed with Shiyu, and it seemed that it had traveled through time and space. This is not good. When the time spirit met the archaeologist, Blue Star had already imagined what a mess the universe would be like. In Shiyu's beast control space, he looked at Blue Star Will eagerly and smiled. Blue Star's mother is still amazing. She found her directly. As for the World Tree, it was created by the will of Blue Star at the end of the mythological era. He did not recognize it, but he did recognize Blue Star. At this time, Shiyu also knew that he was exposed. At the moment, with the resurrection, the pets in the beast control space of Emperor Wu, Empress Nu, and Dragon Emperor were also extremely shocked. They did not understand what happened and how they were resurrected from death. Seniors, please be patient. At this time, Shiyu, who also realized what was going on, smiled and said, everyone, calm down first. I know that things like resurrection from the dead are very bizarre. Why don't you calm down and listen to what's going on? After Shiyu finished speaking, Emperor Wu, Empress Nu, and Dragon Emperor nodded. They could also sense the giant tree next to them. The breath of the blue-haired figure was very terrifying. I'm afraid it was above the god level. Their resurrection must be the masterpiece of these people. Emperor Wu looked at Shiyu with a complicated expression. The interweaving of two memories reminded him of this traveler who fought side by side with him. The Empress also looked at Shiyu with a complicated expression, remembering that this mother hunter who had contracted her sister was a supporter who helped her establish the Donghuang Empire. The Dragon Emperor was silent when he saw Shiyu, the senior who helped him kill the remaining soul of the ancestral dragon again. They all knew that the memory was not what they experienced, but they felt that the memory was extremely real. It was as if they had really experienced it in different time and space. Memories of parallel time and space? Now, it's about 2,500 years after Emperor Shi established the Donghuang dynasty. Blue Star has revived its mythology, and the god-level shackles have disappeared. Shiyu said, the tree in front of us is the incarnation of Blue Star's will, the World Tree. The great existence in front of us is the original Blue Star will. It is the Blue Star will that has resurrected you from the long river of history, my predecessors, and I am a beast master in the modern ancient Donghuang country. In terms of seniority, I am still your junior. Shiyu smiled and said, if you have any messed up memories, don't take it seriously, just forget it. It may be the sequelae left after I traveled through a parallel time and space and changed history. It's not what you experienced, ahem. But please forgive me if I offended you in the parallel time and space. It doesn't matter if you don't forgive me. Anyway, you can't beat me now, Emperor Wu, Empress, Dragon Emperor. You are indeed a person from the future, Empress Wang's eye spoke. Although the memory did not belong to her, she felt as if she had experienced it herself. She had already made many guesses about Shiyu's identity. Now, one of her guesses was indeed correct. Traveling through time and space. No wonder you knew my secret and came to help me solve the remnant soul of Zulong in advance, said the Dragon Emperor. Seniors, the reason why I resurrected you is actually because I need your help, Shiyu said. Forget it, it's useless to tell you now. Why don't you all follow me back to Donghuang first? In the current Donghong country, there may be people or things you are familiar with. After Shi Yu finished speaking, the three emperors were silent. They still felt incredible that they had resurrected after crossing 1,000 years. After a moment, they all saluted to the will of Blue Star and said, "Thank you for the resurrection. If necessary, I will do my best." Blue Star nodded and said, "Just follow Shi Yu back. He will explain to you. It is also his request that I resurrect you, then Shi Yu, they will be handed over to you. When the teleportation array on the Kai King's planet is completed, I will notify you as soon as possible." "Okay," Shi Yu said, "no problem." Haha, when the Sky Emperor and Lin Feng are teleported here, or even the Dragon God Senior is teleported back, will they be dumbfounded to see that the Martial Emperor, the Female Emperor, and the Dragon Emperor have all been resurrected? If the Time Emperor also comes out, the 5 emperors can be in the same frame. Alice. However, if there are 5 legendary emperors in one country at the same time, will the old man Shenun be in pain? A group of ancestors crawled out, and the pressure on his governance should be great. Shi Yu, the Martial Emperor, the Female Emperor, and the Dragon Emperor were directly teleported to Anatara by the World Tree. "So, you are Senior Woody, you are Senior Empress." The 3 legendary emperors of Donghong were a little restrained for a moment. They had never thought about the situation in front of them. In addition to the communication here, they also kept communicating with the pets in the beast control space. The pets of the Emperor Wu all noticed that the radiation injuries on their bodies had disappeared, and their condition was extremely good. Wudong, Chongsun is not here. At that time, it was the only one who was not killed in the battle and sent away by us. Is it still alive now? Don't let us live, it's dead. I know it's still alive, but I can sense it in reincarnation, the Emperor Wu said. Give me time, I can find it. In addition to the 3 legendary emperors, a bunch of pets in Shi Yu's beast control space were also very excited. 11 cried out, the Emperor Wu was resurrected, and someone would play the Iron Beast ranking with him. Chi Tuong was also very happy. Her sister was alive, and she could drag her sister to watch the drama together again. Feeling the happiness of the pets, Shi Yu also smiled and said, 3 seniors, here, take it. Shi Yu said, this is the world history data from the establishment of the Donghong dynasty to the establishment of the 7-Nation Alliance. It is all recorded in this memory drop. After you receive it, you should know the current situation. In addition, I recommend that you go to different places first. Senior Woody, you can go back to Wuling City. Senior Ji Mengzu is there. If you have any questions, you can ask her. Senior Dragon Emperor, you can go back to Dragon Palace City. A bunch of old dragon kings who follow you, some are still alive. If you have any questions, you can ask them. As for Senior Dragon God, he is not in Blue Star now, but he should be able to come back soon. As for Senior Empress, your mother is still imprisoned, and you don't seem to have any other relatives. How about going back with me and strolling around? I may be your only relative. After all, your sister's bloodline is now my guardian spirit. Are you polite? Empress Wangzai looked at Shi Yu and said, okay, I'll go back with you, but you have to tell me the purpose of your resurrection of me. This. I don't tell you seniors, just because I'm afraid you will feel pressured. How about this? After you become a god, I will tell you that your top priority now is to adapt to the current Blue Star and break through to the god level. How about that? It shouldn't be difficult for you, Shi Yu said with a smile. By the way, please don't make the matter of parallel time and space public, as that may bring disaster to Blue Star. The 3 legends all wanted to beat the kid in front of them, so as not to whet their appetite. As Donghong legends, they were all very unhappy to be looked down upon by the younger generations, although they had the impression that Shi Yu was indeed very strong. Brother Long, we were actually resurrected. I didn't expect so many things to happen after we died. Sister Yan trained the Sky Emperor, the evolution legend Lin Feng, and the mechanical legend Shenun. In short, it's incredible. However, none of them are as incredible as Shi Yu. He was able to rely on the will of Blue Star to resurrect us, resurrect the Martial Emperor and the Empress, and he can even travel through time and space. At this time, the Dragon Emperor was rushing towards Dragon Palace City, riding a sea dragon. In his beast-taming space, the divine dragons were still in shock. Yes, is this the power of God? We have to break through the God level quickly in the future. Long Kingayan took a deep breath and said, just as Shi Yu said, let's go back to Longgong City first. The dragon race has a long lifespan. The Thunder Dragon King and others should still be alive. After we meet our acquaintances, we will go to find Shiyu. We were resurrected, so it must be for some special mission. Since we were resurrected by Lanzing, we should accept this favor. As long as we don't violate the principles, my life, Long Kingayan, belongs to Lanzing. It's just, I don't know where Yon is now. The Dragon Emperor had a dazed expression. His biggest obsession now was to meet the Dragon God. When he thought of the Dragon God guarding Donghuang for thousands of years for him, he felt that he was a little sorry for him for leaving without saying goodbye. She actually left Blue Star. Could it be that the current Dragon God of Dragon Palace City has become someone else? Otherwise, she would not leave Dragon Palace easily. Soon, Long Kingayan went deep into the seabed and found the Dragon Palace secret realm. Before he could enter, accompanied by a woohoo sound, a totem-level little white dragon flew out happily from the Dragon Palace secret realm. The guards of Dragon Palace City did not notice Long Kingayan approaching on a sea dragon, but the little white dragon spotted them at once. Huh? Who are you? The little white dragon came over majestically, frowned at the top-level totem sea dragon and the dragon-robed young man riding it. Why does it look so familiar? In some places in Dragon Palace City, there are portraits of the Dragon Emperor, but the little white dragon seems to have a bad memory. You are, Long Kingayan said, this Dragon King. May I ask if the Thunder Dragon King and the Sky Dragon King are in the Dragon Palace? Where is Prime Minister Gui Shai? I am not the Dragon King. I am the first general under the Dragon God Chong Chong, the third prince of Dragon Palace City, the little white dragon in the waves. The little white dragon said, I am much more powerful than the Dragon King, Dragon Emperor, Dragon God. Chong Chong? But it seems that you are quite strong, and you don't seem to be lying. Do you really want to find the Sky Dragon King and the Thunder Dragon King? Well, I will take you there, the little white dragon said, and you look unfamiliar, foreigners? Do you want to be my little brother, Dragon Emperor? What happened to Dragon Palace City now, Wuling City? The Emperor Wu, wearing a broken armor, appeared outside the Wuling ruins, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar environment with a look of melancholy. Is his hometown so prosperous now? There are tall buildings, cars coming and going on the streets, and flying vehicles in the sky. All kinds of technology dazzled the eyes of the Emperor Wu. Every pedestrian seemed to be well-dressed and had a happy expression. The future, not bad. Emperor Wu sighed, feeling that he had not sacrificed for Donghuang in vain. If the meteorite was not solved, then Donghuang might face something more terrible than decomposition. Look, Emperor Wu cuss. It's really like him, it looks like shit, not restored at all, not like Emperor Wu. When Emperor Wu stood outside the Wuling ruins, a bunch of tourists took their mobile phones and secretly took pictures of Emperor Wu, which made Emperor Wu silent. Let's go and find Chongsun first. As Emperor Wu, he could easily enter and exit the Emperor Wu ruins built by Ji Mengzhu, Chongsun and others. He had very high authority, so he easily entered the Emperor Wu ruins. Then, he stepped into the deep space and looked for the traces of Chongsun in his reincarnation, according to the contract connection. In the deep space, on the ground, the earth-brown light slowly condensed, and a turtle egg with earth-brown patterns appeared, and then slowly cracked. Among them, a palm-sized earth-type turtle opened its eyes blankly. It said dazedly, strange, how come the reincarnation is completed so quickly? The energy concentration is so high. Hey, how come I have memories right after I was born? Damn, why is the broken contract shining? Chongsun, Emperor Wu stood in front of Chongsun and said. Chongsun suddenly raised his head and looked at Emperor Wu. Damn, I'm still dreaming. Chongsun was shocked and said, Turtle, Wudong should be dead. Can I still dream during reincarnation? Chongsun, I am Wudong. I am resurrected. Emperor Wu sighed slightly and looked at Chongsun. The next moment, Emperor Wu's pets walked out of the beast control space one by one and looked at Chongsun, who has reincarnated as a baby turtle. You? Emperor Wu's snake pet looked at the little Chongsun and shook his head. How can this be combined? Huh? Chongsun felt more and more unreal, but soon, it was dumbfounded. As Wudong summoned the contract aura and recontracted it, a very real feeling made Chongsun stunned. Then, his eyes were filled with tears. Wudong. How are you alive? What on earth happened? Where's Yunnan? How's Yunnan? Are you all still alive? But, I clearly feel that everyone has. Calm down, old turtle. The pets of Emperor Wu looked at Chongsun speechlessly. How could this old guy be even less calm than them who had come back from the dead? Roar! Emperor Wu's iron-eating beast looked at the newly born Changsun happily, intending to train Changsun himself to help him return to his peak. Just as Changsun was talking incoherently, suddenly, a figure appeared in the deep space. After Ji Mengzhu sensed the changes in the space of the ruins, she came over immediately. When she saw the Emperor Wu in this space and the pets around him, she showed an incredible expression. She said in a trembling voice, "This. How is this possible, Ji Mengzhu?" Changsun was even more surprised. Why is Ji Mengzhu here? Wait, Ji Mengzhu's condition seems to be a little wrong? Uncle Wudong. Ji Mengzhu looked at the Emperor Wu and the pets around him in disbelief, not understanding what happened. Mengzhu. Wudong also looked at Ji Mengzhu. Sure enough, as Shi Yu said, Mengzhu is there too. Ah, who can tell me what happened? Changsun was going crazy. It was Shi Yu. Please ask the will of Blue Star to revive us, the Emperor Wu said, as an explanation to Changsun and Ji Mengzhu. He also asked me to come here. Finally. I see you guys, Shi Yu? That brat with the iron-eating beast? Blue Star will? What's going on? I don't understand. Changjuan was dumbfounded. Why is it related to Shi Yu? Shi Yu knew about it. It was Shi Yu who told Shi Yu the secrets of the Wu Emperor dynasty. It was also Shi Yu who gave Shi Yu the evolutionary materials for the iron-eating beast. Shi Yu, although Ji Mengzhu was also startled, she soon regained her composure before Changsun. She looked at Senior Changsun in baby form and said, "Senior Changsun, Shi Yu is now extraordinary, he is now the strongest beast master on Blue Star. He once suppressed the meteorite with one pet at level 8. Now the meteorite has been captured alive and is a renewable resource for Donghurong. Now every iron-eating beast in our iron-eating beast core can enjoy the evolution of meteorite fragments in the future. A month ago, he even killed a mythology-era abyss god who slaughtered several gods in the starry sky with a level 9 body, leaping 2 levels. He is already the most worthy of Blue Star, and is no longer the brat you remember. If it is him, maybe he can really ask the will of Blue Star to revive Uncle Wudong." Impossible. How is it possible? Changsun opened his mouth in disbelief. What? It clearly felt that it had only been reincarnated for a short time, more than 5 years. Shi Yu? The strongest on Blue Star? It really couldn't imagine that the kid who used to brag about the iron-eating beast and scold the turtle on the ring could grow to the level that Ji Mengzhu said in such a short time. Chapter 589, Time Beast. Donghurong, the imperial capital, the headquarters of the Beastmaster Association. The headquarters of the Beastmaster Association is in the imperial capital, but the imperial capital Beastmaster Association is not the headquarters. Shi Yu invited the female Emperor Wang Zai to come to this political center to meet the current god-level mechanic Shen Yuan of Donghurong and the president of the Donghurong Association Lin Xiao, the two current rulers of Donghurong. At present, the daily life of the old president Shen Yuan is to study the star technology brought back by Lin from King Kai and upgrade himself. Now using the technology of King Kai, he has returned to a humanoid body. Although he is a mechanical cyborg and a man-made man, fortunately he has retained the power of the contract. And the daily life of President Lin Xiao. To be honest, President Lin Xiao really wants to abdicate and hand over the position of president to others, such as Lu Qingyi, and then work hard to practice and strive to become a god as soon as possible, but he can't bear it. He thinks that no one who is capable of inheriting the position of president is worthy of the position of president. The new legend Lu Qingyi would rather give up the career of archaeologist, become an international criminal police of the alliance, and kill people all over the world, rather than being the president of Donghurong. In a world with extraordinary power, it is so outrageous that more people are willing to pursue the strength of their own strength than to pursue power. Therefore, after President Lin Xiao broke through the legend, he still had to deal with busy state affairs, and he was even busier than before. Senior Shiniten, President Lin, I'm back again, let's meet in Fenglan Garden. After Shi Yu finished speaking, he sat down with the Empress in a garden at the headquarters and drank tea quietly, waiting for the arrival of Senior Shiniten and President Lin. Now the god-level Shi Yu, the telekinetic field covers the imperial capital, and the telepathic sound transmission of Shiniten and President Lin is easy. After hearing Shi Yu's sound transmission, Shiniten and Lin Xiao were startled, and then went to Fenglan Garden together, and saw Shi Yu sitting in the garden drinking tea with the Empress. Xiao, Chitin, you are back, they saw Shi Yu and the Empress and said subconsciously. At this time, The Empress also turned her head and observed this later mechanical legend. Now it should be the god of machinery, and the descendant of the later evolutionary legend, the current ruler of Donghuang, Lin Xiao. During the process, Shi Yu had introduced them to Empress Wang Zai. President Shen Yuan, President Lin Xiao, I have seen the current situation of Donghuang. You have done better than me, Shen Yuan, Lin Xiao? Huh? Shi Yu, what happened to Qi Tong? President Lin Xiao was confused. Why did Qi Tong feel strange today? Qi Tong was not like this before. Is she acting again? Why is she getting weirder and weirder as she evolves? Shi Yu smiled and said, Senior Shen Yuan, President Lin, she is not Qi Tong. Take a closer look. This is Senior Empress Wang Zai, the third legendary beastmaster of the Donghuang dynasty. She was just resurrected not long ago, Shen Yuan, Lin Xiao? What? After Shi Yu finished speaking, Shen Yuan and Lin Xiao suddenly widened their eyes. Even when the abyss insects appeared and ravaged Blue Star, they were not so shocked. Empress Wang Zai looked at them calmly and nodded. If you don't look carefully, she is indeed more like Qi Tong. This, both of them were dumbfounded and didn't understand. Shi Yu said, for some special reasons, the will of Blue Star resurrected the Martial Emperor, the Female Emperor, and the Dragon Emperor. Now, the Martial Emperor went to Wuling City, the Dragon Emperor went to Longgong City, and the Female Emperor asked me to bring her here. What? The Martial Emperor and the Dragon Emperor are also resurrected? Shen Yuan and Lin Xiao were even more shocked and a little confused. Wait a minute, if the Martial Emperor, the Female Emperor, and the Dragon Emperor are all here, and the Time Emperor is still alive, and the Sky Emperor is still alive, then the 5 great emperors of the ancient Donghuang dynasty exist in this world at the same time? Shen Yuan's brain suddenly crashed, and President Lin Xiao was also a little slow to react. It was indeed too explosive news, no less than knowing that the Time Emperor was still alive and had broken through to the super god. Don't worry about me, I won't interfere in the current affairs of Donghuang. Just treat me as an ordinary Donghuang beastmaster. The Empress sighed slightly, knowing that the current situation was a bit complicated. For her, being able to revive is already very good. Wang Zai's current idea is to break through the god level as soon as possible and achieve things that could not be achieved before in this magnificent era of mythological revival. Yes, calm down, isn't it just 3 ancient emperors who have been resurrected? Shi Yu smiled. Shen Yuan and President Lin's eyelids twitched. What do you mean? Isn't it just 3 ancient emperors who have been resurrected? This is a big deal. Anyway, I want to let the Empress Senior and the others get familiar with the modern times first, Shi Yu said. Now that they've just returned, they should have a lot of doubts. Xiao Lindsay, you come to take the Empress Senior to get familiar with the modern Donghuang. No, I will be the guide myself, Shen Yuan said. No need, Wang Zai smiled slightly and said, you two are busy governing the country. I will let Shi Yu take me to understand it. Shi Yu? I'm also very busy, busier than both of them, but it doesn't matter. I can ask your sister Qi Tong to take you there, Empress. Although Shi Yu knew that this Empress was not the one from the parallel universe, due to some messy space-time entanglement phenomenon, the other party also had the memory of the parallel universe, so it was convenient to communicate. This, Shen Yuan and President Lin Xiao were speechless. How could Shi Yu, this kid, talk to the Empress Senior? President Lin remembered to prepare accommodation for the 3 seniors. This is the top priority. It's better to assign a mechanical assistant. By the way, I have won the first place in the conferred God War on King Kai and completed the championship challenge. It shouldn't take long before the transmission between Blue Star and King Kai will be connected, and Senior Kongdi and Senior Lin Fen will also return. You also need to prepare in advance. What? Shen Yuan and Lin Xiao were shocked again. Did you really kill through the conferred God War? President Lin Xiao said. He also clearly learned about the difficulty of the conferred God War from Zulan. How come you are as restless as the world tree? Shi Yu laughed and said, it's just the baby cup, basic exercises. I feel that beating Gozhuan was harder than fighting in the conferred God battle, Shen Yuan said. I thank you on behalf of Gozhuan. This may be the highlight of his life, but I know Shi Yu can do it. Ha 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 ha, Shen Yuan laughed, just to be more competitive than Lin Fen. The Empress was confused. Conferred God battle, Gozhuan. She silently remembered. After a while, Shi Yu informed President Shen Yuan and President Lin Xiao of the important things, and then took the Empress away. After leaving the headquarters, Wang Zai asked Shi Yu, what is the conferred god war you mentioned? Senior Wang Zai, do you still have the memory of the me in the parallel universe sending the teleportation keystone? Wang Zai nodded and said, the treasure that Phoenix Suzaku and I competed for was the teleportation keystone. After you gave it to me in the parallel universe, you said it was a teleportation device connecting a cosmic civilization and a superplanet, but it required cosmic crystals to open it. That's easy to explain. The destination of the keystone is Kinkai, a cosmic star that is 2 levels stronger than the blue planet, and the conferred god war is a super competition for the Starry Sky Myriad clan on Kinkai. The contestants are the demigods of the Starry Sky Myriad clan. It is the largest competition in the universe, and the top rank can get a lot of resources. Source: the best one is a teleportation array that does not consume and can be used by many people to and from Kinkai. With this, Blue Star can be well developed, and we can all go to Kinkai easily. Not long ago, I successfully crushed the geniuses of the Starry Sky 10,000 races and won the first place. I just brought the teleportation array back some time ago. Oh, now Senior Kongdi and Senior Lin Feng are on Kinkai. They should be able to come back in a few days. After a slight silence, Wang Zai said, the universe, the biggest event? How many demigods participated in the conferred god war you mentioned? There are about 10 million demigods in each session. The main reason is that it is not good for demigods who are too weak to participate in the competition, so there are not many demigods participating each time, Shi Yu said. The Empress was even more silent. 10 million demigods, not many? What do you think the Suzaku demigod of Phoenix Island can rank in the conferred god war? The Empress asked again. Shi Yu thought for a moment and said, bottom? Even if not, they probably won't last more than 2 rounds. The demigods on Kinkai are ridiculously strong. For example, we met one named Zeus Khan, who mastered 15 quasi-divine skills, like time rewind, time acceleration, time slowdown, time stop. If it hadn't met me, it alone could have destroyed Blue Star before it was revived. But you don't have to be sad, Senior Empress. Once you get in touch with Kinkai's cultivation system and resources, you will definitely be able to quickly catch up with the pace of the myriad races in the Starry Sky. I'll resurrect you, but I have a more important mission for you. The Battle of the Gods is nothing. Can I participate in the Battle of the Gods too? The Empress said, you seemed to say just now that we can obtain a lot of resources in the Battle of the Gods. Since you asked us to improve our strength, there should be something that needs our strength. Since we want to improve our strength, resources are indispensable. I want to seize them from this Battle of the Gods. Shi Yu looked at Empress Wang Zai in surprise and said, in theory, the will of Blue Star should be able to provide enough resources. I still like to fight for it myself, Wang Zai said. It's not impossible, but then you can't break through to the god level. Only demigods can participate in the conferred god war. That's fine. When Kinkai and Blue Star are connected, Senior Empress, you can join the Donghuang realm I founded and represent the Donghuang realm in the conferred god war. Oh, by the way, I'll ask Senior Wudi and Senior Longdi if they are interested. Shi Yu suddenly became eager to try again. In this way, the 3 Donghuang emperors all participated in the conferred god war, and it is unknown how far they can reach in the end. Mom Langsing, Aunt World Tree, are you there? Please help me connect with Wudi and Longdi. Shi Yu turned to call Langsing and World Tree. Each of them has his own opinion. Ryugu Castle. Woo woo woo. Zaya Abe Longhead in the corner, covering his tearful eyes with his dragon claws, looking at Longdi who was talking happily with Kong Long Wang and Li Long Wang. After seeing that even his father had to call Longdi a senior, Zaya Abe Long was completely panicked. Shit, this person is actually the big boss who overthrew the rule of the previous generation of Dragon God. With anti-Dragon God? Even his father's Beastmaster Lin Feng is his descendant? Just now, he actually wanted to take him in as his younger brother? Zaya Abelong understood that he had gotten into trouble again. He only hoped that this Dragon Emperor would not talk nonsense and give him a chance. Otherwise, he would be put in solitary confinement again. During this period, so many things happened. The Dragon Emperor sighed, his expression full of vicissitudes. Although he got the world history from Shi Yu, it only recorded some major events. For some details that he was more concerned about, he learned more clearly from these old dragon kings who followed them to rebel. In other words, in the current Dragon Palace city, the dragon god is Shi Yu's pet, King Long Kingayan said, and Xianli went to King Kai to practice. Woo, your majesty Dragon Emperor, you are resurrected, and the Dragon God will definitely be very happy. The Prime Minister Turtle Billion, who assisted the Dragon God on the past, was excited to see Long Kingayan resurrected. Since the dragon statue in Ryugu City did not reject Long Kingayan, it showed that Long Kingayan was real. At this time, the Dragon Kings in Ryugu City all knew that the Dragon Emperor had returned. Alice, after my death, she will not only be in charge of Ryugu City, but also take care of the huge Donghuang Kingdom. These years, she has worked hard, Long Kingayan said. He was stunned when he just finished speaking. After being stunned for a long time, he said, "Please let me go to King Kai's planet to participate in this conferred god battle." Xianli will also participate. Right, what's wrong? Seeing that the Dragon Emperor suddenly lost his mind, the Dragon Kings were stunned. Nothing. It's Shiyu. I was just talking to Shiyu. After Long Kingayan recovered, he said, "Can you tell me more about this Shiyu, and why the current dragon god is called a bug by the third prince?" Long Kingayan remembered that Shiyu's blue dragon was an existence that could beat the remnant soul of the ancestor dragon in the parallel world. Shiyu and that kid, Bug, now, the Ice Dragon King, who has the highest seniority in Longgong City, spoke up and said, "It's very simple, because that blue dragon evolved from a blue cotton worm. When I first saw it, it was only this long." The dragon mother stretched out a fingertip, grasped a part, and revealed another part. "Dragon Emperor? Blue cotton worm? Do I know that blue cotton worm? How is it possible?" The Dragon Emperor was confused. If you said that it evolved from a snake, a lizard, or a dragon carp to a dragon, he could understand it, but how could the insect system and the dragon system be mixed up? The blue dragon that beat the remnant soul of the ancestor dragon, you told me that it evolved from a blue cotton worm? The Thunder Dragon King said, "Brother Kingayan, the times have changed. Yes, Senior Dragon Emperor, there are still many unscientific things in this era. Don't worry, we will tell you slowly," the Sea Dragon King said. "The remains of the Emperor Wu. King Kai? The Conferred God War? The 10,000 Races Ranking War? Okay, I'll participate," the Emperor Wu said. After he finished speaking, Ji Mengzhu, Chongsun and others all looked at the Emperor Wu. "It's Shiyu," the Emperor Wu laughed and said, "It seems that there will be a higher stage to show off my skills soon." Roar. The pets of the Emperor Wu are also a group of battle maniacs. Hearing what the Emperor Wu said, they were all very excited. There was only one baby turtle, with a drooping face, saying, "At that time, I might as well have died. Now you all have totem strength, and I'm only at the awakening level. What should I do?" When he thought about having to start all over again, Chongsun burst into tears. He felt that what was he doing? The dead were perfectly resurrected, but it was the living one that suffered 2,000 years of radiation torture and was forced to reincarnate back to the baby turtle stage. Senior Chongsun, Ji Mengzhu suppressed her laughter and said, "This may also be your mission. Thanks to you, Shiyu was able to obtain the evolution materials of the iron-eating beast so early. If I remember correctly, Shiyu seems to have a resource called the Fruit of Reincarnation, which can restore the power of the previous life. It was made by that ginseng baby. With this, maybe you can quickly restore your strength." Ginseng baby, reincarnation fruit. Chongsun was stunned and remembered the big white radish that he had educated. He fell into deep thought. At that time, the ginseng baby wanted to help him recover from his injuries, but he failed because of his weak strength and was complained by himself. Now, is it going to beg that big white radish? Roar, "Don't bother me, I will help you train," the iron-eating beast of Emperor Wu shouted, guaranteeing high efficiency. Crawl, crawl, crawl to the side. Chongsun's face was bitter. It should go and beg that ginseng baby. Heaven has a good reincarnation, and heaven spares no one. Who would have thought that the tonic that was despised at that time has now become a life-saving straw to restore strength? After Shiyu informed Emperor Wu and Emperor Long about the conferred God War, he was in a good mood. Isn't his Donghuang realm developing? Before it was even created. 3 level 9 beast tamers with great potential joined. Of course, it's just potential now. Although the 3 Donghuang emperors are not weak, they are only relative to the demigods of Blue Star. Each of them still has a lot of room for improvement at level 9. However, Shiyu believes that if they are given a stable training environment and sufficient training resources, they can rise quickly and achieve the same achievements as Emperor Kong and Lin Feng. Moreover, the time they spend will definitely be much shorter than that of Emperor Kong and Lin Feng. Emperor Kong and Lin Feng wasted so much time in the starry sky to reach the peak of the god level. They entered the starry sky purely by accident, and they didn't enter the Kwang star directly. They were completely helpless, full one meal and hungry the next, and had no time to practice. Most of them were trying to survive. But the next three legends of Dong Huang are different. They can directly rely on the resources of the future advanced planet, 2 level 1 realms, and 1 level 2 realm to grow, avoiding wasting energy on useless things. At first, Emperor Kong and Lin Feng regretted missing the conferred god battle. Now Emperor Wu and the others can finally represent the Blue Star Beast Masters and verify how far the Blue Star Beast Masters can go in the conferred god battle, and whether they are really qualified to be super gods. Of course, Shi Yu did not count himself as one of them. He felt that he was an exception. Let's go. When Shi Yu came to his senses, Chi Tong had already pulled the Empress Wang's eye, ready to take her to see the current Dong Huang. The Empress was quite uncomfortable being pulled by Chi Tong, but unfortunately Chi Tong's hand was too strong and the Empress couldn't resist her. Where are we going? Call me sister. Chi Tong was indifferent to other people, but she liked the Empress very much. Wang's eye. Chi Tong thought for a while and said, let's go to the ancient capital first. Bye. I wish you have fun and a good time. Shi Yu smiled and waved. After Chi Tong and Wang's eye left, Shi Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, then we just need to wait for the connection with King Kai. Before that, Shi Yu teleported in one step and came to his manor in the imperial capital, and took out his previous life. Now that he has broken through the god level, he has a new research direction. Shi Yu, who has the god level body control talent, can now achieve soul out of body, spiritual clone, and rebirth of broken limbs. So, can his soul be attached to Ji Yuan? In theory, there should be no problem. Of course, Shi Yu dare not gamble. There is only one soul. If something unexpected happens, he will be GG. Unless the current body is completely necrotic and cannot be used, Shi Yu dare not easily let the soul change body. However, although the soul dare not move, Shi Yu plans to use the spiritual clone to attach to the previous life body. Compared with the soul, letting the spiritual clone take risks is much less risky. In the room, Shi Yu took a deep breath, and a pure spiritual clone with white light and no appearance condensed directly beside him. It was fine if Shi Yu wanted to create a more realistic one, but it was obviously not necessary to be so meticulous at the moment. Next, Shi Yu informed the pets in the beast control space that he was going to start the experiment. Each pet also focused on the spiritual clone in Shi Yu's previous life. God Lin, bless success, Shi Yu finished praying and directly let the spiritual clone merge into the previous life body, trying to control it. This kind of experiment has been tried many times by the Kwang Star Archaeological Association, including soul possession, mental control, mechanical transformation control, and plant entry control. There are many ways, but they all ended in failure and there was no fit at all. But at this time, Shi Yu's experimental process was surprisingly smooth under the incredible gaze of Lin and the others, as if Shi Yu's mental power had returned to his body and directly merged perfectly into the ancient corpse of the era. The next moment, the ancient corpse of the era lying on the ground suddenly opened his eyes. Then, he slowly stood up. He looked at Shi Yu, who swallowed his saliva in front of him. This is it, successful. The two Shi Yu spoke at the same time, both of them couldn't believe it. Fuck, Shi Yu's thought moved, and his previous life body raised his arm, and when the thought fell, he put his arm down. Shi Yu's feeling of controlling his previous life body at this time was like forcibly controlling the consciousness of a pet, as if he had forced the other party to contract. However, the problem with Shi Yu Beast was very big. That is, after gaining control of the body, Shi Yu did not find any extraordinary power in it, no beast control space, no soul power, no mental power, except a body comparable to the super god level, nothing. Even at this time, it was just a puppet clone controlled by his mental contract. But no matter what, Shi Yu was overjoyed at this time. As long as it was confirmed that he could control and integrate his previous life body, it would be a great progress. Ha ha ha, I subdued Shi Yu Beast. Shi Yu was extremely excited, even happier than contracting a new divine pet. However, at this time, watching Shi Yu constantly fiddling with the ancient corpse of the era, the 11 and the others were only confused. At this time, the 11 and the others looked at the ancient corpse of the era doing the old man's tai chi, and they all opened their mouths in surprise, not understanding what was going on. Oh my god. It's a zombie. Isn't it said that the ancient corpses of the era cannot be controlled? Chapter 590. The 5 emperors will be together soon. Master. Lin didn't quite understand why Shiyu was able to control this body so smoothly. Maybe it was some kind of dirty thing that possessed him. Looking at Shiyu's mental state at this moment, it seemed that something was not quite right. He was ranked first in the conferred god battle, but he didn't see Shiyu so happy. Don't be nervous. Do you want to know why? Shiyu stopped controlling his previous life and said with a smile, because this body was originally mine, it's equivalent to my previous life. This is also the reason why I am so compatible with him. Ning, previous life. Su was surprised. Shiyu also had a previous life? The fruit of reincarnation. Shen Baobao suspected that Shiyu had stolen the reincarnation fruit he made. What reincarnation fruit? The most outrageous thing is that the master opened his previous life body from the super god stone, and this previous life body is also super god level, Lin said. Ying, you are worthy of it, Lin, Shiai said, and Chong also nodded. Lin, I'm not bragging about myself. At this moment, Xiaoji, Ki, Xiaozi, Dwarf Cat, Turtle, Xiaobing and others were all surprised. This was the first time they heard Shiyu talk about his past life. No. It's not strange to have a past life. But, Master, why is your past life the last era? Isn't it said that even cosmic life can't come to the next era by any means, even reincarnation? Lin still couldn't figure it out. Shiyu smiled and said, I don't know either, so, my next archaeological goal is this. Don't worry about these for now. I found something interesting now. 11, come out, Shiyu called out, and 11 immediately walked out of the beast control space and looked at Shiyu cutely. Shiyu said, hit him with a punch, of course, control the power and don't let the power leak out. Huh? 11 was stunned. What? Hit this, with a punch? Now the intermediate god 11 can probably blow up a country with one punch. If it was the blue star before the revival, it is estimated that one punch can crack the entire Donghuan continent, causing global shocks, volcanic eruptions, and tsunamis. Don't forget, my previous life was a super god level physique, Shiyu said. Although he has no other power, Shiyu felt this super god level physique. Shiyu didn't know what the super god level physique in the mouths of the 5 super gods of Blue Star meant, whether it was the physique of super god level humans or the physique of super god level starry sky life. Anyway, Shiyu felt that the physical strength of this super god clone was definitely stronger than the intermediate god 11 at this time. 11 hesitated for a moment, obeyed Shiyu's order, and gently punched the clone. The next moment, with a pop, the super god clone caught 11's punch with one palm. Push hard, 11, Shiyu said, try to break free. 11 frowned and struggled to break free from the fist held by the super god clone, but he couldn't break free anyway. 11 used all his strength, but his fist could not escape from the palm of the super god clone and was tightly held. The next moment, to 11's surprise, the super god clone directly grabbed the back of its neck and lifted it up. The power was so great that 11 still couldn't resist. It was as if he had returned to the cub period and was being pinched by the breeder and couldn't resist. 11 was shocked as if he had encountered a bolt from the blue. You know, it is now an intermediate god. The previous life of the Beast Master, was it so strong? Too strong, Shiyu couldn't help but say, how can this super god clone be used as a perfect god combat force? Even if it is only physical strength, but the combat power is still off the charts. Although 11 didn't exert his full strength and only used the power of the fighting god body, he can be comparable to the same level of cosmic beasts. And now, there is no ability to resist. At this time, in the beast control space, the pets were also staring at this scene in a daze. Especially Ki, who had just become a top god, thought that he was now the strongest combat force in the team, but when he saw Shiyu counterattack with a super god Shiyu beast, he was dumbfounded. Is this possible? Ha. Shiyu controlled Shiyu beast to throw 11 on the sofa, patted Shiyu beast on the shoulder, and said happily, it's worthy of me. Let's do it this way for now, and find him some equipment later, so that he can be used as a secret weapon directly. It's great. Little guys, from today on, I will help you adapt to the realm of the god level, and I will be your sparring partner. At this time, Shiyu remembered his obligations as a beast master, and he should not only add points. He also needs to help the pets and accumulate combat experience. At the moment, this Shiyu beast seems to be a good candidate. 11. Chong Chong, Shen baby? Shiyu beast will also participate in the next team competition, Ki? Super Godstone. Shiyu was increasingly looking forward to Zijian bringing him more Super Godstones. One Super Godstone gave him a Super God level previous life, and one Super Godstone gave him a quasi-level 12th level time crystal, which allowed Ki to recover his previous life's power and break through. This was simply a lucky stone. Wait? I don't know if this body can be counted as a blue star human. Shiyu fell into deep thought. Theoretically, this body is a human on Earth. Is it possible to directly enter the Earth-era ruins? Without any special opening method? Shiyu, while Shiyu was thinking, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded from the outside world. Shiyu was stunned, walked out, and saw a tall beauty flying in the sky. She had dark blue wavy long hair, her left eye was covered by bangs, and her pupils were the same as those of Shin Bao Bao, a time hexagram, without arms, with huge dark blue wings, and even her feet were white claws. Teacher Owl. I'm still not used to your form as an astrologist. How is it different from Owl Girl? That's ridiculous. I'm not Owl Girl, I'm an astrologist. It's just that the astrologists have many different forms. I'm more like a combination of humans and birds, the predictive owl said. Also, call me by my name next time, Tuna. Got it, Teacher Owl smiled and said, I predicted that you would come to the capital today. How about it? Are you here to pick me up? Almost. Shiyu also smiled and said, in a few days, everyone can go to King Kai. I brought back the King Kai permanent legend. Send the formation. Great, Teacher Owl said excitedly. Speaking of the things I asked you to find out, how is it going? Well, the astrology clan is still on King Kai's planet, and it is developing well. The current clan leader is a big man of the astrology clan named Tutu. The clan is still the same as before, without super gods. Oh. As expected, after I disappeared, the position of clan leader was passed to my stupid brother. Teacher Owl held his forehead and said, it's rare that the astrology clan did not perish under his leadership. Shiyu's mouth twitched. It should be said that it was a good thing that it was given to your brother. If the position of clan leader was given to you, then there would be a big problem. Maybe it has been exterminated like the Kaixing clan. When we return to King Kai, Owl teacher, you are going back to your family, right? Of course, you will go back with me, Owl teacher said. Wait, can you call my name? I have decided, I will persuade the astrologers to come and assist you. After I have recovered some of my strength, I have done some divination again. You have great luck. If I assist you, maybe the astrologers will give birth to a new super god and become a super god clan. The astrologers, because of their strong predictive ability, can even predict the source of transcendence, so they have serious backlash and bad luck. It has been a long time since a super god level astrologer was born. However, the predictive owl feels that following Shiyu and being Shiyu's military advisor, there may be hope for the future super god. Really? Shiyu said, are you sure you can convince the astrologers? The astrologers have no super gods inside, but they are a well-known clan on King Kai. Although their own combat effectiveness is not good, they have found many sons of luck to invest and train them as their own personnel through predictive means. There are also many astrologers who join other forces and become retainers. Therefore, although they do not have top combat power, their comprehensive strength is the top among super gods. It is not a problem to beat weak super gods such as the Blue Star Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan. In addition, many strong people will ask the astrologers to help predict, and the two sides have established a good cooperative relationship. The status of the astrologers on King Kai is not low at all, far from the 5 major gods of Blue Star. Compared with the Kaixing clan, they are much better. If Teacher Owl can convince the astrologers to assist the Blue Star lineage, Shiyu feels that he can kill with his eyes closed. It stands to reason that I should be the leader of this generation of the astrology clan. I have a very good relationship with my stupid brother. Don't worry, you can go with me when the time comes and let them predict your potential. If they are not as discerning as me, then I won't bring them along. I will assist you myself. The owl didn't know how to lose with this monster of the Praying Star clan plus the Wind Key Rin clan plus the astrology clan plus Shiyu. However, we still have to go to the clan. It's best to let the cat go with us. I also predicted for her. Our family also has a great opportunity for her. It planned to invest in Shiyu to ensure that its road to becoming a god would be smooth sailing, so as to avoid the tragedy of the last backlash of luck and the death in the process of finding the source of transcendence. At the same time, the wishing cat should not be too weak. A discerning eye, Shiyu reminded. Ancient capital. Standing on the high tower of the prosperous ancient capital and looking down, Empress Wangzai felt melancholy, just like Emperor Wu, who felt complicated when seeing the changes in Wuling City. She was born in the ancient capital, but the ancient capital was no longer what she remembered. Qitong was accompanying Empress Wangzai, and suddenly hummed, causing Wangzai to turn her head and look at her. Sister, what's wrong? She didn't really want to call Qitong sister, mainly because she was very uncomfortable, but under Qitong's coercion and inducement, the Empress still gave in, because she found that Qitong's mind was only a few years old, and she really didn't want to argue with Qitong, which was tiring. If she was not as strong as Qitong, she would definitely correct this little guy with the same blood and let him call her sister. Now one of Empress Wangzai's major goals is to surpass Qitong in strength. I found senior sister Lu. Qitong imitated Shiyu's tone and looked at the ancient capital university. At this time, senior sister Lu had just returned to the ancient capital university to visit her grandfather, Principal Feng. Senior sister Lu? Who is that? Empress Wangzai asked. Qitong showed a cunning look and said, do you want to spar with each other? You finally resurrected. Don't you want to have a hearty fight? She is very strong. The Queen of Wangzai looked at Qitong in silence, always feeling that she was up to something bad. I refuse. No, Qitong snorted, patted the Queen, and used the space control skill to teleport the Queen to the garden where senior sister Lu and Principal Feng were. The sudden appearance of the Queen of Wangzai surprised Lu Chengyi and Principal Feng, and they turned to look at this woman with extraordinary temperament. Qitong. Lu Chengyi was stunned and said, No, you are not Qitong. Who are you? At this time, the Queen of Wangzai was only depressed. This Qitong. She looked at senior sister Lu mentioned by Qitong, and indeed felt a powerful aura on her. As Qitong said, this female beastmaster was very strong, and her strength was probably not inferior to hers. However, as the Queen of Donghuang, Wangzai believed that she was not weaker than anyone. My name is Wangzai. After the Empress finished speaking, Lu Chengyi and Principal Feng widened their eyes and said at the same time. I was mistaken, it was Qitong. Was she too immersed in the role again? Lu Chengyi held her forward and said, Qitong, are you playing the Empress this time? When did you and Shiyu come back? Not playing, I am the Empress, Wangzai said. Okay, Lu Chengyi said dotingly, you are the Empress? You know what, this time you have a good temperament, Principal Feng praised. Empress Wangzai? Damn, this Donghuang, I can't stay here anymore. That Qitong, with a similar appearance, what did she do? A few days later, King Kai, an envoy of the Realm Master Committee, with the Donghuang Realm Master token, came to the suspended realm to look for Shiyu. However, Shiyu was not there, and it was the Sky Emperor who appeared and took over the Realm Master token on behalf of Shiyu. Before leaving, Shiyu had asked Chairman Sachi to hand over the Realm Master token to the Sky Emperor. Master Wen Kong, this is the Master Order of the Donghuang Realm. Please pass it to Master Shiyu. The messenger delivered the Master Order and left. Not long after, Emperor Kong, Lin Feng, Gemcat and the 5 super gods of Blue Star gathered in the temple. In addition, each of the 5 major gods of Blue Star came with a top god. They were all deputy masters who managed the realm when the 5 super gods were in seclusion. This time they will return to Blue Star in place of the 5 super gods. The main reason is that before Blue Star is promoted, if the super god level comes forcibly, it will drag down the upgrade progress of Blue Star, causing great consumption and overload on Blue Star. In order for Blue Star to upgrade quickly, the 5 super gods of Blue Star obviously do not want to rush, and only plan to let the trusted tribesmen take a position on Blue Star first. With them, there will be no accidents. Chairman Sachi is pretty good. He really followed Shiyu's request and divided the land where the 3 realms intersect into Shiyu's territory. The resource level of this area is far higher than other 3rd-level realms and is close to the 2nd-level realm, but there are more dangerous places, so development requires extra attention. Lin Feng and his team saw the territory represented by the Donghuang realm through the Realm Master Order. This area is not suitable for territory, and the Dragon Vein luck is not good, but Shiyu requested this location, and the Realm Master Committee just did a favor. If you want to develop a place like this, you will undoubtedly have to invest more resources, but the geographical location is the most superior for Shiyu, and it is definitely right to choose this place. As for development, with the support of 2 first-level realms and the blessing of a permanent teleportation array, it can't be weak even if you want to. The Phoenix Clan Super God said, "Let's work together to transform this area first, then find a suitable location, build a teleportation array, and get in touch with Blue Star." Okay, the group went directly to the Donghuang realm. 5 super gods, 2 god-level peak beast masters, 5 top gods. Such a huge lineup is enough to transform and develop a first-level realm. Now it is used to decorate the third-level realm. It is indeed a luxurious lineup. Not long after, Blue Star Will and World Tree sensed that the teleportation array of King Kai's star had reacted and immediately notified Shiyu. "Are you here?" Shiyu, who was playing a dress-up game for his previous life, stood up suddenly and showed a look of surprise. Finally, he came. The flowers he was waiting for have all withered. "Pipilong, let's go." "Forget it, Ant World Tree, teleport me." "By the way, teleport the Martial Emperor, the Female Emperor, the Dragon Emperor, and Senior Shiniten over there." At Shiyu's invitation, the people he mentioned received a teleportation invitation from the World Tree. At this time, Emperor Wu was cultivating in the ruins of the iron-eating beast. He had gradually adapted to the place and met with Shiniten and President Lin. During this period, he also met his fan Baxi and Lin Xiaozu, who passed on the iron-eating beast to Shiyu. He was quite impressed by the changes in the later generations. As for Emperor Long, after going to Donghuang, he returned to Longgong City. He found that Shiyu and Chongchong were just hands-off shopkeepers. Apart from giving Longgong City enough power to suppress external forces, they didn't care about anything else. He couldn't help but sigh and train some reliable subordinates for Chongchong. For example, Xiaobe Long. After obtaining permission from the Dragon King of the Sea, Emperor Long used stick education, hoping to make this Wuhu Xiaobe Long more reliable and worthy of the title of the first general under Chongchong, which was one of his rewards to Shiyu. As for the Empress Wang Zai, her identity was finally confirmed. When senior sister Lu found out that she had made a mistake, she blushed. At the same time, she was extremely surprised by the Empress's resurrection. Finally, she took the initiative to take Empress Wang Zai to visit Donghuang. Together with Qitong, the 3 women went together to introduce the changes in Donghuang to her from the perspective of an archaeologist. As for the old man Shen Yuan, as the legends of Donghuang were resurrected, he was really upset at this time. He practiced even harder, fearing that he would be left too far behind by the 5 legends of Wu, Nu, Long, Kong, and Evolution. As for Shidi and Shiyu, he directly passed them, thinking that these 2 guys could not be chased. In Adara, with the transmission of the World Tree, Shiyu, Wu Di, Empress, Dragon Di, and Shen Yuan appeared beside the transmission array one after another. At the same time, on King Kai's planet, the transmission array seemed to have been activated. With the ripples of space, the 5 top gods of the God Clan, Kong Di, Lin Feng, Gem Cat Girl, and Blue Star, descended one by one. However, when Kong Di and Lin Feng returned to Blue Star and saw the Martial Emperor, the Female Emperor, and the Dragon Emperor, they fell into deep thought. How come these 3 people look a little like the Martial Emperor, the Female Emperor, and the Dragon Emperor in ancient portraits? Kong Di and Lin Feng were confused when they were just teleported here, and they didn't know what was going on. Old Shiniten, however, Lin Feng knew Shiniten. When he saw the old Shiniten, he laughed and said, "Long time no see, old Shiniten, you are still alive, you damn little bastard." The old president of Shiniten was almost mad. It was a pity that he was a little moved when he saw Lin Feng, but now it's all gone. Senior Kong Di, Senior Lin Feng, let me introduce you. This is Senior Wu Di, Senior Ndi, and Senior Long Di. Huh? Lin Feng put away his smile, and like Kong Di, he swallowed his saliva and looked at the Wu Di, Ndi, and Long Di who were watching them. Although they were obviously stronger, they were still a little confused when they saw the previous generations of Donghuang emperors who should have died appear here. Xiao, what's going on? Lin Feng was confused. As you can see, that's what happened. Xiao shrugged. They are resurrected. The 5 emperors will be in the same frame soon. Xiao was looking forward to it. The connection between the 2 worlds meant that Blue Star was not far from upgrading. The only thing missing was Shidi. Kongdi, Fendi? Xiaoyu has already told us about you. The future Donghuang is thanks to you, Wudi, Ndi, and Longdi said. Kongdi, Lin Feng, can you not tell them ghost stories as soon as you get home? Did Xiyu say that only Emperor Shi was still alive? How come they all resurrected all of a sudden? This is outrageous. The 5 emperors in the same frame? Is Xiyu collecting stamps here? Are you doing archaeology? Have you found out all the ancients? How come Xiyu has created a supernatural plot again after just a while? Ahem, ahem, ahem. At this time, listening to the Donghuang people's reminiscence, the 5 major gods of Blue Star became impatient. What are you talking about? A dragon, a phoenix, a unicorn, an angel, a demon, and the 5 top gods all coughed dryly, trying to attract the attention of the World Tree clone and the green Tabularian next to the teleportation array, and also wanted to attract Shiyu's attention. Can you take a look at them? They are carrying the vital resources and plans for Blue Star's breakthrough. Shiyu looked at the top gods of the 5 major gods. The permanent teleportation array is easy to use. Well, the 5 super gods of Blue Star will not come here before Blue Star is upgraded. They are the spokespersons, right? I don't know if Xiaoman can beat these 5 top gods. Xiaoyu thought for a while. Welcome home, everyone. At this time, the World Tree clone finally spoke. It looked at Lin Feng, Wang Kong, and the top gods of the 5 major gods with emotion, and felt their extremely strong power. Except for the gem cat girl who saw the 3 emperors and was a little surprised, everyone is very strong. Chapter 591, Relics My Relics. The return of the representatives of the 5 major gods of Blue Star and Kong Feng represents the complete integration of King Kai and Blue Star. Dear seniors, welcome home. Did you bring the resources? Let's talk about business first and reminisce later, Shiyu said with a smile. I brought. The top dragon god looked at the World Tree clone and said, this must be the mother goddess. The World Tree clone said, I am considered a part of Blue Star's incarnation. Blue Star's core will is still asleep most of the time. After all, Blue Star has not yet fully recovered. At present, all matters, big and small, are handled by me. You can call me World Tree, Lord World Tree. The top gods of the 5 major gods said, we say hello to you on behalf of the super god ancestor. Thanks to your excellency Shiyu, we are finally able to return to our mother planet. This time, in order to allow Lord Blue Star to break through, our first batch of resources brought 100 pieces of super god-level cosmic crystals. Later, 10,000 god-level powerhouses will be teleported here to nourish the star with their bodies. I believe that with these helps, Lord Blue Star will soon be able to break through the shackles and achieve super god. In the mythological era, Blue Star was only one step away from being promoted to an advanced planet. However, this step, without the help of huge resources, would have taken some effort. The 5 major gods spent a lot of money to allow Blue Star to break through this time. 100 super god-level cosmic crystals, 10,000 god-level strongmen use their divine power day and night to nourish Blue Star as nutrients. No matter which of these auxiliary resources, it is not financially supported by the Sky Emperor and Lin Feng. Even the 5 great god clans with rich resources have suffered a lot this time, but as long as Blue Star can break through, then everything is worth it. Beside them, the Martial Emperor, the Female Emperor, and the Dragon Emperor fell into deep thought just by hearing the name of this batch of resources and hearing that 10,000 gods use their bodies to nourish the star. Such a big move is just to make Blue Star break through, so what is their mission after being resurrected? Thank you everyone, the World Tree clone said. No. For the sake of the Mother Star, this is what we should do, the top god of the Kilin clan said. Beside him, Shiyu whistled silently. Seeing the 5 great gods of Blue Star working so hard, Shiyu felt embarrassed. Since everyone is a family now, the resources that the 5 great gods deserve should be given to them. If they don't get more, don't ask for it. After all, it's also very hard for him to get the permanent teleportation array. Master World Tree, this is the method of building the nourishing secret realm. We expect 10,000 gods to come to Blue Star in half a month. By then, we hope to have a secret realm for them to move, live, practice and work. Kongdi took out a skilled book and handed it to the World Tree. No problem, I will prepare it as soon as possible, the World Tree clone said. Everyone has come from afar, why don't you rest in Inatala first? Ha ha ha. Good, the top god of the demon clan said. We also plan to stay in Blue Star for a few days this time. and planned to look around. Maybe we can find some tribesmen with good qualifications to train. Yes, our blue star can be said to be full of talents. But it's a pity that we didn't have a good opportunity. The top god of the Phoenix clan nodded. Blue Star has produced monsters like Shiyu, Kong Di, and Lin Feng. Theoretically, there should be many geniuses. Now that there is a permanent teleportation array, they can choose more widely. Before, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Killing clans didn't care much and missed a good opportunity. The geniuses brought back by the angels and demons were not very impressive compared to Shiyu. The 5 major clans were obviously unwilling to let it go. At least they had to find a genius of the same level as Kong Di and Lin Feng to bring back for training. The top gods of the 5 major clans suddenly looked at Wu Di, Nu Di, and Long Di, and suddenly felt that these 3 humans were a bit unusual. Especially the top gods of the Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan, their eyes repeatedly lingered on the Dragon Emperor and the Empress. The Empress and the others also looked at these top gods. The Dragon Emperor felt heavy in his heart, feeling that although they were friendly, the sense of oppression from each of them was no less than that of the remnant soul of the ancestral dragon. Is this the 5 great gods that left Blue Star in the mythological era and went to the starry sky as Shiyu said? It is indeed very strong. Don't look at them, don't look at them. These 3 seniors are the ancestors of our suspended realm and our people, Lin Feng said. Blue Star is so big, don't just stare at our Donghuang. You can choose any other country, it's hard not to look at them. After all, Donghuang has produced a child of destiny like Mr. Shiyu, the first quasi-god in the universe. We are allies, don't be so distant. The powerful human race, combined with the powerful gods, is the best choice. The top gods of the Killing clan looked at Lin Feng with a smile. The main thing is, their Killing clan was exterminated on Blue Star, unlike the angels and demons, who can still go to their corresponding future forces to find fresh blood for cultivation. In short, since Shiyu reached the top of the conferred god war, the 5 great gods no longer dared to underestimate Blue Star. The 5 super gods even personally ordered that they must bring back several human geniuses who were at least not inferior to the Sky Emperor and Lin Feng from Blue Star and bring them to the tribe for training. Master World Tree, we will not stay in Inatara any longer. Lin Feng and I are eager to return home. When there is new progress in the breakthrough plan, we will continue to cooperate. Sky Emperor clasped his fists and said, after we settle down, Lin Feng and I will come to visit again. He and Lin Feng are indeed eager to return to Donghuang now. At the same time, they also want to ask Shiyu immediately what is going on with the 3 Donghuang emperors, the Martial Emperor, the Female Emperor, and the Dragon Emperor. Okay, then I will entertain the 5 people from the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, Killing Clan, Demon Clan, and Angel Clan first, the World Tree clone said. I also have many questions about the 5 major clans and would like to ask them. Shiyu, take good care of your 2 seniors, of course. Shiyu smiled and said, it seems that there is nothing to do. Ant World Tree, why don't you send us back to Donghuang, or back to the imperial capital? The World Tree was silent for a moment, nodded, and sent Shiyu and others back. Donghuang, imperial capital. Beastmaster Association headquarters, Fanglan Garden. In the garden, from Emperor Wu to Emperor Kong, from Lin Feng to Shiyu, 7 of the 8 legendary figures of Donghuang gathered, and of course, there was also a cat girl. She didn't care about the Blue Star breakthrough the whole time, and was observing Emperor Wu, Empress NV, and Dragon Emperor strangely, and still didn't understand how they were resurrected. Emperor Wu and Empress NV were thrown aside first, and the Dragon Emperor was resurrected, but the Dragon God of King Kai's planet didn't know yet. Living with the Dragon God these days, the Gem Cat gossiped about many of the Dragon God's little secrets, and the 2 became besties. At this time, seeing the Dragon Emperor resurrected, the Gem Cat suddenly wanted to coerce the Dragon God. Sister Dragon God, you don't want your little secrets to be known by the resurrected Dragon Emperor, right? Shiyu, at this time, the Donghuang people were teleported back. Although Kong Di and Lin Feng had many things to deal with and many old friends to meet, they still looked at Shiyu first, wanting to ask him for an explanation. Ha, forget it, I'll explain it to everyone. Shiyu saw so many people with doubts, including the 3 Donghuang emperors themselves who were confused about why they were resurrected, and couldn't help but say, the thing is, this has to start from the last cosmic era, everyone. Then, Shiyu told the Blue Star legends present about the new ruins. After hearing that blue star might be in the last era, and that blue star's previous life might be a cosmic star, everyone was very shocked. So, it was the goddess Nuwa who left the resurrection item. Shiyu and the Will of Blue Star chose the three of us as the candidates who are most likely to break through to the super god level, and resurrected us. Then, they hope that we will become the key to unlock the ruins of the earth in the future, Dragon Emperor said. That's about it. However, 3 seniors, you don't have to feel too much pressure. There are so many of us, including Senior Kangdi, Senior Linfeng, Senior Shinigami. Even if someone can't break through to the super god level and falls behind, it won't be a problem. In the end, we just need to get 5 of them together, Shiyu smiled. Emperor Wu, Emperor Long, and Empress, is this a problem? This is a face issue. Now, all the rulers of Donghuang are here. If you choose 5 more, 5 super god level ones, and someone fails to become a super god on the end, how embarrassing it will be. Doesn't it mean that he is the worst ruler of Donghuang? If the resurrection item of Goddess Nuwa is used but it doesn't help in the end, what will Blue Star will think of it in the end? What will happen if Goddess Nuwa asks about it? So I don't want to tell you seniors so early. The super god level is still too far away. It's not good to create anxiety. Shiyu scratched his cheek and laughed. Old man Shinigami, stop talking, I'm also anxious. Haha. I still find it a little incredible, Lin Feng said. The 3 seniors, Wudi, Nudi, and Longdi, have all been resurrected. Together with the senior Shidi who has reached the super god level, doesn't it mean that the 5 legendary emperors of the Donghuang dynasty are really going to be in the same frame? What? Shidi is still alive? And, super god level, Wudi, Longdi, and Nudi were stunned when they heard the news. Well, haven't I told you yet? Shiyu then told everyone about the super god Shidi, saying, in other words, if we want to gather 5 super god humans to explore the ruins of the earth, there are only 4 places for our group, Wudi, Nudi, Longdi, Kongdi, Shinigami, Lin Feng, Shiyu. 7 people, 3 of them are destined to be abandoned. This is still the case when other countries, or other talented beastmasters from Blue Star, cannot reach the super god level, Shiyu laughed. At this time, as Shiyu finished speaking, the martial emperor, the female emperor, the dragon emperor and others felt that it was outrageous. They didn't expect that they would have to compete with so many monsters including Shiyu to win the super god quota just after they were resurrected. Super god level. It's not that easy, the dragon emperor was speechless. He hadn't even reached a god level. To seal a remnant soul of the ancestor dragon, he died himself. No matter how you think about it, it's a bit far-fetched. Of course, the dragon emperor has confidence and is not inferior to anyone. Lin Feng said, ha, Senior Dragon Emperor, it's not as difficult as you think. Kill a few more super gods and they will always burst out. Let's work hard together. You don't want to be the only one who didn't become a super god at that time. How will Senior Dragon God look at you, Dragon Emperor? Why is Lin Feng so rude? Shinigami was relieved when he saw the black line on the Dragon Emperor's face. That's about it. I just don't know when Blue Star will be promoted to a high-level planet. By then, our levels may be driven up a bit, Shiyu said. Senior Lin Feng, you guys should go and do your own things. Finish them quickly so that you can go back to King Kai and go to the Xianling realm with me to get the relics. Shiyu is now more anxious to get the 4 saints relics. Because his Shiyu beast currently lacks a good set of equipment. Physical strength alone is not enough. Only by wearing a good set of equipment can the combat effectiveness be stronger. In order to make good equipment, the fantasy creation power of Chong Chong, the white tiger armor of the short-legged cat, and the North Sea shield of the turtle all require more and more faith power. As long as he uses the power of the 4 saints relics and lets Chong Chong and the others help Shiyu Beast build a set of equipment of the 4 saints era, Shiyu feels that he should be invincible under the super god. Don't worry, old man, are they? Thud. Lin Feng looked at Shinigami. What do you think? Shinigami said. I'll go check on that mantis first, the Sky Emperor said. Besides that, he also wanted to find out if he still had any blood left on Blue Star. The same blood. He could still sense it. The blood that was lost outside, no matter how strong or weak their talents were, had to be brought back to the Wang family for training. He heard from Shiyu that there was a little girl named Fang Lan, who was his descendant. This showed that after the fall of the Sky Emperor dynasty, he still had a lot of blood left. Seniors, I'm sorry. I'll visit you one by one after I finish my housework." The Sky Emperor clasped his fists towards the three ancient legends of Donghuang. At this time, the Martial Emperor, the Female Emperor, and the Dragon Emperor felt the pressure again. The Sky Emperor, Shiyu and others were obviously much stronger than them, but because of their seniority, they were still so polite to them. If their strength could not be improved quickly, they would feel a little ashamed. Next, the Sky Emperor left on his own to look for the Void Mantis, and Shin'en took Lin Fen to meet Lin Feng's relatives. The Martial Emperor, the Female Emperor, and the Dragon Emperor, knowing the truth of their resurrection, took the cultivation system of King Kai more solemnly, and left to practice hard, waiting to go to King Kai to challenge the conferred God War. "What are you doing?" Shiyu pulled the gem cat and left Fenglin Garden. "I'll tell you a good thing, don't you want to hear it?" Shiyu said with a smile. Teacher Owl said that she predicted in the astrology clan that you would have a great opportunity in the past, a great opportunity that could break through several levels. "What?" The gem cat lady was quite surprised and said, "That old witch actually still remembers me. Don't call me an old witch." After returning to the form of the astrology clan, Teacher Owl is quite beautiful. Shiyu smiled and said, "The voice is not so sharp anymore." Tisk. The gem cat lady despised Shiyu and said, "Did it give you any benefits? You are helping her to speak like this, Shiyu? Am I that kind of person? I'm going to find the old witch. You can play by yourself." After hearing that the owl had predicted his opportunity, the jewel cat couldn't wait to ask carefully and let the other party calculate it for him. "It's boring." Shiyu looked at the figure of the jewel cat and shrugged slightly. "Forget it, I'd better go and play by myself. I don't know how long it will take for Kangdi and Lin Feng." Shiyu, who had nothing to do, chose to go back and continue to use Shibubis to beat 11 and others, and give them special training. As for adding some work, Shiyu paused. First, adding some magic skills is too laborious. It is impossible to make much progress in the short term. It is more efficient to have the Four Saints relics to assist. Second, it is necessary to give 11 and others a period of adaptation, otherwise their foundation will be unstable. 2 days later, when Shiyu was resting, a voice resounded in the hearts of every intelligent life on Blue Star. Shiyu heard it. It was the voice of the World Tree. Kudu University, Yushu, Miao Dongdong, Unchang and others who have become the absolute main force here, the fourth game of the imperial capital, Gozhuan who has become the most amazing mechanic in Donghuang after Shinun and Shiyu, and Zhu Xianwang who is still working hard to earn resources for hot searches, all raised their heads. Kidao, Tixiang, Rongguang, and even Totem Country, regardless of race, have heard the voice of the World Tree. "Hello everyone, I am the World Tree in Inatella, the organizer of the World Championship. Next, I have an important announcement. The universe is extremely vast, and there are countless living beings. Our blue star is just a corner of the universe. In the mythological era, the strongest person on Blue Star was only at the peak of the god level, and above the god level, there are super gods, who are like the sun shining on the starry sky in the dark universe. Above the super gods, there are the invincible emperors of the universe and overlords of the universe, who coexist with the universe, and with a gesture of their hands, the starry sky is born and destroyed. After the end of the mythological era, Blue Star was shattered, and the gods of Blue Star all rushed to the universe and the starry sky to find a new home, and just recently, Blue Star has successfully found the Blue Star gods who went to the universe hundreds of millions of years ago. Blue Star has opened up a transmission channel connecting the universe and the starry sky and other civilizations. That is a world with more fertile resources, and there are tens of millions of demigods from all races in the starry sky participating in the conferred God Championship. There are battles in the void with a giant beast empire, the polluted land, and the alien insect nest. There are super gods standing in the starry sky. There is a place called King Kai, a cosmic planet located in the center of the universe. The resources and environment there are more than 1,000 times that of Blue Star. After some setbacks, the gods of the mythological era of Blue Star have established a domain belonging to Blue Star on King Kai. 2 months later, Blue Star will officially open the passage to King Kai. Those who are ambitious can go to the center of the universe, King Kai, to break through their own limits and challenge a bigger stage. However, the number of people is limited. I will update the rules of the world competition. 1 month later, a new world competition will be open for all races. Those who have the best results can have priority to enter King Kai for training and get resource support from Blue Star. After the World Tree announced this, The creatures on Blue Star were shocked. The center of the universe, King Kai, there is actually such a place. The conferred god war with tens of millions of demigods participating, starry sky myriad races, there is such a terrifying event? Compared with the World Championship, it's nothing. I wonder if Shiyu can still be so powerful in this conferred god war. Many geniuses were extremely surprised, and then, hearing about the unlimited opportunities on King Kai, they were yearning again. This time's World Championship reform is even more exciting for the countries of Blue Star than the one Shiyu participated in. When Shiyu heard the news, he just smiled slightly. It seems that the World Tree has reached a consensus with the Sky Emperor and the 5 major gods to let Blue Star also attack King Kai. On King Kai, there are actually many races from alien planets, accounting for more than 60%. King Kai's resources are almost unlimited. Now that Blue Star has the ability to transmit potential talents to King Kai on a large scale, there is no reason not to compete with the Starry Sky myriad races. Shiyu, the World Tree broadcasted to the entire world, and then found Shiyu telepathically and started talking to him, saying, Kongdi and Lin Fen said they have finished their own affairs and plan to return to King Kai's planet. I'm coming. Wait a minute. Shiyu picked up his phone and called Gemcat and Owl to inform them to get ready, and then called Senior Sister Lu. Senior Lu, we are going back to King Kai. Do you want to go with me, Shiyu? No, I will wait for a month and then enter King Kai through the World Tournament channel held by the World Tree, Lu Chengyu said. Senior Empress has also decided to go with me. Shiyu was speechless. He was the one who sent the teleportation array back. What big wave is there? Aren't you taking up other people's places? Okay. There's a buffering process, Shiyu said. Next, Shiyu called Senior Panda and the others and asked them if they wanted to go together. Shiyu remembered that since 11 had recommended the 10,000 races ranking battle to Senior Panda, Senior Panda had always wanted to play ranked games with 11. No, I'm not at Legend yet. It's useless to go. I want to go to King Kai by challenging the New World Tournament. The training fruit you gave me but it is very effective. I have confidence. On Senior Panda's side, Shiyu also received a similar reply and was speechless. Okay, then I'll go back by myself. Soon after, in Attila, Shiyu, Gemcat, and Owl all arrived. However, what Shiyu did not expect was that the Empress did not come, and even the Martial Emperor and the Dragon Emperor did not come. What's going on? Senior Dragon Emperor did not see Senior Dragon God, Shiyu asked. That's because the 5 major gods, together with the Suspended Realm and the World Tree, have provided 2 generous support resources for the World Championship. Here, Lin Fen smiled and said, they all planned to go to King Kai by their own efforts, and gave up following us directly to get the resources. The seniors all have their own pride. Woohoo! Yes, a discordant voice came from behind Lin Fen. Shiyu's mouth twitched and said, why is the little white dragon here? Lin Fen glanced at him and said, Ziohai asked me to throw it to King Kai for training. Anyway, it doesn't take up space, so I took it with me. This guy doesn't seem to have much pride. Shiyu's big pot, the little white dragon shouted. Who knocked out your teeth? Ahem, Shiyu, the void mantis beside the Sky Emperor also spoke. Hello, Shiyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The Gemcat and Owl beside Shiyu were also a little speechless. Shiyu, let's go, the Sky Emperor said. Okay, Shiyu nodded. Next, they, who had just come to Blue Star from King Kai not long ago, set out on the road back to King Kai. The teleportation array was activated, and Shiyu and his group disappeared directly. King Kai, Donghuang Realm, Donghuang City. At present, this Donghuang City is the only city in the Donghuang Realm. Everything is still very simple, and the interior is also managed by staff from Zhuangkong, Dongsun, and Xianmo realms. After Shiyu and his group came back, there were immediately 5 super god fluctuations, sweeping their thoughts. Shiyu also followed the fluctuations and said, 5 seniors, you are so anxious to welcome us. I know you are impatient to wait. Without further ado, let's go to the Xianling realm to get the 4 saints' relics now. The 5 super gods? Who is in such a hurry to get the relics? They don't want to get them at all. Don't worry, before I came, I asked the astrologers to predict that there would be no danger on this trip. After Shiyu finished speaking, the owl lady who followed Shiyu looked miserable. Although she did not predict any danger, just hearing that Shiyu was going to get the 4 sacred relics that the 4 sacred families regarded as forbidden, the owl lady had a headache. She was now sure that the difficulty of persuading the family to assist Shiyu would increase 10 times. Even she herself was a little scared of Shiyu, fearing that Shiyu would provoke a strong enemy one day. The 4 sacred families. That's the 4 sacred families. When she was still on Kinkai, the Azure Dragon Super God had already transcended 5 times. And the Suzaku, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger Super Gods were all above Transcendence 4. They were all extremely rare and powerful super gods on the entire Kinkai. Like the 5 super gods of Blue Star, they are all the weakest Transcendence 1. 5 of them together may not be able to beat 2 of them. Hey! Chapter 592, Shiyu, the Immoral One. Shiyu wanted to take the 4 saints' relics, and the 5 super gods of Blue Star were helpless. They had already promised Kongdi and Lin Feng, and it was not easy to go back on their word now. In a hall, the 5 super gods turned into human forms, some sitting on the sofa, some standing beside, all looking at Shiyu, Lin Feng, and Kongdi who entered. As for the gem cat and the owl, they said they didn't want to get involved in this mess. Their mission, wishing for a safe journey plus predicting whether there is any danger, has been completed. Seniors, Blue Star has been arranged. Shiyu has been talking about us for a long time, so let's go with him, Lin Feng said. It will be fine. After taking the relics, let Shiyu go back to Blue Star to grow up. Who can do anything to us? He was also waiting for Shiyu to send the power of faith. Okay. Let's go. Shiyu was courting death, and the 5 super gods of Blue Star were helpless, but they were also sure that the 4 saints family would not take too big action on the surface about Shiyu taking the relics. Shiyu, you are now the master of the realm, and you are qualified to take away the epic ruins that you have cracked. But as super gods, we are not suitable to follow you. Just take it away. With us here, no one dares to stop you, the Dragon Clan super god said. Okay, thank you all seniors. Shiyu also knew that it was not easy to get the 5 super gods to go with him, and he did not expect them to follow him like a bodyguard. This would be an insult to the super gods and would lower their status. Senior Kongdi and I will also accompany you, Lin Feng said. Okay, Shiyu was happy at this time. The ruins that he had cracked could finally be taken away. At the same time, in a secret space on Kinkai's planet that did not belong to any realm, a weirdo wearing a fox mask was touching his crystal ball. At this moment, the crystal ball suddenly lit up and a head of a yarrow monster appeared. Patriarch, the yarrow monster spoke. How many times have I told you not to call me chief? But the Gossip King, the fox mask said, tell me what's the matter, chief. There are new changes in our astrological trajectory. Your sister, Lady Tuna, may have appeared on Kinkai's planet. She is back. The Gossip King was stunned and said, what did you say? My sister. He looked incredulous. His sister had been missing for a long time in order to break through the super god. He had divined many times, but the divination was always death. Of course, there was also a glimmer of hope in the death. At this time, hearing from the tribe members that the divination of the tribe's treasure had a new result, the Gossip King immediately excitedly extinguished the crystal ball and divined again himself. After a long time, he opened his eyes in some disbelief. Why did my sister get involved with it, Shiyu? Forget it, never mind, it's just that she actually fell to the level of a demigod. Did she escape by reincarnation? According to the divination results, my sister will return to the family by herself. In that case, I'll wait for her in the family, but before that, there seems to be bad news in the Xianling realm and the 4 Saints' ancient city. I have to go and see it. One day later, the Xianling realm and the 4 Saints' ancient city. Shiyu and his party came directly to the 4 Saints' ancient city. Although it was not the time for the ruins to be opened, there were still many 4 Saints evolvers practicing and communicating here. Shiyu's arrival was not concealed, and he flew in the sky in a swagger. Look, isn't that Shiyu? At this moment, Shiyu was also a public figure on Kinkai's planet. At least in the next 100 years, Shiyu's fame would definitely not fade. It was really too brutal for the 11 to turn the conferred god battle into an internal team competition, and Shiyu, their beastmaster, was naturally shrouded in mystery. I remember him. When the 4 Saints relics were opened, he was also in the 4 Saints ancient city. At that time, Captain Zijian of the Universe Overlord Corps praised his archaeological attainments as being better than President Zhuangji of the Xianling Archaeological Association. It is rumored that he gained a lot of benefits in the Four Saints relics last time. His Four Saints pets are so strong because of the benefits gained in the ruins. I don't know if it is true or not. After many Four Saints evolvers found Shiyu, they talked about it. Then they found that Shiyu flew straight in the direction of the Four Saints relics. They were all slightly stunned, and then followed him to see what Shiyu was going to do. A moment later, Shiyu flew to the unopened Four Saints relics and used his authority as the Lord of the Relics to move the Four Saints relics. Boom! An unprecedented air shock sound suddenly resounded throughout the Four Saints ancient city and quickly spread to the entire Xianling realm. The scale of the Xianling realm was unknown how many times larger than the suspended realm, but with this violent air shock sound, many strong men's heartbeats suddenly thumped, looking at the cracked sky in disbelief. The movement of moving the epic relics was indeed very loud. No wonder Lin Feng said that as long as the relics were moved, they would definitely be discovered. Shiyu looked at the epic relics that were slowly detached from this space, took a deep breath, and waited quietly. When the passers-by around saw this scene, they all opened their mouths wide and showed surprised expressions. Shiyu was moving the Four Saints relics? They looked at the huge phantom of the Four Saints relics that was pulled out of the Xianling realm space and were dumbfounded. The continued turbulence of the celestial phenomena soon attracted the attention of the entire Xianling realm. Even the Super God Realm Master of the Xianling realm opened his eyes, but soon closed them again. In the Xianling Archaeological Association, President Zhuangji from the Qinglong family flew out in silence, remembering the instructions of the Super God ancestor in the family. As expected, something went wrong. Shiyu is moving the Four Saints relics. He cracked the Four Saints relics. How is this possible? The Four Saints relics have never been cracked since they appeared. Even the Super God level Four Saints are powerless. Even the top archaeologists of the Universe Overlord Corps have no way. At the moment, many passers-by picked up cameras. Although it might infringe on Shiyu's privacy, this kind of major event still made many Four Saints evolvers and beast tamers unable to help but secretly take pictures. Soon, there was even a live broadcast room on the KY Star network that broadcast a current situation here. Shiyu, the king of the gods, descended on the Xianling realm and wanted to take the Four Saints era relics. As soon as the live broadcast room appeared, it was quickly forwarded and spread by the people of the Xianling realm. It took less than 2 minutes to become the most popular hot news at the moment. After President Zhuangji arrived, he saw Shiyu moving the Four Saints relics, and remembered the task given by the clan leader. The person in front is the king of conferred gods, Shiyu. He came riding a blue dragon, and spoke directly after arriving. The king of conferred gods is a respectful title for those who have completed the challenge of the champion of the conferred gods war, indicating that after the other party enters the god level, he will inevitably become the king of the god level. Sir Shiyu, please wait a moment, President Zhuangji shouted. Shiyu turned his head, floated in the sky with telekinesis, and looked at President Zhuangji who came riding the top god blue dragon. Isn't this President Zhuangji? What's the matter, Sir Shiyu? What are you doing? President Zhuangji said anxiously. The Xianling realm is now in turmoil. Please stop, President Zhuangji. Aren't you an archaeologist? Can't you see that I am moving the Four Saints relics? Moving the relics will only make a lot of noise and will not cause harm to the surrounding area, Shiyu said. This noise? You really cracked the Four Saints relics? President Zhuangji pretended to be confused. At this time, as Shiyu made his own determination, the surrounding Four Saints evolvers were even more shocked. The Four Saints relics, which had not been cracked successfully for millions of years, was actually cracked this time. And the person who cracked it, the king of conferred gods, Shiyu. Sir Shiyu, are you going to take the Four Saints relics? President Zhuangji asked. Of course, since I have cracked the Four Saints relics and become the master of the relics, I have the right to deal with it. I plan to take it away from the Four Saints ancient city, Shiyu said naturally. Is there anything wrong with it? Of course not. Since the Four Saints relics appeared, they have long been an inseparable part of the Xianling realm and the Four Saints ancient city. They have become the iconic relics here, and they are also public relics for all the Four Saints evolvers. I don't know how many Four Saints evolvers are counting on the power of faith given by the Four Saints relics to practice. If it is taken away, it will cut off the way for the Four Saints evolvers. President Zhuangji said, "Please think twice, Mr. Shiyu." Hearing President Zhuangji's words at this time, many Four Saints evolvers were also stunned, and some of the evolvers of the Four Saints family realized that if Shiyu took the Four Saints relics, what would happen? The Four Saints Conference, which is held every 10 years, is gone, and there is no place to get the power of faith of the Four Saints for free. The Four Saints relics belong to everyone, you can't take them away. Sir Shiyu, are you going to cut off the path of all the Four Saints evolvers on King Kai because of your own selfish desires? Someone below quickly responded and echoed President Zhuangji. Shiyu was speechless, knowing that something like this would happen. This was to blackmail him morally. The Four Saints relics are originally ownerless. According to the rules of King Kai, whoever cracks it will own it. How come it belongs to everyone again? Shiyu used his little finger to pick his ears and said, "You are too noisy. According to the rules of King Kai, only the Lord of the Realm has the right to own the epic relics that he has cracked," President Zhuangji said. "Yes, that's right, I am the Lord of the Realm now." Shiyu looked at the Four Saints evolvers below who even flew into the sky to confront him and said, "It's okay, the procedures are in compliance, so don't blackmail me morally." As Shiyu finished speaking, President Zhuangji was speechless, knowing that Shiyu must be well prepared. "Sir Shiyu, the rules are like this, but the rules are dead. The Four Saints relics are indeed of great importance and are related to the evolutionary path of the Four Saints evolvers. I cannot represent the Archaeological Association, but I want to represent the Qinglong family and negotiate with you. If you leave the Four Saints relics, our Qinglong family is willing to compensate you in other ways. Let's talk about it later. I'll take it away first. If the talk goes well, I'll put it back. But you are so rich, why don't you compensate the Four Saints evolvers who lack the power of faith directly? Why do you have to go around in such a big circle?" At this time, Shiyu had already pulled the Four Saints relics out of the Shineling space, and the movement of taking the Four Saints relics gradually shrank. Soon, the phantom of the Four Saints relics continued to shrink and turned into a space ripple, flying into Shiyu's hands. At this time, seeing that Shiyu was soft and unwilling to eat, President Zhuangji really had no choice. The next moment, a dragon man in a black robe, furiously exuded a powerful aura, flew into the sky, and flew in front of Shiyu. The might of the top gods emanated. "Your name is Shiyu, right? President Zhuangji has given you a lot of face. Are you sure you want to take away the Four Saints relics? Are you sure you want to cut off the path of our Four Saints evolvers? This is tantamount to being an enemy of all of us Four Saints evolvers. If you insist on taking away the Four Saints relics, I, Jin Kui, will be the first to disagree. I won't agree either." Soon, another green dragon blocked Shiyu's way, filled with murderous intent. These are all loose cultivators, at least on the surface, not members of the Four Saints family. Within the rules, the Four Saints family will not blatantly attack, and the Four Saints super gods will not show up. But you will definitely face many obstacles from loose cultivators. Shiyu, don't worry, if they dare to attack, Senior Kongdi and I will kill them. Lin Feng's voice rang in Shiyu's heart. At this time, the five super gods hid in the void, secretly guarding Shiyu, while Wang Kong and Lin Feng mixed in the crowd below, waiting for changes. "Thank you, Senior Lin Feng, but a mere top-level god can't stop me. When the perfect god appears, you can help me solve it. I will handle the things I can solve myself." In the sky, Shiyu smiled. Lin Feng and Kongdi were stunned. Shiyu spread his palm, on which the shadows of the Four Saints relics were suspended. He looked at the Azure Dragon and the Dragon Man who were blocking him and said, "What does it have to do with me? If you don't agree, I'm taking the relics away, and you dare to stop me, you are emitting murderous intent. Do you want to kill me?" The Dragon Man's golden box began to materialize with murderous intent, and said, "If you insist on taking the Four Saints relics, I won't kill you, but don't think about leaving standing. For the sake of all the Four Saints evolvers, I can't let you take the Four Saints relics." President Zhuangji had a blank expression. Most of the Four Saints evolvers below were watching the excitement and hoped that they would leave the Four Saints relics. In the live broadcast room, the audience who were paying attention to this matter stood in different camps and kept arguing about this matter. Kill him when necessary. Thinking of the order from above, Long Ren and Qinglong were startled. However, before they could make a move, Shiyu on the opposite side moved first. "I don't like people threatening me, and I don't like people morally blackmailing me." After Shiyu finished speaking, his pupils turned blue gold and suddenly turned into dragon pupils. The huge Qinglong domain instantly spread across the sky. In the Qinglong domain, Shiyu's figure flashed by. The two Qinglongs on the opposite side were shocked to find that they could no longer mobilize the power of faith. Before they could react, Shiyu's figure had passed them. At the same time, their bodies were directly torn into pieces. Their heads and bodies were directly cut open. There was a big hole on their foreheads, and blood was flowing. Behind them, Shiyu had turned pink hair and held the key umbrella of time. The tip of the umbrella was dripping with red blood. The blood drops flying in the sky matched Shiyu's pink hair very well. The top dragon people and high-level blue dragons, under the incomprehensible gaze of horror and fear, felt their lives slipping away, and screamed miserably, not understanding what was happening to them. Isn't this guy a quasi-god? He broke through the god level? But even so, and didn't President Zhuangji say that when their lives were threatened, someone would protect them? Why? The scream spread throughout the sky. Shiyu put away the umbrella of time, released a fusion state of Hiki and the blue dragon field amplified by the Four Saints relics, and said, "Look, you just have the intention to kill me, so I will kill you first. Do you think I am a moral person? Kidnapping is wrong," Shiyu said happily. "Let's go, bye, whoever wants to rob the Four Saints relics, I'll be waiting for you at any time, but if you don't come, you will definitely die." The Environmental Protection Association, the Space Disaster Research Institute, the Plant Association, behind me will not let you go, everyone. After Shiyu finished speaking, he swaggered towards the crowd in the sky. At this time, the eyes of the Four Saints were full of shock. As Shiyu flew over with murderous intent, they were scared and scattered in an instant. Below, Kongdi and Lin Feng stared at Shiyu blankly, a little stunned at the moment when Shiyu killed the top gods and high-level gods in seconds. "Fuck," Lin Feng was shocked and said. "I didn't see it clearly. What's going on? I know that Shiyu has broken through the god level, but what's wrong with his combat power? After the breakthrough, shouldn't he be a newly promoted god?" Kongdi also said in disbelief. The space skill blessed by the top god power, his grandmother's breakthrough, has reached the top god. In addition, that special field suppressed the opponent's power. In the void, the 5 super gods of Blue Star were also dumbfounded. Fuck, how can Shiyu be so fierce after breaking through the god level? Killing the top gods in seconds? What a joke, they were not so fierce when they were top gods. Shiyu didn't say much, and didn't even wait for the blocker to make a move. He killed the blocker in seconds, and scared the surrounding Four Saints evolvers on the spot, and also made President Zhuangji stunned in midair, at a loss. Fuck, on the internet, people were even more confused. What happened at that moment? Shiyu, didn't he just participate in the conferred god war that only quasi-gods can participate in half a month ago? Is this a breakthrough to the god level? But even if he broke through the god level, Shiyu could defeat high-level gods and compete with top gods with all his strength. They could understand it, but he killed the top gods who provoked him in seconds, and made outsiders unable to understand. What's going on? It's incomprehensible. No one is stopping it, at this moment, although he still relied on the power of the dwarf cat and felt several murderous intentions. As the owl predicted, it seemed that there was no danger. He just took the Four Saints relics and left the Four Saints ancient city smoothly. This bastard, in the Azure Dragon realm, the Azure Dragon super god, who was paying attention to the Four Saints relics, was furious. Seeing that Shiyu took away the Four Saints relics so ungraciously, he was furious to the extreme. However, the Azure Dragon super god soon calmed down. No matter how strong he was, he dared not openly target Shiyu. According to their investigation, Shiyu had at least 5 super god level guards during the conferred god war. Although it was the pitifully weak guys in the 2 realms of Dongsun and Xianmo, it even dared to fight 5 alone. However, because of this unreasonable thing, the super god war was openly started on King Kai's planet. The Four Saints families could not withstand the pressure of public opinion, and the Environmental Protection Association and Shiyu's network of relationships in the Universe Overlord Corps would all rush in. At that time, it would be even more troublesome. But no matter what, in its opinion, Shiyu had already found a way to die. Ancestor, it's not good, look at this. Just when the Azure Dragon super god was so angry that he couldn't be more angry, the Azure Dragon family found an explosive news. It turned out that the whistleblower reappeared on the internet and broke big news again. In the screen, the king of whistleblowers said excitedly, "Big news, Everyone must have seen the live broadcast of Shiyu taking away the Four Saints relics just now. Let me reveal some of the information hidden in it. 3 parties are involved in this: the president of the Xianling Archaeological Association and a member of the Qinglong family, President Zhuangji, and the king of conferred gods Shiyu, as well as the wandering cultivator Jin Kui and other Qinglongs. In fact, the wandering cultivator Jin Kui is not a real wandering cultivator. It attacked Shiyu at the behest of President Zhuangji, and the reason why President Zhuangji wanted to target Shiyu was because he was instructed by the Qinglong super god of the Qinglong family. As for why he gave such instructions, in order to let all the Four Saints evolvers enjoy the Four Saints relics? Don't be so naive. It's obvious that Azure Dragon super god is scared. It's worried that Shiyu will obtain the Four Saints relics, cultivate his Azure Dragon to the super god level, and then replace it. It's scared. The believers of evolution are really enemies. This guy values his status more than anything else. He even wants to morally blackmail the king of conferred gods, but it's a pity that this king of conferred gods seems to have no morals. Puff. Seeing the explosive video, Azure Dragon super god almost spurted blood. It was even more enraged than Shiyu taking away the Four Saints relics. The voice of Azure Dragon super god resounded throughout the secret realm. Shiyu can be spared for now, but this whistleblower king must die. Gather the power of the entire clan and arrest him. Don't let me know who this guy is. Roar. Chapter 593, Shiyu Beast Evolution. Interesting, very interesting. Shiyu, the king of conferred gods, cracked and took away the Four Saints relics, and the king of whistleblowers returned to the arena, which immediately made King Kai's planet lively. After all, it involves the most popular king of conferred gods, as well as the super powerful gods and the epic relics. No one expected that Shiyu, the king of conferred gods, would be so fierce. He had just taken down the permanent teleportation array and gained another powerful resource. This rising trend is simply unstoppable. Damn. He broke through. Khan, Minggu, and others did not expect Shiyu to break through to the god level so easily. Seeing the video that was circulated, Shiyu killed the top god in seconds, and he had a myocardial infarction. Whether it was the Azure Dragon domain responsible for suppressing the 2 Azure Dragons, or the pink-haired space-time Shiyu form after merging with Ki, everyone was shocked. These are the powers that Shiyu has never shown in the conferred god war. How many cards does this Shiyu have hidden? So the reason for wanting the status of a world master is for the ruins. At this time, even President Sachi, who had cultivated several perfect gods, did not dare to say that the perfect beast he cultivated could defeat Shiyu after seeing the big news. No one expected that Shiyu's growth rate would be so fast. He was the strongest quasi-god half a month ago, and half a month later, he was close to the peak of god-level combat power. Breakthrough is the peak. Now, with the blessing of the 4 sacred relics, Shiyu, who has the 4 sacred pets, is terrifying just to think about. What the hell, the 4 sacred relics? Was it really cracked by Shiyu? Outside the Kai King planet, Captain Zijian also got the news and was immediately surprised. When she saw Shiyu's 4 sacred beasts in the conferred god battle, she had some guesses and felt that Shiyu must have gained benefits that she didn't know about in the 4 sacred relics. Now that Shiyu directly took the 4 sacred relics, Zijian understood that she had completely lost to this Shiyu in the archaeology of the 4 sacred relics. She came to King Kai to suppress the archaeologists of King Kai, but she didn't expect that she would be suppressed before she made any achievements. The key point is that the person who suppressed her was her current long-term trading partner, and she still owed him a lot of resources. This made Zijian a little difficult to accept. However, the 4 Saints relics were taken away like this, and the 4 Saints super gods will definitely not let it go. Can Shiyu handle it? Zijian later investigated the 5 super gods behind Shiyu. Although they were all super gods, there was still a big gap compared to the 4 Saints super gods. Forget it, what am I thinking about? Super gods will not act so easily, and the threats below the super gods, I guess Shiyu has enough confidence to deal with it, so he decided to take the 4 Saints relics, Zijian judged. On King Kai, the super gods are like the forbidden weapons on the blue planet. The major forces check and balance each other and will not act easily. However, she estimated that Shiyu will encounter a lot of threats below the super gods. In response to Shiyu and the whistleblower's actions, rumors were soon refuted from within the Qinglong family, and a reward was issued for the whistleblower. The golden box of the role cultivator has nothing to do with the Qinglong family. Although it is immoral for Shiyu to take away the epic relics, it is legal and compliant. The Qinglong family has no right to interfere, nor will it interfere excessively. However, the Qinglong family strongly condemns Shiyu's bloodthirsty behavior, and feels sorry for the majority of the Four Saints Evolvers who have lost their place of cultivation. The Four Saints Evolvers who have nowhere to go are welcome to join the Four Saints family. In addition, the whistleblower king spread rumors, deliberately discredited the Qinglong family, and insulted the super-powerful gods. This behavior will inevitably be sanctioned. Please do not make rumors, believe in rumors, or spread rumors, and work together to maintain the peaceful environment of Qingkai. Here, my Qinglong family issues an S-level wanted order for the whistleblower king. Anyone who captures the whistleblower king alive or provides information about him will be rewarded with a quasi-cosmic treasure. The Qinglong family quickly refuted the rumors, issued a wanted order for the whistleblower king, and won over a wave of scattered Four Saints Evolvers. Soon, at least on the side of the Four Saints Evolvers, many voices denouncing Shiyu appeared. As for the king of whistleblowers, everyone has gotten used to him being wanted. The super god who wanted him, one more Qinglong super god is not much, one less Qinglong super god is not much, no one thinks that someone can easily catch this guy. As for whether what the king of whistleblowers said is true or false, people on the internet have different opinions. Some people think that what the king of whistleblowers said is true, and some people think that there are many religious relics at the level of the Four Saints relics within the Four Saints family, so how can there be a lack of this one? The Qinglong super god is even more high and mighty, and he doesn't care about a small person at all. They think that the king of whistleblowers is just trying to get attention. But no matter what, Shiyu is standing on the opposite side of most of the Four Saints Evolvers. Shiyu doesn't care about this. At this time, he has returned to the suspended realm and happily protects the Four Saints relics. With this thing, he strengthened the Shiyu beast into an invincible combat power below the super god, and added points to all other pets to the top gods, which is considered no problem. With such a big benefit, what's wrong with provoking some enemies? How can you not be jealous after getting the benefit? Now there are the Four Saints relics as energy. Anyone who is hostile to him can be sensed by the dwarf cat within a certain range. If one comes, kill one. If two come, kill two. If you can't beat them, shake people, run away, then add points, and kill them. Shiyu thinks it's not a loss. Master, you can tell the public that the Four Saints relics will still be open once every 10 years and given to the Four Saints Evolvers for free. In this way, you will not be affected in terms of public stance. As for 10 years later, there will definitely be nothing left in the Four Saints relics, but by then we will definitely be super god level, let alone care about these. Anyway, you have no morals, and it doesn't matter if you deceive the public, just for peace of mind. I'm so lazy, forget it, I don't care about the opinions of the outside world. There are so many immoral things to do in the future. There are so many relics of the Kai King planet era. It's so troublesome to consider the mood of the vested interests every time you get one. Shiyu picked his ears. The behavior of the epic god who killed several super god level realm masters was not worse, but now the opponent is one of the three strongest super gods under the command of the king of the realm. Who dares to say that? We will kill those who provoke us, and we don't have to use the baby ginseng to fish for law enforcement. I knew you were lazy, Lin said. Shiyu and others, just as the gem cat wished and the owl predicted, had a smooth journey and returned to the suspended realm without any danger. After returning, the Sky Emperor and Lin Feng, as well as the 5 super gods, all appeared immediately, looking at Shiyu in silence. Shiyu, did you break through by eating the source of transcendence? Lin Feng said exaggeratedly. From a scientific point of view, your progress in strength is not reasonable, the Demon Clan super god said. It's too exaggerated. Shiyu smiled. Dear seniors, don't forget that you helped me get the quasi-level 12-time crystal from the super god stone. I have a pet that was a top-level god on the previous life. I have resources, and with the reincarnation fruit of the ginseng baby, my strength recovered faster. In addition, I used the power of the 4 sacred relics to suppress the Azure Dragon evolvers, so that they could not exert their full strength. This solution is obviously very scientific. After a silence, the Sky Emperor said, okay, there is no need to say more. Dear seniors, why don't you guard the Donghuang realm next, guarding the permanent teleportation array until Blue Star breaks through. As for Shiyu, we will send him back to Blue Star, let him hide from the limelight first, and digest the power of the 4 sacred relics, it's okay to go back to Blue Star, but can you wait a little longer? The owl girl who came with me was a member of the astrology clan in the previous life. I promised her to accompany her home to have a look. Shiyu smiled and scratched his head. Blue Star 5 super gods? Don't you know that you just offended the 4 saints family? How dare you go out and have fun? You kid. Lin Feng was also shocked. Shiyu must have grown up with the courage of the king of gossip. Well, if that doesn't work, we can contact the astrology family and ask them to send someone to pick up their family members. I won't go, seeing that the 2 seniors, Kong and Lin, didn't seem to support him. Shiyu shrugged. To be honest, Qi at this time has absorbed all the time crystals, and its time and space shuttle has just broken through to the perfect level. In other words, Qi at this time is a perfect god who has mastered perfect divine skills. Although his combat power is poor and he may be the weakest top god, his escape ability is absolutely top-notch. Except for the 5 universe level ones, there should be very few who can catch him. After all, when her time and space shuttle was still at the mastery level, she was able to escape from the threat of the 3 super gods who invaded Blue Star. Now, powerful super gods who are not specialized in both time and space should not be able to do anything to Qi. Obviously, there is no such super god in the 4 saints family. Unless it is necessary. You should stay in the Donghuang realm and grow with Blue Star. Digesting the 4 saints relics and waiting for Blue Star to break through will bring you considerable benefits. There is no need to take other risks, Kongdi said. If you want to be wild, at least wait for Senior Shidi to come out. Shidi is definitely more reliable than the 5 super gods next to him. Okay, Shiyu said he understood. In the Donghuang realm, Gemcat and Owl were paying attention to the network situation throughout the whole process. Seeing Shiyu kill the top Azure Dragon god in seconds and then escape unscathed, the 2 cats were furious at first, and then relieved. How did this kid improve so fast? I really didn't misjudge him, Teacher Owl said. This whistleblower is so fierce. No wonder you predicted that Shiyu would not be at risk. If I were the Azure Dragon super god, I would hate this whistleblower more than Shiyu. The risk has been transferred, Teacher Gemcat said while watching the video of the whistleblower. No wonder so many super gods are chasing it. It is really bold. The cats admire it very much. This guy is more troublesome than Shiyu. With this comparison, I suddenly feel that Shiyu is quite stable. The owl also watched the video of the whistleblower with twitching eyelids. But it is said that his bounty is quite high. Look, the Azure Dragon super god alone has offered a bounty of a quasi-universe treasure. He has offended more than 1 super god. If we can catch him alive, we will make a fortune, the cat said. That makes sense. When I recover my strength, maybe I can consider predicting his identity, the owl said. You come and cooperate with me, great. We predict the identity, let Shiyu catch it, and then split the prize money. I'm back. When the 2 cats were communicating, Shiyu had already returned to the Donghuang realm, and immediately found them. The gem cat and the owl looked at Shiyu at the same time, Shiyu who was asking for trouble. Teacher Owl, Senior Kongdi and the others don't seem to recommend that we go to the astrology clan now. Do you have any special way to contact them and let them come to you? No need for them to tell me, I don't recommend it either, Teacher Owl said. If I go with you, I don't know when I will be assassinated. It will be bad if I am implicated. Next, I will find a way to notify the tribe to pick me up. Precognitive Owl also thought that this was more reliable. This, Shiyu said speechlessly. Then I will wait for your tribe to arrive, and I will go to the 4 saints' ruins first. Next, Shiyu returned to the secret realm of the Lord of the Donghuang realm and began to practice. Before the Blue Star breaks through, the 5 super gods will definitely guard here, guarding the permanent teleportation array, and indirectly guarding Shiyu. In this case, no one will dare to cause trouble. Shiyu will be able to be free and improve his strength with peace of mind. Chong Chong, Chitong, Dwarf Cat, Turtle, Xiaobing, come here. At Shiyu's call, several guys in the team who practiced the power of faith were called over. Shiyu then called out Shiyu Beast again. He looked at Chong Chong and the others with a smile and said, Next, your first task is to use the power of the epical faith of the 4 saints relics to create a set of equipment for it. No problem, right? Use the power of faith as you like to create the ultimate equipment you can create now. Let me tell you about my ideas. Sword and Shield Knight, Shiyu said. I want him to be a Sword and Shield Knight. Chong Chong, You use the rules of creation to create a sword of creation. This sword must be hard enough, heavy enough, and strong enough to allow Shi-Yu Beast to perfectly exert its strength advantage. Then, through your authority as the god of creation, give this sword rules that can transform physical strength into other forms of power. Chick, Chong Chong said he understood. Turtle and Xia Bing, you use the power of faith to create a shield with the strongest defense, mainly to defend the spiritual power. After all, the biggest weakness of Shi-Yu Beast is the spiritual aspect, and the short-legged cat, you are the same, making armor with strong defense power, mainly to protect the body and spirit of Shi-Yu Beast, and still mainly to defend the spirit. Shi-Yu Beast is good at everything, but when Shi-Yu used it to practice with pets, he found that Shi-Yu Beast controlled by the spiritual clone was particularly vulnerable to the spiritual field. Chong Chong successfully used the spiritual control skill to pull Shi-Yu's clone out of Shi-Yu Beast, causing Shi-Yu Beast to be unable to be controlled immediately. Therefore, Shi-Yu made equipment mainly to protect the spiritual clone inside Shi-Yu Beast. As for Shi-Yu Beast itself, to be honest, even if Shi-Yu asked Ki to merge with himself and poke it with the umbrella of time, it would not be broken, and the defense was amazing. You know, Ki now has the power of the top god, and Shi-Yu also raised his talent for a fusion to the god level with the god level cultivation fruit. When the two of them merge, their attack power is very amazing. Otherwise, that top Azure Dragon God would not have died so tragically, but even so, he could not break the defense of Shi-Yu Beast's body, so he did not need special care. Therefore, Shi-Yu's idea is to focus on the spirit defense, and in addition, add a sort of fantasy creation that can transform Shi-Yu Beast's power advantage into other forms of power. In this way, Shi-Yu Beast's attack surface can be increased, and Shi-Yu Beast's shortcomings will not be many. As for Chi-Tong, just condense a clone of Suzaku's clone for me. Shi-Yu smiled. Okay, Chi-Tong nodded. Otherwise, let's use Suzaku's clone, Chi-Tong said. Shi-Yu Beast is also Shi-Yu, so she should protect it too. The main body protects Shi-Yu, and Suzaku's clone protects Shi-Yu Beast. First use the clone's clone to adapt, Shi-Yu said. During his time on Blue Star, Shi-Yu did a lot of experiments on Shi-Yu Beast, including experiments on spirit clone possession and undead possession. Of course, Shi-Yu first went to the wild to catch the evil spirit to do the experiment. Shi-Yu let it possess Shi-Yu Beast, and then the result was, without a doubt, the soul flew away. Then, Shi-Yu let the evil spirit possess Shi-Yu Beast controlled by the spiritual clone, and the undead spirit possessed it successfully. This shows that when Shi-Yu's spiritual clone controls Shi-Yu Beast, the undead spirit pet can possess Shi-Yu Beast. This discovery is too strong. It can directly make up for the disadvantage of Shi-Yu Beast having no soul. Let the undead spirit of the Suzaku clone of Chi-Tong possess the fully armed Shi-Yu Beast, and directly let Shi-Yu Beast evolve into Shi-Yu Beast 4 Saints template. Shi-Yu predicts that a Shi-Yu Beast controlled by the spiritual clone can have perfect combat power without considering the spiritual weakness. And the Shi-Yu Beast wearing the top-grade equipment created by using the power of the faith of the 4 Saints relics at all costs. Shi-Yu can't say for sure at the moment, but considering the growth of the bugs, the combat power of Shi-Yu Beast will definitely grow with it. By then, Shi-Yu felt that it was not impossible to strengthen Shi-Yu Beast to the peak combat power of a perfect god. There must be a huge gap between perfect gods and perfect gods. The weak ones have ordinary divine skills that are just perfect, and the strong ones have top divine skills, perfect plus 47. The latter is already close to the limit of the epic god and can compete with a super god level. Of course, the premise is to Krypton Gold. In addition to the cultivation and points of the 4 sacred pets, there must be a sum of faith power. Krypton has to buy the equipment of Shi-Yu Beast. I don't know how long the faith power inventory of the 4 sacred relics can last. Lin's speculation that it will be used up within 10 years is probably conservative. Okay, I'll leave it to you. I'll go to practice too. After Shi-Yu gave the tasks to Chong Chong and the others, he threw Shi-Yu Beast to them to measure the size, and ran to practice. He also has a lot of content to practice now. At present, Shi-Yu's realm is the peak of the 6th heaven of the god level, with telepathy, body control, and fusion talents at level 10. As for the time and space enhancement talents, it is still level 9. As for the level of beast control, Shi-Yu was not in a hurry to improve it. He just needed to wait for the feedback from the pets. Besides, he still had 2 pieces of meditation jade. However, For the convenience of future archaeology, Shiyu could not let them fall behind too much in terms of time and space strengthening talent. In addition, after the time and space talent reached level 10, combined with a combined talent, combined prayer, their ability to escape would definitely be further improved. So next, Shiyu planned to use the god-level cultivation fruit and major in the time and space talent. The difficulty of cultivating these two talents was not comparable to the combined talent. Even if there were resources, it would probably take a long time. At this time, the outside world was in an uproar because of the epic ruins, the King of Scolding, and the Qinglong family, while Shiyu, like nothing happened, fell asleep. During this period, the two cats were not idle either. One went to talk to the dragon god about the dragon emperor, and the other contacted his own clan. Just like that, 3 days later, a powerful god-level creature descended on the Donghuang realm. Perfect God, Sky Emperor, Lin Feng, and the 5 super gods of Blue Star opened their eyes at the same time and looked at the space crack that appeared in the sky. No, this guy's power is outrageous, maybe close to the legendary epic god. The 5 super gods of Blue Star looked at the sky. Who is it? They were puzzled. A rat-headed man walked out of the space crack. He had a humanoid body, dressed in black, and his red eyes were full of wisdom. Seeing this guy, the 5 super gods of Blue Star, Sky Emperor, and Lin Feng were all slightly stunned. The leader of the astronomy clan is currently on King Kai's planet. He's known as the one with the strongest foresight. He once made plans and changed the situation of the super god battlefield, allowing King Kai's side to win a great victory. Some super god level strongmen may also have mastered the power of foresight, but none of them are stronger than this guy. The astronomy clan is such a unique race. Why is he here? Wait, Kongdi and others suddenly remembered something. Shiyu said that the owl teacher of Blue Star was an astronomy clan in her previous life, and there would be tribe members to pick her up later. So, the one who came to pick her up, turned out to be the leader of the astronomy clan? They also thought that the owl was at most an ordinary astronomy clan. So, her status might be very noble, and even the tribe leader came to greet her in person? The arrival of Tutu, the leader of the astronomy clan, also made the predictive owl fly out quickly from her residence. Looking at the rat man in front of her, she recognized at a glance that this guy was her younger brother. Although she hadn't seen him for many years, his eyes were still so wise. In another place, Shiyu and Gemcat were very silent. They didn't quite understand the complicated relationship of the astrology clan. So, why is the sister an owl and the brother a mouse? Cat and mouse? Your circle is so messy. Brother, at this time, in the sky, finally seeing her relatives, the owl teacher couldn't hold it back on the spot, and cried with tears. She has been wronged for so many years. She calculated everything, but she didn't foresee that she would encounter disasters and die in the process of searching for the source of transcendence. This predictive skill has a bug, it's pitting her. Sister, at this time, the astrology clan leader also shouted a word that stunned the 5 super gods of Blue Star and Kong Lin. Huh? What? They had investigated this owl. At first, he was just a scoundrel at Donghuang Imperial University, no different from the Gemcat. It was outrageous that he was the reincarnation of the astrology clan. But now they were told that this guy was the sister of the extremely noble astrology clan chief? When did the astrology clan chief have a sister? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 594, The Whistleblower King Tutu. Brother, you don't know how hard it has been for your sister over the years. In Shiyu's secret realm, Teacher Owl and the leader of the astrology clan reminisced in tears. Teacher Owl held a wine glass and talked about his own difficulties. Shiyu and the Gemcat were beside him, listening silently. So, sister, you really encountered an accident in the process of searching for the source of transcendence, then, you were accidentally reincarnated to the home planet of Shiyu's Realm Master. As Shiyu's Realm Master developed the fruit of reincarnation and brought back the permanent teleportation array, you were able to restore your memory and return to King Kai's planet. The leader of the astrology clan sighed and said, "It has indeed been difficult for you over the years, but it's a good thing you died, otherwise I would not have been able to be trained in the tribe and become the leader." Precognitive owl? Sorry, Chief Tutu covered his mouth and said, I speak too fast. I'm used to it. Sister, you know me. It's just the position of chief. I can't compare with you. If it weren't for you, I would have died long ago. I'm very happy that you came back. From today on, the position of chief is yours. I don't want it. A chief has to help people predict. It's so tiring. You can do it yourself. You just need to give me the resources of the chief, Chief Tutu. Teacher Owl said, but what I didn't expect is that you became so strong during the time I was away. I remember that your predictive ability was obviously much weaker than mine. Good brother, you have made progress. My second half of my life depends on you, Chief Tutu sighed and said, after you disappeared, the astrology clan had no successors. I paid a lot of price to have my current strength. But fortunately, the current astrology clan is not only not in decline, but has grown very strong. Sir Shiyu, thank you for your help to my sister. If there's anything you need help from the astrology clan in the future, the astrology clan will do its best to help. You are too polite, Chief. Teacher Tuna is a very important mentor of mine. She has provided a lot of help on my path to growth. I should thank her, Shiyu said. Don't be polite, Tutu. Shiyu is a good guy. He is also new here. He just came to Kinkai. See if there's anything we can do to help him. Shiyu is indeed extraordinary. I have heard about the conferred God War. No one has been able to take down the permanent teleportation array for many years, Tutu said. How about, from now on, the astrology clan is a friend of the Donghuang realm. We can provide predictions for Shiyu for free, unlimited times. Too stingy? Teacher Owl said, brother, do we still have the quota for the Son of Prophecy in our clan? Tutu, the Son of Prophecy is an outsider recognized by the astrology clan who can lead the astrology clan to a more prosperous state. He is the one with the greatest investment among the geniuses invested by the astrology clan. Sister, Chief Tutu looked at Owl. Why did he turn his elbow outward just after returning? This matter may be difficult, tribe leader Tutu said with a wry smile. Sister, Realm Lord Shiyu offended a large number of Four Saints evolvers a few days ago, and may even have offended the Four Saints families. Although Lord Shiyu is your friend, and I am willing to help him, some elders in the tribe will definitely take these into consideration. It is impossible for Lord Shiyu to become the Son of Prophecy. Now in the tribe, I am also restricted everywhere, but his potential is really good. Isn't his performance in the conferred God War very good? Tutu said, Sister, 3,000 years ago, there was a guy who, like Lord Shiyu, won the first place in the conferred God War and completed the championship challenge. This person was trained by our astrology tribe. Even so, he failed to become the Son of Prophecy of the astrology tribe. Although Realm Lord Shiyu's record is very strong, it is not enough. Teacher Owl was helpless. He realized that his brother still looked down on Shiyu. What Son of Prophecy? Teacher Tuna, please don't make things difficult for Chief Tutu, Shiyu said. When you meet again, just talk about your own things, don't worry about me. No, Teacher Owl said, brother, to tell you the truth, Shiyu has all the qualifications to be the Son of Prophecy. Don't forget, in addition to his own potential, he also has a pet that is proficient in the power of luck. In addition, he has also been assisted by the inheritor of the Kaiksing tribe. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a legacy of the Kaiksing tribe in our tribe. Moreover, no one in the tribe can merge, but this guy has the qualifications to merge the power of the Kaiksing tribe. Teacher Owl pointed to the cat girl who was eager to try next to him. The gem cat has been waiting for a long time. She is already the inheritor of the Kaiksing tribe. The power of Kaiksing plus the power of astrology, plus great luck. Do you know what this means? I went out for a while, and although I failed in terms of breakthrough, I also found an opportunity to help the astrology tribe reach a higher peak, the inheritor of the Kaiksing tribe. At this time, Tutu, who had not paid attention to the cat girl, suddenly looked at the gem cat. Unexpectedly, this guy who looked like a decoration was actually the inheritor of the Kaiksing tribe who had been exterminated. So that's how it is, sister's power of astrology, plus her power of Kaiksing, plus that Lin's outstanding luck. No wonder Shiyu could become the king of the gods in such an enchanting manner. How about it, Kaiksing tribe, are you qualified? Owl found that cat girl seemed to be more useful than Shiyu, and could surprise her brother more. This, Tutu hesitated. In fact, he did not have absolute say in the clan, and he lied to Owl, but seeing that his sister valued Shiyu so much, He really did not want to drag Shiyu into the big pit of the astrology clan. There were some things that even his sister had to hide. Because, in addition to the identity of the patriarch of the astrology clan, it has another identity, the king of whistleblower. This identity involves an important skill. The king of whistleblower is an avatar he created to help himself break through the super god level, and the breakthrough method is very desperate. If it is exposed, unless he is promoted to a super god, the entire astrology clan will be in a catastrophe. At that time, if his sister and Shiyu are involved, who knows who will suffer. Shiyu only offended the Four Saints family, but he not only offended the Four Saints family, but also offended multiple super gods and hundreds of realms. Are you sure you want to play with me? Tutu looked at his sister and Shiyu. Of course, he didn't say this. However, Tutu thought about it and realized that his identity was not so easy to be exposed. If there was really a son of prophecy who could give feedback to the astrology clan, then not only the astrology clan, but also he, could benefit and upgrade smoothly. Moreover, the hidden dangers brought by the identity of the whistleblower king could be eliminated. The Star Praying clan, the best partner of the astrology clan. Tutu stared at the cat girl and then looked at Shiyu. Do you really want to become the son of prophecy of the astrology clan? Chief Tutu looked at Shiyu. Shiyu said, I can do anything, anything is fine. He is the best candidate. Believe me, Teacher Owl said. It's right to assist him. Although he may bring some external pressure to our astrology clan and may cause trouble, as long as we help him deal with it, he will definitely become a top powerhouse. Chief Tutu felt complicated. Tisk, what's his ability to stir up trouble? That's because you don't know my identity, elder sister. Could the threat that Shiyu brought to the astrology clan be greater than the threat brought to the astrology clan by the whistleblower? Qualified, but not quite enough. If you, elder sister, really want to push Lord Shiyu to become the son of prophecy of the astrology clan, it's not impossible, as long as he accomplishes one thing. What is it? Teacher Owl asked. Although there is the assistance of the luck pet, there is still some gap from the standard of the son of luck. As long as Lord Shiyu can have a lucky star of his own, there will be no problem. Lucky star? Shiyu was stunned and said, what is this? Chief Tutu said, a kind of planet, a very rare planet. As we all know, planets have various attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, space, all exist. In addition, there are some special planets, such as time-related planets, for example, planets containing god-level luck dragon veins. Among them, Lucky Star is a name for a planet that has reached the standard of luck. People born on this planet are almost full of luck after leaving the planet. They are true children of luck. As long as Lord Shiyu, you can become the owner of a lucky star, and with your lucky pet, I will recognize you and have the ability to become the son of prophecy of the astrology clan. At that time, my astrology clan will do its best to assist Lord Shiyu in his growth, even if it means being enemies with the four sacred families. I remember. Lucky star can only be obtained through King Kai's planet, said the precognitive owl. Yes, there are also unknown lucky stars in the universe, but the universe is too big, and it is unrealistic to find them. Even the astrology clan cannot predict their location. Even if the universe overlord core obtains this kind of planet, it will not sell it to the outside world, but use it for itself. However, in addition to discovering it yourself, there is another way to obtain a lucky star and become the owner of a lucky star, that is, go to the battlefield of the void and fight with alien races. As long as you meet the requirements for military merits, you can exchange star territories from King Kai's planet. Among them, there are stars like lucky stars. As long as you become the owner of the lucky star, Lord Shiyu's own luck will increase exponentially, from the son of luck to the father of luck. At that time, with the assistance of my astrologers, you will definitely become the strongest among the super god lives in the future. Lucky star, Shiyu said, is this a dead star or a living star? The lucky star, which has both dead and alive and has not given birth to life, is slightly easier to exchange. However, it basically requires the military merit of hunting down a super god level strongman of the enemy before it can be exchanged. My requirements are not high. As long as Sir Shiyu can become the owner of a lucky star that has not given birth to life, I will have a way to convince the whole clan to fully assist Lord Shiyu to become the strongest, and even impact the universe-level peak that no one dares to climb. Shiyu's mouth twitched. When I can hunt down super gods, do I still need your assistance? Of course, it's better to have a force for free. The predictive power of the astrologers is indeed powerful, and it will be more convenient to explore the ruins in the future. The most important thing is that Shiyu thinks this lucky star is also very good. As for the dead star, maybe it can be exchanged for Lin or Ziozi, so that she can refine it into a star weapon through star refining. By then, the luck increase brought by Lin on the basis of the wind of blessing may be even more explosive, which is what Shiyu needs. Is it enough to just go to the void battlefield and hunt down the super god of an alien race? Shiyu asked. It seems that it is not a loss. The source of transcendence plus lucky star plus the astrologer's surrender, a huge profit. Yes, Chief Tuta smiled and said, with the ability of your excellency Shiyu, it may not be difficult. Your contract has the purification of star spirits. When she trains the race's magic skills to the perfect level, your excellency will have the strength to kill the super god of the abyss. I'll think about it. Shiyu nodded. Then it's settled, Chief Tutu said. Her sister has been powerful since she was a child. She is the chosen one. Tutu chose to believe her sister for once. Hello, friend from the Kaiksing tribe. We, the astrology tribe, have been on good terms with the Kaiksing tribe for a long time. Tutu then looked at the gem cat and said, we do have a Kaiksing tribe heritage in our tribe, but unfortunately we haven't found someone who can integrate it yet. If you are willing to establish an alliance with the astrology tribe, we can give you this Kaiksing tribe heritage. The so-called alliance means that when we need something, you have to assist the astrology tribe with the power of wishing. In exchange, we will also help you when you need divination. In addition, we will also do our best to help you find the remaining heritage. No problem, Mao Miao agreed immediately. Now her wishing power is strong enough. This is only 1/7 of the Kaiksing tribe heritage. If she gets 2/7 of the heritage, she, Mao, will not be weaker than Shiyu. Okay. Chief Tutu said, Sister, are you satisfied with this result? Not bad, the predictive owl nodded. Then next, Sister, you and Ms. Ying, come back with me to the astrology clan as guests. You have been slow to break through the quasi-god level, so you must want to use the resources of the clan to lay a more solid foundation, Chief Tutu said. I can't hide it from you kid, the owl said. Mao, elbow, come back with me to the clan to get the inheritance of the Kaiksing clan. What about me? Shiyu asked. The chief of the astrology clan. Tutu looked at Shiyu and grinned. Master Shiyu, don't run around. This is our first meeting. I'm giving you a message. Someone will do something bad to you soon. It may be an assassination. I don't want to be distracted to protect you. There are many super gods in this Donghuang realm. You'd better be safer here. Shiyu was speechless and said, okay, then you go by yourselves. Soon, the leader of the astronomy clan took the owl and the gem cat and left the Donghuang realm. After they left, Lin Feng, Kongdi and others quickly came to find Shiyu and asked what happened. Nothing, just a family reunion. The cat teachers followed the leader of the astronomy clan back and broke through. When they come back, they should have reached a god level, and they will be the strongest among the god levels, Shiyu said. Damn, Lin Feng enviously said, so they have a relationship with the astronomy clan? Damn, I went to the astronomy clan for predictions before, not to mention the leader, I couldn't even find an elder. Shiyu, what kind of shit luck do you have? If we can get close to the astronomy clan, Donghuang will take off. This is the strongest predictive race in the entire universe. When can you introduce it to me? Lin Feng expressed his desire to make friends with the leader of the astronomy clan. The astronomy clan should indeed be friends. The Emperor of the Sky also agreed. By the way, Shiyu, when do you plan to go back to Blue Star? Oh, just now, the chief of the astrology clan helped me predict that I might encounter an assassination attempt recently. I want to wait and see who assassinates me before I go back. The Emperor of the Sky, Lin Feng, why are you so idle? Next, Shiyu really waited in the Donghuang realm until, more than half a month later. The 4 sacred equipment of Shiyu Beast was almost completed, and he himself had slept for more than half a month, so why hasn't the assassin come yet? When did the immediately mentioned by Chief Tu to refer to? Let alone the assassin, Shiyu sensed the entire Donghuang realm through the dwarf cat, and could not even sense a strong hostility. Could it be that the assassin will only show up if I leave the Donghuang realm and leave the protection of the 5 super gods? After Shiyu woke up, he sat up directly. He suddenly had the urge to go out for a walk. But he suddenly remembered something. which made Shiyu give up the idea of going fishing by himself. Shiyu hurriedly ran to the teleportation array, intending to return to Blue Star. Seeing this, Senior Kangdi, who was currently in charge of guarding the teleportation array, asked puzzledly, "You finally want to go back?" "Yes, it's almost been a month, and the new World Championship is about to begin. I almost forgot. I was thinking about seeing the performance of Seniors Woody, Female Emperor, and Dragon Emperor, and Senior Lu. At present on Blue Star, it seems that other countries and surrounding totem countries don't know that they have been resurrected." Shiyu smiled. He was looking forward to seeing what expressions other countries would have when they knew that the ancient legendary Emperor of Donghuang was resurrected. "I wonder if there is any totem country. Remember the Martial Emperor, the Female Emperor, and the Dragon Emperor? And Senior Sister Lu. Although Yunu was not resurrected, who is stronger, Senior Sister Lu who accepted Yunu's inheritance? Or the three emperors of Donghuang?" Shiyu felt that in this world competition, when facing Donghuang, other countries would cry again, and he liked to see others cry. Chapter 595, Resurrected Emperors. Blue Star. Shiyu returned here again. If Blue Star breaks through to an advanced planet, this is indeed the best place for Shiyu to practice in seclusion. The practice environment of an advanced planet is better than most first-level realms. In addition, Shiyu's ginseng baby has the qualifications designated by Blue Star to mobilize the world power of Blue Star. In other words, Shiyu's food and some supplements can effectively get the power of Blue Star for free, which is a treatment that is not available on King Kai's planet. Shiyu returned, with a panda sitting on his shoulder. The sun was shining brightly. The World Tree clone guarding the permanent teleportation array here was very surprised when he saw Shiyu. "Why are you back again?" the World Tree clone asked. "There's a permanent teleportation array here, so why not use it? I offended 4 powerful super gods over there, so I came back to avoid the limelight," Shiyu said. "World Tree, what the hell?" The World Tree knelt down. At the critical moment of Blue Star's promotion, could it be possible not to make a fuss? Shiyu smiled. "It's not a big problem. To be precise, I came back to watch the new world competition. After all, many acquaintances will participate." Ying 11 nodded. "Then do you want it? I'll get you a position as a judge, special guest or referee," World Tree said. Shiyu said, "No, I'm fine as a spectator. By the way, the Blue Star Breakthrough Project has already started. How long is it expected to take for Blue Star to break through?" World Tree pondered. "In terms of resources, there is no shortage. The resources brought by the 5 major gods can fully support Blue Star to make multiple breakthroughs, but if you want to break through the bottleneck, you still have to rely on feeling. When I say feeling, it depends on Blue Star's luck, talent and opportunity. If it's fast, it can break through in the next second. If it's slow, it may take several years or decades." Shiyu nodded. "To put it bluntly, Blue Star is already qualified to impact the advanced planet, but whether it can succeed or not, what is lacking is no longer accumulation, but the correct method to break through the last layer of barriers. Blue Star should be considered a lucky star," Shiyu said. He felt that people and things that left Blue Star also had great luck. Like the goddess Wa, who inherited the legacy of the goddess Nuwa from the last era, like the Emperor of Time, who mistakenly entered the ruins of the era and obtained multiple sources of transcendence, like the Emperor of Space and Lin Feng, they all had good luck. Even a mixed cat can inherit the Kaixing clan. This luck is unparalleled. In addition, Blue Star can breed creatures such as the Time Elves that cannot be bred even on other high-level planets. If you say that it does not have the qualifications of a cosmic star, Shiyu does not believe it. "Come on, wait for Teacher Ying to come back and ask her to assist," Shiyu said. "She is now accepting another part of the inheritance of the Kaixing clan. Can she do it?" The World Tree was stunned. Probably, Shiyu was not sure, but after accepting 2/7 of the inheritance of the Kaixing clan, Teacher Maomeo's strength must have reached the god level. Theoretically, the god-level Kaixing clan can make a wish on the peak god-level stars. It is estimated that it involves the super god realm, and the backlash may be a bit big. Is that so? The World Tree was delighted. Unexpectedly, the weakest little guy who walked out of Blue Star turned out to be the key hope for Blue Star's breakthrough. Next, Shiyu returned to Donghuang and continued to practice with concentration. After nearly half a month, Shiyu's special enhancement talent was not far from the god level. During this period, Shi Yu Beast also successfully equipped with a top-level 4 Saints equipment. Shi Yu estimated that it was completely close to the combat power of the Epic God. The quasi-epic God Shi Yu Beast, plus the perfect God of Time Spirit, 1 combat power and 1 escape, are Shi Yu's 2 strongest trump cards now. With these 2 trump cards, Shi Yu felt much more at ease, but if he wanted to move freely, Shi Yu felt that it was still not enough. At least he had to let each pet beast break through the top god. When Shi Yu was still dozing off, Chong Chong ran over and woke him up, reminding him that Inadara's World Championship was about to begin. Shi Yu gradually woke up and said, "Okay, let's go over there and watch while practicing, Inadara." The rules of this World Championship have been changed to a competition without age or race restrictions. The requirements for participants are basically the same as the Kwang Star conferred God War. As long as you are not at the God level, you can participate. However, although the entry conditions have been changed and the threshold has been lowered, the number of participants has decreased. Because most people know that this is the stage for legends and demigods, and other levels will be sent to serve. Most people still have a number of reasons and know that they can't participate. This time, although a large number of young candidates were eliminated, making them miss the opportunity to participate in this session, it also gave many veteran strongmen a chance to participate. Moreover, young players cannot participate now, but it does not mean that they cannot participate in the future. As long as they reach the legendary level, they will be able to participate in the future. On the blue star where the myth is revived, breaking through the legendary level is no longer so far-fetched. As for when blue star breaks through to the advanced planet, it will be even easier to break through to the legendary level. It is estimated that it will be the same as King Kai. Any young person with a little talent and potential will have the opportunity to break through to the legendary level. Therefore, this world competition is basically a benchmark for the conferred God War. It is a drill for the conferred God War conducted by Blue Star on the Blue Star Life. Only those who come out on top among the demigods of Blue Star are qualified to challenge the conferred God War on King Kai. As for the God level, if you want to go to King Kai, you don't need to participate in any competition, just pay the teleportation fee. The ability of the God level to create resources is much stronger than that of those below the God level. At that time, using the toll of the God level to cultivate geniuses below the God level can save a lot of resources. Although the teleportation array is permanent and unlimited, it cannot be completely free to the outside world. Everything must develop in a healthy way. Shi Yu, in the Donghuang audience, Ji Feng, Go Zhuan, Ziyun, Shen Ling, Zheng Xianang, Zhou Ming, Zheng Hai, Yizing and other players from the previous Donghuang World Championship sat together. As the spectators of the previous session, they gathered together to watch the game and reminisce. "Hey, long time no see. Oh, Shi Yu, why are you here? Could it be that you are also here to participate in this World Championship? I remember that the World Tree said that if you have received the blessing of the World Tree once, you are not allowed to participate in the competition." Zhu Xianwang couldn't help asking. "What are you thinking about? Of course I'm not here to participate. Even if the champion of the previous session can participate, my level is no longer qualified." Shi Yu smiled. After he finished speaking, several people were stunned. It was incredible. Could it be that Shi Yu has reached the God level? At present, the lowest of them is still level 7, and the highest is only level 8. They are still considered the young generation of Donghuang and have not been exposed to too many secrets. For example, there are no more than 5 people in Donghuang who are qualified to know about the series of events on King Kai. Now they can't even participate in the World Championship, so naturally they don't know too many things. I'm here to cheer for Lu Qingyi. This World Championship is very difficult. It's not easy for her to get good results, Shi Yu said. Several people calmed down, and Zheng Hai sighed. The World Championship is changing so fast. There is no age limit. When we reach the legend level, we are still qualified to participate. However, the difficulty is indeed increased a lot as you said. Damn, my master, Bahai Chuanqi, has come to participate in this year's World Championship. It's outrageous, Zheng Hai couldn't help but say. Bahai Chuanqi, before that, was the top 5 beastmasters in Donghuang's combat power. With the revival of the myth, he naturally broke through to the legend level. Now, even he has come to participate in the World Championship, and there are also presidents of associations from various countries. Zheng Hai has no idea how to play. It's too difficult to enter that Kinkai. Haha, Shiyu smiled and said, calm down. I'm quite familiar with the world tree. If you really can't win the world championship and want to go to Kinkai, I can use my connections to open a back door for you. Really? The little fat man Zhou Ming's eyes lit up, and he didn't care about moral integrity, and said, Boss Shiyu, please hug your thighs. The corners of the other people's mouths twitched. You have to have some shame. But I still recommend that you rely on your own ability to get the qualification to go to Kinkai. The environment there is more intense. If you go there without a basic foundation, you may die miserably. Shiyu also looked at them with green eyes. I've been there. Do you know why I came back? Because I was assassinated by a big force and had to come back to avoid the limelight. The World Tree holds the World Championship to select candidates, which is actually a protection mechanism. After Shiyu finished speaking, the expressions of several people were stern, and they felt creepy and cold on their backs. What did you do? Zhu Yun asked. What can I do? We Donghuang people love peace so much, what can I do? Isn't it because the Starry Sky tribes of Kinkai are too stingy? Shiyu picked his ears. I just cracked a relic, is it that important? Everyone pondered. Boom! At this moment, the World Tree clone, the green giant eagle, appeared, flapped its wings and flew into the sky, looking at the audience from the human and totem countries. There were a total of 100,000 spectators on the scene, which was not a lot of people. In addition, there were not many candidates for the World Championship this time. After the World Tree clone flew into the sky, it announced, I declare that this World Championship is officially started. This World Championship, a total of 128 players will participate, and the top 8 will have the opportunity to go to Kinkai. 128 is far from the current limit of the number of demigods on Blue Star. There should be people who are not interested in going to Kinkai, such as President Lin, who did not choose to participate. If you can go directly through the back door, why participate? The matching mechanism is not completely random and fair, but will use the contestants' own luck as the matching standard. Luck is also a part of strength, so strength alone does not necessarily make it to the end. In the first round, 128 will enter 64, and each game will be limited to 10 minutes. The winner must be determined within 10 minutes. After 5 minutes of fighting, external pressure will be applied to speed up the battle rhythm. After the World Tree finished speaking, the demigod contestants from various countries became nervous. The first game, Donghuang's 9th level Beastmaster Long Kingain versus the Dragon Empire's demigod AIC. At this moment, as a mirage-like screen appeared in the sky, showing the two sides, the participating countries were slightly stunned. They did not expect that the enemies would meet on a narrow road, and Donghuang and the Dragon Empire would directly meet. AIC, with the appearance of this name, the god-level combat power of each party changed their expressions slightly, because this AIC is a reincarnated god. The Dragon Empire, since the Black Dragon Overlord was killed by Shiyu and the myth was revived, has been taken over by the revived dragon gods. At this time, it has become the base camp of the dragon gods. Among them, the name AIC is not unfamiliar to the gods of the 7 countries and other revived gods. The other party is a thunder dragon god and a reincarnated god. Logically, after the myth is revived, it should be able to quickly recover to the god level like other gods, but unfortunately, during a certain reincarnation process, the other party's original power was damaged. Although the memory was recovered, it was not able to recover quickly. However, it was precisely because of this accident that it was qualified to participate in this world competition. Roar! With a roar, the sky thundered, and a black thunderstorm dragon flew directly from the sky to the venue, and then showed a gloomy expression. Donghuang, it is familiar with this country. When a beastmaster named Shiyu killed the 3 dragons of Longgong City, he was there. He was almost scared to death, but fortunately, the opponent this time was not that Shiyu, but an unheard-of Donghuang beastmaster. Unlike the last World Championship, there is no rule that requires humans to be present on both sides of the competition, so human beastmasters have a great advantage in combat power against other races, but the opponent is a reincarnated god with god-level experience, and it will be difficult for Donghuang's beastmasters to win this time. At this time, Long Kingain also walked towards the venue from Donghuang. After he appeared, all parties talked about it. Who is this person? Why haven't I seen him before? The Taurus ancient god and the demon king dragon on the Donghuang side muttered in a low voice, this guy is not very lucky. At this time, The Dragon Emperor Long Kingayan was wearing brown trousers and a black short-sleeved t-shirt with a golden dragon pattern on the t-shirt. It was very modern and seemed to have been integrated into the modern era. However, soon, all countries were puzzled. Why had they never heard of Dong Huang's new legend called Long Kingayan? The new legends of all countries were basically the old strongmen before, such as Dong Huang's hegemony legend, President Lin, and President Orlin of Tinxiang. In the past, although they were not legends, everyone was familiar with them. But for this Long Kingayan, the Seven Kingdoms and the Totem Kingdom were really a little stunned for a moment, and they didn't react to who he was. Long Kingayan, the god of machinery of the Kamikaze Kingdom, retrieved the database information and searched for who this Dong Huang legend was. After searching, he showed a surprised expression, with a look of disbelief on his face. The Queen of the Tinxiang Kingdom, who is already the god of elves, also watched this world competition as a spectator, hoping that her people can have a good result. When she heard the name Long Kingayan, she was also slightly stunned, because isn't this the name of the Dong Huang Dragon Emperor? She is more familiar with the former dragon god, so she is also more familiar with this name. Wait a minute, who is this person? Not to mention foreign beast masters, even the domestic beast masters were a little confused, not knowing the existence of Long Kingayan. To be precise, they didn't know who this Long Kingayan was. Of course they knew Long Kingayan, it was the name of the Dong Huang Dragon Emperor, but the Dragon Emperor had been dead for 1,000 years. Who is this senior? Why does he have the same name as Dragon Emperor? A fan of Dragon Emperor, in the Dong Huang audience, the players of the last World Championship showed puzzled expressions. Although they have not yet reached a legend, they are sure that there is no such person in the Dong Huang legend. When Zhu Xiaowen was wondering, Shi Yu's voice came from the side, saying, "Is there a possibility that he is the Dragon Emperor, the legendary emperor of the fourth generation of the Dong Huang dynasty, the Dragon Emperor, Zhu Yun and his friends?" What? They looked at Shi Yu with a smile in disbelief. At this time, on the field, Dragon Emperor Long Kingayan and the reincarnated demigod AIC of the Dragon Empire also looked at each other. Dragon Emperor had no expression on his face, while AIC looked down at Dragon Emperor. However, as he continued to stare, AIC's mind was shaken violently, and he subconsciously took a step back, and even felt a little fear. His retreat made the audience a little confused. "You?" Dragon Emperor Long Kingayan spoke slowly, and at the same time, the World Tree clone also issued an order to start the battle. Roar! The next moment, 9 huge golden summoning arrays appeared in the sky, and 9 demigod-level dragons, sweeping with terrifying dragon power, appeared and hovered behind the Dragon Emperor. The 9 dragons were in the sky, and the huge dragon power came over. The reincarnated demigod AIC was directly pressed to the ground by the pressure under the incredible expressions of everyone. With a bang, he seemed to crawl, trembling all over, and dared not move. This scene directly made the dragon god of the Dragon Empire and the other divine beasts present show incredible expressions. One person contracts 9 demigods. Who is this guy? Impossible. AIC was a primary god at his peak. How could he be suppressed by the dragon power of 9 demigod dragons? Not only did outsiders feel it was outrageous, but even AIC himself felt it was outrageous, and didn't understand why his heart had such a strong sense of fear towards the other party. If you are a reincarnated god, then the dragons of the Dragon Empire that invaded Dong Huang should not have you. In this case, just admit defeat, the Dragon Emperor said, his tone unquestionable. If it was the Dragon Emperor before the decisive battle with the remnant soul of the world-destroying dragon, it would definitely be a tough battle against the reincarnated demigod AIC, but after the battle with the remnant soul of the ancestral dragon, the Dragon Emperor and his pets had already been reborn in that battle. Although the remnant soul of the world-destroying dragon was sealed at the cost of their own lives, from his point of view, they are undoubtedly the winners. This kind of cross-level life and death battle can best train the will of a person or a legion. They can even defeat the remnant soul of the ancestral dragon, the ancestor of the dragon lineage. Now facing a primary god of the dragon clan, the strong spiritual will of the Dragon Emperor and his pets will bring a sense of oppression to the Dragon AIC, which is not inferior to the remnant soul of the ancestral dragon. Plop! The giant Dragon AIC, who was unable to resist, was directly pressed to the ground by the pressure. His eyes were horrified, and he felt like he had met the ancestor dragon. "Who are you?" "I am the 4th legendary beast master of Dong Huang, Long Kingayan, an ancient man from 1,000 years ago," Long Kingayan said. Boom. The next moment, AIC, who was reluctant to admit defeat, was directly knocked unconscious by the dragon's might, and the whole audience was silent. Senior Dragon Emperor, you are more pretentious than me. In the audience, Shiyu smiled and said under the dull expressions of several other friends, I didn't expect that Senior Dragon Emperor made such a fast progress. In such a short time, he has become a demigod. Baba. Zuyun and others looked at Shiyu in shock, and said, is he really the Dragon Emperor? Otherwise, except for the Dragon Emperor, who can rely on the Emperor's dragon might to kill a reincarnated giant dragon god in seconds, Shiyu said. But, hasn't the Dragon Emperor been dead for more than 1,000 years? Shenling said dully. You will know later. It's a great archaeological discovery, Shiyu smiled. The reincarnated giant dragon god AIC was killed instantly. In the first battle, the Eastern Wang Dragon Emperor Long Kingayan was easily defeated, which directly shocked the countries of Blue Star. Soon, according to the Dragon Emperor's own revelations, his information was known to all major countries. In the Dragon Empire, information about the Dragon Emperor soon appeared. Long Kingayan, the fourth legendary emperor of Donghuang. Back then, the Dragon Empire attacked Longgong City. The dragon god Xian only of Longgong City could not stop it alone. At this time, the Dragon Emperor of Donghuang rushed out and directly killed the Dragon Empire back to the west, thwarting the ambition of the Dragon Empire. The Dragon Empire did not dare to step into the Donghuang Sea for 500 years, which was a shadow in the heart of the Dragon Empire. Until hundreds of years after the disappearance of the Dragon Emperor, the Dragon Empire dared to covet the land of the East again, but unfortunately, at this time, the Sky Emperor turned out to cooperate with the Dragon God to kill the West and kill the Dragon Empire back. Dragon Emperor Long Kingayan. How could he still be alive, and his strength? How could it be so outrageous? Faced with a surprising confusion of various countries, Donghuang naturally would not give too many answers, and the world competition continued. Soon, the second match between Donghuang legendary beast tamer Wudong and Kamikaze legendary beast tamer Liai was released. It's Donghuang again. Wait a minute, there's also Legend of Lei Yi. Legend of Lei Yi, the second legendary beast master of the Divine Wind, was a super genius who reached the legendary level before the myth was revived. He was the champion of the second world competition, the World Tree Blesser, and had also served as a referee of the League Conference. Without a doubt, he was the best among this group of divine powerhouses. After the myth was revived, although he had not yet entered the divine level, he might be the closest to the divine level. Are you kidding? However, at this time, the Divine Wind side did not look calm at all. As a powerful person in the first echelon of legends, Legend of Lei Yi was only stunned at this time, because the Dragon Emperor just now was fine, but his next opponent was called Wudong. Other demigods and legends may not be able to remember these names at the first time, but as legendary mechanics, they can investigate important information at the first time. Wudong. The second legendary emperor of Donghuang, known as the Wu Emperor. It is also the emperor with the strongest combat power in Donghuang in the legend. An ancient man from 2,000 years ago. Impossible, mechanical god Zhu was dumbfounded, not understanding why another legendary emperor from Donghuang appeared. After a while, as Emperor Wu and Legend Lei Yi stepped onto the stage, there was another silence in the Donghuang audience. The beast masters who were invited to watch the world game looked at Emperor Wu dumbfounded. First the Dragon Emperor, then Emperor Wu. Is this the world game? You are a legendary mechanic, right? As soon as Emperor Wu came on the stage, he said to Legend Lei Yi, "This is my first time to fight a mechanic. Let me see how powerful the mechanic is." After that, Emperor Wu directly activated the god-level fusion talent, allowing the pets to merge with him. Emperor Wu's fusion talent is similar to Shiyu's spiritual field and spiritual resonance. It is a branch of the fusion talent. Now, Emperor Wu has developed it to the god level and touched the rule ripples. With a level 9 body, he developed a god level rule talent. Oh, outrageous, Legend Lei Yi murmured. Boom. In a moment, a mechanically modified demigod giant eagle and a mechanically modified demigod lion were successively destroyed by the martial emperor with one punch. Even the long-range forbidden missile launched by Lei Yi Legend was smashed by the martial emperor with one hand without injury. On the field, the martial emperor's puzzled voice was heard. Is the mechanical department so far? It feels that it is not as useful as the physical body. Before he finished speaking, The martial emperor had already killed all the gods and came to Lei Yi Legend wearing a mechanical battle suit. Lei Yi Legend looked at the martial emperor with a look of horror and said, Are you really the martial emperor, the Donghuang martial emperor who killed the meteorite 2,000 years ago? Yes, the martial emperor smiled and punched him in the face. It's true, Shi Yu also said to Gao Zhuan and others who were looking at him in shock, like Senior Dragon Emperor, Senior Martial Emperor is also alive. Are you surprised? It feels that with them around, none of the foreign legends can beat them. Chapter 596 Blue Star Rise. With the appearance of the Dragon Emperor and the Martial Emperor of Donghuang, people from all countries of Blue Star were stunned. In addition to the fact that the Dragon Emperor and the Martial Emperor were supposed to be dead ancients, their strength was a bit incredible. They looked much stronger than other legends. Poor, the World Tree clone, who served as the referee, shook his head lightly. Of course, the qualifications of the legendary emperors that Shi Yu asked to be resurrected were originally top-notch. The only ones who could be close to them were the guys who became legendary demigods in the Dharma-ending age. However, this was not enough. The benchmark was only the Donghuang emperors before their resurrection. The resurrected Donghuang emperors, because of the transformation of the power of the will of Blue Star and the power of the soil of creation, had a higher level of talent than before death. They carried part of the luck of Blue Star, which was equivalent to everyone being blessed by the goddess Nuwa and the will of Blue Star. Otherwise, even if they were resurrected and provided with resources by the Donghuang lineage, it would be impossible for them to progress so fast. The third game, when Shi Yu was watching the game with great interest, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked at the sky. Not only Shi Yu, but many gods and even the World Tree suddenly looked up at the sky. They felt the change in the rules, and felt the vibration of the rules. Could it be? Shi Yu murmured. What's wrong? Ji Feng, who was next to Shi Yu, said after seeing Shi Yu's face suddenly change. It's okay, I'll leave for a while, you continue to watch the game, remember to cheer for the Emperor Senior and Lu Qingyi. After Shi Yu finished speaking, he disappeared in an instant, and Ji Feng and others were stunned again. What? The Empress is also resurrected? Where is the Emperor at that time? Yi Xing couldn't help shouting. Unfortunately, Shi Yu didn't respond. Zhu Xianwang slumped against the audience and said, I seem to know why Shi Yu said that this world competition will be difficult. I'm going to cheer for Lu Qingyi. It's outrageous that the Martial Emperor, the Female Emperor, and the Dragon Emperor have all resurrected to participate in the competition. Not to mention Lu Qingyi, your master, Zhenghai, the Legend of the Sea, will be beaten in front of these legendary emperors. No, even President Lin will be beaten if he comes. Zhenghai also opened his mouth slightly, unable to refute. In the secret realm of the World Tree, when the World Tree clone was still hosting the competition outside, Shi Yu had already stepped into here and asked, Anti-World Tree, what's the situation? The World Tree said, this time, the Mother Goddess's impact on the advanced planet seems to be very smooth. Maybe this time it will succeed. Really? Shi Yu was overjoyed. The 5 major gods of Blue Star estimated that it would take several years or more for Blue Star to impact the advanced planet. As a result, it has just begun. It succeeded without trying a few times. Blue Star is completely breaking down and then building up. If everything goes well, it will be a matter of a few days. The messengers of the 5 major gods have already gone to King Kai to notify him. If the breakthrough is successful, the super gods of the 5 major gods should descend immediately. Do you want to go to the epic ruins where your Donghuang city is located? World Tree suggested. That's right, Shi Yu said, then you host the World Championship first, and I will go to the epic ruins to take over Senior City. After Shi Yu finished speaking, he went to the island where the shitty epic ruins were located, entered the state of time passing, and turned himself into a beacon outside the ruins, trying to guide Senior City out. In addition, the World Championship was proceeding in an orderly manner. Soon, under the numb and excited expectations of Zhu Yun and others, it didn't take long before the battle between Donghuang legend beast tamer Wangzai and the demigod of Longgang City, the Ice Dragon King appeared. Wangzai, that's the Empress Senior. The Empress Senior is here too. Wait, damn, the Empress's opponent, the Ice Dragon King, in Ryugu City. Long Ma was also dumbfounded. She actually had no interest in going to King Kai's planet, but she finally broke through to the demigod level and signed up for the competition out of boredom. Long Ma, who had received a large number of resources from Shi Yu, felt that she was still quite strong. But what Long Ma didn't expect was that she would meet the resurrected Empress in the first game. Long Ma knew that the Empress was resurrected, but she had not actually met the Empress yet. Given the relationship between the Empress and Mu Huiyan, at this time, it didn't quite understand how to discuss this generation. At this time, Lu Qingyi, who was with Empress Wangzai, saw the match result and didn't know who had worse luck between the Empress and the Ice Dragon King, and Senior Lu smiled immediately. The Ice Dragon King is Senior Mu Huiyan's pet, I know, but I won't show mercy, Empress Wangzai said, and then went on stage directly. This World Championship was not broadcast live, but now with the development of Blue Star technology and the establishment of a global network, the speed of information dissemination is completely different from before. Even the Totem Kingdom has begun to use technology. Soon, some information about this World Championship was transmitted back to the ancient Donghuang Kingdom. Every audience member stared at the game information that was transmitted back. In the first game, the legendary Beastmaster of Donghuang, Long Emperor Long Qingyan, contracted 9 semi-divine dragon pets, and killed the reincarnated gods of the Dragon Empire in seconds. In the second game, the legendary Beastmaster of Donghuang, Wu Emperor Wudong, punched a mechanical beast, carried missiles with his flesh, dismantled Gundam with his bare hands, and easily crushed the world legendary Eye. And now even the Donghuang Empress has appeared. This World Championship directly made the Beastmasters and ordinary people of Donghuang confused. The ancient legendary emperors are all resurrected, and they are representing Donghuang in the World Championship and killing everyone. Who can tell them what happened to this world and why it suddenly became so suspenseful and weird? Iro Ruins Island. Shi Yu quietly waited here for Senior Shidi to come out of retreat. He was worried that he would get lost and would not be able to come out even if Blue Star was promoted. If that happened, it would be a complete loss. He didn't know how many sources of transcendence he had wasted. God, Shi Yu didn't know how long he had been waiting as a beacon. Suddenly, the dwarf cat spoke anxiously, and Qi followed suit. What's wrong? Shi Yu felt their strange emotions, was slightly stunned, exited the time travel state, and opened his eyes. I feel a hint of killing intent approaching us, the dwarf cat said anxiously. It's a very weak, but terrifying killing intent. At present, the other party should not know that we have discovered it, and I haven't alerted the enemy yet. There is a guy who is very good at space stealth, hiding outside the Blue Star space, watching us, Qi said. Even I can't accurately judge the other party's position, I can only sense the other party's existence. This is still after the dwarf cat reminded me. I took the initiative to sense it before I discovered it. Otherwise, at such a long distance, I can't directly sense the other party unless the other party approaches us. No way. Shi Yu's eyelids twitched. At this time, in this place. If it was King Kai, Shi Yu would not be surprised if the dwarf cat and Qi sensed such an enemy. However, this is Blue Star, and it is unknown how far away from King Kai. Shi Yu feels that the only people who can have such killing intent towards him are the Four Saints family, or the Four Saints evolved individuals, but to say that the other party would chase to Blue Star, Shi Yu feels it is outrageous. Meow, Master, be careful. Before Shi Yu could think about it, a black crack suddenly appeared behind him. The crack was filled with black crystal barriers like broken glass, up and down, left and right. In the cracked space, a terrifying murderous intent enveloped Shi Yu, and Shi Yu's heart instantly pounded, and he felt a threat of death. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Shi Yu's hair was instantly painted pink, and his pupils also turned into cherry blossom pink. He merged with Qida, and an umbrella of time appeared in his hand. In the dark space, a sniper bullet appeared. It seemed to have crossed the endless space. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Shi Yu opened the umbrella of time and blocked the black shadow bullet. However, the huge impact of the bullet still instantly made Shi Yu fly out, and he felt as if his skeleton was broken. A small bullet instantly hit the time umbrella and blasted Shi Yu away hundreds of meters. Seeing that the time umbrella was about to be penetrated, Qi took Shi Yu and teleported to another place, while the sniper bullet that lost its target escaped into the void again. Cough. Shi Yu appeared in another location, floating in the sky, coughed up blood, and looked at the creature that walked out of the black space crack with a bad look. It was a black shadow carrying a sniper rifle, and there were two purple vortex-like eyes in front of him. With his appearance, Shi Yu found that he had been blocked in a dark space at this time. He wanted to contact the world tree and the will of the blue star outside, but he could not communicate. Communication was blocked. The killer said nothing, carrying a sniper rifle, and fired the same bullet at Shiyu again. Although the power was a little smaller this time, it was 10 rounds in a row. 10 bullets, from various orbits, aimed at Shiyu at the same time, which directly made Shiyu's hair explode. "Don't come out." Shiyu quickly gave them an order not to come out. This killer is not someone that 11 and the others can deal with now. Even if he and Ki merged, they could only be suppressed. The other party is definitely the top powerhouse among the perfect gods. Bang! 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 Ping! Then, 10 collisions sounded in succession. Under the silent expression of the shadow killer, a young man in armor was summoned by Shiyu. He held a lightsaber and waved it to fly over, instantly cutting through 10 bullets. He came in front of the killer. The other party held up the sniper rifle and used the gun body to block it. The lightsaber and the sniper rifle collided with each other, and there was no winner in terms of strength. "Master, this guy is a killer from the Assassination Star." Lin quickly determined the other party's identity. The Assassination Star is a force established by a super god-level killer. It is a killer organization and the largest killer organization in the universe. It does not belong to any of the 5 major cosmic forces. It is said that as long as enough money is given, even the super god level can be assassinated. This guy is definitely a killer from the Assassination Star, and he will not rank low among the killers of the Assassination Star. It is very likely to be ranked in the top 5, or the top 3. The other party actually came to Blue Star. This organization is something. At this time, Shiyu also gritted his teeth. What kind of organization is this? Why did they come to Blue Star? Did they know that King Kai was protected by the 5 super gods, so they chose to come to Blue Star to wait and see? Broken. Relying on the power of Ki, Shiyu easily broke free from the shackles of the other party's assassination space, and planned to contact the World Tree to kill him together. Mission failed. At this time, he failed to succeed. Seeing that Shiyu summoned a weird guy and easily cracked the assassination space, the killer did not fight and directly escaped back to the void. He chose to escape and was unwilling to continue the stalemate. In his opinion, it was already difficult to assassinate Shiyu under the obstruction of this armored monster. In this case, there was no reason to continue fighting on this Blue Star. The risk was too great. I am afraid that he would soon be discovered by the will of Blue Star. This king of the gods is so difficult to assassinate. Buzz! Shiyu used a lightsaber to smash the opponent away, and the opponent disappeared. The murderous intent towards Shiyu disappeared, which surprised the dwarf cat. Ki said, "Shiyu, it ran away, it ran outside the Blue Star." "I know, let's chase it," Shiyu said. "Ki, Lin, lock it, don't let it run away." However, before Shiyu could act, as the assassination space was completely broken, a time-stopping field extending to the starry sky was formed. In the time-stopping field, Shiyu felt that although his consciousness could still think, his body was immediately out of control. The next moment, Shiyu heard a familiar voice. "Since you are here, don't leave." With this voice, the assassin of the Assassination Star who had left the Blue Star and was in the starry sky had a horrified expression, and then like Shiyu, he was shrouded in the time-stopping field. The last thought was why this planet also has a super god. Moreover, it was something he couldn't understand, a time-based super god. As the last thought fell, his consciousness fainted directly. And an invisible time arrow condensed out of thin air in the universe and starry sky pierced his chest and fell towards the Blue Star again. Boom! The assassin of the Assassin Star was nailed to death directly on a floating broken island. At the same time, the time stillness field dissipated. Shiyu looked in the direction of the sound and saw a familiar figure. It was a tall middle-aged man with a black and gold robe embroidered with a starry sky dragon pattern. Under the surging golden waves at the corner of the robe, the sleeves were carried high by the wind. His flying eyebrows were slightly raised, and the eyes below were like autumn water, cold stars, and pearls, sharp and pressing. "Senior Shitty," Shiyu said in disbelief. The person who appeared here now, it was not Shitty or who else. "See you again." Shitty looked at Shiyu with bright eyes and said, "It seems that you have caused a lot of trouble." "Is he dead?" Shiyu asked. "Not yet, but she has lost the ability to resist," Shitty said quietly. "You did a good job. I didn't expect that Lanzing would be promoted so soon." "Wait, Lanzing hasn't been promoted yet. How did you get out then, Senior D?" Shiyu was stunned. She is still being promoted. After the promotion, I have 100% confidence in getting out of the ruins, but the current state of Lanzing also allows me to have a 90% chance of getting out. For me, 90% is already 100%, Shidi said. I remember, your name is Shiyu, right? After I sensed that you were in danger, I came out of the ruins ahead of time, but I underestimated your strength. Even if I didn't take action, you could still keep him. Senior Shidi, you are too kind. If you didn't take action, this kid would have run away. Shiyu was stunned and said, so, Senior Shidi, you came out ahead of time for me. Shiyu said, Senior Shidi, I love you to death. Shidi frowned. How can you be so shameless? Also, you don't need to be modest. Shidi looked at Shiyu, who had regained his black hair, and the Shiyu beast standing next to him, and finally said, Assassination Star, someone wants to kill you through the Assassination Star, through this killer. I read his memory. Yes, Shiyu nodded. Shidi said, presumably, it was the powerful enemy you provoked in order to upgrade the blue star. I already know the location of the Assassination Star. Are you interested in following me to destroy this Assassination Star, Shiyu? Shiyu was dumbfounded and said, Senior Shidi, are you serious? This Assassination Star is the first assassin organization in the universe, with super god-level assassins in charge. The most important thing is that their combat effectiveness may not be the strongest, but their escape skills are definitely first class, and assassination is naturally first class. Since I'm back, I will naturally not let the descendants of Dong Huang be threatened. Shidi said, don't worry, no one can escape the shackles of time. Wait a minute, Senior Shidi, how much source of transcendence did you get in the epic ruins? Shiyu asked. Shidi glanced at Shiyu and said, 5 copies, I used 1 copy myself, and used 1 copy for each of the 4 time-related pets. 5 copies. Shiyu fell into deep silence, and his heart twitched a little. In other words, now Shidi has 4 super god-level pets? And they are all time-related? He himself is also a super god-level beastmaster. Shiyu almost cried in his heart. What the hell, what an invincible configuration. No wonder Shidi dared to say that he was going to destroy the Assassination Star. The 5 time-based super gods didn't know how to lose. Although I have obtained a huge amount of resources, I have also shouldered some of the consequences, the Emperor of Time said. These sources of transcendence are the inheritances left by someone on purpose. It was just an accident that I was able to obtain them. They may have other uses. 5 sources of transcendence, epic ruins. Could it be that? Shiyu heard what the Emperor of Time said, and immediately said, could it be that these 5 sources of transcendence are the remains of the earth in the last epoch, specially used to cultivate 5 super god human resources? Huh? The Emperor of Time looked at Shiyu and said, do you know anything? Shiyu nodded and told the Emperor of Time about his exploration of the ruins of the goddess of Nuwa. After finishing speaking, the Emperor of Time showed a thoughtful expression, and then said, it takes 5 human super gods to open the epic ruins. Is Blue Star suspected to be cosmic level in the last epoch? Maybe, you are right. There are indeed many secrets on Blue Star. These 5 sources of transcendence should have other missions, however, they have been used by me, so there is nothing I can do, the Emperor of Time said, but I do have some interest in the epic ruins you mentioned. I will take on this cause and effect. Next, I will protect the Donghuang lineage until Donghuang gives birth to another 4 super god-level beastmasters, and before that, let the entire universe know about the existence of Donghuang, know about my existence, and let the entire starry sky know that Donghuang's beastmasters cannot be assassinated by everyone, the Emperor of Time said domineeringly. The creator of the Assassination Star is a super god-level life form, right? In this case, it doesn't seem to be difficult to train 4 more super god-level beastmasters. Shiyu smiled bitterly. Senior Shidi wanted to destroy the Assassination Star and then explode the source of transcendence. Senior Shidi, this is indeed a way to quickly obtain the source of transcendence, but we need to plan for the long term. After all, the Assassination Star is a force living in the shadows. If we can't eradicate it, the threat may be even greater. Yes, Shidi nodded, showing his understanding. He said, why not start with a force that commissioned them to assassinate you, Shiyu, so numb, just as Muhuan described. Shidi is the most romantic, but he likes it. Now, there is a super thigh. The 4 holy families, crawl, on King Kai, the super gods of the 5 major gods of Blue Star have received the news that Blue Star is already in the state of promotion, and they are collectively excited. Pseudo-transcendent source. With the foundation and qualifications of Blue Star, if it can be promoted, it will definitely be able to derive a large number of pseudo-transcendent sources. With this resource, they should be able to reach the Super 2 realm. Taking Blue Star as their own territory, even Super 3 is not impossible after many years. A happy future is right in front of us. On King Kai, Kongdi and Lin Feng also waited in front of the permanent teleportation array, waiting for news, waiting to go there with the 5 super gods of Blue Star. Hurry up, hurry up. Otherwise you won't be able to catch up with the blessing. In addition to them, 2 hurried figures in the sky were also rushing to the Donghuang realm. The owl and Gemcat, who came back from the astrology clan, were both at the god level. The owl had even recovered to the top god level, and had recovered most of his previous life's power with the help of his family's resources. As for the Gemcat, with the help of 1/7 of the Star Praying clan's inheritance and the gift from the astrology clan, it also reached the intermediate god level, and upgraded its wishing star skill to the mastery level in one fell swoop. Ms. Tuna, Ms. Ying. At this time, seeing Owl and teacher Ying coming back, Kongdi and Lin Feng immediately greeted them. The 5 super gods of Blue Star also appeared at this time, intending to have a chat with Ms. Tuna. This guy turned out to be the sister of the astrology clan leader. They still think it's outrageous. Everyone, is Blue Star going to be upgraded? After arriving, the first thing the teacher Owl said was this. That's right, the mother planet is going to be upgraded soon. Did Ms. Tuna predict it? The 5 super gods of Blue Star were surprised. Even the astrology clan predicted it, so it must be stable this time. The 5 super gods of Blue Star couldn't help but smile at the thought of harvesting a large amount of resources immediately. Then, they couldn't help but look at the Sky Emperor who had made a bet with them. They had no idea how they could lose. Chapter 597, Time Emperor appears. The critical moment of Blue Star's promotion. The permanent teleportation array shook, and the Jewel Cat and Owl rushed over from King Kai's planet first. Are you sure? When have I ever lied to you? The Jewel Cat and the Owl said one thing after another. Then I'll rub it. The Jewel Cat took a deep breath. At this time, Blue Star was still in the process of breaking through. Although it was very smooth this time, it has not yet completely broken through. At this moment, the Jewel Cat made a prayer gesture with both hands and said, I wish Blue Star successfully breaks through. After the wish was completed, her eyes flashed with a gemstone luster, and the power of the star was activated. In the words of the precognitive owl, no matter how much help it can provide, it will definitely not be a loss to help Blue Star when he breaks through. I'll come too. The owl also chose to rub it at this time. Obviously, after recovering his strength, he found his previous skills. Just knowing the future is not enough to make the astrology clan the largest clan in the prediction. Destiny is determined, the owl murmured, and his pupils sometimes flashed with a hexagram. Destiny is determined. This skill needs to be used in conjunction with a prediction of the future. Destiny can be changed. If an owl predicts that a person will die of old age, but if she goes to give this person a life fruit, the other person will not die of old age. And the destiny is determined, which is a move that makes the predicted result very difficult to change. In the state of destiny, even if she gives this person a life fruit, the other person will still have a great possibility of losing the power brought by the life fruit due to some accidents, and then quickly die of old age. This is destiny. Every life has multiple destiny lines, and the prediction of the future is not necessarily accurate. But if it cooperates with the power of destiny, it will affect the fortune and the future, making it difficult to change the predicted things. In contrast, the owl also has the control of the undetermined destiny, and can make the predicted things change according to its own mood, and affect the fortune of the predicted object from a distance. It is more powerful than the blessing wind of the Wind Unicorn clan. After all, the Star Praying clan and the Astrologer clan are rare races bred by the Kai King planet, while the Wind Unicorn is only a race bred by the Blue Star. Although Blue Star might have been very strong in her previous life, she has not reached the level of King Kai in this life. On King Kai, the Foresight Owl had already predicted that Blue Star would successfully break through. Now she strengthened the fate of Blue Star's breakthrough. Although it was undoubtedly a waste of time, she could still get some credit. The Jewel Cats were the life bred by Blue Star, and the Owls were also born on Blue Star in this life. They helped Blue Star break through at this time, and the luck of the advanced planet could be more or less touched. Thank you, both of you. As the two cats were talking nonsense, Another clone of the world tree guarding the teleportation array on a large rock next to them was a little speechless. You didn't come earlier or later, but you had to come at this time to get some help. You are also talented people. I was looking forward to your strength. You're welcome. The two cats looked at the clone of the world tree with bright eyes. Where's Shiyu? Teacher Ying asked. Well, Shiyu is busy. Why don't I send you two to watch a game to kill time? After a moment, the jewel cats and the owls were teleported to the world game. At this time, the world competition has entered its finale, and the top four have been decided. They are Donghuang, Lu Qingyi, Donghuang, Wudong, Donghuang, Huangxi, Donghuang, and Longqingyan. The top four were directly taken by Donghuang, leaving the countries of Blue Star paralyzed in the audience. The three ancient emperors of Donghuang are fine, but what is this Lu Qingyi? He actually mastered more than a dozen strange special beast controlling talents. Although the strength of his pets is not strong, in every game, he suppresses his opponents with very dirty tactical routines. There are endless trump cards. The Donghuang World Competition players of the same period as Shiyu and Lu Qingyi are almost kneeling to watch the game. Haha, of course, there are also Shinigami, President Lin and others who laugh excitedly. This time, Donghuang rises again. However, the World Tree clone who serves as the referee pouted. It's really despicable that Donghuang, who can obviously teleport away through the back door, must compete to bully other countries. Look at the children of other countries, their mentality is about to collapse. It's going to rise. It's really going to rise this time, with the return of the gem cat and the precognitive owl, and assisting Blue Star. It didn't take long. Boom. With a tremor in the heaven and earth, a sound of rules that all life could hear spread throughout the world, and the world of Blue Star changed drastically, and countless natural energies gushed out from the ground. The scale of the space that Blue Star can open up also instantly expanded 100 times, and it is still expanding. The life on Blue Star has experienced this kind of change twice. Once was the first time the rules of Blue Star revived, and once was when Blue Star recovered to an intermediate star, and this time, it came again. It seems that the power is even greater, making all life look up in surprise. So fast, it's worthy of us. In Adara, at the World Game, the gem cat and owl holding potato chips and soda looked happy when they saw Blue Star break through not long after they assisted. This is too delicious. The first thing that was affected by the breakthrough of Blue Star was the natural resources in nature. Countless spiritual plants and fruits, resource levels are instantly upgraded by 1-2 levels, and some plant life awakens spiritual wisdom and turns into extraordinary life. At the same time, the most affected are the elemental extraordinary life in the natural environment. During this period, countless wind elemental elves, grass elemental elves, water elemental elves, were born. There are also elemental life with stronger races, awakening in various parts of the world, which are new life newly bred after the breakthrough of Blue Star. At this moment, the strong can clearly feel the changes of Blue Star. Even ordinary people, when they breathe at this time, they feel like they have inhaled some panacea, making the body extra comfortable, and the minor pains and ailments on the body slowly disappear. Great, at this moment, in a secret realm, 10,000 gods who were pulled by the 5 major gods to work also stopped feeding back to Blue Star. They originally thought that they would have to work here for several years or decades before they could go home, but no one expected that Blue Star's qualifications were so terrible. Not long after it returned to its heyday from the end of the Dharma era, it successfully broke through with help. There are not many advanced life planets in the entire universe, no more than 100. And now, Blue Star has undoubtedly become a super boss. And with such work experience, their resumes will be much better in the future. One by one, the god-level workers hugged each other and cried. From now on, I am the super god planet, in the sky of the Blue Star and in Adara teleportation array, the will of Blue Star condensed, and the incarnation of the will of Blue Star that Shiyu had seen before appeared and descended again. With her appearance, the permanent teleportation array began to frequently diffuse and fluctuate. The 5 super gods of Blue Star, Kongdi and Lin Feng, who had transformed into humanoid activities, returned to Blue Star together and looked at the will of Blue Star. Is this the mother goddess? The 5 super gods of Blue Star returned to Blue Star for the first time. They looked at the shining figure of the will of Blue Star and felt that the divine power fluctuations on the will of Blue Star were definitely far beyond them. If they really want to fight with a super god level, if they fight on their own land, They may have a strength of more than 3. At this time, countless stars were shining in the starry sky of Blue Star, as if they were celebrating Blue Star's promotion. Even the light of the sun seemed to be dimmed by Blue Star, but there was a stronger sunlight force flowing to Blue Star, as if the sun was offering its own power to congratulate Blue Star. Starlight flowed, the sun and the moon shone together, and Blue Star's will stood in the sky. 1, 2, 3, a total of 81 mysterious substances with faint brilliance appeared around her, lingering around her. Seeing these mysterious substances, the 5 super gods of Blue Star were extremely excited, their hearts pounded, and their throats were almost hoarse. Pseudo-transcendence source. A total of 81, just after being promoted, 81 pseudo-transcendence sources were born. This is also extremely rare in the universe, or it has never happened before. Blue Star's qualifications are higher than the 5 super gods of Blue Star thought. They just felt that it was not in vain to implement a Blue Star breakthrough plan. This time, they made a lot of money. If these resources were given to them, their strength would be able to make great progress, and even 2 is conservative. However, although they were tempted at this time, the 5 super gods of Blue Star did not rush to take them. Because they all felt the power of their mother planet, these things would eventually belong to them anyway, so they were not in a hurry. After all, this thing was useless to the life on the planet. In the universe, the source of transcendence would be automatically born every once in a while, which was the key to the promotion of the god level to the super god. Planetary life is the only race that can directly absorb the origin of the universe to be promoted to the super god without the source of transcendence. After they are promoted, they have the ability to convert the origin of the universe into a pseudo-transcendent source. The pseudo-transcendent source is useless to the planetary life itself and is the residual product of cultivation, but for other super god life, it is a key cultivation resource. In addition to self-cultivation, the fastest way for super god level life to be promoted is to rely on the pseudo-transcendent source to strengthen the already absorbed source of transcendence, and to perform secondary and tertiary transcendence, continuously become stronger. It can be said that this is the most efficient cultivation resource for the super god level. Mother Goddess, congratulations on your breakthrough. The 5 super gods of Blue Star immediately sent their congratulations. At this time, Blue Star also looked in the direction of the 5 super gods, Sky Emperor, and Lin Feng. I can break through, thanks to you. Next, I will use my current strength to give feedback to everyone one by one, Blue Star said. The 5 super gods of Blue Star were delighted. This is what they were waiting for. Next, Blue Star chose to divide its most useless resource, the source of pseudo-transcendence, first. Planetary life, in the universe, is actually equivalent to a producer. This should be the best thing that planetary life can produce. In King Kai, one of the reward mechanisms of King Kai also includes the source of pseudo-transcendence, but it basically requires military merit to obtain. The 5 super gods of Blue Star, who have never been on the battlefield, naturally have never obtained it. Their idea is that if the enemy explodes the real source of transcendence for the sake of the pseudo-transcendence source, it would be a big loss. But now, they finally don't have to rely on King Kai. As long as they go to the mother planet, they can get everything they want. Although Blue Star does not produce as many pseudo-transcendence sources as King Kai, Blue Star also has fewer lives. Thank you, Mother Goddess, but I don't know how you plan to distribute the source of transcendence. The Dragon Race Super God stepped forward and asked. Blue Star looked at the Dragon Race Super God and said, distribute according to merit. Shiyu, Wang Kong, Lin Feng, and the 5 of you have made the greatest contributions to my promotion this time. The source of transcendence should be distributed to you according to your merit. This is inappropriate. After pondering, the Dragon Race Super God said, we are all descendants bred by the Mother Goddess. It is natural for us to contribute to the Mother Goddess, so why talk about merit? The pseudo-transcendent source can only be refined by super god level life. Shiyu, Wang Kong, and Lin Feng have not yet become super gods, so the source of transcendence is useless. In addition, the Mother Goddess has just broken through. As a newly promoted high-level planet, they will definitely encounter many covetous people. This is inappropriate. The Dragon Race Super God pondered and said, we are all descendants bred by the Mother Goddess. It is natural for us to contribute to the Mother Goddess. How can we talk about merit? The pseudo-transcendent source can only be refined by super god level life. Shiyu, Wang Kong, and Lin Feng have not yet become super gods, So the source of transcendence is useless. In addition, the mother goddess has just broken through. As a newly promoted high-level planet, they will definitely encounter many covetous people. This Shizhang needs a strong force to defend and deter the villains. So I think these pseudo-transcendent sources should be used in a more reasonable place. Give it to the strongest life on Blue Star. The stronger the combat power, the more it will be allocated. In this way, we can maximize resources and avoid waste. We have actually discussed this with Wang Kong and Lin Feng. At present, strengthening the top combat power and helping Blue Star stand firm in the starry sky is the most important thing. That's right, the other 4 super gods on Blue Star also nodded. It should only be allocated to the super god level. Wang Kong, Lin Feng, and Shi Yu are joining in the fun. They can't refine it. The will of Blue Star looked at Wang Kong and Lin Feng. Emperor Kong said, "We did discuss this. The source of transcendence should be given to the super gods to maximize its use. So the standard we discussed at the beginning was to compete with the strongest fighting power of each race at each stage. The stronger the race, the more resources will be allocated. In this way, we can quickly strengthen the power to defend Blue Star." Blue Star looked at the 5 super gods and said, "Do you really want to divide it this way?" The 5 super gods nodded and said, "The more capable, the more work, the stronger the more gains." Of course, Shi Yu, Wang Kong, and Lin Feng also made great contributions to the promotion of the mother planet. We are willing to give up the resources other than the pseudo-transcendent source and give most of them to the human race, but it is more reasonable to leave it to us for the source of transcendence. Blue Star shook his head and said, "Have you really decided?" "I have decided." The 5 super gods nodded. It is better for the 5 of them to share than for 3 more people to share. In this case, let's compete first. The super gods of the Donghuang human race will compete with the predecessors to decide who will own the source of transcendence. Emperor Kong smiled. But let's make it clear first, we can't hurt the relationship because we are all one-star people. Yes, the dragon race super god nodded, but soon, he was slightly stunned. Not only him, but also the super gods of the other 4 major god races were slightly stunned, wondering if they had heard something wrong. Donghuang human race super god? What the hell? They all looked at Kongdi and Lin Feng. Wang Kong, what do you mean? Do you mean that you and Lin Feng want to challenge us? The dragon race super god said. I dare not, Kongdi said with a smile. Lin Feng and I are naturally not the opponents of the 5 seniors, but who said that there are no super gods in the Donghuang human race? Kongdi finished speaking, and at this moment, a voice came. I'm not late. Shi Yu's voice came, and with a teleportation, he and another figure teleported to Anatola. Of course I'm not late. At this time, seeing the black-robed man next to Shi Yu, Kongdi and Lin Feng were excited. Shitty, really came out. Senior Shitty, Kongdi and Lin Feng both clasped their fists towards Shitty and greeted him as a senior. They were all curiously observing this senior who created Donghuang. Everyone thought that Shitty was dead, but who would have thought that he would break through to the super god level in the last days of Blue Star? He is indeed Shitty. As proud as Kongdi and Lin Feng are, they have to admit that both the past Donghuang and the future Donghuang have stronger geniuses than them. You are not bad. Shitty nodded. When he saw Kongdi and Lin Feng, he seemed to have seen their entire lives. He laughed and said, the Donghuang I created is indeed full of talents. Next, leave it to me. Shitty looked at the blue star in the sky, and the blue star also looked at Shitty. The 2 sides' eyes collided. Even Blue Star had to sigh in his heart at the opportunity and strength of Donghuang, the super god of the human race. The strength of this Shitty is probably even higher than that of her who had just been promoted. He has already surpassed a mother star and is far beyond the 5 super gods of the ancient gods. Although they were all lucky enough to obtain the source of transcendence, there was still a gap in their strength. Who are you? At this time, the 5 super gods of Blue Star had already looked at the human next to Shi Yu with serious eyes. They didn't know where this person came from. The appearance of the Emperor of Time undoubtedly gave them a great sense of oppression. This sense of oppression reminded them of a person they met when they were just promoted to super gods. The god of the era who killed 7 super gods in a row, the strongest beastmaster and the strongest human on King Kai. But, how is it possible? It's a battle, right? The Emperor of Time said. Senior Shitty, let's stop here for a friendly exchange. Shi Yu was beside him and whispered to Shitty, Senior Shitty, these 5 seniors are a little timid, but they are not bad people. They are all from the Blue Star lineage. They have indeed made great contributions to the breakthrough of Blue Star this time. If everyone can work together in the end, the future of Blue Star will definitely be better. Okay. Shitty looked at the 5 super gods of Blue Star and said, in that case, then the 5 of you, come together. If you win, you can take all those resources, and I won't take any. If you lose, those resources will all belong to me, but considering your contribution to the promotion of the Mother Star, I will still allocate certain resources to you according to your merits. How? Shitty waved his hand, his black robe fluttered, and he looked at the 5 super gods, with a spirit in his eyes, and said with great confidence, all under heaven is the king's land, and within the 4 seas, everyone is the king's minister. At this time, Shitty looked at the 5 super gods seriously. Although he likes to kill, that is for the enemy. As long as they are his own people, he will not be stingy. You guy, are you crazy? Wang Kong, Lin Feng, Shiyu, what do you mean? Where did you find this weirdo? Can you please stop making trouble? The 5 super gods of Blue Star were not in a good mood at this time, but the next moment, their expressions were slightly stunned. I saw that behind the Emperor of Time, a starry sea appeared in the sky. 3 sources of transcendence like the sun slowly rose from the sea of stars. With the rise of the 3 sources of transcendence, 4 summoning diagrams with colors like the starry sky appeared on all sides of the Emperor of Time. Behind him, a black dragon slowly materialized. It seemed to have come across endless time and space. When it appeared, a source of transcendence like the sun also rose on the summoning diagram like the sea of stars. Roar, the black dragon rose into the sky, and time seemed to stand still. Then, a transparent fish that seemed to have swum out of the long river of time appeared. It had a strange and mysterious appearance, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Then, a beast with a body length of more than 10 feet, eyes like copper bells, coming and going like the wind, and difficult to find the exact prototype in the animal world, like an animal but not an animal, like the incarnation of a natural disaster, slowly walked out. One on the left and one on the right, accompanying the Emperor of Time. Finally, a sword lingering with the power of time was drawn out by the Emperor of Time from the summoning diagram in front. Every object summoned by the Emperor of Time was accompanied by the vision of the source of transcendence. Including himself, there were 7 visions of the source of transcendence. Such a scene instantly shocked the 5 super gods of Blue Star. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 super divine beasts that have transcended once. 1, 2, 3. A super divine beast master who has transcended 3 times. This is impossible. Who are you? The 5 Blue Star super gods took a step back together, looking at the Emperor of Time in horror. In front of them, there were a total of 5 super god individuals, which meant that the beast master in front of them had obtained at least 5 sources of transcendence. And, the most terrifying thing was that this beast master had actually transcended 3 times. After a super god level life refines a source of transcendence, each time a life level is upgraded, its own source of transcendence will be automatically copied. According to the number of sources of transcendence, it can be seen how many times the super god life has transcended, which also directly represents the strength. For a beast master, the number of times he has transcended represents how much he can strengthen his pet. A beast master who has transcended 1 can strengthen his 1 source of transcendence to his pet and let it gain the strength of a super god beast. If there are multiple pets, the beast master can freely choose which pet to strengthen to the super god level. At the moment, the Emperor of Time has transcended 3 times, which means that he can at any time transfer his 3 sources of transcendence to his pet. Source, attached to pet, so that it has the strength of transcendence 4. If he has other pets that have reached the top god level, he can also temporarily strengthen 3 pets that have transcendence 1 again. Counting the current 4, there are a total of 7 super beasts. Seeing the outrageous configuration of the Emperor of Time, the 5 super gods of Blue Star were stunned for a moment, not understanding where this person came from. The most terrifying thing is that this person, including himself, every life individual has a strong power of time flowing in him. This beast master must be proficient in the time system, and these pets must also be time system life. Realizing this, the 5 super gods of Blue Star were even more shocked, because the combat power of the time system is generally calculated by raising it by 1 level compared to other systems, so as to meet the powerful and mysterious characteristics of the time system. Horror, in their eyes, this person is a great terror, extremely terrifying. I can be regarded as the pioneer of the Donghuang dynasty, You haven't answered me yet. What do you think of the proposal just now? When the Time Emperor saw that the 5 super gods were so shocked that they were speechless, he frowned and waved a sword in his hand. The time and space here seemed to be split from the blue star and entered another world. The Sky Emperor and Lin Feng looked at this scene dully, just watching the 5 super gods of Blue Star and the Time Emperor disappear from under their noses. Gurgle. At this time, the Sky Emperor and Lin Feng also discovered for the first time that the Time Emperor possessed 4 super beasts, and he himself had reached the realm of Transcendence 3. They thought that the Time Emperor was an ordinary time-related super god, and he was strong enough. At least he could let Dong Huang stand his ground under the pressure of the 5 super gods and share the source of transcendence equally. This was enough, but they didn't expect that the Time Emperor would directly show his strength to fight the 5 super gods alone. Unbelievable, Lin Feng said. The Sky Emperor said, Senior Time Emperor, this, what an outrageous level. Shi Yu shrugged and said, how should I know? It's okay. Shi Yu estimated that it would take a long time for him to surpass the Time Emperor of this level. But the stronger the Time Emperor is now, the more comfortable he will develop, which is good. Cannot find it? At this time, the will of Blue Star actually did not want to see in fighting, but she also knew that without a fight, there would be people dissatisfied with how the resources of Blue Star were divided. However, what surprised Blue Star was that the Time Emperor was so powerful that he could cut time and space alone, making the aftermath of the super god level battle unable to affect Blue Star at all. What a great power! Another piece of time and space. The 5 super gods looked at the surrounding environment in panic, then looked at the Time Emperor in front of them, and said, what are your intentions? We don't want to fight with you. How can you admit defeat if you don't fight? The Emperor of Time shook his head. As Shi Yu said, these 5 super gods need some guidance. Otherwise, they can't exert their full power at the super god level. The 5 super gods cursed in their hearts, you are equivalent to 7 super gods in one. And you are all time-related, what a joke. The 5 super gods knew they couldn't beat him. This person is outrageous. Originally, they thought that the Sky Emperor and Lin Feng of Blue Star were monsters enough, but unexpectedly, Shi Yu appeared later. Originally, they thought that Shi Yu might be the most talented among the human race of Blue Star, but now this guy called Emperor of Time, where did he come from? So powerful that even if they join forces, they are a little afraid. Trapped. The 5 super gods felt sad and immediately understood the intention of the Sky Emperor to discuss with him to compete in racial power to divide up resources. It turned out that there is another super strong man waiting here for the Donghuang human race. But the previous Blue Star was clearly the end of the Dharma era, and the teleportation array has always been watched by them, so where did the monster super god come from? This is unscientific. In short, although they don't know where the Time Emperor came from, they understand that it is not so easy to easily obtain the resources of the Blue Star. Fight with me, whether you win or lose, you can get the source of transcendence, the Time Emperor said. However, the more the Time Emperor said this, the more panicked and fearful the 5 super gods became, and they felt that this weirdo was completely sure of victory. Go. You can't give up because of this, the demon race super god said. I didn't expect that the 5 of us would have the opportunity to join forces again. It took the lead in launching the attack, and a sun-like shadow of the source of transcendence rose behind it. The Devil's Claws crossed the space and fought at full strength. The Devil's Claws appeared from behind the Time Emperor and went straight to the heart, but in an instant, it was as if it was hollowed out and touched the Phantom. Are you sure we are on the same timeline now? The Time Emperor opened his mouth, and under the incredulous gaze of the demon god, and with the pupils of the other 4 super gods shrinking, he launched an attack. The time turbulence swallowed up everyone in an instant. Chapter 598 Blue Star's first team building activity. Outside, Shi Yu and the others waited obediently. It was unknown how long the battle between the super gods would take. But what the Kangdi and the others did not expect was that, not much time had passed, and the time and space were broken. Shidi and the others, together with the 5 super gods of Blue Star, came out of the alien space. At this time, the 5 super gods of Blue Star were seriously injured and their eyes were dull. Although Shidi also had scars, they were almost negligible. No way, it took less than 1 minute to finish the fight, so short. Lin Feng was surprised when he saw them coming out. After Lin Feng finished speaking, the 5 super gods of Blue Star were shocked again and could not believe it. because they had clearly fought for several days in that alien time and space, so 1 minute was not enough. You have to admit defeat. On the opposite side, Shitty had a blank expression. In order to exercise his rusty body, he finally had a suitable opponent to fight. He did fight for a long time, but he was worried about wasting too much time of the people in the outside world, so he could only do this. Let the battle space and the outside space be at different time speeds. Hearing Lin Feng and others in the outside world say this, they felt that the flow of time in the outside world was indeed different from the time and space just now. The defense line in the hearts of the 5 super gods of Blue Star completely collapsed. Looking at the Emperor of Time again, they felt that the gap in strength was like heaven and earth. They felt that even the monster super gods of the 4 holy families, one alone, would definitely not be the opponent of the person in front of them. The 5 super gods were silent in their hearts, knowing that they were completely calculated by the Emperor of Space, but the strength of the Emperor of Time made them unable to refute anything. Because they were sure that this Emperor of Time definitely had the ability to kill them. Mother Goddess, can you give them 5 portions of the source of pseudo-transcendence each? The Emperor of Time looked at the will of Blue Star. Yes, hearing the request of the Emperor of Time, the will of Blue Star said, and took out 25 portions of the 81 portions of the source of transcendence and distributed them to the 5 super gods of Blue Star. The source of pseudo-transcendence fell, and the 5 super gods of Blue Star took a deep breath. After receiving the source of transcendence, the 5 super gods of Blue Star said in unison, I am willing to accept the loss. You are stronger, so I will listen to you. That's great. The Emperor of Time laughed and said, I will not take any of the remaining source of transcendence. I have not contributed to the promotion of Blue Star, so I will not take these resources. Shi Yu, Wang Kong, and Lin Feng, you can take them. For the rest, I suggest that whoever makes a greater contribution to Blue Star in the future will be allocated. What do you think? I have no objection, the Emperor of Kong and Lin Feng said. Same, Shi Yu also nodded. The 5 super gods of Blue Star looked at the Emperor of Time in surprise. They didn't expect this person to be so reasonable. Since they had no contribution to the promotion of Blue Star, they would not take any of the source of transcendence. The 5 super gods who originally had some complaints in their hearts were slightly less resentful at this time. They also knew that the Emperor of Time's move was to win people's hearts, but the other party was stronger and willing to share, so they couldn't say anything. 5 pseudo-sources of transcendence have made up for their losses. Although it is less than expected, in essence, they have also made some money. That being said, the 5 super gods were still upset. Looking at Shitty, Shiayu and others, they all felt that these people were demons in human skin, even more demonic than the demons. Forget it, I won't take it for now. Let's talk about it after I'm promoted to super god, Kongdi said. Me too, Lin Feng shrugged. It was indeed the same as what the 5 super gods of Blue Star said. They haven't become super gods yet, so it's useless to ask for it. Of course, not taking it now doesn't mean that it won't be used in the future. Save it first. Ahem, give me one, only Shitty was different. Blue Star, the 5 super gods, Shitty, Kongdi, and Lin Feng, I like to study. Shitty laughed and said, one is enough, and we'll talk about it when it's missing. The physical level of Shitty Beast is super god level. At this time, Shitty is wondering if the source of pseudo-transcendence can be used to strengthen Shitty Beast. If it is used for experiments, one is enough for the time being. If it can be strengthened, it's the same to ask Blue Star for it later. At this moment, seeing that the Blue Star human race only took one of the 81 sources of transcendence, and they each took 5, leaving 55. For a moment, the 5 major gods of Blue Star breathed a sigh of relief. They felt that they had to do their best to develop Blue Star in the future, otherwise, these 55 sources of transcendence would be wasted. The current situation made them feel more itchy than if all the sources of transcendence were taken away by the human race. They all looked at Blue Star, like children waiting for lollipops from their elders, as if they were waiting for the mission of the Mother Goddess, wanting to know what mission they need to complete in order to be rewarded. So, seniors, are you going to fight or not? Lin Feng said. Other resources, such as land, have not been divided yet. Now that Blue Star has been promoted, everyone must move some industries back to Blue Star for development. The 5 super gods of Blue Star looked at Lin Feng with a dark face. Fighting. Among the gods of the 5 major gods, it is estimated that no one can beat the Sky Emperor and Lin Feng. The super gods couldn't beat them, and the gods couldn't beat them either. The 5 great gods of Blue Star were directly crushed by the human race. The mentality of several great gods exploded, and they felt that it was a bit different from what they thought at the beginning. Then, the eastern hemisphere of Blue Star belongs to Donghuang, and the western hemisphere of Blue Star belongs to you. How about it? Kongdi said with a smile. Okay, the 5 great gods of Blue Star were powerless to refute. Compared with dividing them equally according to combat power, this method of division was still advantageous for them. That's very good. Shidi was particularly happy. After he was trapped in the ruins, his biggest obsession was that he failed to unify Blue Star, but only liberated the East. Now, the gods occupying the West were also defeated and defeated by him. Shidi's only obsession now is to let Donghuang leave Blue Star. Next, I hope we can work together. The Emperor of Time said, now, Blue Star, with 1 star and 11 super gods, should be a considerable force in the universe, right? The 5 super gods of the God Clan. The Emperor of Time is considered the 5th super god, and the Will of Blue Star is considered the 1st super god. 1 star, 11 super gods. However, there are more than 11 super gods. As a beast master who has transcended level 3, the Emperor of Time is basically equivalent to a 3 super god. This is equivalent to a 1 star 13 super god, plus, the physical super god Shiyu beast. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a 1 star 14 super god. There is also the Nuwa god who does not know the level of life and death. If she is also a super god, then she is a 1 star 15 super god. Looking at the entire universe, only the 5 major cosmic forces can compare. At present, Blue Star can already openly announce that it is the 6th largest force in the universe. At that moment, hearing what the Emperor of Time said, the 5 super gods of Blue Star were also stunned, and suddenly felt the terrible power of the Blue Star lineage. Before, even with them, although the Blue Star lineage had many super gods, it still lacked a strong super god fighting force. But now, the appearance of the Time Emperor has completely broken this situation. The Time Emperor, who is proficient in the time system, has absolutely few rivals among the super god level, except for a few monsters at the peak of the super god level. Of course, we will work together to dominate the starry sky. The 5 super gods of Blue Star can basically ensure that with the Time Emperor, other invaders dare not come to Blue Star to steal their meat. When a strong enemy comes, the Time Emperor blocks it, and the Time Emperor is so easy to talk to. Thinking of this, the 5 super gods of Blue Star suddenly feel that it is not a loss, just like finding a bodyguard. Then, next, everyone, how about going with me to the Assassination Star? The Time Emperor said. Assassination Star, Kongdi said, what happened to Assassination Star? Shidi looked at Shiyu, and Shiyu said, not long ago, a killer from Assassination Star appeared on Blue Star and assassinated me. Thanks to Shidi's timely appearance, what? The pupils of the 5 super gods of Blue Star shrank. They didn't expect that someone would actually invite a killer from Assassination Star. This, Lin Feng was shocked and said, Shiyu, are you okay? Shidi said, he is fine. Thanks to my appearance, otherwise the escaped killer would have been caught up and killed by him. Everyone? Shidi said, I have searched his memory. He is the 4th-ranked killer on Assassination Star. His name is Dark Vortex. He was teleported to the vicinity of Blue Star through a secret method of magnetic movement. This is a secret method unique to Assassination Star, and only a few specific killers can use it, magnetic movement. This is a teleportation skill. You can give coordinates to someone, and then no matter where the person is, you can instantly move to his vicinity. When practicing to the extreme, one can even lock the other party's position with the personal belongings abandoned by one person, and then teleport over a long distance. The farther the two sides are, the greater the consumption. Shiyu, remember to keep your personal belongings, Kongdi said. Being targeted by the Assassination Star is not a good thing. There is a teleporter who masters the magnetic magic skill on the Assassination Star. He is very scary. If you are targeted by him, you will not be able to escape unless you have absolute strength, Shiyu said. I know, it should be my disobedient pets who threw things around and were locked. In Shiyu's beast control space, the pets chirped. It means that someone must have locked the ginseng baby through the cultivation fruit and reincarnation fruit sold by the ginseng baby, and then indirectly locked Shiyu. The ginseng baby? But there is such a skill. At this time, Shiyu suddenly wanted to destroy the Assassination Star. First, it was too dangerous. I always felt that someone could threaten me at any time. Second, this skill sounded so good. If you want to teleport from the assassination star to the vicinity of Blue Star, the distance is too far, and even if you use up all the finances of the suspended realm, you can't afford it. The person who wants to assassinate you must have paid a huge price. Only the 4 saints have the financial resources to do so, said the Sky Emperor. Everyone, said the Time Emperor, so are you willing to follow me to destroy this assassination star? Next, the Blue Star lineage will use this assassination star to establish its prestige. It's perfect. If anyone dares to offend the Blue Star lineage, how can the geniuses of Blue Star dare to freely venture into the universe in the future, said the Time Emperor. Moreover, the culprit who hired them is the super god force of King Kai, right? If I'm not wrong, wanting to launch a super god war on King Kai is a matter that tests public opinion pressure, but if we can obtain decisive evidence on the assassination star that the other party wants to assassinate Shiyu, no matter what, we can justify our actions against them. That makes sense. The 5 super gods of Blue Star are annoyed. It's not enough to provoke the 4 saints, but they also have to provoke the assassination star. However, when I think of the fact that there are more than a dozen super gods on my side and only 1 super god killer on the other side, I am not afraid of anything. The super gods of Assassination Star are the best at hiding, assassinating, and evacuating, but are these a problem in front of the time system and the super gods of the time system? In fact, Assassination Star does not do business with everyone. If you hire Assassination Star to assassinate the top talents of the Universe Overlord Corps, Assassination Star will definitely offer a very high price to persuade the hirer to quit, because they cannot afford to offend the Universe Overlord Corps. Since Assassination Star dares to take Shiyu's business, it means that Assassination Star does not take Shiyu, the Blue Star lineage, and the forces behind Shiyu seriously, which is unacceptable to the Emperor of Time. In this case, using Assassination Star to establish the prestige of Blue Star is indeed the best choice if it succeeds. Money. In addition, Assassination Star is absolutely rich, and the 5 super gods who just spent their fortune on Blue Star are immediately jealous. You dared to assassinate Shiyu, you are too much, you simply don't take the 5 of us seriously, the Killing Clan super god said. The Assassination Star should be destroyed, it should be destroyed, the Demon Clan super god also said. Really want to do it? Shiyu listened and suddenly became excited. Forget it, let's do it. Then it's decided. Shidi laughed and said, next, we can use that to go to King Kai, right? Shiyu, then you will be the bait. Let's see how many fish we can catch, and then we will destroy the Assassination Star. How about it? You should have provoked a lot of enemies. Blue Star and Donghuang are in an important development period. If someone can take the initiative to send resources, it would be great. That's it. Kong Di and Lin Feng were also excited. Shidi could do it. The last time they assassinated the super god was the last time. This time they can finally hunt the super god again. In that case, let's do something big, Shiyu said. At this time, under the deception of a group of lunatics from the Donghuang lineage, the 5 cowardly gods of Blue Star felt that they were on a pirate ship, but there seemed to be nothing they could do. The will of Blue Star, who was watching them throughout the process, sighed. It seems that it is impossible for Blue Star to develop peacefully and stably. The Donghuang human race seems to have an uneasy heart. Soon, Shiyu and his team had a plan, but before leaving, both the Emperor of Time and the 5 super gods had to recover their strength. After being locked up in the ruins for so long, he had just come out and had a high-intensity battle. The Emperor of Time consumed a lot and needed to recover for a while, and the 5 super gods also hoped to refine the source of pseudo-transcendence before taking revenge. As for Shiyu, it goes without saying that he also wanted to strengthen the Shiyu beast. Everyone went their separate ways, but they all chose to practice hard on Blue Star. Blue Star had just broken through, and now was the time when all kinds of energy were the most concentrated. Before leaving Inadara, Shiyu teleported to the World Championship and found the Gem Cat and the Owl. Hey, Shiyu said, wanting to scare them, but the 2 cats looked at him with contempt. Teacher Owl said, Chong Chong's crappy ability to teleport can't scare us, I sensed it during your teleportation. Snap, the Gem Cat ate a potato chip. Shiyu? I understand. Next time, I won't let Chong Chong teleport. Let Ki do it. Chong Chong? Ki, great, Blue Star has made a breakthrough, Shiyu said, you already know that, right? Yeah, the two cats nodded and said, the world championship just happened to end. Your senior sister Lou is so miserable. She's fourth. I wished she would win the championship, but she still lost. She's so disappointing, the gem cat girl said, but being ranked only behind the three legendary emperors is already good for her age. Indeed, with some more experience, she should be able to achieve good results even in the conferred God War, the precognitive owl said. Xiao Qingyi's fortune is still good. She has the qualities of a strong man. The only thing she lacks is luck. She won't be worse than the achievements of Captain Zijian. Are you here to watch the game or to see Blue Star's breakthrough? Shiyu was speechless and said, later, our Blue Star lineage will organize a team building. I think you two are capable, so come together. Although he felt the team configuration was very stable, Shiyu didn't mind having more wishing cats and predictive cats to add some insurance. If that doesn't work, you can also let them predict where the other party's treasure is hidden. And wish for a higher drop rate of the source of transcendence of the super god. While team building, the eyes of the wishing cat and the foresight owl lit up, and they felt that there would be a lot of delicious food. Let's go to fight the assassination star, the first assassination force in the universe. The strong men of our Blue Star will go together, the gem cat and the foresight owl fell in anger. Are you okay? You call this a team building? Don't be afraid of the ball. A dozen super gods will go to raid the house together. Just standing there will scare the other party to death. Don't be afraid. This time even I am also fishing with you. With the big guys leading, we just shout 666 to pick up equipment. Meow meow meow. The gem cat was stunned. Meow meow meow. The foresight owl was also stunned. Meow. The gem cat said angrily, you are an eagle, not a cat. I am an astrologer, not an eagle. Teacher Tuna said angrily, I have the right to freedom of speech? Alright, Shiyu said, I'll tell you in detail. Shiyu's little nest. After tricking the two cats into joining the team building team, Shiyu immediately ran back to strengthen Shiyu Beast, completely forgetting that he went to Anatola to cheer for senior sister Lou. Shiyu took out Shiyu Beast, and then took out a portion of the pseudo-transcendent source given by the will of Blue Star, and took a deep breath. Then, he fell into deep thought. He and Shiyu Beast looked at each other and fell into deep thought. Normal super god level life absorbs the pseudo-transcendent source through its own true transcendent source, but Shiyu Beast, although his body is super god, has no extraordinary power in his body, and no transcendent source. How can he absorb this? Shiyu looked at the sun-like light ball locked in the crystal and fell into deep thought. In the beast control space, pets came out one after another, and helped Shiyu find a solution. Eat, Shen Bao said first. There is no resource that cannot be solved by eating. Ning, Su thought it made a lot of sense. See if you can press it in from the chest. Isn't the main body of the source of transcendence a ball of light? Lin said. Ying, Shiai said that he could also let the spiritual clone hold the body and see. Ji, Chong said that they could try to teleport into the body. Let's try one by one, starting with the safest and most reliable one, Shiyu said. Just listen to Lin first and press it. Shiyu removed the armor of Shiyu Beast, and then, like CPR, he took the source of transcendence and slowly pressed it towards Shiyu Beast. As Shiyu pressed, many pets swallowed their saliva, and the source of transcendence was slowly pressed into their bodies. The next moment, the source of transcendence was securely fixed in the body. Under Shiyu's observation, it kept shrinking, just like a white halo inner pill, and it really merged with the body. Boom. Under its nourishment, the whole body of Shiyu Beast exuded a faint halo. This was the first time that Shiyu Beast had a vision. Suddenly, the momentum of Shiyu Beast climbed up a level. Shiyu only felt that the physical strength of Shiyu Beast was a bit stronger, and he couldn't help but open his mouth slightly. Fuck. This guy really can do it. Its body, just like the real source of transcendence, can absorb the pseudo-source of transcendence. Shiayuman also jumped up quickly, clenched his fists, and suddenly there was a thunderous sound. Although it felt that there was not much improvement in strength and no qualitative change, it might be that the source of pseudo-transcendence was not enough, but Shiayu was sure that there was indeed an improvement. Shiayu was surprised and said, I understand. Anyway, you can improve your strength by adding points. It's a waste to give you the source of pseudo-transcendence. Just give it to Shiayu in the future, 11th level pet beast. It's completely inhuman. A few days later, Shiai returned to King Kai again, because he was about to cause trouble. Before the matter was over, The World Tree did not open the King Kai channel to those who passed the world competition, and planned to wait until these waves were finished. Otherwise, it was worried that these newcomers would have to bear the pressure that they should not bear at this level as soon as they passed. After returning to King Kai, the first thing Shiyu did was to start a live broadcast. Live broadcast room name, Shiyu, the king of conferred gods, travels live and witnesses the beautiful environment of the starry sky, Doghead. Chapter 599 Blue Star Cultural Promotion Ambassador. When Shiyu started broadcasting, he did not receive much attention at first. After all, it was his first time, and his account did not have much attention. However, as the Jewel Cat rewarded him with a gift, the space battleship, the live broadcast room instantly became lively, and everyone was attracted by the title of Shiyu. Is it really him? The audience who entered the live broadcast room could see a huge aerospace center, inside which a silver-white starry sky battleship landed on the field. A group of pets took photos outside the battleship like a tour group before leaving. In addition to the familiar king of the gods Shiyu, 11. Emperor Kanshin. Red Eyes, these familiar players in the god battle were all in the picture, which made people wonder, it was really Shiyu himself, he was going to leave King Kai to travel? Moreover, he was still traveling on a live broadcast? With Shiyu's current fame, he could indeed make a lot of money by broadcasting live, but as the new king of the gods and the lord of the era ruins, Shiyu did not look like he was short of money now. The purple-skinned caveman of the refining star clan, Tian Shuang, the son of the demon emperor, Khan of the Crow, the Beastmaster Mingu. A bunch of people who follow Shiyu opened the live broadcast room, wanting to see what Shiyu is up to. Are there so many people already? Shiyu looked at the little robot that Lin split out to follow him, looked at the screen data and the barrage and said, "Hello everyone, I am Shiyu, the strongest, most handsome and most powerful Beastmaster Shiyu." The barrage all swiped the word shameless. Shiyu smiled slightly and said, "Pay attention to your character. I saw a few people scolding me. I will visit you along the network cable another day. I still have this ability, but don't forget that I have no morals. My mechanical assistant has god-level intelligence, and it can now lock your coordinates and invade your network." The barrage instantly lost a bunch of low-intelligence comments. Thinking that the top king Long Shenjing could just release murderous intent to Shiyu, he was killed by Shiyu directly. These viewers who can only talk nonsense felt cold all over. "Shiyu, what are you going to do? Travel? Where to go?" At this moment, a barrage of unknown identity occupied a prominent position. Because there are many viewers on King Kai, in order to have a good barrage experience, no matter what barrage is posted, it costs money, blocking 99.99% of the freeloaders. This barrage can be so conspicuous, obviously it has cost a lot of money. "I almost forgot the business," Shiyu said. "Just a few days ago, I encountered an assassination. I don't know if it's jealous of my talent, or if he wants to get rid of one of my pets, or for the Four Saints relics, but this killer is also a coward. He only dares to assassinate me when I am alone. If the assassination fails, he will run away immediately. It's meaningless, so I want to give those who want to assassinate me a chance. I'm going out for a trip. I guarantee with my integrity, personality, and the honor of the King of Gods that I will never bring any bodyguards. It's just us. Welcome to Punch In and Assassinate," Shiyu smiled and said, and the audience in the entire live broadcast room were all stagnant. The audience behind the screen opened their mouth slightly, feeling incredible. "Damn, so floating. Besides, how can you be so straightforward and say it directly without even disguising it? Even if you want to fish, you can't fish like this. Why don't I believe it?" Moreover, at this time, Shiyu used his integrity and personality to guarantee that he definitely didn't bring any bodyguards. Most of the audience didn't even believe these words. Shiyu himself said that he had no morals. Can these words be believed? Okay, it's time to set off soon. Welcome everyone to stay in the live broadcast room. This time, in addition to seeing if anyone wants to assassinate me, I really want to see the scenery of the universe. In fact, the whistleblower is right about one thing. I am indeed a newcomer who has just come to King Kai from the border galaxy not long ago. I haven't appreciated the beauty of the starry sky, so this time. The universe is so big, I want to go and see it. In addition, during this process, in addition to appreciating the starry sky, I will also introduce the situation of my hometown to everyone," Shiyu sighed. After that, he boarded the space battleship with 11 and others who were carrying bags and holding a bunch of snacks. MMMMM, 11 waved at the audience. Soon, the content that Shiyu, the Starry Sky executioner, just mentioned, spread rapidly, causing more people to appear in the live broadcast room. Countless people who were watching the show wanted to see if someone really wanted to assassinate the King of Gods. Of course, Shiyu's actions also made a lot of people feel overwhelmed. After hearing about Shiyu's actions, the Environmental Protection Association and the great god Bingling silently opened Shiyu's live broadcast room. At this moment, the space battleship Rin that Shiyu and his companions were riding on had already left King Kai's planet and entered the Cosmic Sea. Is it the Abyss clan or the Four Saints clan? The great god Bingling was slightly startled. During this period, she had indeed ignored Shiyu, but because the Environmental Protection Association was too busy, and in a certain star field, the Dark King's Legion invaded again, the Environmental Protection Association was now under great pressure, leaving her no time to take care of Shiyu, but who knew that in the blink of an eye, Shiyu would play so big? Fishing, Bingling naturally didn't believe that Shiyu was alone. She judged that Shiyu probably brought Wang Kong, Lin Feng, and the 5 super gods of Blue Star with him, intending to lure him in with an open conspiracy. Of course, Bingling didn't think that the assassin would be so stupid as to assassinate him at this stage. The situation on the Environmental Protection Association's side was also played out in various places such as the Plant Association, the Institute of Cosmic Disasters, the 177th Fleet, and the Zygian Special Forces. Many bigwigs came to the same conclusion as Bingling, and they didn't believe that Shiyu would go to die. Shiyu probably prepared some powerful trump cards and waited for the assassin to come. Whether the assassin would come or not depended on the determination of the person who wanted to assassinate Shiyu. The 4 major realms of Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise and Vermilion Bird, the super mysterious realm of the 4 Saints families, the 4 Saints super gods also met across the realm again after a long absence. The shadows of the 4 Saints floated in the void, and the Vermilion Bird super god asked, King Long, what kind of killer did you hire? Why did you fail? The Azure Dragon super god frowned and said, the top 5 killers ranked in the assassination star, they all have the experience of successfully assassinating targets under the watchful eyes of super gods and escape unscathed. The assassination star also knows all the information of Shiyu's guardian. How could the assassination fail? I also want to know what happened. Now Shiyu is undoubtedly provoking us, said the White Tiger super god. King Long Chaoshan said, I will put pressure on the assassination star. The contract between me and Ziffin is to fight to the death. If we fail once, the assassination star must try again for the 2nd and 3rd time until we succeed. However, this Shiyu's behavior this time is obviously fishing. The assassination star should not act rashly, but will choose to wait for Shiyu to be the most careless before assassinating him. This time, let this king of comfort gods be arrogant for a while. We should not show our heads. The leader of the astrology family, Wang Tutu, who broke the news, showed a puzzled expression in a small dark room. Damn, it was shocked because it could not predict the trajectory of Shiyu and his group's trip and what would happen. The future seemed to be foggy. This situation was not the first time that Wang Tutu, who broke the news, encountered. Did they encounter some powerful killer? Could it be that guy who took action? Wang Tutu, who broke the news, thought of a guy, the founder of the assassination star, the super god level killer, Ziffin. Although he is only a killer who has transcended 3 times, he has had 2 successful experiences of assassinating super god level people. The assassination star he created is also notorious and is feared in the universe. Like the king of whistleblowers, there are also many super god strongmen who want to kill Ziffin very much, but no one knows the location of him and the assassination star, and no one can find them. It can be said that the super god killer Ziffin is more hated than the king of whistleblowers. The king of whistleblowers only reveals some gossip information, but what the assassination star does is mainly to assassinate the elites of various races and assassinate the potential geniuses of various races. There are even some geniuses who were successfully assassinated in front of their super god elders. How can such an assassination star not be hated? However, although it is hated, there are indeed many major forces in the starry sky who have been in contact with the assassination star and have a close relationship with it. They have always entrusted the assassination star to complete some shady things on their behalf, such as suppressing hostile forces. The whereabouts of the super god killer, Ziffin, this super god strong man, is one of the few unpredictable existences that Wang Tutu, the whistleblower, cannot predict without external forces. The failure of this prediction makes Wang Tu to think that Shi Yu's trip this time may involve the other party. This is not good. It should be fine. My sister is also with Shi Yu. If there is really danger, my sister will not let Shi Yu take risks. Chief Tuta thought of his sister who had recovered her strength and nodded. Moreover, as long as Shi Yu is fully prepared and convinces the 5 super gods to protect him, based on his understanding of Zifen, the other party will not carry out such a risky assassination mission. However, nothing can be predicted, which still makes Wang Tutu, the whistleblower, depressed. He went to the family Holy Land and tried to use the power of the family's quasi-cosmic prophecy treasure to assist himself in predicting again. In the depths of the cosmic sea, in the gorgeous starry sky, at this time, a silver-white warship has been slowly sailing in the universe, farther and farther away from King Kai. Shi Yu sat in the battleship hall, leaning against the window comfortably, admiring the scenery outside. The starry sky of the cosmic sea broke Shi Yu's inherent cognition of the cosmic sky. There were wonders everywhere, and the degree of magnificence was far beyond the border galaxy where the blue star was located. Master Shi Yu, when will you tell us about your home planet? Because of the previous preview, many viewers were very interested in Shi Yu's home planet. In the face of the audience's enthusiasm, Shi Yu also reluctantly acted as a publicity ambassador for the blue star culture and introduced a blue star to the audience. My home planet is called Blue Star. A long time ago, it was an intermediate planet with rich resources and many races, but the good times didn't last long. Like many other resource-rich planets, Blue Star was invaded by the giant beasts, the abyss, and the alien insects. Then there was a planet defense war that was not uncommon in the universe. The audience listened carefully. They didn't expect that the home planet of Shi Yu, the king of gods, was invaded by these 3 major cosmic pests like most planets in the universe. In that battle, Blue Star barely won, but it also paid a heavy price. Its level dropped to a low-level planet and was no longer a habitable planet for the gods. Many gods went to the starry sky to find a new home. After that, hundreds of millions of people came to the starry sky to find a new home. Years later, at this time, Blue Star still has not recovered its heyday, and the Protoss who left have completely lost contact with their home planet. On the planet, the extraordinary races and the human race compete for the few resources of Blue Star. On our side, the human race has developed much less time than the extraordinary races, and the power system is not perfect. The growth environment is very difficult. We don't know how to cultivate the second talent, and don't know how to make a contract with God. We have experienced a long period of time in the Totem Age under the rule of extraordinary creatures. Shi Yu said a few words to let the audience understand the general background of the Blue Star Mythology Age and Totem Age, and then Shi Yu smiled and said, "Are you curious? Under this background, how did I come to King Kai's planet? Big brother, please tell me." The barrage passed by. About 2,500 years ago, a very legendary beastmaster was born among the human race. His name was Time Emperor. He was the first to end the totem rule era in the East and established a super empire dominated by humans called the Donghuang dynasty, and I am a beastmaster of this Donghuang country, so after I became the king of conferred gods, I applied for a realm called the Donghuang realm, as a commemoration of my motherland. In addition, the familiar lord of the suspended realm, Wang Kong, and the deputy lord Lin Feng, are actually also from Blue Star, and are also beastmasters of the Donghuang country on Blue Star. Among them, Lord Wang Kong is the 5th emperor of the Donghuang dynasty and the 5th 9th level beastmaster, known as the Emperor of Space. As for Lord Lin Feng, he is the 7th 9th level beastmaster of Donghuang. Although it may sound weak to everyone, in fact, a 9th level beastmaster is already a very remarkable achievement on our Blue Star, and I am the 8th 9th level beastmaster of Donghuang country. At that time, the Blue Star, the growth level limit is level 9. It is impossible to break through to the god level, and it is also very difficult to go to the starry sky with level 9. However, Wang Kong and Lin Feng are very lucky. They are the beastmasters of the ancient Donghuang country who are lucky enough to come to the starry sky. Next, everyone must be familiar with their growth experience. During hundreds of years of adventure, they established the suspended realm and even killed the super god level together. After achieving such achievements, Wang Kong and Lin Feng did not forget their hometown and kept trying to find their mother star. Finally, they found me. When I was born, Wang Kong and Lin Feng were no longer in Blue Star. They are both legendary figures in my heart. I didn't expect that one day they would be brought to the starry sky by them. There are indeed more strong people here than on Blue Star. I like it very much, Shiyu told the history of Dong Huang with a smile, and the audience, who also knew so much information about Blue Star for the first time, couldn't believe it. The Wang Kong and Lin Feng, who jointly assassinated the super god-level beasts, actually came from a planet with a limit that cannot break through the god level? Shiyu, the king of the gods who crushed the geniuses of all races in the universe, was also a beastmaster who grew up on such a small planet? Although the history told by Shiyu was very real, it gave the audience an outrageous feeling. It was impossible to imagine that such a genius could be born on a medium-level planet that fell to a low-level planet. The 5th 9th level Beastmaster and the 7th 9th level Beastmaster jointly assassinated the super god. The 8th 9th level Beastmaster even won the King of the Gods and became the strongest quasi-god in the starry sky. The 9th level Beastmasters on this planet and this country are so valuable. Why do I feel that the 9th level Beastmasters mentioned by Shiyu are not much different from the super god level? I don't know what the talents and potential of other 9th level Beastmasters are like. It sounds more like the environment of Blue Star restricts them. If they were placed on King Kai, wouldn't they all be as fierce as Wang Kong, Lin Feng, and Shiyu? It shouldn't work. The lifespan of humans on low-level planets is very short, and they can't hold on for long. Did Shiyu say that Wang Kong and Lin Feng came to the starry sky by chance? Most of the other level 9 Beastmasters have died of old age. Or else, they died in battle. The extraordinary races on Blue Star and the human race seem to be more opposed to each other than the starry sky races on King Kai. Next, for several days, Shiyu promoted the culture of Blue Star. Not only Dong Huang, but also several other countries helped to promote it. Let the starry sky races have a clearer understanding of Blue Star. After the introduction, the feeling that Blue Star gave to the starry sky races was that although Blue Star was small, its various experiences and culture were not inferior to those of high-level planets, and the quality of the geniuses born there was also terrifyingly high. This is actually the first time that the Starry Sky Myriad clan has known about Blue Star. Although the Blue Star gods of the mythological era came to the cosmic sea early, that was hundreds of millions of years ago. Even the 5 major clans of the 2 realms of Dongsun and Xianmo, except for their own top masters, few people know where their home planet is. After all, the 5 major clans have long taken root in the King of the Worlds. The 5 major clans, Wang Kong and Lin Feng, have never deliberately promoted Blue Star, so this is the first time that Shiyu has used his influence as the King of Gods to show Blue Star to the Starry Sky Myriad clan. If it was before, it would not be good to do so. It would make Blue Star coveted by many forces and bring unknown risks. However, now that Blue Star is powerful enough to protect itself, Blue Star will also start trade with the Starry Sky Myriad clan to develop the planet, and there is no need to hide. It's been so long, why haven't there been assassins to assassinate? Yes, I've waited so long that the flowers have withered. The cost of this live broadcast is probably enough to raise 10 top-level gods from childhood to adulthood. Such a big live broadcast, but no killer came, which was a bummer. It's not a loss. Did you see a lot of rewards? The Blue Star Story Club is still good. There are several big bosses of film and television companies who want to cooperate to make Blue Star movies. In the past few days, the battleship that Shiyu was riding on has been moving around, stopping briefly on several planets, and has also experienced several interstellar teleports. However, let alone the killer, not even a killer hair was seen. It doesn't matter. At this time, looking at a bunch of barrages, Shiyu spoke calmly. As Shiyu finished speaking, on the live broadcast screen, in front of the battleship, a layer of star field covered by dark blue fog appeared. The shape of the fog was like a deep sea shark in the sea of the universe. Where is this? Which part of the sea of the universe is it? Seeing this star field, many viewers were stunned and said they had never seen it before. Many second generations took the video to find their elders, but they got the same answer from the elders who had rich experience in traveling in the sea of stars, that they didn't know about this place. Could it be a relic? Don't go. It might be dangerous. Go in and have a look. I've been rewarded. As many bullet comments flashed by, Shiyu had already reached the outside of the battleship, standing on the battleship, looking at the assassination star field in front of him. I know where this is. Shiyu looked at the assassination star field and said, have you ever heard of the assassination star? When Shiyu finished speaking, the audience was stunned. Assassination star, of course everyone has heard of this place. After all, It is the #1 killer organization in the universe. Even those who have not heard of it, quickly found out through the popularization of those who know. So, this is the assassination star? What a joke. Less than a minute later, a bloody barrage appeared in Shiyu's live broadcast room. Master Shiyu, I am the master of the Holy Flame Realm. Please give me your coordinates at this time. I will reward you handsomely. The barrage appeared, and many viewers were shocked. The Holy Flame Realm, a first-level realm, the master is a super god-level strong man, and the reason why he wants to know the location of the assassination star is because his beloved disciple was assassinated by the assassin of the assassination star. But what can I do? He has a lot of hatred, but the master of the Holy Flame Realm can't find the location of the assassination star. Of course, even if he finds it, it will be useless. The assassination star has not been retaliated before, but as long as the super god killer Ziffanin is not dead, the assassination star will exist forever, and there are very few people who can kill Ziffanin. No one expected that when Shiyu was traveling, he accidentally entered the assassination star field, which was secretive and always on the move. It should be here, I finally found it. Shiyu stood on the battleship and said, I still feel bad that no assassin came here on his own initiative, even though I had given him a chance. In that case, in order to vent my dissatisfaction, I decided to take revenge on the organization that assassinated me last time. Shiyu's words stunned the audience. The next moment, Shiyu pulled out a corpse and hung it in the air. Assassination star, the 4th-ranked assassin is Dark Vortex. The assassin who assassinated me last time was it. It should be the assassin of assassination star. Looking at the assassin Dark Vortex hanging in the starry sky, the audience was stunned. They didn't know if this person was the assassin of assassination star. What shocked them was that the purpose of Shiyu's trip was to take revenge on the organization that the assassin belonged to. Moreover, this organization is the #1 assassination force in the universe. Assassination star, wait, didn't Shiyu say that the assassin failed in the assassination and escaped? So he didn't escape. I remember that the assassins of the assassination star, no matter what their rankings were all trained by the legendary killer. They would never be captured alive, and they would never reveal any information about the assassination star. Even their memories could not be peeped into. How did Shiyu find the location of the assassination star through it? No one expected that Shiyu would be so wild. After being assassinated by the assassination star, he went all the way to the opponent's base camp. This is something that many super god forces cannot do. According to the last battle outside the Four Saints ruins, people already knew that Shiyu was a fearless man, but they did not expect him to be so bold. They still underestimated him. He actually came to the territory of a powerful super god force standing in the starry sky. This place is not like King Kai's planet. There is only the bloody law of the jungle. For a time, the Environmental Protection Association, the 177th Fleet, the Zygian Special Forces, the Four Saints family. Many forces on King Kai's planet were alarmed. They watched Shiyu's warship enter the assassination star field and arrive outside the assassination star. It was indeed the assassination star. Then, with everyone swallowing their saliva wildly, the starry sky battleship Lin launched an attack. On the live broadcast screen, the 6 main guns at the bow, 2 large-caliber starry sky guns, and 4 secondary guns on each side of the ship flashed colorful lights together. Starry sky storm compression cannon. Boom. The dazzling starry skylight turned into countless extremely thick light pillars, running through the universe, aiming directly at the assassination star in front. The next moment, huge fluctuations were set off inside the assassination star, like gorgeous fireworks, with waves of aftermath. Many assassins who stayed behind on the assassination star blocked the attack from outside the star. Inside the planet, deep in the secret realm, there was also a terrifying existence who suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a murderous aura covering a star field. Chapter 600, 1 Star 10 Super Gods. Inside the assassination star, there was a tremor from top to bottom. Before being attacked, no one noticed any outsiders approaching. Many viewers in the live broadcast room were also shocked. They did not expect Shiyu to directly start a war with the assassination star without any scruples. In fact, even some forces whose important people have been assassinated by the assassination star did not dare to blatantly tear their faces with the assassination star. After all, the assassins of the assassination star come and go without a trace. If you offend them and are targeted by them, there will be an endless stream of assassinations. Even if the super gods are not afraid, They should think about their families and friends. This kind of obscure threat is the root of the fear of the assassination star by all the major forces. However, at this time, Shiyu did not have any scruples to kill the assassination star, which was moving. Is he crazy? Under the exclamations of countless viewers, the entire assassination star field was filled with a terrifying mental pressure, and thousands of black spots came out from the inside of the assassination star. Nearly 10,000 god-level assassins who stayed behind on the assassination star turned into an army of assassins and rushed out of the assassination star, wanting to see who was the guy who overestimated his own strength and came to the assassination star. However, when these assassins saw the corpse hanging in the starry sky, their pupils shrank. The fourth assassin, Dark Vortex, then, they looked at Shiyu, who was protected by 11 Red Eyes, Bugs, and Emperor Kanshin. While being the strongest assassin organization, the Assassination Star is also a powerful intelligence organization, so Shiyu's intelligence is naturally not unfamiliar. The invader is actually the new king of the conferred god of Kinkai. Ziffin, get out. Facing the appearance of many assassins, Shiyu stood on the battleship, calm and unhurried. This person is your assassin from the Assassination Star, come and claim it obediently, and tell me who asked you to assassinate me, and I can consider sparing your life. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance, I'll only count down to 3. Countless viewers looked at this scene dully, not understanding where Shiyu got the courage. 3. When Shiyu was speaking, dozens of assassins from the Assassination Star wanted to kill Shiyu and put an end to this farce, but at this moment, the star field shook, and a huge head that was completely transformed by murderous intent condensed above the starry sky. Its purple hair was messy, and its blood-red cross-shaped pupils opened. The entire starry sky was about to be torn apart by the murderous aura, divided into 2 distinct areas, separating the Assassination Star and Shiyu, and reversing the 2 realms. Star Master, seeing this huge head appear, countless assassins stopped their movements, trembling all over, feeling the shocking murderous aura of Ziffin's super god, and felt that Shiyu would definitely die without a complete corpse. Alerting Ziffin meant saying goodbye to life, that is, the master of the Assassination Star. Seeing Ziffin's super god appear, countless viewers really didn't understand why Shiyu wanted to provoke the Assassination Star. This was simply a suicidal act. Super god forces are not so easy to provoke. However, what no one expected was that the first killer in the universe did not attack directly, but just stared at Shiyu with murderous aura. Why are you so depressed? Do you think that those 5 guys are enough to shake my Assassination Star? My Assassination Star wants to kill you. And they can't stop it, Ziffin's voice resounded through the starry sky. Seeing this, the 4 holy super gods far away on Kinkai also laughed so hard that the world shook. They couldn't imagine that there was such a stupid person as Shiyu. He actually took the initiative to find the Assassination Star. Is he not dying fast enough? What can the 5 super gods of Dongsun and Cheyenne realm do? If it weren't for the concerns about public opinion on Kinkai, the 4 of them could easily kill the 5 super gods of Blue Star in seconds. Although Ziffin's strength is not as good as theirs, his assassination skills are first class. When Ziffin is targeted, the 5 super gods can't protect Shiyu. Finally it came out, Shiyu looked at the huge murderous head excitedly and said, actually, I didn't want to trouble you, but my elders were unhappy after I was assassinated, a mere ant. Do you have the right to be unhappy? The murderous head said, and directly launched an attack on the entire star battleship. The murderous intent of the entire star field gathered, and a blood spear that was enough to penetrate the planet penetrated the nebula and penetrated a star battleship. You have narrowed your path. We could have had a good talk. Shiyu had no reaction under the murderous aura, and said easily, take care of yourself, whether you are the Assassination Star or my Blue Star lineage is the end, we will know next. Snap. Just when everyone's heart beat, Shiyu collided with the Assassination Star. 5 terrifying black cracks tore open in the sky. With a wailing of the starry sky, 5 sun-like sources of transcendence rose in the sea of stars, and 5 huge figures descended in the cracks. You are the one who wants to kill the genius of my Blue Star lineage. A rat in the gutter dares to show his head and shout, you are so brave, you are just sitting in the well and watching the sky. The 5 super gods of Blue Star, the super god Dragon, the super god Phoenix, the super god Kirin, the super god Angel, and the super god Demon, all descended together. A total of 5 super gods descended. Although they were all super beasts that had only transcended once, They still shocked many killers and many viewers in an instant. They blocked the blood-colored spear, the power of the super gods radiated, and the light of the sun instantly shattered the attack. One by one, they looked at the number one killer in the universe with great domineering, and their own murderous aura burst out. With the support of the Emperor of Time, they were also bold at this time, and they just felt that this feeling of courting death was so cool. After being silent for so long, today they will destroy the assassination star in their first battle and shock the starry sky. Fuck. 5 super gods. Where did they come from? What's going on? The audience in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. Is this what Shiyu said, guaranteeing with integrity, and not bringing bodyguards? Not only in Kinkai, but any planet in the universe that can receive the signal is trembling and waiting for the news. It can be said that the situation in the assassination star field at this time has attracted the attention of the starry sky. Looking for death, at that moment, Ziffin was furious. Others didn't know what these 5 super gods were, but didn't it know? A few trash who got lucky and obtained the source of transcendence from the epic ruins, and then hid their heads and showed their tails, dared to insult it? These weak super gods hid in Kinkai, but now they actually came to its territory. Ziffin felt that the other party was giving the source of transcendence, which was ridiculous. Senior Shitty. At this moment, everyone was shocked. After Shiyu instantly summoned the 5 super gods to resist the attack of the first killer in the universe, Shiyu's shaking of people was not over yet. Shiyu shouted a name that surprised people. Shitty. Why did everyone feel so familiar? Wait. When Shiyu explained the history of Blue Star, he said that the first legendary emperor of the Donghuang dynasty of Blue Star was called Shitty. Could it be a person? The next moment. Shen, at Shiyu's call, a voice reverberated through the starry sky and flowed through time and space. In addition to the 5 super gods at the beginning, a man in a black robe walked out of the starry sky and revealed his true appearance. His expression was majestic, and although he looked no different from an ordinary person, when he appeared, even the super god Ziffinen was shocked and could not believe it, because the appearance of the Emperor of Time was accompanied by the 7 sun sources rising behind him. The 7 transcendent sources, 4 of which were scattered and suspended above the 4 super beasts summoned by the Emperor of Time, and behind the Emperor of Time himself, there were 3 sun sources that were as dazzling as the sun, proving that his level was not inferior to Ziffinen at all. Boom. As time passed, led by the Emperor of Time, 10 terrifying super god pressures rushed towards the head of the killing intent. 10 super gods. This time, Ziffin was a little panicked. He knew the 5 super gods of Blue Star, but who was this beast master who could summon 4 super god pets and was also a beast master who had transcended 3 times? And he was sure that he had not sensed the power of the other party wrongly. Time super gods. 5 times super gods. Counting the 5 super gods of Blue Star, now there are 10 super gods descending on the assassination star. This scene was a little hard for Ziffin to accept. Who are you? With his last voice, the huge murderous head was directly exploded by the pressure of 10 super gods and turned into scattered murderous aura again. Boom 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 boom. Immediately afterwards, the eyes of the 10 super gods of Blue Star were fixed on the nearly 10,000 killers, and the terrifying pressure enveloped them. The killers' eyes were instantly horrified, and then turned pale, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and their bodies were almost crushed, and they screamed miserably. With a series of shrill screams, the members of the killer organization that frightened the entire starry sky fell directly into the boundless starry sky like blood-colored raindrops. They were not killed by the shock, and they were still useful, with multiple uses. Shiyu was kind-hearted and could not bear to see anyone die in front of him. Kongdi and Lin Feng appeared and took over the unconscious killers, their eyes shining. This is not over yet. The real purpose of the 10 super gods of Blue Star is to assassinate the star. Shitty held the sword of the super god and waved it towards the assassination star. The entire star was instantly split into 2. In the planet, a black light escaped and fled to the outside of the assassination star field. Obviously, Ziffin knew that it was impossible to fight against the 10 super gods by himself, so he chose to escape directly. As the number 1 killer in the universe, its ability to escape is naturally among the best in the super god level, otherwise the assassination star would not have existed for so long. However, this time, Ziffin was shocked that no matter how he ran, he could not escape the range of the assassination star field, as if the distance of the assassination star field had become infinite. Young Donghuang, Not everyone is qualified to assassinate. From now on, Assassination Star, Destroy Star, the Black Dragon of the Emperor of Time drew out the dragon vein of time and space from the Assassination Star that was split into two, grabbed it in his dragon claws and roared, and the Emperor of Time said, all the creatures recorded in the dragon vein of time and space on the Assassination Star will be settled in the future. After the Emperor of Time finished speaking, the pupils of the assassins who were not originally on the Assassination Star suddenly widened. King Kai. A killer who was performing a mission on King Kai seemed to see a transparent fish swimming in front of him. Seeing this fish that was exactly the same as the super beast of the Emperor of Time in the live broadcast, he showed a horrified expression and instantly went crazy, shouting and running towards the sky. But the next moment, his body was infinitely aged, his strength was lost, and he fell directly from the sky, his pupils emitting an incredible look. Boom! He fell to the ground, and the people on the road were shocked by the situation and scattered. This situation has been played out in various places. There were forces that were originally receiving the assassins of the Assassination Star. They suddenly found that the assassins in front of them quickly showed a desperate expression, coughed up blood, aged quickly, and made a hoarse voice. The entire starry sky was turbulent. The Assassination Star was really facing a reckoning. Shiyu and his party were not prepared to give the Assassination Star any chance to survive. Roar, soon, as the Emperor of Time attached his three sources of transcendence to the monster that looked like the Neon Beast, it roared in time and space. The escaping number one killer in the universe suddenly felt that he was trapped in another time and space, and his life was accelerating. Damn it, his bloodshot eyes widened, his hair was messy, and he regretted taking over the assassination of the Four Saints family. If I had known that the power behind Shiyu was so terrifying, even if the Four Saints family was the long-term partner of the Assassination Star would never accept it. Four Saints family. You heard me, Ziffin roared in his heart. I said, take care of yourself. At this time, Shiyu, who was broadcasting live, sighed, attracting the attention of countless shocked viewers. At this moment, no matter who the audience was, they all looked shocked. The four holy super gods of the four holy families all had their pupils shrunk to the extreme, not understanding what was going on. Those who were originally worried about Shiyu, saw Shiyu easily shake out the top 10 super gods, their heads were buzzing, and they couldn't understand it. Let me introduce to you all that in the Blue Star mythology era, countless blue star gods went to the starry sky. These 5 predecessors are the descendants of the gods at that time, and are now the strongest among the 5 major gods, and Senior Shidi is the founder of the Donghuang dynasty. He is a great power that has transcended 3 times, and his 4 pets have also reached the super god level. And just like his title, they are all proficient in the time system and are the emperors of the time field. Although the universe's number one killer is good at escaping, it is impossible for anyone to escape the constraints of time. He was so arrogant just now, why is he escaping now? It's strange. After Shiyu finished speaking, countless people twitched at the corners of their mouths, feeling that Shiyu was joking. Except for the universe level, anyone who faces the 10 super gods alone, 5 of whom are time system super gods, will only choose to escape. At this time, countless people are digesting Shiyu's terrifying description. These 5 super gods of dragons, phoenixes, unicorns, angels, and demons are actually a race that came out of the Blue Star mythology era? That's fine, but what's the matter with this Shidi? He actually contracted the 4 super gods alone, and he himself is a terrifying time beast master. 1 star and 10 super gods. Now, people finally know why Shiyu has the confidence to come to the Assassination Star field. This blue star is so terrifying, with a powerful foundation of 1 star and 10 super gods. This foundation, looking at the entire starry sky, is also unparalleled except for the 5 major cosmic forces. Blue star, can't be provoked. Soon, the myriad races in the starry sky reached a consensus. Okay, the next scene may be a little bloody and not suitable for underage children to watch. I'm also afraid that the live broadcast room will be blocked, so I will close the live broadcast first. Don't forget to swipe the gifts. Wait until I find out who wants to assassinate me from the Assassination Star. Maybe there will be another round of live broadcasts. Finally, I will announce the coordinates of the Assassination Star in the comment area. Welcome everyone to come here to travel and check in. After Shiyu finished speaking, he cut off the live broadcast directly. Every audience swallowed their saliva and stagnated in front of the live broadcast room. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Among the four holy super gods, Zuanwu super god was sweating profusely. Seeing the power of the Emperor of Time, he was shocked beyond words, as if he knew what the great evil he had predicted was. The backstage of this Shiyu is so terrifying. 1 star and 10 super gods, I have never heard of it. The White Tiger super god was also panicked at this time and asked for everyone's opinions. However, thinking of the assassination star who was divided into 2 and visited by the 10 super gods, the arrogant King Long super god also shook his dragon eyes at this time, with a look of disbelief. The 177th Army of the Universe Overlord Corps and the Zygian Special Forces, who had always wanted to recruit Shiyu, were all dumbfounded at this moment. What's the point of recruiting? Can they go to war with the assassination star for Shiyu? Obviously not. Not only them, but also the Environmental Protection Association, the Plant Association, the Institute of Cosmic Disasters. Any force can't do it. But this blue star did it. Moreover, it also strongly destroyed the assassination star. People who regarded Shiyu as a grassroots genius never thought that this live broadcast would reveal such terrifying information. Some of the 4 saints evolvers who were prejudiced against Shiyu and even insulted Shiyu online were so scared that they wet their pants. Their faces were pale and they were in a panic. A genius was assassinated and failed, so they had to send out 10 super gods to destroy his family. Even the Cosmic Overlord army was not so domineering. The astrology family, while watching the live broadcast, watched the king of whistleblowers who broke the source of transcendence in the prophecy screen of the family treasure, took a deep breath, and there was a look of surprise in his eyes. What is the situation of this blue planet where my sister reincarnated? After the assassination star field cut off the live broadcast, it was the carnival of the crazy people on the blue planet. The Gem Cat Girl and the Predictive Owl Girl walked out of the space battleship one after another. Seeing the blood-stained starry sky, they took a deep breath and were a little scared. I saw it, it's the source of transcendence, the Predictive Owl said excitedly, but it seemed that she couldn't get it because she was slacking off the whole time. The Gem Cat Lady did not forget the business, and said, Senior Kongdi, Senior Lin Feng, remember to leave them alive, don't miss. Leave them for Xiao Chengyu to kill, and use the life of the assassin star as a talent resource. Maybe we can raise a super killer for Blue Star. What? Da Vinci's unprofessional painting made the insurance premium of Mona Lisa break the Guinness World Record? Is it true? Only a woman who can cook Dongpo pork can become the love of Su Dongpo's life? Recommend a book about an urban male protagonist who sleepwalks through ancient and modern times and analyzes the mystery of art, the meaning of aurora. This book will have a splash screen on the 10th, and you can win a prize by adding it to your collection. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.